In the eastern reaches of the Honghuang world at the foot of Buzhou Mountain, a secluded valley lay hidden. Within it a young man gripped a carving knife, his eyes bright and resolute. Under his hand the blade danced like dragons and phoenixes, stone ships spraying from the massive boulder before him. Before long the figure of a man clad in imperial robes was hewn from the stone. Though his features remained somewhat indistinct, an overwhelming heaven-flooding aura surged from the carved form. Even though the man's face had yet to be carved clearly, the statue already exuded the pride of one who trod upon all heavens and myriad Daos, gazing down with disdain upon all worlds. Yet again it is the same. I can only carve halfway, unable to capture that trace of divine charm. He glanced at the heavenly emperor visualization diagram within his mind, then at the statue before him, and could only shake his head helplessly. However, when he noticed that his own cultivation had risen to the realm of Tai Golden Immortal, with the completion of carving the heavenly emperor's statue, a faint smile curved his lips. His name was Su Ming. By rough calculation, it had been 30,000 years since he transmigrated into the Honghuang world. To reach the Tai Golden Immortal realm in merely 30,000 years. If word spread, it would likely frighten countless innate beings to death. Even in this era of the Wu and Yao tribes, after the Dao ancestor sermons, when the Luo Golden Immortals roamed everywhere and Quasi saints were often seen, to ascend to Tai Golden Immortal in a mere 30,000 years was still an almost impossible miracle. Yet the moment he thought of the first great war between the Wu and Yao that was likely not far off, the smile that had just risen upon Su Ming's face vanished without a trace, and he could not help but sigh. Tai Golden Immortal is barely sufficient to cling to life in the great calamity to come. To truly resist the Yao race and protect the human race is utterly impossible. His identity as a transmigrator was that of a member of the very first generation of innate humans created by Nuwa. Su Ming was intimately familiar with the progression of the Honghuang's tale, and knew all too well how tragic the fate awaiting the human race would be. After Nuwa created the human race and attained sainthood through immense merit, she abandoned the newly formed humans under pressure from all sides. As a result, the first generation of innate humans just born into this peril-filled Honghuang suffered grievous casualties. Only after the humans finally managed to gain a tenuous foothold were they discovered by the Yao race, who realized that devouring humans could enhance cultivation, while human essence, blood, and posthumous resentment could inflict tremendous damage upon the bodies of the Wu clan. The Yao and Wu had been locked in confrontation for countless years, suffering horrific losses. One could well imagine how colossal a temptation this discovery was to the Yao. Most crucial of all, the newly born humans were so weak that they did not merit the slightest fear from the Yao race. From then on, the human race, which had only just grown to a modest scale, faced an unprecedented grand massacre at the hands of the Yao. The initial hundreds of millions of elite humans were almost entirely slaughtered, their bones piled into mountains, leaving only a few scattered humans wandering across the Honghuang, clinging desperately to life. Even though after the Wu Yao war humans would become the protagonists of the Honghuang. What of it? Once bereft of opponents, relying solely on sheer numbers and the support of Hongjun and the Six Saints, the human race merely managed by great fortune to assume the role of protagonist between heaven and earth. It was like a colossal meat pie falling straight from the heavens. Yet in this world, when is there ever truly a free lunch? The elite of the early human generations had already been slaughtered to near extinction. Even with surging fortune, the humans could not escape the control of the various saints and became their puppets. As the Tao-ordained protagonists, the human race possessed boundless fortune, yet not a single truly formidable expert they could proudly present. Even their emperors had to style themselves sons of heaven, worshipping all gods and Buddhas. How pitiful, how lamentable. A protagonist throne in heaven and earth without a vast host of powerful figures to support, it is like a towering edifice, without a solid foundation, a rootless duckweed adrift upon the currents. There were many reasons for all that had transpired, yet the most fundamental source of this misery lay in that great massacre the Yao race inflicted upon the humans. Since Su Ming understood this point and knew the root, and now himself belonged to the first generation of innate humans, he naturally could not simply watch it all unfold with open eyes. After awakening a divine-grade carving system, he discovered that as long as he sculpted statues of mythic figures from novels he had known in his previous life, he could grow stronger. He buried himself in a valley beneath Buzhou Mountain, devoting himself wholly to carving statues. So long as he silently recited the name of a mythic figure in his heart, the system would form a visualization diagram of that figure in his mind for him to copy and carve. Yet for some reason, every statue of a mythic figure went smoothly in all other aspects, but whenever he reached the crucial face, especially the eyes that embodied a figure's divine charm, his carving would stubbornly refuse to progress. The stronger the figure, the more arduous the carving became. Minor supporting characters from novels were effortless to sculpt, yet they yielded only meager improvement to his strength. He knew clearly that successfully carving even a single mythic figure would likely transform his strength in a qualitative leap, yet he simply could not complete one. In short, it was excruciating. Next, who should I carve? Su Ming muttered to himself when suddenly a half-grinning, half-smiling ghost-face mask surfaced in his mind, accompanied by a figure whose aura dominated all long skirts billowing as she looked down upon the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Not for becoming immortal, but only to wait for your return in the mortal dust. The ruthless empress from the novel Jisho Jitian. This mythic figure who always wears a mask. Carving her face should not be as difficult, should it? At this thought, Su Ming's mouth curled into a grin. She would be. He had an intense feeling that if he could carve a single complete mythic figure, an astounding surprise awaited him. Having decided, he acted at once. Su Ming immediately found a 10th centimeter high peak within the valley, soared into the air, and silently recited, "Ruthless Empress," in his heart. Instantly, a visualization of her trampling the mortal dust and overlooking all heavens formed in his mind. In the Hongwang world, mountain peaks were the least precious of things. They were everywhere. A mountain that was not at least hundreds of thousands of meters tall hardly dared to call itself a mountain. Then Su Ming set both hands and feet to work. Divine radiance tore through the sky as stone fragments and boulders flew. After tens of thousands of years of continuous carving, his control over strength had already reached uncanny perfection. Soon the rough outline of the ruthless empress had taken shape. Now came the true test of skill. Very quickly, Su Ming devoted his entire being to the act of carving. At that very moment, just beyond the valley, 2 towering figures slowly approached. Such an ancient aura, and it even gives me a profound sense of intimacy, as though we share the same origin. Of the 2, the one on the right narrowed his eyes in surprise and sharply turned to his companion. "Zisher, did you feel it just now?" It had been precisely when Su Ming unleashed his strength in bold strokes to carve the outline. Zisher's brows knit tightly as he gave a firm nod, his expression extremely grave as he looked toward the nearby small valley. "You Chaosher, that aura just now seems to have emanated from that little valley." From the ground, a wisp of faint spiritual energy slowly drifted out of the headless corpse. In that instant, Yu Chaosher and Zisher seemed to think of the same thing. They exchanged a glance, eyes reddening with excitement, and spoke in unison. "Could it be that our human race still has a first-generation progenitor alive in this world?" The human race had been born for 30,000 years, weathering countless trials and battles to barely secure a foothold, yet the first-generation human progenitors had almost all fallen. Yu Chaosher and Zisher were of the second generation of humans, and at this moment possessed merely the cultivation of heavenly immortals. With the atmosphere between the Yao and Wu, these 2 colossal Honghuang clans, so tense they had grown deeply worried about the human race's future and had set out to seek opportunities for their people. I once heard the first-generation progenitors say that the foot of Buzhou Mountain is the birthplace of our human race, the place where Nuwa Xingmu attained sainthood. Yu Chaosher's face flushed with excitement. Could there truly be a hidden progenitor of our race in seclusion here? Zisher was likewise overjoyed. It must be so. Only a first-generation progenitor could emanate such ancient, intimate bloodline aura, and judging by that presence, their cultivation is at least that of a terrifying golden immortal. They dared not imagine the progenitor's realm any higher. For the human race, whose strongest cultivators were merely heavenly immortals, a golden immortal several realms above was already in existence beyond reach. We second-generation humans, Shinnongsher and Zisher, beseech an audience with the human progenitor. The 2 simultaneously knelt outside the valley, calling out again and again in unison. The existence of a living first-generation progenitor was to these 2, who were now utterly lost regarding the human race's future, nothing short of a blessing dropped straight from the heavens. Yet after they waited a long time, calling out many times, the small valley, though it did not appear large, remained utterly silent. Even the aura they had sensed before had completely vanished. At that moment, within the valley, Su Ming had already sunk completely into the carving, severing all external interference, and naturally could not hear the persistent calls of Shinnongsher and Zisher. Su Ming felt no concern for external safety. Outside the valley, he had set up a grand array rewarded by the System 1 that could automatically recognize his bloodline. Even Deluo Golden Immortal Level foreign experts could not enter. As for whether it could withstand Quasi-Saints, or even saints, he was unsure, for no experts of such level had ever paid attention to this barren little valley of his. Yu Chaosher, could it be that the progenitor is gravely injured, and what we sensed just now was but a stray wisp of aura unintentionally revealed right before complete unconsciousness? After a long wait, Zisher's expression grew grave as he spoke out his guess. Yu Chaosher instantly thought of the same possibility and nodded heavily. Highly likely. Otherwise, given that this place is not far from the human clans, there are occasional travelers, even if not many. It is impossible that only now would anyone sense the progenitor's aura. After reaching a mutual understanding, the two of them strode, without hesitation, toward the small mountain valley. As they stepped into the valley, their anxious expressions kept them from noticing how the surrounding space subtly warped a wisp of vast and terrifying aura flashing past before vanishing without a trace. Sensing a slight disturbance in the valley's formation, Su Ming frowned and returned to himself. When he noticed that the ones entering the valley were two humans, he immediately sank back into his carving. When he chose this small valley for seclusion and laid down its formations, he had never considered guarding against humans. It was simply that no humans had ever noticed this seemingly ordinary valley. He had only just begun carving the ruthless empress, and during this period his cultivation was advancing at its fastest. He did not wish to miss this opportunity. Since the valley held nothing dangerous besides countless statues, he decided to let the two wander about for now. As long as he could escape back to the organization and utilize the unique secret methods within, he still had a chance to reconstruct his body. Lin Yu raised his gun slightly, but halted just before. When he opened his eyes, Yu Chaoshi's gaze flared wide with anger and shock. He had no time to wonder where Zi Shi had gone, for he was utterly stunned by the scene before him. Heavens, is this still that desolate little valley? Yu Chaoshi murmured, his eyes vacant. Wherever his gaze fell, titanic statues that seemed to pierce the heavens stood tall, lifelike, and overwhelming in their aura. Each statue seemed on the verge of coming to life. Some howled toward the heavens, some gazed down upon the firmament, some pointed their swords at the myriad realms. The sheer aura irradiated by each one alone left Yu Chaoshi almost unable to breathe, his heart shaken to the extreme. Even a heavy soldier's energy shield can't withstand 6 high-explosive mines. Fire! Everyone opened fire. The hunters who regained their senses crazily squeezed the triggers. Forefather, where are you? Yu Chaoshi raised his head and shouted, not forgetting that his purpose in entering the valley was to seek the first human race forefather. As he looked up, the first thing his eyes fell upon was a colossal statue close by, hands clasped behind its back, feet trampling myriad Dao hair wildly dancing. The instant he beheld the statue, a vast voice resounded within his mind. I am the Heavenly Emperor. I shall suppress all enemies beneath heaven. In the next moment, one grand and magnificent scene after another flashed continuously through Yu Chaoshi's mind, and Shinnong Shi became utterly immersed within them. These scenes appeared in Shinnong Shi's mind as though they were reality, and he watched like a mere bystander as the protagonist of the visions rose from the mundane. With an indomitable will and a domineering aura of "with me none can stand," he swept all obstacles aside. Bearing the archaic holy body cursed by the heavens, he shattered seals step by step, slew saints' sons, battled great saints, annihilated sacred grounds, established the heavenly court, and crushed countless supreme forbidden lands. No one knew how much time had passed before the visions in his mind gradually faded. Yet Yu Chaoshi still remained dazed for a long while, only letting out a soft sigh at last. What a relentlessly unyielding heavenly emperor, unmatched wherever he stands. With a pair of iron fists, he guarded his kin and friends, protected the lower realms, and suppressed all enemies beneath heaven. Only such a figure is worthy of the title Heavenly Emperor. Yu Chaoshi could not help but compare this to the present plight of the human race, surrounded on all sides by great enemies seeking survival amid endless perils. Their situation was even more despairing than what the Heavenly Emperor had once faced, with no path of rise in sight. In the great desolate world, the human race was like a single floating leaf of duckweed, who any trivial wave could drown them entirely. Between Yu Chaoshi and the Heavenly Emperor statue, an indescribable resonance quietly arose. I am the Heavenly Emperor. I shall suppress all enemies beneath heaven. Yu Chaoshi kept muttering this sentence under his breath, immersed in the domineering declaration. When would he himself be able, for the sake of the human race, to suppress all great enemies of the great desolate and safeguard his people's peace for endless ages? Pondering this, a vague insight stirred within his heart. He sat down cross-legged before the Heavenly Emperor statue and slipped into enlightenment. Time in the great desolate flowed like water, and in the blink of an eye a month had passed. Then within the depths of Yu Chaoshi's enlightenment, 3 golden dazzling characters slowly surfaced in his mind: Heavenly Emperor Scripture. In the next instant, line after line of vast scripture containing boundless profundities flowed through. Unconsciously, the mana within his body began circulating according to the mysteries of the Heavenly Emperor Scripture. Before long, a torrent of magnificent golden divine light surged from his crown, piercing into the 9th heaven and shaking the firmament. From every pore of Yu Chaoshi's body, golden springs gushed forth, while his surging blood chi rolled like a sea of smoke. The Heavenly Emperor statue before him resonated with his body, forming an inexplicable connection. An ancient and vast aura of "with me none can stand" circulated, communicating with the boundless void and drawing down a torrent of power like a mountain flood and tidal wave which poured straight into the center of Yu Chaoshi's brow. Boom, boom, boom. Golden radiance of myriad Tao coursed through Yu Chaoshi's body, his blood, qi, surging in torrents, issuing a thunderous roar like a tidal wave, crashing, soul-shaking, and domineering. Bang! Vaguely as though some barrier within him shattered. Yu Chaoshi's cultivation realm then began to race upward like a skyward roller coaster. Early celestial, immortal, mid-celestial, immortal, profound, immortal. Yet it did not end there. Early profound, immortal, mid, profound, immortal. Only when he surged all the way to the peak of the profound, immortal, great perfection realm did this crazed ascent finally halt. At that moment Yu Chaoshi opened his eyes, his gaze violently trembling, excitement reaching its zenith. In barely more than a month, he had leapt nearly 2 major realms. Under normal cultivation, without 10,000 years, or even longer, such progress would have been utterly impossible. And what mattered even more was this. Yu Chaoshi clearly remembered that in the memories he had seen, the Heavenly Emperor had forged this scripture only after his cultivation reached the absolute pinnacle, using the myriad Tao of the heavens as a furnace to temper this supreme text. Never had Yu Chaoshi imagined that in coming to seek the forefather, he would gain such a world-shaking supreme cultivation art. Though he did not know the precise rank this Heavenly Emperor scripture held among the methods of the great desolate Heavenly Emperor, he was confident that once cultivated to its peak, the Heavenly Emperor scripture would be inferior to no technique within the great desolate world, not even to the scriptures of saints. To come seeking the forefather only to obtain such a supreme chance. While Yu Chaoshi was filled with boundless emotion, he could not help but grow pensive. Could it be that the first-generation forefather had deliberately leaked his aura, guiding them here to obtain this cultivation art? After all, if they had not sensed the forefather's bloodline aura, they would never have noticed this seemingly ordinary desolate little valley, much less stepped into it. It must be so. At that moment, endless yearning rose in Yu Chaoshi's heart. A forefather capable of carving such world-shaking lifelike statues and casually bestowing such supreme cultivation arts. How unimaginably powerful must he be? Just as Shin Shi awakened elsewhere, Su Ming, who was wholly absorbed in carving the ruthless empress, suddenly shuddered from head to toe. What is happening? What just occurred? Su Ming's eyes were filled with shock, leaving him no time to react. Suddenly a mysterious vast power poured from the void into his body, surging and roiling within him. In the next heartbeat, a transcendent force erupted from Su Ming's body, transcending the river of fate, leaping beyond the 3 realms, no longer confined within the 5 elements. I haven't even finished the carving. How did I suddenly break through to the Luo Golden Immortal? Feeling the power within his body magnified countless times, Su Ming's eyes were filled with confusion. He was utterly numb. He had won so completely it felt unreal. What in the world was this? Had his judgment been wrong, and there truly was an enormous pie falling from the heavens? At that moment the system's notification sounded. The human Yu Chaoshi has comprehended and obtained the Heavenly Emperor scripture from your Heavenly Emperor statue. As the sculptor, the host receives a reward of 100-fold power infusion. Yu Chaoshi has obtained the Heavenly Emperor scripture. The host automatically acquires the Heavenly Emperor scripture and instantly comprehends it to great perfection. Countless golden characters floated in Su Ming's mind, shimmering with brilliant golden light, like radiant golden suns hanging in the air. Endless insights surged into Su Ming's heart, instantly bringing him to a state of perfect understanding of these characters. Roaring, the rolling blood energy transformed into a dragon howling above Su Ming's head. This was truly a complete victory. With the understanding of the earth and heaven statue, he automatically received a 100-fold power bestowal reward and intuitively comprehended the Heavenly Emperor Sutra to a perfect level. This was not merely a victory. Su Ming's eyes were filled with shock. Before he could fully process it, he suddenly noticed the visage of the Heavenly Emperor in the visualization diagram becoming increasingly vivid in his mind. It was not that he was merely seeing the image in the diagram clearly, but rather he could sketch out every inch of the Heavenly Emperor Yi Fan's visage in his heart, including that unique aura of invincibility. This sensation was something he had never experienced before. In the past, he carved each visualization diagram according to its appearance, painstakingly shaping it bit by bit. At this moment, a surge of intense confidence suddenly welled up in Su Ming's heart. If he continued to carve the statue of the Heavenly Emperor, he was certain he could sculpt the complete visage and aura of the Heavenly Emperor. It was a profound, indescribable confidence, yet it undeniably existed. Su Ming turned to look at the direction of the Heavenly Emperor statue and glanced at Yu Chaoshi, pondering, could it be that the reason I couldn't carve the visage before was because I had not comprehended the techniques of the Heavenly Emperor statue? Without this understanding of the techniques, it was natural that he could not carve out their original forms. He originally carved these statues merely to enhance his own cultivation, never expecting these statues to possess such marvelous functions. They could actually allow a person to comprehend the techniques once possessed by the statue's true form. This darn system didn't even remind me. Su Ming felt somewhat annoyed. Where did this dog system learn such bad habits, only speaking half the truth? The mythological statues he carved not only enhanced cultivation, but also had this endless profound use for comprehension. However, these statues were all protagonists from the novel world who rose against the odds from the bottom to reach the pinnacle. Each one was an unparalleled existence, invincible and capable of sweeping through countless realms. To resonate with a statue of such a being was an unimaginable challenge. Yu Chaoshi. Su Ming smiled slightly, realizing that this individual was one of the legendary ancestors of the human race, predating even the three sovereigns of heaven, earth, and man. Truly deserving of being an ancestor, the second generation of humanity with pure blood and exceptional talent, he could resonate with the statue of the Heavenly Emperor. One must know that the Heavenly Emperor Yi Fan was undoubtedly among the most elite of the many statues he carved. A smile appeared on Su Ming's lips as he stepped forward, standing before Yu Chaoshi, looking at him with calm eyes and a peaceful smile. You are the second-generation bloodline of our human race, aren't you? Su Ming's voice was gentle, yet to Yu Chaoshi's ears it sounded like thunder, leaving him stunned in place. That friendly smile, along with Su Ming's ancient yet warm aura and the strong call of the ancient bloodline within him, conveyed a single truth to Yu Chaoshi. The young man before him, who appeared to be decades younger, was the first ancestor of the human race. In the primordial age, there had never been a tradition of judging age and strength by appearance. It was said that among the demon race, there was even a divine being that transformed into the form of an 8 or 9-year-old child born shortly after the creation of the universe. It was not strange that Su Ming, who looked just over 20, was the ancestor of the human race. Su Ming was not in a hurry. He quietly observed the ever-changing expression of Yu Chaoshi, knowing that his appearance would bring immense shock to him. Yu Chaoshi needed time to digest this overwhelming impact. After an undetermined amount of time, Yu Chaoshi's body trembled lightly, suddenly kneeling heavily before Su Ming. I am Yu Chaoshi, the leader of the Yu Chao tribe, a second-generation descendant of humanity. Yu Chaoshi's voice was choked with emotion, his lowered head showing slightly reddened eyes. I pay my respects to the ancestor, and thank you for bestowing the techniques. The human race still has the first ancestor living. There are also profound and unfathomable powerhouses watching over the human race. The human race is no longer a rootless, drifting weed. With the shocking power exhibited by the ancestor, there is hope for the future of the human race. Rise. Su Ming raised his hand to lift Yu Chaoshi. After casually discussing the current state of the human race with Yu Chaoshi, Su Ming was filled with emotion and sighed. From its inception, the path of the human race has been incredibly rugged, nearly devoid of any glimmer of hope. Upon entering the world, they were wary of and targeted by Hong Jun and many top divine beings. In just a few short tens of thousands of years amidst such adversity, not only did they survive, but they also developed to a scale that is not insignificant today. It is unimaginable how much hardship and sacrifice they endured. The first generation of humans, contemporaries of his, sacrificed themselves entirely for the survival of the human race. The first generation of human elites created by Nuwa had only him left. However, this only strengthened Su Ming's resolve to reverse the fate of the human race. The bloodline was connected. The sacrificed first generation of humans could be considered his brothers from the same root. Su Ming's eyes reddened slightly, overwhelmed by sorrow. In merely 30,000 years, the human race had undergone tremendous changes. Yet Su Ming did not regret his choice to retreat to this small valley for seclusion. In the beginning, he was just a newly born first-generation human at the human immortal level. Without these 30,000 years of seclusion and carving, he would not be who he is today. At most, he would just add another corpse to the sacrificed first generation of humans, and the current situation of the human race would not have changed significantly. Brothers, you may rest assured. The future of the human race will be entrusted to me, Su Ming. I will never let the human race decline in my hands. Su Ming's gaze gradually hardened, feeling the burden on his shoulders grow heavier, countless times more than Mount Tai and the ocean. Those first-generation humans, through their sacrifice, allowed the current human race to barely stand on solid ground, leaving behind the elites of the preceding generations. If the greatest challenge faced by the human race before was how to ensure their survival and establish a foothold to reproduce descendants, then Su Ming's next task was to seek the development of the human race. To develop the strength of the human race, enabling them to truly rely on their own power to stand firm in the primordial world rather than relying on the so-called Six Saints and Hong Jun becoming their puppets. Now Su Ming already had some vague ideas in his heart, but he had not yet had the chance to validate them. At this moment, Yu Chaoshi suddenly trembled, recalling that the Zi clan member who entered with him, was still missing. Is the other descendant of the human race the Zi clan the one you mentioned? After regaining his thoughts, Su Ming looked at his descendant from the Zi clan with a gentle smile, and said, the Zi clan has also gained some understanding. It will take time for them to awaken. He is the last remaining first generation of the human race, and it is entirely appropriate to say that the Yuchao clan is his descendant. At this moment the Zi clan was also sitting in front of a statue, eyes closed, as if in deep realization. However, this statue is different from the one that Yuchao clan was contemplating. This statue depicts a figure from behind with hands clasped behind, gazing at the myriad worlds turned away from all beings. The imposing silhouette exudes a grand and ancient aura, emanating a sense of unparalleled superiority, its face obscured, yet it seems as though it alone stands against all unknown threats to the world. Upon seeing the back of this statue, Shenong was struck with awe, surrounded and shaken by an air of pride and solitude, rendering him speechless. It is indeed the Primordial Emperor from the novel The One Who Covers the Sky. No wonder the Zi clan, one of the three clans of the human race, possesses such extraordinary talent and opportunities, not inferior at all to the Yuchao clan. Su Ming couldn't help but sigh, reminiscing about the content of the novel, At the End of the Immortal Path, who stands as the peak. Upon seeing the primordial Tao, all becomes void. This statue represents the Supreme Emperor, who with his own strength suppressed many forbidden places and turned his back on all beings standing at the end of the immortal path to shield the world from the invasion of the myriad realms. At the end of the immortal path, who stands as the peak. Upon seeing the primordial Tao, all becomes void. Hearing the poem recited by the ancestor, the Yuchao clan pondered deeply, feeling an overwhelming aura of dominance wash over him. Too proud, too domineering. It is unimaginable what kind of existence could utter such unparalleled words of authority. This is undoubtedly a being that rivals the statue of the heavenly emperor that he has comprehended. At this moment the Yuchao clan couldn't help but look at Su Ming, feeling even more shocked. He could hardly imagine how terrifying the ancestor who could carve both the heavenly emperor and the primordial emperor must be. However, these were not things he could speculate or inquire about at this moment. The Yuchao clan looked at the Zi clan, who was sitting cross-legged with anticipation, wondering what kind of extraordinary techniques they could comprehend from the statue of the primordial emperor. Seeing that the Zi clan was not waking up anytime soon, the Yuchao clan did not waste time and began to cultivate, pondering the endless mysteries of the heavenly emperor's scripture. With the unfathomable ancestor beside him, the Yuchao clan felt assured that nothing would happen to the Zi clan. While observing the Zi clan's comprehension of the primordial emperor statue, Su Ming continued to carve the fierce empress, occasionally offering guidance to the Yuchao clan when he saw him frowning in confusion over the heavenly emperor's scripture. His understanding of the heavenly emperor's scripture had reached perfection. One could say that apart from the heavenly emperor himself, no one could comprehend the scripture more profoundly than he did. Guiding the Yuchao clan, who was merely at the peak of the profound immortal stage, was a trivial matter. However, Su Ming's casual remarks during his carving struck the Yuchao clan like thunder. Each word directly addressed his doubts. The Yuchao clan felt even more shocked. He could sense that the ancestor was not primarily focused on the heavenly emperor's scripture. Yet even so, he could clearly discern his confusion regarding the scripture, and every casual remark of his hit the nail on the head. He felt even more reverence for the ancestor's profound realm and strength. In the primordial world, the lifespan of a celestial immortal is already extremely long. As long as one faces no disasters, they can live as long as the sun and moon. Time is not precious to them. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Under Su Ming's casual guidance, the Yuchao clan's stability in the profound immortal peak realm became firmer, only a step away from the golden immortal stage. Before this journey of the human race in search of opportunities, the Yuchao clan would never have dared to imagine obtaining such a tremendous opportunity, resulting in such a significant leap in strength. It should be known that the realms of cultivation in the primordial world are divided into human, immortal earth, immortal celestial, immortal profound, immortal golden, immortal supreme, profound, immortal supreme, golden, immortal great, luo, golden, immortal quasi-saint, and saint. The gap between each realm is immense, and breakthroughs in cultivation are extremely difficult, requiring time measured in 10,000 years. Yet he had only been out for less than 2 months, and in the blink of an eye he had progressed from the early stage of celestial immortal to the brink of breaking through to golden immortal, gaining access to the supreme technique of the heavenly emperor's scripture. What had once seemed a dark and uncertain future now brimmed with hope, revealing a path forward. All of this felt like a dream to the Yuchao clan. He once dared not even imagine. If all of this is a dream, let me never wake up. The Yuchao clan glanced at the ancestor Su Ming, who was surrounded by clouds of stone dust while carving the mythical statue, silently saying in his heart. Just then a grand wave jolted the Yuchao clan from his contemplation, shattering his fantasies. All of this was not a dream. Su Ming, who was immersed in carving and the process of elevating his realm, was also interrupted by the wave turning his head to look alongside the Yuchao clan, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth. The Zi clan finally comprehended. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted. The massive statue of the Primordial Emperor, towering over tens of thousands of meters, suddenly connected with the boundless void, drawing in endless energy that poured into the Zi clan's heavenly spirit point. The vast and ancient aura, like a tsunami, spread as the mythical statue of the Primordial Emperor seemed to awaken at this moment, stepping upon the heavens while turning its back to all beings. The Zi clan also slowly emitted a faint aura, though extremely weak. It shared the same origin as the Primordial Emperor. Moreover, as vast energy flooded in, this aura began to surge at a terrifying speed. From early-stage Celestial Immortal to mid-stage Celestial Immortal, then to late-stage Celestial Immortal. Just like the Yuchao clan, it reached the peak of the profound immortal realm before coming to a halt. Seeing this scene, Su Ming felt joy, but at the same time he began to ponder. Both the Primordial Emperor and the Heavenly Emperor without a doubt belong to the most elite figures among the mythical statues he carved, existing on the same level. The Yuchao clan and the Zi clan, who comprehended the statues, nearly ascended from early stage Celestial Immortal to the peak of profound immortal, approaching two major realms. It seems this should be the maximum strength that the top mythical statues can bestow upon those who comprehend them at this stage. With this thought, Su Ming's gaze deepened, becoming unfathomable. It should be noted that these are merely incomplete mythical figures. They have not yet carved out the unique aura of these mythical figures, which is the core soul. This is not just a quantitative difference, but a qualitative one. A slight difference in wording can lead to vast. If the Yuchao clan and the Zi clan were to comprehend statues of the Heavenly Emperor and the Primordial Emperor that possess complete auras, the benefits they would reap would surely be earth-shattering, a qualitative change. Now he already had great confidence that he could carve out the aura of the Heavenly Emperor. Su Ming began to anticipate what astonishing changes would occur once he carved out the complete mythical statue. Su Ming smirked, gradually forming a complete plan in his mind for the future that lay ahead, his gaze becoming even deeper. The benefits I will gain will be 100-fold that of those who comprehend it. Just then, an even more vast and magnificent force spread from the boundless void, causing changes in the heavens and earth, directly pouring into Su Ming's body. Su Ming, who had just reached the early stage of Great Luo Golden Immortal, quickly stabilized his realm and began to ascend at a terrifying speed. In the early stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, the mid-stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, and the late stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. It was only after reaching the late stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal that Su Ming's frenzied pace of improvement began to slow down. Ultimately, he stabilized at the late stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. This time, the magnitude of Su Ming's realm enhancement was not as immense as when he comprehended the Heavenly Emperor scripture under the guidance of Yuchao, but the overall increase in strength was even more significant. It must be noted that the higher the realm, the more terrifying the enhancement in strength with each breakthrough. The gap between the early and mid-stages of the Great Luo Golden Immortal is even more astonishing than the strength differences between the preceding major realms. The difference between the early and late stages of the Great Luo Golden Immortal is beyond mere reasoning. According to the normal cultivation speed of beings in the Honghuang world, transitioning from the early to the late stage would take a time span measured in Yuanhua. 1 Yuanhua seems to last for over 126,000 years. Su Ming couldn't recall the exact duration. In any case, in Honghuang, Yuanhua is a time measurement unit significantly larger than 10,000. With lifespans being immortal, who would pay attention to time unless absolutely necessary? After all, for Honghuang, if no cataclysm as catastrophic as the Longhan cataclysm occurs to engulf the entire world, time is the least valuable commodity. The human clan Zi clan comprehended the Wuxia Sutra from the statue of the Primordial Emperor you carved, and as the sculptor of the statue, the host received a 100-fold power blessing. Upon acquiring the Wuxia Sutra, the Zi clan automatically obtained it and comprehended it to great perfection. At that moment, after awakening, the Zi clan was brought over by Yuchao, and through Yuchao, they learned about his immersion and comprehension during this time. Upon discovering that Su Ming was the last remaining ancestor of the human clan, and that all these statues were carved by him, the Zi clan looked at Su Ming, who appeared serene, youthful, and exuding an ethereal aura, their eyes filled with shock. Had it not been for personally feeling it, and seeing the yet finished blurry-faced ghost statue, before Su Ming, the Zi clan would truly find it hard to believe that such a terrifyingly powerful being existed among their human clan. The statue of the Primordial Emperor, which brought him endless benefits and a leap in realm, was actually carved by their clan's ancestor. To be able to carve such a statue, how terrifying must the ancestor's own strength be? The Ze clan could not imagine. With reddened eyes they knelt heavily on the ground and bowed deeply, saying the second-generation descendant of the human clan leader of the Ze tribe pays respects to the ancestor. Thank you for the ancestor's bestowal. Having comprehended the Wuxia Sutra and the Heavenly Emperor Sutra to perfection, Su Ming could not wait to finish the statue of the ruthless emperor before immediately attempting to perfect the statues of the Heavenly Emperor and the Primordial Emperor. After saying all that needed to be said, he informed them the human clan is developing so. Having comprehended the Wuxia Sutra and the Heavenly Emperor Sutra to perfection, Su Ming could not wait to finish the statue of the ruthless emperor before immediately attempting to perfect the statues of the Heavenly Emperor and the Primordial Emperor. After saying all that needed to be said, he informed them the human clan is developing so vast at this time with numerous affairs. You may leave if there is nothing else. This was indeed a dismissal. Instantly Yu Chao and the Ze clan were taken aback, exchanging glances, unsure of what to do. At this moment the situation in Hongwang was fraught with undercurrents, with smoke rising everywhere and countless slaughters. They were still hoping to invite the ancestor back to oversee and control the human clan's grand affairs. Then Su Ming thought for a moment, and continued, in the future, if the human clan has any major issues that you cannot resolve, you may come to consult me. Moreover, you can select those with extraordinary talents from within the human clan to come and comprehend the mythological statues. At this time it was already the period before the First Witch Taoist War, during a time of turmoil in Hongwang. No matter how weak the human clan was, they would certainly be inadvertently affected. Having secluded himself for several millennia with the first generation of the human clan, all sacrificed the time had come for him to emerge. However, Su Ming did not intend to take over all affairs of the human clan, as there were simply too many complicated matters. According to Yu Chao, over these 30,000 years, although external crises have been unending, fortunately the flora of Hongwang was lush with an abundance of edible resources. Relying on the strong reproductive capabilities of the human clan along with their unity, although many clansmen die daily on the hunting trails, the number of births is even greater. At this point the total number of humans had already approached 100 million. 100 million people. The daily affairs must be immense. Su Ming felt that the primary crisis facing the human clan at present was still external threats. Therefore he did not plan to intervene in the internal order of the human clan for the time being, but should wholeheartedly focus on enhancing strength, while utilizing the mythological statues to increase both the quantity and quality of the human clan's powerhouses, fully preparing to confront external threats. If we were to speak in postmodern terms, he intended to focus primarily on the military and diplomacy of the human clan along with other pressing matters, while allowing the human clan to continue developing according to the existing order. For the Hongwang world, the emergence of the human clan was simply too late. There was far too little time left for the human clan to develop internally. Thus it was fundamentally impossible to rely solely on normal internal natural development to combat the warfare of the witch and Taoist clans. At this moment the human clan was indeed brimming with prodigies with talents aplenty, yet they simply lacked sufficient time to grow. The fact that Yu Chao and the Ze clan had reached the pinnacle of the human clan at this time speaks volumes about their capabilities, intellect. At this moment the human clan was indeed brimming with prodigies with talents aplenty, yet they simply lacked sufficient time to grow. The fact that Yu Chao and the Ze clan had reached the pinnacle of the human clan at this time speaks volumes about their capabilities, intellect, and wisdom. They could naturally see that Su Ming was not enthusiastic about power within the human clan, otherwise he would not have remained in this small valley all this time. At this time the human clan faced countless external threats with numerous dangers looming. Their greatest fear was that Su Ming would still refuse to emerge. Su Ming's words served as a reassurance to them. They could come to consult Su Ming about major matters, and also select exceptionally talented individuals from the human clan to comprehend the mythological statues. These two matters were of utmost importance to the current human clan. Seeing the two leave the valley in high spirits, Su Ming shook his head, fully aware of the terrifying threats facing the human clan's future development. How could he dare to relax even slightly? He immediately returned to the task of sculpting the ruthless female emperor. He had no intention of giving up halfway, immediately striving to perfect the statues of the Heavenly Emperor and the Primordial Emperor. The ruthless female emperor was also no less a powerhouse than the Heavenly Emperor and the Primordial Emperor, perhaps adding another powerhouse with immense potential for the human clan. In the primal land the sky was dim. Occasionally enormous creatures would sweep past the mountain peaks, while colossal birds blotted out the sun as they soared through the firmament. At times one could even witness gigantic figures towering hundreds of thousands of feet tall, striding across the earth, effortlessly crushing entire mountain ranges beneath their feet. On the journey back from the foot of Mount Buzhou to the realm of humanity, Yu Chao and Ze were eager to inform their clans of the good news about finding their ancestor yet they remained vigilant, carefully navigating the path, while staying alert in all directions. Even with a significant breakthrough in their strength, they dared not let their guard down in the slightest. Both were acutely aware that achieving the pinnacle of the Xianxian realm made them unprecedentedly powerful among the human race. However, in the context of the primal world, they were merely slightly larger ants barely capable of self-preservation. Moreover, the primal world had become countless times more perilous in recent years. Currently, the primal world revolved around Mount Buzhou, with the Wu and Yao clans dominating most of the land in an irregular division, engaging in countless battles amongst themselves. The clashes between the Grand Wu and the formidable Yao were frequently witnessed, causing the heavens to shatter and rivers to reverse. Each scene appeared as if it could bring about the destruction of the world, with each participant being at least a Tai Jingxian-level powerhouse. Occasionally one could see numerous clans from the Wu and Yao tribes with hundreds, even thousands, or tens of thousands of powerful beings embroiled in fierce combat. Given the immense strength of the Wu and Yao clans, even a mere skirmish involving hundreds or thousands was enough to horrify Yu Chao and Zi, with its terrifying spectacle and destructive power. It was truly horrifying. Even the weakest among the Wu and Yao clans in battle were celestial beings. This was merely the low-level conflicts within the Wu and Yao tribes' small-scale skirmishes. Yet if such battles occurred within the territory of a small clan like humanity, the aftermath would be sufficient to obliterate a significant portion of their kin, or even lead to their annihilation. The disparity between the great Wu and Yao clans and the small human tribes became evident when Yu Chao and Zi caught a glimpse of this minor skirmish, leaving them trembling with dread, and their hair standing on end. The gap was insurmountable, so vast it felt despairing. However, having witnessed the multitude of statues within the valley, despite the overwhelming strength of such battles, it could not shake the determination of the two to lead humanity's rise and firmly establish it among the myriad races of the primal world. They held absolute confidence that, given time under the leadership of the ancestor Su Ming, humanity's ascendance and dominance over the primal realm was merely a matter of time. The human settlement was not far from Mount Buzhou. If they fully exerted themselves, they could return in 5 days. However, due to the intense battles between the Wu and Yao clans, it took them a full month before they returned to the human realm. The human settlement was a valley surrounded by several desolate, massive mountain ranges. The valley was immense, nearly 10 million meters in diameter, more than sufficient to accommodate the current population of humanity. Yet within it, there were few rare treasures or resources. The concentration of spiritual energy was quite ordinary, so no powerful beast resided there, nor would strong beings pay attention to this barren land, making it very safe. Perhaps this was why the first-generation ancestor of humanity chose this place. At the dawn of their existence, the extremely weak humans required only a safe place for survival and reproduction. Gazing from afar at the valley where humanity gathered, Yu Chao and Zi were filled with great delight and could hardly wait to share the news of their ancestors' discovery with their kin, eager to share this momentous joy. At that moment, powerful shock waves emanated continuously from the valley, sweeping across the sky. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Sparse trees on the desolate mountains were utterly destroyed, turning to countless fragments. Immediately afterward, the shrill cries of great birds, accompanied by a tide of crimson flames, flowed through the firmament like rivers. The terrifying heat made Yu Chao and Zi, still 100 miles away, feel as if they were in a furnace. Amidst the burning scent, the acrid stench of blood mingled with the fierce sounds of battle and cries of humanity. Damn it, summon all the powerful beings above the human immortal realm from the major clans to me. I refuse to believe that as descendants of the illustrious Nuwa, humanity cannot subdue these beasts. Kill, kill, kill. The deafening roars filled with a terrifying killing intent reached the ears of Yu Chao and Zi, causing them to tense up. They exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with solemnity. This was the roar of the Shinon clan. The Shinon clan, along with them, were the highest authorities among humanity at that time. After their departure, only the Shinon clan remained. With nearly 100 million members in the human race and numerous affairs, the usual incursions by fierce beasts would not alarm the Shinon clan. From the various signs and the urgency of the sounds, the anger and the momentum of the flames, it was clear that something significant had occurred within humanity. Without hesitation, Yu Chao and Zi abandoned their concealment, unleashing their auras and rushing towards the great valley of humanity at the fastest speed. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The heavens trembled and the mountains were scorched by the terrifying heat, fissures opening up wide, with even boulders melting into lava flowing like streams. For the two who had reached the pinnacle of the Xianxian realm, 100 miles was merely a short distance when they flew at full speed. Soon they arrived above the valley, where the scene unfolded before their eyes. A shocking sight. A sea of fire, molten magma, blood-soaked corpses, and the wails of countless humans all combined to create a hellish tableau. For gigantic fire-red birds spread their massive wings, spanning thousands of meters, blotting out the sun, unleashing endless crimson flames as they rampaged through the human valley. These were fire cloud sparrows, one of the immensely powerful clans of the Yao, second only to the 108 divine Yao clans renowned throughout the primal world, contrasting humanity as the heavens do the earth. With flames burning in their eyes, the Zhu cloud sparrows possessed a chilling demeanor. Their enormous beaks unleashed whirlwinds that with a single spin devoured hundreds or thousands of humans, reducing them to mere ants sucked into their bellies. This scene was gruesome. Yet in the primal world it was quite ordinary. The primal world was inherently a realm where the strong dominated and the weak became prey. In the primal world, the weak did not even possess their lives. They existed merely as food for the strong. Below, waves of human celestial and earth immortal beings flew in from all directions, charging forward in succession, forming simple formations to besiege the 4 fire cloud sparrows. Yet even the weakest of the 4 fire cloud sparrows was at the late stage of the celestial realm, far surpassing the strongest human beings who were at the early stage of the celestial realm. The strongest among them, a fire cloud sparrow, was nearly 50,000 meters tall, its wings spread wide, eclipsing the sun, and had evidently reached the Xianxian realm. The assaults from numerous beings considered strong among humanity were akin to mere tickles to it, as it continued to rampage through humanity, devouring thousands upon thousands. Allah, be silent at once. Before the crimson cloud sparrow stood a tall man clad in animal skin, his black hair wild and untamed, exuding a murderous aura and battle intent, as he led a large group of powerful individuals to surround the fiery sparrow, attempting to halt its rampant destruction. This man was none other than Shinnong, one of the 3 mightiest figures of the human race at that time. He had reached the mid-stage of celestial immortality, surpassing the previous realms of the 2 others, Wu Chao and Zi, who had comprehended the mythic statues. As he struck, his magical power surged, blood and chi rolling like a dragon, his combat strength overwhelming, causing the heavens to tremble, shattering the fiery sparrow's feathers, which flew in all directions, inflicting considerable damage. This scene was indeed shocking. A mid-stage celestial immortal possessed such formidable combat strength that it could threaten a fiery sparrow at the Xian immortal level. Yet this was only as far as he could go. He still could not stop the rampaging fiery sparrow from devouring the... Suddenly the rampaging fiery sparrow came to a halt, its fiery cold eyes gazing at Shinnong, a deep disdain flashing through its gaze at. Though it was only a single realm higher than Shinnong, its disdain was genuine. This was not mere individual arrogance, but the superiority of its entire race. Before the fiery sparrow tribe, the human race was merely a food source fortuitously discovered for the immense benefits it provided to its soul and bloodline. It was akin to slaughtering pigs, chickens, or even squashing an ant. Oh, would you resent the pig for struggling too fiercely, or blame the ant for biting you? Let's go back and digest this. We'll come again next time. It spoke to the other 3 fiery sparrows in a cold voice, as if the human race was merely livestock it could exploit at will. The other 3 fiery sparrows burst into joyous laughter, responding, "Brother, Horley, the bloodline of this ant race is surprisingly rich and magical, yet so weak. The benefits we have gained this time are tremendous. If I go back to meditate and digest for a while, I will definitely break through to Xian Immortal." This ant tribe, the 4 fiery sparrows laughed and conversed heartily, preparing to leave brazenly in front of Shinnong and the many human powerhouses rushing over. Humiliation and anger surged within them, feeling as if their skulls were about to explode with rage. The human powerhouses' eyes were bloodshot, exerting all their strength in a frenzied attempt to stop them. However, the gap in strength was simply too vast. The mockery of the 4 fiery sparrows was built upon their overwhelming power, rendering any anger utterly powerless. "Ah, fire cloud sparrows, I Shinnong swear to annihilate your entire race sooner or later." Shinnong was consumed by rage, roaring continuously, his black hair dancing wildly, blood, chi, rising like smoke, his eyes a deep crimson. This was fury directed at the fiery sparrow tribe, but also at his own weakness, unable to make any substantial counterattack. At this moment, it was not just Shinnong. Many human powerhouses, even those in the entire human valley, who could project their divine sense to witness this scene, had blood-red eyes. They were the human race. They were a tribe created by the Saint Nuwa, not mere ants. Yet no matter how angry they were, it was futile. The 4 fiery sparrows, amidst the desperate assault of the human powerhouses, appeared to be strolling leisurely, flapping their fiery wings as they prepared to leave the human valley. In the meantime, the corpses of charred human powerhouses continued to fall from above. Die. Suddenly, 2 thunderous roars filled with a tsunami-like murderous intent shook the heavens. Heavenly Emperor Fist. Primordial divine power. Boom, boom, boom. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Wu Chao and Zi, their eyes blood-red, furiously unleashed an overwhelming aura that erupted uncontrollably, sweeping across 3,000 miles of land as they unleashed terrifying divine powers. Golden light surged, imperial might roiling, an invisible and terrifying oppressive force enveloped the heavens, as if everything was being constricted. A massive golden fist coalesced, vast and boundless, seemingly capable of shattering the cosmic void, slowly crushing down upon the heavens. Puff, puff, puff. The three laughing fiery sparrows flashed a moment of terror in their eyes before being instantly obliterated into a mist of blood by the golden fist. It was too fast. The power was too overwhelming. The divine power was too invincible. All of this transpired in an instant. The three fiery sparrows who had just moments ago been arrogantly basking in their glory were reduced to nothingness, their very souls obliterated by the terrifying force. Who are you to attack my Crimson Cloud Sparrow tribe without fear of my demonic race annihilating your entire clan? The only remaining Xian immortal fiery sparrow Horley cried out in terror. The energy contained within that golden fist, that oppressive imperial might, filled him with dread, erasing even the thought of resistance. At this moment, he completely lost the high and mighty demeanor he had just exhibited before the human ants. Instinctively, Horley flapped his wings with all his might to flee, soaring 100 miles beyond the human valley in the next moment. At that moment, Z's voice, laden with suppressed killing intent, echoed directly in Horley's ears. I am the human race you refer to as ants. Die. Buzz. Horley felt a pair of blood-red eyes akin to those of the Grim Reaper staring at him, filling him with terror. Before he could even utter a threat, an immense mysterious force, as if it had no source, surged forth from before the dawn of time itself. This energy was formless and intangible, yet contained an incredible might. In an instant, the fiery sparrow's massive body was rapidly devoured inch by inch. Horley could only manage to escape a faint remnant of his soul, while his body and remaining spirit were utterly annihilated. Z, seeing a wisp of the weak soul attempting to flee, was about to pursue, when Wu Chao calmly raised his hand to stop him. There are too many battles outside between shaman and demon. Our human race is weak and should not act too publicly or aggressively in pursuing. Even we must be cautious to avoid various battlefields, let alone a weak remnant soul. Upon hearing this, Z calmed down. Wu Chao's analysis was correct. The early wilderness was indeed not a time to act boldly. Even if this remnant soul returned to the fiery sparrow tribe, what of it? It was like a human going out to hunt, accidentally injured by a weaker beast tribe. Would the humans mobilize their entire race to annihilate that beast tribe? The same principle applied. In normal life and death struggles, it was merely a matter of being outmatched. The fiery sparrow tribe was vast. They would not mobilize against the human race merely for a single Xian immortal fiery sparrow. The scenario of sending out the young, then calling in the elders, resulting in the entire tribe taking action, was purely a dream and would never manifest in reality unless driven by enormous interests. But what could the human race offer to attract such a large tribe as the fiery sparrows? Annihilating 4 fiery sparrows could be seen as a moment of vindication. Yet this calamity was deeply etched into the bones of the human powerhouses of bitter hatred. Had their strength been sufficient, they would have had no qualms about exterminating the entire fiery sparrow tribe to use them as food. Wu Chao and Z strode back into the human valley, the anger from earlier now buried deep in their hearts. In the early wilderness, lacking strength meant being oppressed, humiliated, and even treated as food. Having lived this long, they had long understood this simple truth. To avoid being treated as food or ants, the only hope lay in elevating the strength of the human race. In the human valley, Shinnong and many human powerhouses stared up at the two figures, seemingly divine beings who had just instantaneously slain the 4 fiery sparrows. Their pupils constricted deeply, their bodies stiffened, unable to utter a word. Gazing at the familiar yet drastically changed faces of the two, they seemed unrecognizable. Were these two clad in animal skins truly of the human race? Could they possibly be powerful figures transformed from another tribe? At this moment, this was a thought shared by many powerful figures of the human race. After all, it had been less than a year since the departure of the Yu Chao clan and the Z clan, and they had only just reached the early stage of celestial immortality, yet now they had broken through to the level of mysterious immortality. Do they really think that cultivating and breaking through realms is as simple as eating and drinking? What are they thinking? Do these two alien clans really take them for fools? Recalling the primordial ancestor Su Ming and the countless mythological statues, the Yu Chao clan and the Z clan couldn't hide their excitement and were eager to share this good news with the Shinnong clan and the other powerful figures of the human race striding down from the heavens. However, what awaited them was not the warm welcome and applause from the many members of the human race, nor the gazes of reverence. Instead, it was the wary expressions of the Shinnong clan and numerous human powerhouses, as if faced with a formidable enemy. In the distance, more and more human powerhouses were flying and extremely vigilant. These two individuals were far stronger than the four Zhu Yonk they had just faced. They could not afford to be careless. Do not come any closer. Tell us, who are you? Why are you pretending to be the leaders of the human race, and what is your purpose? The Shinnong clan coldly spoke, their blood energy surging as they prepared for a fight to the death, while secretly ordering the evacuation of the human race. Even if they couldn't win, they had to buy enough time for the human race to retreat. This was how the human race had come this far. We really are the Yu Chao clan and the Z clan. Alright, we won't move, please do not attack. The Yu Chao clan and the Z clan were left speechless. What was this all about? Seeing the Shinnong clan and other powerful figures of the human race seemingly ready to strike, first they hurriedly retreated. It was not out of fear, but rather out of concern for inadvertently injuring many of their brothers. At this moment, the Shinnong clan and the other tribal leaders of the human race appeared rather fragile in their eyes. Seeing the two retreating repeatedly, the Shinnong clan finally breathed a sigh of relief and asked in a cold tone, "Who exactly are you? What is your purpose in impersonating the leaders of the human race? You hot-tempered fellow, have you eaten too many lava fruits again, that even you cannot recognize us?" The two were utterly speechless, but they had no choice but to honestly answer the inquiries of the tribal leaders and powerful figures of the human race, and recount their experiences during this time, lest a misunderstanding or conflict arise. After a while, seeing the Yu Chao clan and the Z clan accurately recount their experiences among the human race, even including the private embarrassing moments they had shared, the tribal leaders and the Shinnong clan finally believed that they were indeed the true Yu Chao clan and Z clan. However, what followed was endless joy. This meant that everything the Yu Chao clan and Z clan said was true. After a long period of closed-door cultivation, the unfathomable first-generation ancestor of the human race truly existed. The myriad mythological statues throughout the valley truly existed. They had received the ancestors' blessings and comprehended the two mythological statues, which was why their strength had soared so dramatically. Moreover, the most important thing was what the Yu Chao clan and Z clan had said last. The ancestors stated that they could select exceptionally talented individuals from the human race to go and comprehend the mythological statues. In an instant, the numerous high-ranking members, tribal leaders, and powerhouses of the human race went wild. No, they went insane. What a tremendous opportunity this was. In the desolate world where strength reigned supreme, this was the chance for the human race to rise again. They no longer wished to experience the feelings of powerlessness and humiliation they faced against the Fire Cloud Sparrows. Leader Yo Chao, in terms of talent, who among the human race can compare to me, Ji Yuan? Leader Z, take me with you. You know my talent and combat power best. Although I am merely at the peak of Earth Immortal, I dare to fight against Celestial Immortals. Nonsense, I, a late-stage Earth Immortal, am not afraid of you. Damn it, isn't it just that you were born 2,000 years earlier than me? Give me a few hundred years, and as an Earth Immortal, I can kill a whole bunch with just a fart. Just moments ago, the numerous tribal leaders and powerful figures of the human race were united and facing outward, but at this moment, they were loudly cursing, eager to roll up their sleeves and have a fight to prove their talent was the most outstanding. At that moment, the Shinnong clan strode forward, shouting loudly, "In terms of talent and combat power, who dares to compete with me? Step forward. I can handle you all with one hand." Instantly, the scene fell into silence. Who among the high-ranking members of the human race did not know the crude, domineering Shinnong clan? This guy, in terms of talent and combat power, was undoubtedly one of the best. If the Yu Chao clan and Z clan relied on their sharp wits and schemes to rise to the top of the human race, then the Shinnong clan had truly fought their way up with unmatched strength. This guy wouldn't talk about strategies, he would just suppress you with his iron fists. That is why this time they had left the most powerful Shinnong clan among the human race, while the strategic and far-sighted Yu Chao clan and Z clan were tasked with seeking opportunities. It seems everyone agrees that my talent is the most outstanding. The Shinnong clan nodded in satisfaction, looking up at the Yu Chao clan and Z clan. Quickly, take me to see the ancestor. The mythological statues, I comprehend, must be superior to yours. The Yu Chao clan and Z clan looked at this scene, feeling both amused and helpless, but they knew the nature of the Shinnong clan all too well, so it was not unexpected. However, on the way back, they had already discussed how to arrange these matters. The Shinnong clan was already on their pre-discussed first batch list. The Yu Chao clan immediately said, "The ancestor is devoted to cultivation and enjoys tranquility. We should not make too much noise when we go, lest we disturb him." On the way back, I discussed with Z clan. We high-ranking members of the human race will divide into 3 groups with a 10-year period and a 30-year cycle for rotation, while the rest guard the human race. Each group will also look for exceptionally talented individuals within their tribes to send to the Ancestors' Canyon to comprehend the statues. However, the number of selected individuals should not be too many, a maximum of 100 per batch, and we can consider increasing it later. It is imperative to maintain absolute confidentiality, and the selected individuals must have unwavering loyalty to the human race with no leaks allowed. Upon hearing this, many tribal leaders nodded in agreement. This was a plan that everyone could accept. A 10-year period was not too long. They also understood that if the mythological statues were truly as miraculous as the Yuchao clan and Z clan described, then it was far too precious, and its revelation would bring tremendous calamity and endless trouble to the human race and the ancestor. Alright, let's proceed with this plan. I will go back now to start preparations and select the most outstanding talents from my tribe. I will return as well. Damn it, once I comprehend the mythological statues, I will roast all the fire cloud sparrows and eat them. I want to eat them raw. The various tribal leaders left with enthusiasm, grumbling to themselves. 6 months later, a team composed of 1/3 of the human race's high-ranking officials and 100 extraordinary individuals vanished among the human race under the pretense of seclusion. Led by the Yuchao clan and the Shinnon clan, they quietly left the human valley heading towards the direction of Mount Buzhou. Meanwhile, the Si clan remained behind, safeguarding the remaining human high officials and disseminating the foundational techniques summarized from the Tiandi Jing and Wushi Jing to the entire human race. The human race is weak and helpless, having faced countless dangers since its inception, struggling to reach its current state. They lack powerful allies and techniques, relying solely on instinct to absorb the essence of heaven and earth for slow cultivation. The human race is not short on geniuses, but rather on profound techniques and scriptures. Thus began the gradual departure of the human race from its original trajectory, venturing onto an unimagined path. In the valley of Mount Buzhou. Haha, the great task is accomplished. A hearty laugh echoed through the heavens. Su Ming stood in the sky, gazing at the towering statue before him, clad in a long gown and wearing a ghostly mask with great satisfaction on his face. This is a statue of a supreme female genius who stood amidst the mortal realm, possessing unmatched talent, defying the heavens with a mortal body to achieve the path of the emperor, yet disdainful of becoming an immortal. In his previous life, the main character in the novel Covering the Sky left no impression on Su Ming as profound as that of this ruthless female emperor. The ruthless female emperor is the statue that Su Ming has carved with the most satisfaction since entering his seclusion in the valley. Although he still cannot capture the divine essence of the ruthless female emperor's eyes in terms of detail and the perfection of carving technique, he has already managed to portray the unparalleled demeanor of a supreme emperor after fully comprehending the Tiandi Jing and Wushi Jing. This statue of the ruthless female emperor is undoubtedly the most perfect statue in the valley to date. Moreover, Su Ming has come to understand the reason why he cannot carve the mythical statue's divine essence that emanates from the depths of the soul. I wonder who among the human race can resonate with the statue of the ruthless female emperor, comprehend the devouring heaven magic, or the indestructible heavenly technique, or even all the scriptures created by the ruthless female emperor. Su Ming muttered to himself. It is known that the ruthless female emperor is the most talented emperor he knows, having created the most powerful scriptures and secret arts. Otherwise, it would not be possible for a mortal body to defy the heavens and stand at the pinnacle of all emperors throughout history. He eagerly anticipates witnessing the supreme demeanor of a human who understands the scriptures of the ruthless female emperor. That would mean the emergence of another powerful being with supreme potential among the human race. After completing the statue of the ruthless female emperor, Su Ming's realm once again broke through, reaching the consummate state of the great Luo Golden Immortal. He is merely a step away from the legendary Quasi Saint realm. However, the term saint already implies a significant gap between it and the great Luo, a chasm of differences. To take this step is even more challenging than progressing from a human immortal to a great Luo Golden Immortal. In the primordial world, countless powerful beings have been stuck at this step, unable to break through for a lifetime. The Quasi Saint realm already represents a standing peak among the current powerful beings in the primordial world. The dominating figures of the primordial world, such as Dong Huang Tai Ed Jun and the 12 ancestral witches, are merely at this level. If any extraordinary human can comprehend the ruthless female emperor's teachings, perhaps under 100-fold reward, it could help him take that step forward. Let it be. One cannot force it. Su Ming shook his head, pondering for a long time, unable to think of a suitable candidate among the human race. However, he quickly became excited again. I can start perfecting the statues of Tiandi and Wushi. As he thought about this, he glanced outside the valley and saw the Shinnon clan leading a group of human powerhouses, and even some not yet at the immortal level, tattered and worn, trudging towards the valley. It is evident that their journey has not been easy, and they have endured countless life and death trials. Su Ming has also been paying attention to the chaotic situation outside the valley. He knows that the witch and demon clans are almost at a boiling point, with countless minor and major battles erupting. Although it has not yet escalated into a full-scale war, it is nearly there. Given the scale and power of the witch and demon clans, even localized conflicts can cause significant upheaval in the primordial world. The primordial realm has now entered a period of turbulence, no longer resembling the peaceful environment of Hong Jun's three teachings. After all, following the catastrophe of the Dragon and Han era and the Great War of the Three Clans, countless powerful beings perished, but the original territories and resources remain, while the population has decreased. Naturally, there is no longer a need to fight for resources with one's life. However, with the passage of this prolonged period of tranquility, the primordial world has once again reached a peak, where strong beings abound, which also signifies that the existing resources have been nearly exhausted. Not fighting, battling, or expanding means there are no resources. The mutual slaughter and conflict between the witch and demon clans, and even the impending catastrophe, are beyond human control. Unless the witch and demon clans can attain the strength to break out of the primordial world and open up the chaotic realm to obtain external resources. However, at this moment it seems unrealistic. Unless the six saints achieve enlightenment, and with Hong Jun taking the lead, an agreement is reached with the 12 ancestral witches and Dong Huang Tai, then there might be a slight possibility. However, this is far too unrealistic. The six saints and Hong Jun coming to assist the witch and demon clans in expansion. That would never happen, even in dreams. Moreover, even if it were possible, Su Ming would never allow such a situation to occur. What about the so-called destined protagonist race, the humans? Are they merely decorations? Well, it seems I am thinking too far ahead. The battle between the witch and demon clans has nothing to do with me. It would be best if they destroy each other after the rise of humanity. Su Ming shook his head, muttering to himself, and looked up at the leading Yuchao clan. Although the human gathering place is not far from here, given the current strength of the humans, it will surely take great effort to reach this place. Su Ming has also considered personally going to bring the human prodigies to comprehend the mythical statue. However, after careful consideration, he ultimately abandoned this idea. The path of cultivation and seeking the Tao has always been fraught with challenges, though one cannot allow these human prodigies to obtain things too easily. This journey is also a process of tempering their Tao hearts. If they cannot even overcome this path, then comprehending the mythical statue will merely be a dream. It should be noted that the mythical statues he carves are of various heroes, tyrants, and even protagonists who stand at the pinnacle in novels. Each one has unparalleled talent, unmatched prowess, and has endured numerous trials to reach the peak. To resonate with them and comprehend the scriptures, talent, will, and luck are all indispensable. Su Ming carefully observed the Yuchao clan leader, whose expression was stern-haired, disheveled with traces of blood, and who bore significant injuries, yet had already broken through to the golden, immortal realm. He nodded in satisfaction and said, "Let's perfect the Tian D mythical statue first." This is just in time for him to experiment and see what effect the perfected Tian D mythical statue will have on the Yuchao clan. At this moment, the voice of the Yuchao clan came from the mouth of the valley. "I am the leader of the Yuchao clan, leading many tribal leaders and extraordinary individuals of the human race to pay homage to our ancestor. We pay homage to our ancestor. We pay homage to our ancestor. We pay homage." Many tribal leaders and extraordinary individuals of the human race simultaneously knelt down, sincerely bowing their heads towards the valley. Feeling the powerful, ancient, and warm resonance of the bloodline emanating from the valley, they bowed in heartfelt reverence. The first generation of human ancestors fought with their lives to create the human race we see today. "Come in." Su Ming's cool, serene voice slowly drifted beyond the valley. As his words fell, the array within the valley rippled open like dissipating mist, revealing paths that led directly to the various statues, roads now appearing at the feet of Yuchao Shi, Shinnong Shi tribal chiefs, and many young prodigies. "I bow in gratitude to the ancestor." Yuchao Shi cowed, deeply gratitude shining in his eyes. Gazing at those roads, Yuchao Shi could already imagine that 10 years from now the human race would produce a great number of formidable, well-grounded, and endlessly promising champions. The rise of the human race would begin from this moment. The mythic statues in this valley were the legacy the ancestor had accumulated over tens of thousands of years, their value immeasurable. "We bow to the ancestor." Many tribal leaders and young prodigies, brimming with expectation, felt a trace of disappointment for not seeing the ancestor's true visage, but they soon composed themselves and offered sincere thanks. "I hope you will all gain from this valley, comprehend the mythic statues, and add to the depth of our human race," the ancestor intoned. After speaking, Su Ming turned his purposeful gaze toward Yuchao Shi and said calmly, "Yuchao Shi, come to my side later." "As you command, ancestor," Yuchao Shi replied with respectful obedience. Then Yu Chaoshi looked toward Shi and the other tribal chiefs and prodigies, offering careful counsel. The valley held countless mythic statues, each containing innumerable mysteries. Do not be greedy. Choose the one most suited to you, and do not squander precious time. I know. You've been saying that all the way, Yo Chao, like some fussing old woman. Shi waved off casually, a flash of displeasure in his eyes. With that, he strode carelessly into the valley, swallowed by mist and vanishing from sight. Though he tried not to show it, disappointment flickered in Shi's gaze before hardening into resolve. After all, the ancestor had summoned only Yu Chaoshi, not him, one of the three great leaders of the human race. This time he vowed to comprehend the most powerful statue to close the gap with Yu Chaoshi and Ziyi Shi, and to win the ancestor's recognition. The distance between them had been widening. He must strain to catch up. Having seen the tremendous power displayed by Yu Chaoshi and Ziyi Shi not long ago, the former strongest tribal leader now felt an inexpressible sense of loss. Shi, you stubborn fellow. Yu Chaoshi shook his head helplessly, fully aware of the proud nature that drove Shi. Nevertheless, he hoped Shi could also comprehend a mighty statue and thereby add another layer to the human race's foundation. In a time of peril, internal strife was intolerable. Otherwise, he would never have brought Shi here. You should go in as well. Remember my words, Yu Chaoshi said to the tribal chiefs and prodigies. Leader Yo Chao, see you in 10 years, one replied. See you in 10 years. The many tribal chiefs led their young prodigies with resolute expressions into the valley's mist. Everyone understood this was an unprecedented opportunity. Miss it, and they would lose the chance to rise. Do your best, Yu Chaoshi murmured as he stood, then entered the valley himself. Space twisted gently, and he appeared before Su Ming, who remained turned away. Not far from Su Ming and Yu Chaoshi stood a colossal statue towering nearly 1,000,000 meters, vast and awe-inspiring. The statue was strange. From east, southwest, or north, one could only see a solitary majestic back. It stood alone, turned away from the world. It was the statue of Wushi Dadi that Yu Chaoshi had once comprehended. Yu Chaoshi, you have done well, Su Ming said calmly, still facing away. Though he did not turn, a look of satisfaction gleamed in his eyes. He had observed every movement of Yu Chaoshi just now, and he was very, very pleased. The humans Yu Chaoshi had brought possessed pure bloodlines and exceptional talent. What Su Ming feared most was that in the face of looming crisis, the human race would squander itself in internecine conflict. Such tragedies had occurred all too often in the later history of the human race. Fortunately, the human race now showed great unity. Yu Chaoshi had not, out of jealousy or fear of being surpassed, refused to bring other tribes. Thank you for the praise, ancestor. This is what Yu Chaoshi ought to do. Everything for the survival and advancement of the human race. Yu Chaoshi replied with composure, untroubled by honor or humiliation, displaying the broad mind of a generation's leader. Very well. From today onward, you shall contemplate the Wushi Dadi statue here. It will benefit you greatly. Having said this, Su Ming fell silent and strode toward the Wushi Dadi, carving knife in hand. With each step Su Ming took, the image of him in Shi's eyes shifted, changing profoundly and relentlessly. What began as a detached, indifferent bearing gradually transformed into something haughty, solitary, majestic, and weathered. Su Ming's temperament, aura, and spirit slowly converged upon the likeness of the Wushi Dadi statue, until at last he seemed as if he had merged with the Dadi itself. As if he were the Wushi Dadi and the Wushi Dadi was him, united as one. This sight left Yu Chaoshi stunned. He could only gape in silent awe, unable to speak. He was intimately familiar with the aura of the Wushi Jing he cultivated. How could he not recognize it? Yet the ancestor's Wushi aura, if likened to the stars and the sea, rendered Yu Chaoshi's own aura scarcely a drop in that ocean. At most it was but a speck of dust. Wushi perfected to great perfection. Yu Chaoshi's throat went dry. He could not finish the sentence and felt his mind reeling. Through his practice of the Wushi Jing, he had long understood how profound and intricate it could be. Mysterious and unfathomable, like the heavenly Tao itself. He dared not imagine that he might one day refine the Wushi Jing to great perfection. Were that to happen, he might already have attained Tao and become a sage. Yet unexpectedly, not long after he beheld that very state upon the ancestor, the boundless solitary imperial might overwhelmed him with indescribable shock. In that instant, as he watched Su Ming's back, a torrent of insights into the Wushi Jing surged into Yu Chaoshi's mind. In that moment, Su Ming stood before him, as if he were the Wushi Dadi incarnate. Suddenly, as Su Ming's lonely aura reached its peak, he moved, the carving knife danced, and stone chips. Su Ming's movements were light and graceful, beautiful as a work of art. Each gesture seemed imbued with limitless Taoic resonance. The choreography of his hands, the scattering of fragments, all carried a subtle, profound meaning. Every motion a lesson in the Tao. The ancestor is perfecting the statue of the eternal emperor. Yu Chao recognized immediately that this might be the true purpose for which the ancestor had summoned him, a monumental opportunity beyond imagination. The process of perfecting the statue of the eternal emperor was akin to witnessing the creation of the world. Once the chaos was opened up, the perfected primordial world was immediately visible. However, the creation of the world was a singular event, a process from nothingness to existence. It contained boundless Tao insights and opportunities. Especially for him, who practiced the eternal scripture, this was even more so. Yu Chao felt an immense gratitude towards Su Ming in his heart. He had no time to hesitate and immediately began to sit cross-legged in meditation, comprehending Su Ming's every move and the process of perfecting the statue of the eternal emperor. The intricate Tao insights and understanding of the eternal scripture surged into Yu Chao's mind like a tidal wave. Just a short while later, having already reached the pinnacle of the profound immortal realm, he found that it was as if everything fell into place, and with a resonant hum the path opened up effortlessly. It should be noted that it had only been about a year since his last breakthrough. In just 1 year he had surpassed to the golden immortal realm. This was an unimaginable miracle. It is evident how monumental the opportunity represented by the perfecting of the statue of the eternal emperor was for Yu Chao. Golden immortal realm achieved. A proud and solitary aura emanated uncontrollably from Yu Chao as torrents of spiritual energy converged from all directions of heaven and earth, flooding into his body like a river. Moreover, as his comprehension surged, Yu Chao's own realm was also advancing at a terrifying speed. At that moment, on the other side of the valley, Shenong's expression shifted as he immediately directed his gaze towards a direction within the rolling clouds and mist, sensing the vast momentum of Yu Chao's breakthrough. Has he broken through again? Yu Chao, Shenong will definitely catch up to you, Shenong said to himself firmly, then turned his gaze towards a nearby black statue. This statue was entirely pitch black, seemingly shrouded in swirling dark mist, with only a pair of blood-red, ruthless, bloodthirsty eyes visible. Within it seemed to hide a madness, an endless sea of blood. At the moment of seeing the statue, one would feel a chill run through their body, as if being invaded by a demonic intent, falling into a state of madness. Rather than calling this statue a mythological statue, it would be more fitting to call it a demonic statue. The instant Shenong saw this statue, a voice sounding like thunder, filled with the scent of blood and the intent of madness, echoed in his mind. When the chaos of yin and yang arises, I will dye the heavens with my demonic blood. Kill, kill, kill. At the moment the voice sounded, it seemed as if all the blood in Shenong's body exploded, and his eyes, filled with layers of bloodshot, permeated with a hint of madness. It felt as though a powerful voice was roaring in his heart. This is the statue. It is the most suitable statue for him. However, another voice within him warned him. This demonic statue was very dangerous, extremely dangerous. If he failed to comprehend it, he might fall into madness and be doomed for eternity. Yet this sense of crisis only drove Shenong further into madness, roaring in his heart. No madness, no survival. It is you. When the chaos of yin and yang arises, I will dye the heavens with my demonic blood. Ha ha ha, Shenong like this. Shenong laughed heartily, his black hair dancing wildly, blood energy surging, sitting cross-legged to begin comprehending this demonic statue. He was wild, proud, and unrestrained, charging forward without hesitation. Yet at this moment this wild and proud aura seemed to resonate with the statue. Gradually a black mist slowly emanated from the demonic statue, enveloping Shenong within it. Within the demonic mist, countless divine demons seemed to be roaring and howling. At this moment the entire sky above the valley seemed to be faintly obscured by a pitch-black, demonic. At that time Su Ming, who was immersed in carving, felt a slight stir in his mind, and raised his head to look towards the direction of the demonic statue, his gaze penetrating through the demonic mist to see Shenong within. Shenong. Su Ming was taken aback. He heard Yu Chao referring to this person as Shenong. However, isn't Shenong the one who tastes all herbs? He should be a compassionate person. How could he resonate with the demonic statue? Could it be that this Shenong is not the same as that Shenong? However, this is also very possible. After all, during the primordial period, many of the early human beings were not qualified to have surnames, and the tribal leader automatically inherited the name of the previous leader. The demon lord, as the name suggests, is a terrifying demonic god, the lord of 10,000 demons. Among the many statues Su Ming carved, the demon lord is also one of the top-tier ones and possesses terrifying combat power. The phenomenon triggered by Shenong's resonance with the demonic statue was too terrifying, seemingly indicating a spread across the entire firmament, far more horrifying than the comprehensions of Yu Chao and Zi. Su Ming did not wish to make a big commotion that would attract the powerful beings of the witch and demon races. With a flick of his hand, the formation in the valley revived, isolating the demonic intent within the valley. Demon Lord statue. It seems that a breakthrough to the Quasi-Saint realm is promising. Su Ming smiled faintly, then withdrew his focus and returned to the process of perfecting the statue of the Eternal Emperor. What is meant to come will come. In the valley, tribal leaders and young talents continued to find their desired mythological statues falling into contemplation. The human race began to gradually deviate from its original developmental trajectory. As the saying goes, when a butterfly flaps its wings in the Eastern Hemisphere, it causes a tempest in the Western Hemisphere. In the original Primordial storyline, Zhu Yonk, who should have safely left after slaughtering the human race, was now left with only a wisp of remnant soul fleeing from the valley where the humans dwelled. In the primordial world, on the surface, everything still progressed according to its original trajectory. Small-scale skirmishes between the witch and demon races continued, with the mountains and rivers collapsing inch by inch. What is astonishing is that this remnant soul of Fire Li could be easily extinguished by even a mere, yet it coincidentally evaded numerous large-scale battles, traversing distant lands, and returned to the territory of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. However, the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan is a large clan among the demon race, second only to the 100 great demon gods, with mighty beings of the great Luo Golden Immortal level stationed, and strong practitioners abound. In the primordial world, the law of the jungle prevails, and endless slaughter continues. According to normal logic, Fire Li was merely a small golden immortal of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan, holding a low status, and even if he died, no one would pay attention. This remnant soul could only return to his cave dwelling to struggle for survival and gather his body. The matter of devouring the human race to enhance strength and bloodline potency would also come to a temporary halt. But once again, a coincidence occurred. Just as Fire Li's remnant soul returned to his clan's territory, a surprised voice suddenly rang out. "Oh, this is the Emperor's might." A plump white hand enveloped the void and grasped Fire Li's remnant soul. At that moment, Fire Li was filled with a powerless despair, sensing an irresistible force utterly incapable of resisting. This hand belonged to a terrifying, powerful being of at least the peak golden immortal level. Even in his prime, he would have been unable to resist. After narrowly escaping for tens of thousands of miles, was it still not enough at the last moment? It turns out to be the remnant soul of a member of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan, with imperial might still lingering on it. Tell me which emperor laid a hand on you. A young man with a fair complexion and dressed in fiery red robes, his sword-like brows slanted, exuding an air of nobility, stood atop the cloud-covered mountain, looking down at Hua Li with eyes like lightning. He is Hua Wuhan, the son of the clan leader of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. He was on his way to the palace of the 10th prince of the Golden Crow clan, Luya, when he suddenly sensed a faint imperial might emanating from a remnant soul, and it was trying to intrude upon the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan, prompting him to capture Hua Li for questioning. Upon seeing this young man, Hua Li's heart trembled. His remnant soul instantly transformed into a faint phantom kneeling on the ground, bowing his head and pleading, "Young master, spare my life. I am guilty, though I should not have harbored greedy thoughts against the human race." Hua Li did not understand what imperial might was. Instinctively, he thought it was due to the human race taking action, alarming the Nuwa Saintus, leading to the personal intervention of a lofty figure like the young master. 30,000 years ago, Nuwa, one of the 5 emperors of the demon race, created the human race and became a saint through immeasurable merits, shaking the entire primordial world. How could Hua Li, being part of the demon race, not know of this? During that period, the human race was indeed the focus of the entire demon race. However, Nuwa had always allowed the human race to be at ease, indifferent to their struggles and heavy losses, which led the entire demon race, including the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan, to abandon their attention on the human race. After all, the strength of the human race was simply too weak. Without the halo of the Nuwa Emperor, they were not worthy of the demon race's attention. Hua Li was one of the strong ones sent by the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan to track the human race. When Hua Li occasionally discovered that devouring the human race could enhance his strength and bloodline, and noting the human race's weakness and lack of background, he became emboldened, initiating a massacre of the human race. Human race. At this moment, Hua Wuhan frowned, staring coldly into Hua Li's eyes, and said, "Did you just say that the human race did this to you? You dare to deceive me?" Hua Wuhan was furious, bellowing, a killing intent erupting. The human race was created by Nuwa. How could he, as the young master of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan, be unaware of this? After Nuwa became a saint, her status was subtly on par with the 2 demon emperors. At such a time, how could Hua Li have the audacity to target the human race without provoking his wrath? Within the demon race, there were countless clans with deep-rooted conflicts and fierce power struggles. Almost instinctively, Hua Wuhan wondered if Hua Li had been bribed by other hostile clans to incite Nuwa against the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. His suspicion was not unfounded. The human race had only just been born for 30,000 years, a mere blink of an eye. How could they possibly possess a powerhouse with imperial might? Imperial might required at least the strength of 5 emperors, or even the height of 2 demon emperors, to possess such an overwhelming aura, which was exceedingly rare in the entire primordial world. The reason Huo Wuhan could recognize the Imperial might was that the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan and the Golden Crow clan were similar in appearance and innate fire attributes, hence gaining favor from the Golden Crow clan. Moreover, he had a good relationship with the 10th prince of the Golden Crow, Luya, often perceiving the Imperial might inherited from Di Jun through him, which allowed him to sense it. Young master, spare me. What I said is the truth. I truly do not know what Imperial might is. Horley felt the killing intent erupting from the young master, terrified to the point of death, unable to comprehend what had transpired. I want to see which clan instructed you to harbor ill intentions. Huo Yuan's eyes flickered with cold light. A rolling killing intent surged as he suddenly reached out his hand to grasp Horley's remnant soul and swallowed it whole. Huoli was merely an obscure beauty within the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan, not even worth considering to him, the young master. Killing him was insignificant. But at the moment he began to digest Horley's memories, a strange and ancient energy suddenly surged from the remnant's soul, flooding into his bloodline. Buzz buzz. At that moment Huo Yuan's expression changed dramatically. For under this strange ancient energy, the bottleneck of his perfected golden immortal stage actually loosened slightly. It should be noted that he had only been trying to break through the perfected golden immortal stage for less than 100th. Even if he had extraordinary talent and a pure bloodline, wanting to break through to the Tai golden immortal stage without significant fortune would take at least 1,000,000 years or even 10 million years. Could this energy be? Huo Wuhan intensified his digestion of Horley's memories, and as he continued, his expression kept changing dramatically. It seems this strange energy is the residue left in the remnant soul after the Fire Cloud Sparrow devoured the human race. To devour the human race, it actually brings such immense benefits. If we were to devour the human race on a large scale, it would probably just be a matter of time before my Fire Cloud Sparrow clan ascends to the demon god level. With thoughts of such great benefits, Huo Yuan's expression changed drastically. The memories of Horley's remnant soul would not lie. The human race was so weak, yet they harbored such terrifying energy in their blood. The temptation was simply too immense. However, he dared not act. The human race was ultimately created by Nuwa, representing her face. Horley's lower-class devouring of the human race belonged to the normal predator-prey killings, which would not attract Nuwa's attention. But as the young master of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan, if he were to act personally, it would be a slap in Nuwa's face, inevitably drawing her attention. Let alone the entire Fire Cloud Sparrow clan taking action. Such a great benefit, my Fire Cloud Sparrow clan cannot consume it, nor dare to consume it. Huo Wuhan murmured continuously, his eyes shifting dramatically, his fists clenched, and then released repeatedly, seemingly struggling with something intensely. After a long while, Huo Yuan's gaze gradually became resolute. Since the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan could not, and did not dare to offend Nuwa, what about the Demon Emperor Golden Crow clan? The Demon Emperor clan would not fear Nuwa. Since he could not monopolize reporting to the Golden Crow clan, would also be a significant benefit. Perhaps the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan would still get a share. After making this decision, Huo Wuhan immediately transformed into a fire rainbow, soaring into the sky. Perhaps the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan would still get a share. After making this decision, Huo Wuhan immediately transformed into a... At this time, the first battle between the witch clans had not yet occurred, and among the 6 saints apart from Nuwa, the other 5 had not yet attained the Tao. The news that devouring the human race could enhance bloodlines and strength had already spread to the upper echelons of the demon race. The trajectory of the primordial world was gradually shifting towards the unknown. Meanwhile, in the valley, Su Ming was still carving, oblivious to everything that was happening. This time the carving of the primordial emperor was merely to perfect some details, remedy the incomplete essence of the primordial, making little noise. Yet contrary to the small movements, the overwhelming and lonely imperial might of the primordial emperor grew increasingly grand, as if it were tangible, causing the heavens to tremble continuously. At this moment, the sense of solitude from the grand towering statue of the primordial emperor became even more pronounced, as if the statue was coming to life, showing signs of stepping out through time and space. Vividly alive. As Su Ming perfected the statue of the primordial emperor, his own power was also surging explosively. Having just reached the perfected Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, he began to stabilize at a terrifying speed, continually climbing upward. Crack! With that stroke, the carving knife which had accompanied Su Ming for tens of thousands of years shattered into 2 pieces, turning to ashes immediately. Su Ming focused intently, his gaze as solid as substance, with imperial might surging around him. Holding the carving knife, he brought it down on the statue of the primordial emperor for the final stroke. Crack! With that stroke, the carving knife which had accompanied Su Ming for tens of thousands of years shattered into two pieces, turning to ashes immediately. With that stroke, the statue of the Primordial Emperor was finally completed. A terrifying, timeless imperial might envelop the area, a desolate aura with a momentum that faced away from all beings, exploding throughout the valley. At that very moment, the momentum of Yu Chao began to surge wildly, once more breaking through the bottleneck of the Golden Immortal Great Perfection, ascending to the Tai Golden Immortal. Such a continuous breakthrough in realms is nothing short of shocking. One can only imagine how immense this opportunity is for having witnessed the entire process of the divine statue's perfection. The Yu Chao and the perfected statue of the timeless emperor resonated again, their momentum skyrocketing, as endless spiritual energy from the heavens and earth was drawn and flooding in from above his heavenly aperture. His aura began to swell, continuously resonating with the statue of the timeless emperor, becoming vastly more powerful, surging like a boundless ocean. Su Ming could only intervene personally to contain the phenomenon within the valley. Tai Golden Immortal. Looking at the enormous commotion caused by Yu Chaos breakthrough, Su Ming was equally astonished. He believed he had sufficiently overestimated the immense effect of the divine statue. Yet he never imagined that the arrival of this moment would still exceed the limits of his imagination. Not long ago, Yu Chao was merely at the celestial immortal realm. And now just a few short years had passed. Yu Chao had crossed three great realms: celestial, immortal, mystic immortal, and golden immortal, reaching the Tai Golden Immortal. Not long ago, Yu Chao was merely at the celestial immortal realm. And now just a few short years had passed. Yu Chao had crossed three great realms: celestial, immortal, mystic immortal. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly echoed. Congratulations, host, for carving the perfect divine statue. You are rewarded with an upgraded version of the Chaos Timeless Sutra. Congratulations, host, for carving the perfect divine statue. You are rewarded with the innate supreme treasure, the Timeless Bell. Yu Chao comprehended the perfect divine statue of the Timeless Emperor. The host receives 100-fold power infusion. A series of system notifications rang continuously in Su Ming's ears, bringing him immense joy. Boom. An influx of spiritual energy far greater than Yu Chaos breakthrough surged violently, seemingly taking on a tangible form, flooding into Su Ming's body. The great Luo Golden Immortal Great Perfection was instantly shattered. Quasi-Saint Realm achieved. I broke through. Su Ming was overwhelmed with joy. This surprise was far too sudden. He had thought he would have to wait until Shinnong comprehended the Demon Lord statue to have a chance to break through, but he never expected it to come so early. Even though the Quasi-Saint Realm merely touched upon the word saint, it was vastly different from before. If the realm prior to Quasi-Saint relied on the absorption, control, and use of spiritual energy, it was quantity. However, after Quasi-Saint, controlling the laws of heaven and earth, every movement carried the might of the universe, which is quality. After breaking through the Quasi-Saint Realm, the Chaos Timeless Sutra began to operate automatically within Su Ming's body, constantly absorbing endless chaos, chi, from the boundless void. The overwhelming imperial might spread, and infinite saintly power surged. In this moment, Su Ming was enveloped in the radiance of primordial beginnings, formless and intangible, as if standing beyond the clouds, transcending space and worldly concepts, shaking the heavens and the earth, appearing as a deity in the void. Ding ding ding. A dark-colored great bell descended from above, towering above Su Ming in the boundless void, reaching immeasurable heights, constantly exhaling and inhaling endless chaos mist, transforming it into primordial beginnings. The innate supreme treasure, the Timeless Bell. It resembled an endless abyss of darkness seeking to swallow the entire world, transforming it into primordial beginnings. At the moment the Timeless Bell descended above the human race in an unseen place, endless, invisible, and formless human luck surged and gathered, being suppressed. At this moment, whether it was the leaders of human tribes in the valley or those far away in the human settlements millions of miles away, they could all feel an invisible energy enveloping them, their spirits condensing in an instant. This is the effect of the innate supreme treasure suppressing luck. At this moment, the human luck belonged solely to the human race, and without Su Ming's implicit consent, there was almost no means to sever the human luck. At this moment, Su Ming truly established a substantial connection with the human luck. One's glory is shared, and one's losses are shared. In the original trajectory of the primordial era, such a substantial connection with the human luck had only occurred after the battle between the Wu and the Lich, when the human race became the nominal protagonists of heaven and earth, achieving great merits for the human race under the tacit approval and promotion of Hongjun and the Six Saints. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were all emperors, rulers in the history of the human race. At this moment in the entire valley, many leaders of human tribes and young prodigies awoke from their comprehension, kneeling in submission towards Su Ming. Yo Chao, leading the way, looked at Su Ming with eyes full of awe and shouted, "Leader of the Yuchao tribe, Youchao pays respect to the human emperor." This shout shook the valley and penetrated the heavens, causing the Tao of Heaven to tremble. It was a shout of divine inspiration and one filled with willingness. The contributions of the ancestor to the human race deserve the title of human emperor. "We pay respect to the human emperor," many leaders and prodigies shouted in unison. At this time, billions of human beings millions of miles away felt a divine inspiration and simultaneously bowed towards the valley. In this moment, the clouds in the sky moved, transforming into dragons and phoenixes as the dragons and phoenixes sang together, with dragons soaring and tigers leaping. A torrent of nine-colored radiance spread from the horizon, sweeping across the primordial era. At this moment, the entire world of the primordial era trembled, with countless great abilities and powers astonished, extending their divine senses, yet could not find the source of this phenomenon. The scale of this phenomenon, how astonishing it was, rivaled any event in the history of the primordial era. Yet at this moment, the most shocking were the two saints of the primordial heaven, Hongjun and Nuwa. Beyond the chaos in the small world created by Nuwa after achieving sainthood, a stunningly beautiful woman adorned in palace garments slowly opened her eyes, and in an instant, an overwhelming saintly might suppressed the chaos in all directions. What happened? Nuwa's indifferent holy gaze swept across the entire world of the primordial era, especially scanning the human settlements several times, yet she found no signs of any anomaly. Strange. Nuwa murmured to herself, a hint of confusion in her beautiful eyes. Just as the phenomenon appeared, she inexplicably felt a sense of trepidation while in seclusion. As a saint of the primordial world, relying on the primal purple aura to attain the Tao, her primordial spirit connected with the Tao of Heaven, she absolutely did not believe her feelings were mere illusions. A faint sense of crisis lingered in her heart, as if something had emerged in the primordial that could threaten the stability of her saintly status. But the human race still existed. The human race was still weak. As the future protagonist of the primordial, why would this clan mother occupying a fraction of the luck feel threatened? What a wonder! Nuwa spoke to herself, then slowly closed her eyes. As one of the only two saints in the current primordial world, she had immense confidence in her ability to quell any emerging threats. Most importantly, after attaining sainthood, Hongjun forbade her from interfering in the affairs of the primordial world, especially regarding the demon race and the human race. This was also the reason she immediately established her own domain in the chaos after attaining the Tao. Meanwhile, deep within the chaos, in a floating purple palace, an elder dressed in a purple Tao robe wore a dark expression. This elder was Hongjun, a supreme being held in high esteem in the primordial world, renowned for countless honors. Hongjun, with a fragmented creation jade disc above his head, constantly deduced the trajectory of the Tao of Heaven, his expression growing increasingly grim. The trajectory of the Tao of Heaven is shifting. The human race. The human race has only existed for merely 30,000 years, with no strong individuals, no cultivation methods. Why would a leader emerge? After Nuwa created humanity and attained sainthood, Hongjun was waiting for the other 5 saints to achieve enlightenment. As the master of the 6 saints, he could condense the fortunes of the Honghuang and unify with the Tao. However, at this moment, the 5 saints achieved enlightenment, especially with the human race, the greatest support for the Sanking's enlightenment, giving rise to a leader who now controlled the fate of the human race. What does this signify? The 5 saints, wishing to attain enlightenment and seize some of the human race's fortunes, now needed to seek the consent of this human leader. Hongjun was somewhat bewildered at this moment. It was something he had never considered. In his calculations, he had never accounted for the response of the human race itself. After all, although the human race had vast fortunes, they had been born only recently, and their strength was almost negligible. Yet the numerous anomalies and the trajectory of the Tao showed that a leader had emerged among the humans. Moreover, as the respected ancestor of the Tao and the first Saint, Hongjun controlled the creation jade plate, yet he could not even determine the location of this newly emerged human leader. It was simply astonishing. A mere human race has managed to escape my calculations. How could this be? No, it cannot be. A mere human race cannot possibly escape their destined fate by their own strength, let alone evade my deductions of the Tao. Could it be that Nuwa has intervened in secret? Hongjun muttered in confusion, continually deducing the trajectory of the Tao, his gaze shifting towards the direction of Nuwa's palace, his expression becoming exceedingly grim. Indeed, Hongjun thought of Nuwa. At this time, within the entire Honghuang world, the only one capable of deciphering the trajectory of the Tao influencing the grand scheme and having the reason to interfere with its development was this demon Saint Nuwa. After all, one of the protagonists in the Honghuang world, the demon race, and the future protagonist, the human race, had a significant connection to Nuwa. If Nuwa did not wish to see the demon race decline step by step, it was entirely reasonable for her to intervene when the human race was under his control and their fortunes were being stripped away. However, what puzzled him was that he knew Nuwa's character very well. She was ruthless, ambitious, and desirous, yet her temperament was somewhat weak. Otherwise, he would not have chosen Nuwa as his registered disciple and bestowed upon her the primordial purple energy. He had chosen her precisely because of her character for better control. Nuwa, how dare you betray me? Do you really think that after becoming a saint I would be unable to do anything to you? As he thought, Hongjun's gaze grew increasingly cold. He had absolute confidence that the Honghuang was under his complete control, including the current overlords of heaven and earth, the Wu and Yao tribes. Now, among the numerous chaos demons who were injured, some fleeing, and some dead, the only one left in the Honghuang world who understood him and could influence the grand scheme was his newly enlightened registered disciple Nuwa. At this moment, Hongjun buried his discontent towards Nuwa deep within his heart. However, this was not the time to directly confront her. After all, she was still the holy mother of the human race, possessing a portion of the human race's fortunes and a portion of the demon race's fortunes. In both the human and demon races, she held significant influence. If Nuwa truly disregarded the situation and interfered with the Sanking's enlightenment, preventing them from gaining the acknowledgement of the human race, it would cause great trouble for his plans. However, looking at the situation, he needed to send Laozi to the human race in advance. Otherwise, once that human leader grew stronger, it would pose great trouble for him. Nuwa, this is the last time, there will be no next time. Hongjun looked towards the direction of Nuwa's palace, his voice cold and imbued with immense pressure. His indifferent voice pierced through the endless chaos reverberating directly within Nuwa's palace, the overwhelming pressure sweeping through before finally receding. This was a warning to Nuwa. Even if he did not take action, a warning was still necessary. At this moment within Nuwa's palace, her face was somewhat pale, her eyes filled with endless confusion. It was not that her resolve was weak or her strength inadequate, but the immense pressure had come so suddenly, as she had never expected Hongjun to act this way, with no preparation whatsoever. At this moment, endless resentment arose within her heart. Once again, she was suppressed by Hongjun. The last time was after she became a saint, when Hongjun forced her to abandon the human race and forbade her from intervening in the Honghuang. The last time was somewhat understandable. But what had she done wrong this time? Now she had done nothing. The affairs of the human race had nothing to do with her. How could Hongjun arbitrarily blame her? Hongjun, I am a saint, not your puppet, and certainly not your slave. Nuwa was filled with anger, and within her heart a seed of resentment towards Hongjun was sown. Yet at this moment she still did not dare to confront him openly. Having attained sainthood, her mind was naturally steadfast and capable of enduring. Hongjun's strength was too formidable and unfathomable. The ancestor of the Tao, the first saint to attain enlightenment, and the one who controlled the creation jade plate, the last of the chaos demons. However, if given the opportunity, she would surely strive to break free from Hongjun's control. The significant events occurring within the chaos were unknown to anyone in the Honghuang. Naturally, Su Ming was unaware that his recent breakthrough to the quasi-saint level had stirred two of the only saints in the Honghuang world, inadvertently provoking a rift between them. This surprise is quite substantial. Gazing at the massive wuxia bell above him, Su Ming murmured to himself, his eyes filled with shock. The perfectly carved mythological statue yielded such astonishing rewards. The chaos wuxia scripture and the innate supreme treasure, the wuxia bell. In the Honghuang world, whether it be a person or an object or anything else, anything associated with the term chaos was extraordinary. Moreover, the system had even transformed the virtual into the real, rewarding him with an innate supreme treasure level wuxia bell. Innate supreme treasures are the highest grade treasures in the Honghuang world. Throughout the history of the Honghuang world, the number of innate supreme treasures has been exceedingly few. After the calamity of the Wu and Yao, they were primarily in the hands of the saints and Hongjun. Furthermore, innate supreme treasures not only wield immense power, but also possess the ability to suppress fortunes. Undoubtedly, fortunes are the most critical element in the Honghuang world. Do you not see how in later generations the six saints fought to the death over fortunes, even shattering the Honghuang world? Hongjun could unify with the Tao for the sake of fortune. Since the opening of heaven and earth, he had plotted for countless years, leading to the deaths and dismemberment of countless innate gods and demons, the three clans of Longhin and numerous chaos demons. However, all of this was temporarily unrelated to Su Ming. With an innate supreme treasure in hand, the fortunes of the human race. Su Ming muttered, his gaze gradually deepening. What he first thought of was not the significant boost in his strength, nor was it the collective recognition of the human race that made him their emperor. Rather, it was the ability of the innate supreme treasure to suppress the fortunes of the human race. Being well-versed in the trajectory of the Honghuang, he naturally understood the importance of the human race's fortunes. Hongjun could unify with the Tao, and the six saints achieving enlightenment were inextricably linked to the fortunes of the human race. After the decline of the Wu and Yao tribes, the fortunes of the human race had nearly been divided up by the six saints. Once the human race became the main character of heaven and earth, their outstanding talents had almost all perished, leading to a decline in their fortunes. Various powerful beings in the Honghuang, be they monsters or deities, flocked to the human race to impart teachings and divide the meager remaining fortunes. This resulted in a situation where the emperor of the human race, a prominent great clan of heaven and earth, became an ordinary person, even referring to himself as the son of heaven, addressing any cultivator with reverence as a mortal. What a tragic situation for a great clan of heaven and earth. Such a tremendous humiliation. It can be said that as the human race fell, the entire Honghuang became satiated. The root of all this was that the human race lacked a supreme treasure to suppress their fortunes, leading to easily lost fortunes being divided among others. As the destined protagonist, the human race had vast fortunes just like the Wu and Yao tribes, and naturally possessed innate treasures. However, the only treasure capable of suppressing the fortunes of the human race, the Kongtong seal, inexplicably ended up in Hongjun's hands. Later, it was handed over to the so-called leader of the human religion, the Taiji, Celestial Master Laozi. But does this so-called leader of the human religion have any connection to the human race? He was one of the main culprits in dividing the fortunes of the human race. Would he use the Kongtong seal to suppress their fortunes? Unless the immeasurable calamity were to arrive, causing heaven to collapse and earth to sink, he might reconsider his conscience. After arriving in the Honghuang world, aside from frantically carving to enhance his strength, Su Ming's greatest worry was that without an innate supreme treasure, he could not suppress the fortunes of the human race. He had originally only wanted to do his utmost to salvage the situation of the human race, even if it was just a little. But now, with an innate supreme treasure in hand, he had also become the emperor of the human race. The three purities. Su Ming's eyes became incomparably deep, cold, and ruthless. But you must never think of using the human race as stepping stones or sacrifices. The human race is certainly not a tool for anyone. However, at this moment, Hongjun and the three purities, along with the witch and demon clans, have yet to notice the human race. Su Ming will not allow the human race to take the initiative. Seizing every opportunity to develop themselves and quietly amass wealth is the hard truth. He himself is not yet at the time to emerge. The strength of the human race is still too weak. Su Ming looked down at Yu Chaoshi, who was kneeling on the ground, his imperial might dissipating without a trace, returning to a calm demeanor, and said lightly, "Get up. As for my status as the human emperor, it should not be spread for the time being." Hearing Su Ming's words, Yu Chaoshi was somewhat puzzled. With a clan emperor emerging and the ancestral power being so strong, isn't this a good opportunity to elevate the status of the human race? It can avoid many unnecessary disturbances. However, he still obediently responded, "Yu Chaoshi obeys. This matter will be communicated, and not a word will be leaked. Since the ancestor has instructed, so there must be a reason." After all, the mythological statues scattered across the mountains and valleys were accumulated by the ancestors' endurance over tens of thousands of years. Yu Chaoshi felt he somewhat understood the ancestors' thoughts. First, endure and develop. Endure. Endure. More endurance. As he thought this, Yu Chaoshi somewhat strayed from the path. Su Ming nodded, suddenly moving his gaze to another part of the valley. There stood the magic lord of the mythological statues. At that moment, a tremendous wave of demonic energy suddenly spread from afar. Yu Chaoshi also sensed this immense fate, looking in the direction of Su Ming's gaze, feeling a chill run down his spine. The valley sky was instantly shrouded by black clouds. A black wind swept through, sending dust and debris flying. The sound of sand and stones swirling became the only melody in the world. Boom, boom, boom. A colossal demonic figure slowly rose from the valley, towering 10,000 zhang high, almost breaking the valley's formation, creating a scene of great shock. Yu Chaoshi was dumbfounded. In an instant, he thought that a human colleague must have comprehended the mythological statue, triggering such an anomaly. But such a massive anomaly was too terrifying. When the yin and yang are in chaos, I shall dye the heavens with my demonic blood. Suddenly, the cold and iron-blooded voice of the divine farmer came from within the demonic figure, echoing throughout the valley. "It's actually the divine farmer," Yu Chaoshi muttered to himself, his heart racing. At this moment, having reached the Tai golden immortal realm, he could see that the divine farmer's divine sense had temporarily fused with the demonic figure, stained by the madness, which then elicited endless demonic intent, causing such a terrifying anomaly. The compatibility between the divine farmer and the demonic statue surpassed that between him and the Ze by a large margin. Most importantly, in this sentence, one could clearly discern the profound obsession for the human race within the divine farmer's voice. It should be noted that at this moment the divine farmer was in a state of madness fused with the demonic figure. Instantly, the heavy iron-blooded emotions in the voice resonated with the other human elites in the valley. The present status of the human race was bought with the lives and blood of the first-generation ancestors, utilizing the lives of all first-generation ancestors except the human emperor. If the human race's yin and yang were to fall into chaos, the divine farmer would be willing to sacrifice his own life, even if it meant staining the heavens with demonic blood. In times of chaos, I am willing to dye the heavens with my blood. In this moment, many proud figures of the human race in the valley gazed up at the towering demonic figure, digesting these words, and tears flowed down their faces unconsciously. At this time in the primordial world, the strength of the human race was incredibly insignificant. Many powerful individuals of the human race with extraordinary talents and a bright future willingly sacrificed their lives to protect their kin. Just recently, during the rampant chaos of the fire cloud sparrow, countless human elites had sacrificed themselves. Watching this scene, Su Ming fell silent. This is the fighting spirit of the ancestors of the human race in the primordial world, a spirit of relentless self-improvement. Coming from a peaceful era in the future, he had never felt the external threats of life and death, and thus could not understand the feeling of an entire clan being in peril. This was also the first time he felt the fighting spirit of the ancestors of the human race in a chaotic and barbaric era. Within this, there were elements he could not yet truly comprehend. Perhaps it is inevitable that the human race will grow to become the protagonists of the heaven and earth. It is certainly not just a matter of the so-called innate acknowledgement of the primordial world or the vast fate. After all, the so-called vast fate has long been divided cleanly by the saints and countless deities in the future. The fate of the human race has never had a shred of relationship with the human race itself. What Su Ming can do is to strive to make this process perfect before the human race becomes the protagonists of the heaven and earth. To reduce the humiliation and sacrifices and preserve a group of elites and talents of the human race along with their fate. Boom, boom, boom. Blood-red, demonic thunder surrounded the towering demonic figure, constantly exploding as the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth surged like a river into the divine farmer's body. At this moment, with the continuous surge of power, the divine farmer's hair gradually transformed from black to red, slowly turning blood-red, until all of it became blood-red strands dancing wildly in the wind. A faint smell of blood began to permeate the valley, making one feel nauseous. In a daze, it seemed as if the valley was filled with endless mountains of corpses and seas of blood, with the demonic figure standing amidst the blood sea. A terrifying demonic intent swept through. The divine farmer's strength rapidly increased, reaching the mid-stage of the celestial immortal, then the latest stage, and finally achieving great perfection. Then, as if without bottlenecks, he instantly broke through to the initial stage of the profound immortal realm. Following that, he advanced to the mid-stage, latest stage, and then great perfection of the profound immortal realm. The speed of this power increase was terrifying and shocking. Even Su Ming was astonished. So fast it was frightening. Even Yu Chao Shi and Zi did not experience such a terrifying speed of improvement when they comprehended the mythological statue. Moreover, the demonic intent emanating from the demonic figure as the divine farmer's strength increased became even more intense and overwhelming, sending shivers down one's spine. It was overwhelmingly vast. Just looking into those blood-red, deep eyes gave one the feeling of being swallowed by an endless sea of blood. Yu Chao Shi and Zi during their first comprehension of the mythological statue, had only reached great perfection of the profound immortal realm. Yet the limit of the divine farmer seemed far beyond great perfection of the profound immortal realm. The bottleneck of great perfection only delayed the divine farmer for a quarter of an hour before being shattered by the madly pouring demonic intent and endless spiritual energy. Golden immortal. Early stage, mid-stage. Watching the rapid rise in the strength of the Shinnong clan, Su Ming felt a dry mouth and tongue. This Shinnong clan has an extraordinary talent. Is this really alright? With such a rapid and exaggerated increase in strength, will the foundation be somewhat unstable? Even Su Ming, the system owner, began to worry about the Shinnong clan's swift rise in power. The speed of this increase was already more outrageous than his own. Su Ming felt a bit numb. Who exactly is the transmigrator? Who is the system owner? The mythical statue was clearly sculpted by me. At this moment, if Su Ming merely felt a bit numb watching the Shinnong clan's rapid rise, then Yao Chao was completely stunned, dumbfounded like a wooden chicken. Thinking of his comprehension of the mythical statue, obtaining the Primordial Sutra, enduring a series of life and death battles, and witnessing the process of the ancestor perfecting the mythical statue of the Primordial Emperor, he had only just reached the early stage of the Tai Golden Immortal. Comparing oneself to others can be infuriating. At this moment, many tribal leaders and young talents in the valley looked at the Shinnong clan's strength soaring and felt extremely envious. Is this the opportunity and benefit of comprehending the mythical statue? Yao Chao is truly not deceiving me. This is simply an unprecedented opportunity. The opportunity granted by the human emperor ancestor is immense. They must also work twice as hard to quickly comprehend a mythical statue. After all time waits for no one, and 10 years can pass in the blink of an eye. However, soon the Shinnong clan's rise in strength came to a halt, stopping at the mid-stage of the Golden Immortal. Seeing this scene, Su Ming let out a sigh of relief, and everyone else did too. If he really continued to rise to the Tai Golden Immortal, it would truly be terrifying. The Shinnong clan comprehends the mythical statue carved by the host, and the host, as the sculptor, receives a 100-fold power bestowal reward. The Shinnong clan comprehends the Heavenly Demon Sutra, and the host automatically acquires the Heavenly Demon Sutra, comprehending it to perfection. Hearing the system's voice, Su Ming was instantly overjoyed. The system rewards finally arrived, otherwise he would feel unbalanced. As the system's voice fell, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged wildly, pouring into Su Ming's body. Having just reached the Quasi-Saint realm, his strength began to increase dramatically. However, the gap between the Quasi-Saint realm and the lower realms was simply too great. The 100-fold reward from the Shinnong clan's breakthrough did not bring a significant boost to Su Ming's visible strength. It merely elevated Su Ming from the first layer of the Quasi-Saint realm to the second layer. But the first layer of the Quasi-Saint realm is equivalent to a massive chasm. It is not something to be taken lightly. The further one goes in cultivation, the more difficult it becomes. By the later stages, the time required to advance a single step is often measured in billions of years. Su Ming's advancement in this layer was already 1,000 times more significant than that of the Shinnong clan. This difference was not merely due to the 100-fold infusion of spiritual energy. At the same time, the scriptures of the Heavenly Demon Sutra flowed through Su Ming's mind like a tide. Each large character was pitch black, containing boundless profundities. Before long, Su Ming fully integrated the essence of the Heavenly Demon Sutra. After mastering it, his aura slightly changed, shifting from his previous detached demeanor to a hint of coldness. Rather than calling it the Heavenly Demon Sutra, this scripture is better described as the Mad Demon Sutra. After fully grasping the essence of the Heavenly Demon Sutra, Su Ming couldn't help but exclaim, "This is a scripture that demands practitioners to either go mad or perish." The crazier one becomes the more fearless, the greater the power obtained, and the faster the rate of advancement. It is no wonder that the Shinnong clan's strength surged more significantly than that of the Zi clan and Yao Chao clan. This is a scripture that risks one's life for power. The spirit and essence of the Shinnong clan are in extreme harmony with the profundities of the Heavenly Demon Sutra, hence the insane increase in power. Every increase in strength carries the risk of being tainted by the madness, leading to complete demonic transformation. If the Primordial Sutra is prideful and the Heavenly Emperor Sutra is grand and majestic, then the Heavenly Demon Sutra is madness, absolute madness. No madness, no survival. Of course, it is not that the Heavenly Emperor Sutra and Primordial Sutra are inferior to the Heavenly Demon Sutra, but rather that these two scriptures follow the grand path. The Heavenly Demon Sutra, however, takes a path of deviation. The cultivation speed in the early stages is exceptionally fast. But in the later stages, there is no distinction. All are techniques created by the strongest at their peak. Within the Heavenly Demon Sutra, there is a technique called Heavenly Demon Burn. It burns one's own power, spirit, and blood to exchange for 100-fold strength, reaching extreme madness. Such a mad technique left Su Ming utterly astonished. One must understand that reaching his level of cultivation, burning one's spirit and blood, would require a recovery time that could span billions of years or even longer. It might even leave behind irreparable wounds. Of course, this is only possible after Su Ming comprehends the Heavenly Demon Sutra to its utmost perfection, enabling him to burn for 100-fold strength. At this moment, the Shinnong clan could only burn out 5 times the strength at most, which was already terrifying. With the Shinnong clan's innate talent and combat power having now cultivated the Heavenly Demon Sutra, 5 times the combat power might be sufficient to contend with the Tai Golden Immortal. What does this concept mean? One must understand that the further one advances in cultivation, the greater the disparity in combat power. The Tai Golden Immortal level already constitutes the absolute backbone of a major clan. Take the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan, for example, a great clan that has existed for billions of years, second only to the Demon God clan, with only a Daluo Golden Immortal overseeing it. The Tai Golden Immortal is only second to the Daluo Golden Immortal, making it easy to imagine how scarce their numbers are. Fighting a Tai Golden Immortal at the mid-stage of the Golden Immortal realm is exceedingly rare in the long history of the Primordial world. As for Su Ming himself, he had never fought with anyone since arriving in the Primordial world. He was unclear about what level his current strength was at in the Primordial world. He wasn't sure how strong his combat power was. In any case, he should be close to the peak. However, this technique, Heavenly Demon Burn, is truly very suitable for me. Su Ming mused inwardly. After employing Heavenly Demon Burn, the recovery speed is extremely slow and arduous. But Su Ming is different. He possesses the mythical statue. Not only can he sculpt mythical characters from novels and comprehend the essence of heaven and earth for healing, but as long as there are prodigies comprehending the mythical statue, he can receive 100-fold power bestowal, rapidly recovering from his injuries. This mad technique, killing 100 enemies while self-damaging 1,000, is simply too suitable for him. But I don't think I'm such a mad person. Su Ming helplessly touched his nose. However, at this moment the human race already had Yao Chao as a Tai Golden Immortal along with the Shinnong clan and Zi clan. In terms of strength, they were no less than those major clans in the primordial world. As long as they do not provoke the demon clans and some powerful clans, they can easily protect themselves. Of course, this does not account for him, the human emperor ancestor. If it does, not enough strength continue to develop. Su Ming said to himself. The first battle of the witch demon catastrophe has not yet begun. The demon race will not act against the human race. The human race has a long time to develop. With the mythical statue present at the current rate of the human race's strength increase, they will soon catch up with the major clans of the primordial world, and even contend with the demon god clan won't be a big problem. At this moment, a voice filled with reverence reached Su Ming's ears. Shinnong clan greetings to the human emperor ancestor. Su Ming looked down and saw that the Yu Chao clan had completed their comprehension, bringing the recently awakened Shinnong clan to this place. Shinnong's eyes were like bronze bells, bright and full of spirit. With animal skins wrapped around his waist, his robust limbs and strong physique had a bronze hue that conveyed a sense of overwhelming strength. What drew the most attention were his spirited eyes, exuding an air of aloofness and relentless determination. His naturally slightly arched eyebrows gave off an imposing presence without anger. Moreover, after comprehending the Heavenly Demon Sutra, there was a chilling and frenzied aura about Shinnong that sent shivers down one's spine. Su Ming doubted that if a rival with the same mid-golden immortal cultivation level stood before Shinnong, they might not even have the courage to strike. Shinnong, you are quite impressive. Su Ming acknowledged Shinnong and continued, during your time in the valley, just follow me. Su Ming was still succinct in his words. The completion of the statue of the primordial emperor had brought him immense benefits, and he was eager to perfect the second divine statue. Follow the ancestor. For what purpose? The straightforward Shinnong was puzzled, not understanding the ancestor's intentions. He still wanted to continue comprehending the statue of the demon lord. However, Yao Chao, having experienced it before, quickly realized that the ancestor was preparing to perfect the statue of the demon lord. Having personally experienced the process of the ancestor perfecting the divine statue, Yao Chao understood the immense benefits involved. Yao Chao immediately began to frantically wink at Shinnong. Yet despite Shinnong's outstanding combat talent, he was rather thick-headed, impatiently waving his hand at Yao Chao. Just say what you need to say, stop winking at me. He was somewhat displeased internally. It turned out that understanding the statue of the demon lord only led him to break through to mid-golden immortal, while Yao Chao was already a Tai golden immortal. However, it seemed he hadn't considered how long Yao Chao had comprehended the divine statue compared to how long he had. Yao Chao, what am I supposed to say to that? Su Ming merely smiled, faintly unfazed, and instead appreciated Shinnong's straightforward character, explaining, I will now perfect the statue of the demon lord. You can observe from below. I believe you will gain insights. With that, Su Ming crossed the void, arriving at the statue of the demon lord, and took out a brand new carving knife. A vision of the statue's form appeared in his mind. A solitary man clad in a black robe stood at the center of the vision, gazing proudly at the sky. Su Ming closely examined the vision of the demon lord, seeking to capture the essence of aloofness, coldness, and madness. The Heavenly Demon Sutra also began to operate within his body. In an instant, the heavens trembled, demonic clouds gathered, and fierce winds swept through, stirring up dust and stones. In that moment, Su Ming's hair gradually shifted from black to blood red. A rich scent of blood and madness surged through the valley, as if transforming it into a deep abyss of demons. At this moment, the statue of the demon lord, which had just resonated with Shinnong, began to tremble violently. The towering figure of the statue, measuring millions of zhang, shook madly, and the demonic clouds rolled, shattering the heavens and causing chaos in the void. At this moment, the statue of the demon lord seemed to awaken, with blood-red light flashing in its eyes. The aura of madness surged like a tide, as if it intended to defy heaven and destroy this decaying world. This scene was terrifying and shocking. It surpassed the connection between Shinnong and the statue of the demon lord by countless magnitudes. Su Ming's hair began to gradually turn blood red, as if he were becoming the true embodiment of the demon lord. The overwhelming demonic might roared, resonating with the statue of the demon lord, and the mutual demonic energies continuously intertwined, exponentially surging upward. If it weren't for Su Ming intentionally restraining the madness within the valley with his current quasi-saint level of power, this madness would be enough to shake the heavens, breaking into the 33 heavens and truly shaking the celestial court. No, at this moment, it should still be called the Supreme Demon Court. The ancestor's strength seems to have become immensely formidable, Yu Chao murmured, in indescribable shock welling up within. It had only been a little over 5 years since the statue of the Primordial Emperor was perfected. 5 years is a mere blink in the vastness of the wilderness, short enough to be negligible. Yet the momentum radiating from the ancestor told him that the ancestor had grown immensely stronger. Although with his own strength he could not ascertain how much stronger the ancestor had become or what realm he had attained. In any case, he was incredibly strong, exceptionally so. Strong enough to make him look up in awe, unable to reach such heights. Moreover, didn't the ancestor achieve perfection in the Primordial Sutra? Why could he now exude such a potent demonic aura, even more formidable and crazed than Shenong, who comprehended the statue of the demon lord? At this moment the ancestor appeared to him as an unfathomable enigma, incomprehensible. Could one person's energy truly cultivate 2 different methods to such an extraordinary extent? Yu Chao could not imagine. The ancestor is so powerful. So powerful. Shenong's eyes widened in shock, his voice hoarse and dry, his body trembling from the overwhelming force. This power was something he had never felt or seen before. Could it be that the human race could reach such a level of strength capable of effortlessly destroying the heavens? The terrifying demonic aura displayed by Su Ming seemed to open a new door for Shenong, leading to the pinnacle of strength. When will I be able to reach the ancestor's level? Shenong muttered to himself instinctively. At that moment, seeing Shenong stunned in place, Yu Chao could no longer hold back. A great opportunity was right before him, and he still had time to ponder and waste it. Yu Chao immediately kicked Shenong's rear, propelling him like a shooting star towards the statue of the demon lord. Still scolding me for being too indecisive, Yu Chao thought, a smirk of revenge appearing on his lips after feeling the thrill of the kick. This old fellow was too arrogant and domineering, with extraordinary talent and rapid strength growth. If he didn't take the chance to retaliate now, there would be no opportunity in the future. Hiss! Shenong slammed into the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Feeling the stinging sensation from behind, he gasped in pain. Yu Chao did not hold back with that kick. It was clearly an act of revenge delivered with full force. Damn it, Yu Chao, just you wait. Shenong cursed, but even in jest he understood this was an unprecedented opportunity that would vanish. He immediately sat cross-legged, frantically channeling the Heavenly Demon Sutra, without holding back, as the surging madness poured out, merging into Su Ming and the demonic aura of the statue. Even if the demonic energy he emitted with all his might was less than a billionth of Su Ming's, one must not forget that Su Ming had achieved great perfection in the Heavenly Demon Sutra and reached the quasi-saint level, while Shenong was worlds apart. Even a slight touch of Su Ming's demonic energy would bring Shenong incredible benefits. Not to mention the resonance between the statue of the demon lord and Su Ming would exponentially increase the demonic energy. The moment Shenong's demonic energy made contact with Su Ming's, he seemed to see a colossal demonic deity holding a vast, boundless image that obscured the universe, defying the heavens and slaughtering the celestial realm. This scene was utterly shocking. Above the vast sky, demonic intent surged and black winds swept across. The demonic aura from Su Ming's body intertwined with the demonic intent of the statue of the demon lord, transforming this valley into an infernal abyss where endless colossal shadows of demonic gods appeared, making the scene exceedingly terrifying. However, for the Shenong clan who practiced the Heavenly Demon Sutra, such a scene felt like a fish in water. Waves of comprehension regarding the Heavenly Demon Sutra surged into their minds like a relentless tsunami. Before long, it allowed him, who had just reached the midstage of the golden immortal realm and had not yet stabilized his foundation, to rapidly solidify his state. Moreover, as the comprehension increased, it steadily rose at an astonishing rate. In just a few hours, he touched upon the threshold of the late stage of the golden immortal realm. Breaking through a realm in a few hours was as simple as eating and drinking. The Shenong clan was ecstatic. He felt as if he had fallen in love with the thrilling sensation of rapidly ascending in strength, akin to riding a roller coaster. At that moment, Su Ming, who had been brewing, slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of crimson light flashing within them, like a streak of blood-red lightning cutting through the sky. His blood-red hair danced wildly, and the scent of blood filled the air. Finally, Su Ming made his move. A blood-red, glowing carving knife swept across, resembling a strike that could split heaven and earth. Overbearing, the demonic nature reached its peak. Clouds of ash flew through the air. Unlike the statue of the Primordial Emperor, which was sculpted with artistic perfection, the statue of the Demon Lord lacked such exquisite craftsmanship. Perhaps this mirrored the stark differences in character between the Demon Lord and the Primordial Emperor. One was solitary, the other tyrannical. One resembled a mythical dream, the other slaughtered the heavens. The distinction between the two was clear, and the artistic essence of the statues was worlds apart. The statue of the Demon Lord sought nothing but overbearing dominance, unyielding in its advance. There was no need for excessive words, killing was all that mattered. In the eyes of the Shinnon clan, this strike was akin to a thunderbolt flashing through his mind. This was precisely the aura of the Demon Lord. Unyielding where one must live and the other must die. This strike was akin to splitting heaven and earth. The Shinnon clan realized, and his mid-stage golden immortal realm broke, through instantly advancing to the late stage. With each strike from Su Ming, a visage of the Demon Lord, fierce and unyielding like one hewn from stone, took shape, especially those blood-red eyes filled with a sense of impending doom that sent shivers down one's spine. From these strikes, the Shinnon clan seemed to witness how the Demon Lord rose from nothing step by step to reach the pinnacle. The benefits hidden within this were immeasurable. Furthermore, the speed at which the Shinnon clan's realm advanced was beyond description. Even a roller coaster could not compare. If Su Ming were to use modern terms to describe it, it would be akin to the speed of a rocket. Shortly after breaking through the late stage of the golden immortal realm, he reached its peak, and then, as if there were no bottlenecks, he directly ascended to the late stage. If someone were to ask Yu Chao, who had been observing from the side, whether cultivation was as simple as eating and drinking, he would certainly answer, without hesitation, yes, cultivation is even simpler than eating and drinking. Eating requires chewing, and drinking requires swallowing. Cultivation is much simpler, just sit cross-legged and take a nap. Yu Chao felt numb watching this. He felt he could no longer stay here. Comparing oneself to others could be infuriating. His cultivation speed was already quite fast, yet there was someone who was even more astonishing. This was unacceptable. Thus Yu Chao decided to leave the valley early, returning to the human tribe. Primarily, Yu Chao felt that staying here, though he could comprehend the perfect statue of the Primordial Emperor and rapidly enhance his strength, even gaining insights into the primordial divine powers. However, the rate of strength enhancement would not be as substantial as before, and it would limit the overall foundation of the human tribe. Yu Chao was not thinking from a self-centered perspective, but rather from the standpoint of the entire human race. Yu Chao believed that after the ancestors' perfect statue of the Demon Lord, the next likely statue would be that of the Heavenly Emperor. If the human race could have another Tai Golden Immortal to oversee, it would greatly enhance their foundation. Therefore, Yu Chao decided to return to the human tribe and bring back the Zi clan. In the current tumultuous situation of the Honghuang era, having him a Tai Golden Immortal return to oversee the human tribe would be much more secure. Your Majesty, Yu Chao takes his leave. After making the decision, Yu Chao respectfully bowed to Su Ming before turning to leave the valley. Meanwhile, Su Ming, immersed in the art of carving and cultivation, seemed to hear Yu Chaos' voice as the array of the valley automatically opened a path for his departure. This action further validated Yu Chaos' thoughts. The ancestors' intent aligned with his own. At the very moment Yu Chao stepped out of the valley. At this moment, in the palace of the demon prince of the Yao court, soaring millions of meters above the valley, two beams of fiery rainbow light burst forth. Occasionally, tribal leaders and young prodigies resonated with the mythic statues, causing grand phenomena rapidly enhancing their strength, and occasionally tribal leaders and young prodigies resonated with the mythic statues, causing grand phenomena rapidly enhancing their strength and eliciting envy from others. The strength of the human race was rapidly increasing. This valley seemed to be isolated from the endless battles of the outside world, becoming a paradise amidst the chaos of the Honghuang era. Outside there was unending slaughter. Yet at this moment the shadow of impending crisis unknowingly loomed over the human race. A year in the Honghuang era passed in the blink of an eye. In the human tribe's dwelling. In just 6 short years for the great powers of the Honghuang era, it was merely the blink of an eye. However, due to their strong reproductive capabilities, the human population had already exceeded 100 million. This small valley could no longer accommodate the rapidly increasing population and strength of the human race. Some human tribes began to slowly expand beyond the valley, seeking survival outside. However, the human race that ventured out of the valley was not particularly strong, failing to attract the attention of the 2 clans of witches and demons who were embroiled in a small-scale chaos. Internally, the human race remained calm, with clear divisions of labor. In various tribes, some were responsible for hunting, some for cultivation, and others for patrolling and defense. Everything was in perfect order. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, a dozen robust men, bare-chested and clad in animal skins at their waists, returned from the mountains carrying massive tiger-like beasts. On their bronze-colored faces, illuminated by the dusk's glow, joy radiated from them. the fierce beasts near the human tribe were not very strong, with the most powerful being at the celestial immortal realm, while the majority were human immortal and earth immortal. In the past, hunting was a huge threat to the inherently weak human race. However, since 6 years ago, after the high-ranking officials of the human race imparted cultivation techniques, the entire strength of the human race had significantly increased, with celestial-level powerhouses emerging in droves, and each tribe possessed great self-defense capabilities. Hunting and self-defense posed no issues. The returning tribesmen were greeted with cheers, celebrating their heroic return, rejoicing in their bountiful haul. Yet no one noticed the 2 beams of golden-red light descending from the sky above. Soon 2 men clad in golden-red robes, exuding an air of nobility, stood in the sky, their gazes like tangible forces surveying the human tribe. These 2 individuals are none other than the young master of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan Huowuhan and the 10th prince of the Golden Crow clan Luya, who was born at the pinnacle of the primordial world. Looking at the weak human race small like ants, Luya frowned, his gaze somewhat indifferent. He was already a golden immortal at birth. By now he had grown to the level of a Tai golden immortal. In his eyes, the so-called human race, created by the Empress Nuwa, was simply too weak to be considered. In a tribe of nearly 1 million people, the strongest among them was merely a celestial immortal. The weakest were even below the immortal level, with a significant number being old, weak, sick, or disabled. The weakest demon clan members were born with the strength of a human immortal. How could such a weak race survive in the perilous primordial world where fierce beasts roam freely? The Empress Nuwa's creation of such a weak race, in Luya's view, was a disgrace imprinted on the demon clan. Wuhan, is this the human ape race you mentioned, which can increase cultivation and bloodline strength after being devoured? Luya's face showed impatience. Compared to calling them the human race, he preferred to refer to them as the human ape race. In his eyes, this human ape race was merely a barbaric tribe, naked and uncivilized. In the primordial world, they were relegated to the bottom of the food chain. Such a race, a swarm of ants, could actually enhance the strength of a Tai golden immortal like him, especially the purity of his noble golden crow bloodline. It should be known that he was born of the demon emperor Dijun and the sun goddess, Shihi, a true divine beast with the golden crow bloodline possessing limitless potential. In the entire primordial world, treasures and spiritual roots capable of enhancing his bloodline purity were scarce and mostly controlled by powerful beings. Huowuhan stood respectfully behind Luya, and upon hearing Luya's doubts, he did not elaborate, but immediately reached out with his hand. In an instant, a delicate white hand obscured the sky, covering 100 miles of the firmament, slowly descending. The terrifying aura caused the human race below to nearly suffocate. All they could see in their eyes was terror and fear. Yet under the oppressive atmosphere, they could not even scream, let alone fight back. Before the mid-stage golden immortal Huowuhan, these humans who were at most earth immortals seemed like ants. The dozen or so robust men carrying fierce beasts were directly seized into the air. Huowuhan then gently inhaled, and 5 men were violently shrunk and devoured into his belly. That familiar and wonderful sensation. A look of enjoyment appeared on Huowuhan's face, and his aura slightly increased. In this world, there was no concept of cruelty. Strength reigns supreme. The weak at the bottom are merely food, and can only be food. Huowuhan looked at Luya, pointing at the remaining strong men, and said with a smile, "10th Prince, you should give it a try. The taste is exquisite and very beneficial." The people in the small human tribe below watched this scene with reddened eyes filled with veins of blood. They desperately wished to rush up and fight these 2 sudden invaders. But sadly, under the immense pressure, they could not even move. Most of them, not even at the immortal level, could not fly under the overwhelming spiritual energy of the primordial world. They did not even possess the ability to fight against their devourers. "Then I shall give it a try." Luya sensed Huowuhan's aura suddenly rise, coming closer to a breakthrough to Tai golden immortal. For the first time, a hint of interest appeared in his cold, proud gaze. He opened his mouth, and a whirlwind swirled, a flash of darkness passed. When the light shone down again, the remaining nearly 10 human men nearby had vanished. The people below could only widen their eyes in despair, yet they remained powerless. Luya slowly closed his eyes, feeling a powerful and pure strange energy continuously circulating within his body, cleansing him. The bottleneck of his mid-stage Tai golden immortal loosened slightly. His strength also increased a bit. Most importantly, he felt the slight enhancement of his golden crow bloodline, so minuscule that it was almost imperceptible. Yet Luya distinctly captured this meager increase in bloodline. This trivial enhancement instantly ignited Luya's bloodline, and his gaze turned fervent as he looked down at the human race. It was akin to looking at innate treasures. Too precious, too maddening. This weak human race, nearly insignificant, transformed into a vast and endless treasure in his eyes. Luya suddenly thought of something. If he could domesticate this race, it would be an immense resource yielding tremendous benefits. At the very least, it could gather a large number of clans and powerful beings for him. In that moment, great ambition and murderous intent surged within Luya. Seeing this scene, Huo Wuhan smiled with great satisfaction. He achieved the desired effect. Luya's current reaction was strikingly similar to when he first learned of this information. He had accurately grasped that Luya, the 10th prince of the Golden Crow clan, also harbored ambition but lacked a place to express it. And this human race was a massive capital. Huo Wuhan, I must thank you this time. Luya's eyes revealed a satisfied light as he looked at Huo Wuhan for the first time, showing a smile, patting Huo Wuhan's shoulder. I will not be stingy with rewards for contributors. This human race will surely have a share for your Firecloud Sparrow clan. As for Nuwa, she was immediately cast aside in Luya's mind. He had heard more than once his father and Uncle Tai complain about Nuwa and Fushi's influence in the demon clan gradually expanding, causing his father to be quite displeased with Nuwa. The human race harbored such immense benefits while on the surface Nuwa seemed indifferent. As long as he domesticated the human race and reported the benefits contained within their bloodlines to his father, there was a great possibility his father would support him and use this to suppress Nuwa's prestige. Even if it came to worst, he could simply release the remaining humans. Would Nuwa dare to act against the son of the demon emperor? Huo Wuhan was overjoyed upon hearing this, quickly clasping his fists in congratulations. Congratulations, 10th prince, for seizing this immense resource. Their conversation, although centered around the human race, completely disregarded the will of the humans themselves. The weak are merely food and have no right to speak. Luya turned to look at the human tribe below, his eyes revealing a fierce light, slowly extending his large hand, covering an area of nearly 1,000 miles, blotting out the sun. The large hand burned with terrifying golden crow flames, intending to capture the entire human tribe in one fell swoop and devour them. Before utilizing the humans, he must first purify his golden crow bloodline to the utmost. Within the human tribe below, screams and cries of terror converged, yet facing the tremendous hand, all resistance was futile. At that moment, a furious roar erupted from the human dwelling. Beast, stop, right now. Heavenly Emperor Fist. With the sound of fury echoing, an overwhelming force followed closely behind. This magnificent aura was beyond description, yet in that moment of its emergence, it caused the entire sky to fall into a state of stillness. The myriad trees stood silent, and the sounds of countless ferocious beasts abruptly ceased. It was as if an emperor had slowly awakened from slumber, gazing down upon his territory, where everything lay in submission. Buzzing. Accompanying the emergence of the might, an unprecedentedly colossal golden fist enveloped the entire sky. Underneath the fist, space instantly collapsed, and endless spatial turbulence surged forth. Perhaps just like its name, Heavenly Emperor Fist. When the Heavenly Emperor moves, all rules are disregarded. Time-space causality. All must lie beneath the feet of the Heavenly Emperor. The vast imperial might pervaded the heavens. In just a moment, the golden imperial fist filling the sky broke through the constraints of time and space, fiercely striking down upon the massive hand conjured by Luya. At this moment, the world fell into tranquility. It was as if a collision across time and space had occurred between the Heavenly Emperor and the Demon Emperor. The terrifying imperial might ravaged the heavens and earth, devastating the land for 1,000 miles. This attack was not executed with Luya's full strength, resulting in the fiery hand being directly shattered, while the remaining golden imperial fist relentlessly rushed towards Luya's face. An overwhelming killing intent surged forth, as if it sought to crush Luya and Huo Wuhan into dust. At this moment, the human tribes below, engulfed in despair, were screaming in joy for surviving the calamity. Meanwhile, Luya narrowed his eyes, golden flames flickering in his gaze. Since he spoke, no one had ever dared to insult him to his face. A mere golden immortal from the small monkey tribe actually dared to insult him in such a manner. Even Nuwa would not dare to be so bold. This was a provocation against the son of the Demon Emperor, a trampling of the Demon Emperor's dignity, and an insult to the entire demon race. Bold monkey. At this moment, Huo Wuhan shouted sharply, and he would not let this opportunity to please the 10th prince slip away, allowing the son of the Demon Emperor to take action. He suddenly stepped forward, casually waving his hand, and a torrent of flames surged forth. The aura on this golden giant fist was only at the mid-level of the golden immortal stage, and its realm was quite unstable, clearly having just recently broken through to the mid-level of the golden immortal stage. Moreover, during the collision with Luya, much of its energy had already dissipated. Thus, Huo Wuhan did not regard it with any seriousness. Yet at the moment of collision, Huo Wuhan's expression drastically changed, feeling an overwhelming force rushing towards him, instantly extinguishing the flames he had unleashed. However, he had let his guard down. The golden giant fist was already smashing towards his face, and it was too late for him to unleash another divine ability. Luya furrowed his brow tighter, not expecting this Wuhan to be so worthless. However, he certainly would not allow this small monkey tribe to touch his noble golden crow body, not even a single hair. Buzz! Suddenly a golden light flashed in his eyes like a bolt of golden lightning streaking across the sky. A tremendous force surged forth in the void, directly obliterating the heavenly emperor fist that had endured 3 attacks. Two flat-haired beasts repeatedly wreaking havoc upon my human race. Do you really think there is no one left among us? At this moment, the Ze clan's face turned cold, and with a furious gaze he flew out from the human gathering place, standing opposite Luya and Wuhan, isolating the human tribes behind him. His aura was terrifyingly overwhelming the might of the heavenly emperor, sweeping in all directions. Of course, this was also a reflection of his awakening from seclusion due to Lu Ya's might having just broken through to the mid-level of the golden immortal stage with an unstable realm. Although he did not continue to comprehend the heavenly emperor statue in the ancestral mountain valley, relying on the mysteries of the heavenly emperor scripture and his previous insights, he still managed to break through to the mid-level of the golden immortal stage. Though this breakthrough was far less prominent than that of the Wu Nest clan and the Shinnon clan, it was still astonishing to the extreme. Behind him, a continuous stream of human powerhouses gathered from the human gathering place, their auras coalescing into one, causing the heavens to change color. In just 6 short years, nearly 100 celestial beings had gathered, and beneath them, there were countless others. Roughly counting, there could be over 1,000. Moreover, in the major tribes of the human gathering place, there were still a steady stream of powerhouses awakening and reviving. This scene was terrifyingly astonishing. If a powerful being familiar with the situation of the human race were to witness the changes, their eyes might just pop out in shock. In 6 short years, so many celestial beings were born. Was there a factory assembly line for producing celestial beings? To be aware, 6 years ago, there were only 3 celestial-level powerhouses among the human race: the Shinnon clan, the Ze clan, and the Wu Nest clan. Yet in this short span, the human race, having acquired profound techniques, experienced a tremendous explosion. This also illustrates how immense the potential of the human race is. This is still under the condition that the most powerful first generation of humans has nearly perished, leaving behind only the second and third generation. Although bloodlines are not the only measure of talent, they are still extremely important and one of the most easily inherited foundations. In the past, it was merely due to Hong Jun's various restrictions, both overt and covert, that the human race could never embark on the true path of cultivation. Now, with the techniques created by merging the Heavenly Emperor scripture and the Wuxia scripture by the Wu Nest clan and the Ze clan, the human race naturally welcomed a significant transformation. 6 years is just the very beginning. Faced with the continuous emergence of powerful beings from the human race, Lu Ya's expression was cold and filled with rage. It was not out of fear or terror that he was angry. A mere mid-level golden immortal, along with a group of celestial monkey ants, could not shake the mountains. What enraged him was that this small monkey tribe dared to resist him, the prince of the demon race. In his view, the human race should obediently kneel down, allowing him, the son of the demon emperor, to devour them. Boldly, this little monkey tribe dares to insult and provoke the 10th prince. Death penalty. At this moment, Wuhan, feeling as though he had lost face, shouted angrily and took the lead to charge forward. 10th prince, this group of ants is not worth you taking action personally. I'll let your subordinate do it instead. Buzzing. The heavens trembled as terrifying flames swept and erupted. A fire cloud sparrow with its wings spread wide spanned thousands of miles across the sky, let out a shriek, and the rolling golden-red flames seemed to melt the very space. With wings spread wide, it blocked out the sun, casting a dark shadow over the sky, where only a pair of grim, merciless bird eyes filled with a sense of slaughter could be seen. Monkey, you will pay the price for your actions. Wuhan uttered in a voice deep as a cannon's roar, his golden bird eyes fixed on the Ze clan, shooting forth 2 piercing golden rays that tore through space, targeting the Ze clan. The terrifying aura of a perfected golden immortal stage, only a thin layer away from the Tai golden immortal, rampantly released. The people of the human tribe below trembled under the overwhelming pressure, with some even being crushed to death. The Ze clan frowned, immediately realizing that the battle could not be prolonged and must be resolved quickly. The human race was too densely packed here. A prolonged battle, regardless of victory or defeat, would result in heavy losses for the human race. What of a perfected golden immortal? I am the heavenly emperor, destined to suppress all enemies in this world and protect the human race. The Ze clan clenched their fists tightly, filled with murderous intent. As they lifted their head, their eyes were already covered with golden light, exuding imperial might, and their black hair danced wildly. With a loud shout, the Ze clan stepped forward and unleashed a punch. As the Emperor, one must forge ahead without hesitation. The six paths of reincarnation fist, a divine martial art from the Emperor's youth, swept across the battlefield, perfectly suited for the Z clan at this moment. In that moment, the Z clan seemed to transform into an emperor standing in the endless gloomy expanse, their great fist propelling the six paths of reincarnation rumbling into motion. This was the first time the Z clan unleashed their full power after receiving the Emperor's legacy, engaging in a direct confrontation. This strike aimed for a swift resolution, a lethal blow concentrated with all their essence and spirit. At this moment, it was either your death or mine. The overwhelming might of the Emperor surged through heaven and earth. The six paths of reincarnation seemed poised to obliterate everything in existence. In that instant, Huo Yuan's golden-red feathers stood on end, his avian eyes flickering with fear, as if his scalp was about to explode. For he sensed the taste of death facing the Z clan strike. No matter how much he wanted to deny it, a mid-stage golden immortal could actually bring him a sense of impending doom. Yet he did not dare hesitate, immediately unleashing his most powerful innate divine abilities. The Fire Cloud Hell. This was one of the prominent divine abilities of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan, second only to the demon gods renowned throughout the ancient world. A fiery red hell slowly materialized, unleashing a vast and terrifying power. Boom. At that moment, a massive shadow of a black fist pierced through heaven and earth, directly breaking through the fire cloud hell. An overwhelming scene unfolded. This strike, which condensed the essence and spirit of the Z clan, directly crushed Huo Wuhan, who was at the peak of the golden immortal realm despite being two minor realms below. Puff! The fire cloud hell was breached, and the terrifying backlash of the primordial spirit caused Huo Yuan's fiery feathers to explode, gushing forth torrents of blood. How could this be possible? Huo Wuhan roared, still unable to believe that his most powerful divine ability could be so easily crushed. Yet the Z clan would not give him a moment to think. I would rather stand and live than kneel and die. At the moment, the furious roar of the Z clan echoed. Their towering figure had already appeared above Huo Wuhan. The six paths of reincarnation crushed the heavens. The might of the Emperor overshadowed all directions. The light of the entire world seemed to concentrate upon the Z clan, making them the sole entity in existence. Die. The rolling blood energy, the six paths of reincarnation, and the Emperor's might all coalesced into this punch. As it was thrown, the heavens collapsed, and the world seemed to descend into darkness. At least in Huo Yuan's eyes, the entire world had been reduced to this dark, oppressive fist. This fist, permeating with the aura of death, became the only thing he perceived. Faced with death, Huo Wuhan was filled with fear and directly unleashed his hidden most powerful killing. While frantically casting various divine abilities in resistance, he roared, "I am the young master of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. You, a mere ape, dare to kill me? Are you not afraid of your entire clan being exterminated?" His divine abilities were torn apart like paper under the six paths of reincarnation fist. Yet facing Huo Yuan's ultimate move, the Z clan laughed in anger, their smile colder and more brutal. "Your Fire Cloud Sparrow clan's life is worth something, but the lives of countless clansmen devoured by your clan are not worth anything. Blood debts. Blood must be repaid. Today I, the Z clan, will not only kill you, the young master. One day I will massacre your entire Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. Die." Buzz. With a punch that crushed the heavens, Huo Yuan's massive bird head was directly obliterated, turning into a rain of blood, with golden red feathers flying everywhere. His enormous body crashed heavily to the ground, collapsing a small mountain range. Perhaps before arriving, he never even thought that he would die at the hands of this insignificant human whom he had never regarded highly. Yet all of this had become reality. Oh! The Z clan, bathed in blood, feathers roared towards the heavens, releasing all the pent-up frustration within. With pride and vindication, they confronted the enemy, who dared to invade, without mercy, striking them down directly. All of this was based on strength. All of this was granted by the human emperor's ancestors. Below, waves of roars belonging to the human race resounded, shaking the very heavens. Countless people were overjoyed, tears streaming down their faces, even kneeling to pound the ground or hugging their heads and crying. The human race no longer had to endure insults and bow their heads. At this moment, Liu Ye stood in shock, unable to regain his senses for a long time. Huo Wuhan was dead. It was too fast. Huo Wuhan was killed in an overwhelming manner, so quickly that Liu Ye didn't even have time to intervene, because he never imagined that Huo Wuhan could be killed within 2 moves. Between Huo Wuhan and this human who was truly the peak of the golden immortal realm. Soon Liu Ye reacted, looking at the enraged Z clan and the excited crowd of humanoids. His expression darkened. One must consider the master when hitting a dog. Huo Yuan's death was a slap in the face to him, the 10th prince of the demon race. Even though the Z clan displayed immense power, to Liu Ye the humanoid race was still akin to ants. The gap between a golden immortal and a Tai golden immortal is an insurmountable chasm. The powerful combat strength displayed by the Zi clan was nothing more than trivial in Liu Ya's eyes. Liu Ya's gaze was indifferent as he commanded in a lofty tone, "Humanoid, if you commit suicide now you may save your clan from extinction." In the demon race, even a great Luo golden immortal would not dare to disobey his orders. In response to Liu Ya, a more domineering voice replied, "You beast, if you commit suicide now you might have an easier death." In the next moment, Yu Chaos figure appeared beside the Zi clan. Yu Chaos' expression was cold, gazing at Liu Ya, their imperial might surging like a god emperor overlooking all mortals. From miles away they had seen everything unfolding here, and their heart burned with rage. To be honest, the Zi clan's killing of the young master of the Fire Cloud Sparrow was somewhat impulsive after all. The human race had just begun to rise, and should not make too many enemies, especially not such a powerful demon clan. However, given the current strength of the human race, the threat was not overwhelmingly large. The Fire Cloud Sparrow clan was not the demon god clan, and lacked a Quasi Saint to oversee them. Yu Chao was absolutely confident that the human race would soon give birth to its own great Luo golden immortal. But this required time. "You are the 10th prince of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. You can die now." As soon as the words fell, a murderous glint flashed in Yu Chaos' eyes as they took a mighty step forward and unleashed a punch. Primordial divine ability Yuan. The overwhelming imperial might flooded the area, manifesting a primordial space that isolated all scrutiny. In that moment of clarity, Yu Chao had already made up their mind to kill this so-called 10th prince. Hostility with the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan was now unavoidable. The human race was in a period of rapid development. The longer they delayed battle, the stronger the human race would become. "Humanoid, you are insulting me." Liu Ya roared in fury. "What 10th prince of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan? He was the son of the demon emperor, the 10th prince of the Jinwu clan, and the 10th prince of the entire demon race." Was Yu Chao deliberately humiliating him? This was indeed an overthinking on Liu Ya's part. Yu Chao was not intentionally humiliating him. It was just that he truly did not know what the 10 princes of the demon clan were, even though he was currently a Tai golden immortal, a powerful being standing at the upper echelons of the Hongluang. However, let us not forget that humanity once existed at the lowest tier of the Hongluang world, at the bottom of the food chain. Yu Chao took merely 6 years to ascend from an immortal to a Tai golden immortal. In 6 years, becoming a Tai golden immortal was a miraculous feat. Yet this also resulted in the fact that even a most ordinary Tai golden immortal should know concepts such as the 10 princes, which Yu Chao and the entire human race were completely unaware of. In the eyes of the once human race, the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan was a lofty group standing at the pinnacle of the food chain, utterly unattainable. As for figures like the princes of the demon clan and the sons of the demon emperor, the entire human race had never even heard of them. Who would share vital information about the Hongluang world with a group like the human race, which existed at the bottom of the food chain? Moreover, with their bellies not even full, who had the time to concern themselves with such trivial matters? At this moment, the human race was even unaware that the goddess Nuwa, whom they revered as a saint, belonged to the demon clan. However, Liu Ya was oblivious to these matters, just as those at the bottom of the human race were ignorant of the upper world of Hongluang. Liu Ya, who stood at the pinnacle of the Hongluang world since birth, would not understand the psychology and thoughts of the human race at the bottom. Moreover, he looked down upon the notions of a group of insignificant ants. The dialogue between the two sides from the very beginning was destined to be a case of talking past each other, or even a clash of irreconcilable differences. Human ape. Liu Ya was furious, his murderous intent surging, wishing he could immediately dismember this audacious human ape and consume him raw. Yet he had to admit that this little human ape possessed overwhelming combat power, astonishing to an unbelievable degree. When Yu Chao made his move, an imperial might rolled around him, as if he were an emperor overlooking all realms, exuding unparalleled dominance, as if he intended to sweep through the 3,000 great worlds. This overwhelming might that gazed upon the heavens was something Liu Ya had only experienced from his father and his uncle Dong Wangtai. However, Liu Ya was one level higher than Yu Chao at the mid-stage of Tai Golden Immortal, and with the pure bloodline of the Golden Crow Divine Beast, his combat power was incredibly fierce, far beyond that of someone like Huo Wuhan. Naturally, he would not be easily defeated by Yu Chao crossing realms like Huo Wuhan did. Buzz. Liu Ya's hair and eyebrows danced wildly as flames of the Golden Crow burned around him, resembling a fiery celestial being descending into the world. With each punch and kick, the heavens trembled, collapsing the space, showcasing incomprehensible combat power. Having resonated with the statue of the Primordial Emperor, and having observed the life of the Primordial Emperor's growth and enlightenment, Yu Chao was even more domineering and savage than Liu Ya. Yu Chaos' aura was overwhelming, his eyes bright and fierce, striking with unmatched strength. Facing Liu Ya, who was one major realm above him, he showed no fear, his blood energy surging like smoke, his physical body incredibly powerful. He exchanged blows with Luya, fist to fist, foot to foot, unwavering, fiercely clashing against each other. The terrifying collisions released energy that twisted the space around them into spiral shapes, with violent space turbulence emanating from within. Even the celestial beings of the human race outside could not penetrate the chaotic spatial field with their divine senses to witness their battle, indicating just how terrifying this fight was. The intensity of their battle had even reached the peak level of Tai Golden Immortal. The isolated space created by the primordial divine power, Yuan, constantly collapsed and repaired under their collisions, teetering on the brink of destruction with occasional bursts of terrifying energy directly flattening mountains and rivers. To prevent the fallout from affecting the human tribes, the Sea clan had to intervene and seal off the overflowed energy. At this moment, the battle within the Yuan space had reached an incredibly thrilling level. Yu Chao grew increasingly bold in battle, his blood energy surging, his imperial might vast in all directions. His techniques, grand and vigorous, became more and more exhilarating as the fight progressed. In contrast, Luya became increasingly terrified and horrified. For some reason, he suddenly felt a vague. This damned human ape before him seemed to have never engaged in such a vigorous battle at his level, with poor combat experience and control over his power treating him as a practice target. This feeling was as if this fellow before him had suddenly leaped from the celestial realm, or even the earthly immortal realm, directly to the Tai Golden Immortal, lacking any high-level battle experience. Common sense told Luya that this was impossible, as it did not conform to the logic of Hongwang. How could someone leap from the celestial realm to the Tai Golden Immortal? Yet deep down a voice kept telling him that this was indeed a fact. Otherwise it would be impossible to explain how this human ape became stronger with each passing moment, mastering his power more skillfully. From initially being suppressed by him to an equal footing, and now being pressed by him. Moreover, the most important thing was that while this human ape was fighting him, he was also maintaining the precarious Yuan space, preventing the leakage of power and alarming the outside world. This was akin to multitasking. Puff. Facing the relentless, aggressive, and ferocious assault of Yu Chao, Luya's mouth spilled a trace of golden blood. He was feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Luya, in a state of terror, truly felt the crisis of life and death moving away from his initial relaxed mindset. Was this guy before him a monster? His combat power seemed to rise endlessly with the passage of time, as if there were no limits. No, it seemed that he was the true monster and the son of the demon emperor. Oh. Yu Chao stood in a state of exhilaration, feeling refreshed, his aura reaching its peak, imperial might, surging blood energy flowing like smoke, and with a sudden punch he struck with unstoppable force. Puff. Luya barely managed to exchange a punch with Yu Chao, but his right arm was directly blasted apart, leaving only a golden arm bone. At this moment, the vigorously charging Yu Chao unleashed a second punch. This punch landed squarely on Luya's open chest. Bang, puff. This punch pierced Luya through, leaving him hanging on Yu Chaos' arm, the blood of the golden crow flowing down Yu Chaos' arm. Was it bloodthirsty fury? No. Yu Chaos' eyes were extremely cold, his killing intent surging. In a life-and-death battle, where was the bloodthirsty rage roaring at the heavens? Instead, he directly clenched his other fist and heavily struck towards Luya's head. Faced with the imminent threat of death, Luya did not resort to his devastating move akin to the fire without trace. In such a dire moment, it would be a futile effort, only serving to further incite his opponent's murderous intent. Instead, his eyes were cold and indifferent as he let out a sharp, elongated howl, directly unleashing the Golden Crow Divine Fire aimed at the head of Yu Chao Shi. The Golden Crow Divine Fire, a supreme flame on par with the 9 mysterious True Fire and the chaotic True Flame in legend, possessed terrifying destructive power. At close range, it directly melted the wildly dancing hair of Yu Chao Shi. The two were so close it could be said to be a moment of life and death amidst the sparks and flashes. It must be said that Lu Ya's ability to become one of the last surviving members of the Golden Crow clan, and even ascend to become a Buddha in the great flourishing of Buddhism in later times, indeed attests to his genuine strength. As the 10th prince of the demon clan, he did not flinch or cower before death because of his noble status. This move directly set up a scenario of mutual destruction, forcing Yu Chao Shi to defend. Taking advantage of Yu Chao Shi's defensive moment, Luya transformed into the massive true form of the 3-legged golden crow, breaking free from Yu Chao Shi's grip. He then flapped his wings, spreading the Golden Crow Divine Fire, and charged towards the Yuan space barrier. It was evident that he intended to escape. Witnessing this scene, Yu Chao Shi laughed heartily, launching a fierce pursuit, his assault vigorous and overwhelming, with a torrent of blood energy pervading the sky, making him appear like a blood-colored true dragon battling the 3-legged golden crow. In the skies above, the golden crow feathers fluttered and golden blood spread. Ha ha ha, still a continuously mutated fire cloud sparrow with 3 legs. 3 legs, and you think you can look down upon our human race. Where is your earlier arrogance? Yu Chao sure mocked Luya verbally, yet his gaze was cold and ruthless. The techniques he unleashed were fierce and powerful, with a rolling killing intent, not giving this formidable opponent a moment's respite. Luya was pushed to the extreme, his anger spilling forth in sharp cries, yet under the overwhelming pressure of Yu Chao sure, he could no longer muster the energy to even speak. This battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. By the time it reached its final moments, even the Ze clan could not discern the scene within. As the 3rd night fell, the Grand Imperial might slowly dissipated, the Yuan divine abilities vanished, and Yu Chaosher, drenched in blood and heavily injured, stood with one hand raised holding a 3-legged golden crow as enormous as a towering mountain silhouetted against the sky. Perhaps this confirmed the saying at the end of the immortal path, who is the peak? Upon sighting the primordial, Tao becomes void. In the eyes of the 3-legged golden crow, the light of life had already faded, leaving only darkness. Yu Chaosher initially revealing his brilliance. At this moment, Ze, who had been anxiously waiting yet unable to intervene, hurriedly flew over and asked anxiously, Yu Chao, how are you? Are you all right? Hearing this, Yu Chaosher turned to look deeply at Ze, pondered for a moment, and after a long pause slowly replied, it hurts quite a bit. Ze, who asked you that? Previously, when the human race faced a great crisis while everyone was on high alert, he didn't notice how infuriating this guy was, rivaling even the divine farmer clan. Half a month later, after entrusting his affairs to Yu Chaosher, Ze, he set off towards the ancestral valley, carrying most of a 3-legged golden crow plucked of its golden feathers and roasted to medium rare. The human race had never hunted such a rare top-tier prey as the fire-cloud sparrow, especially one that had mutated and possessed 3 legs. This precious ingredient naturally had to be brought for the human emperor ancestor to taste with all 3 legs intact on it. The timeline then rewinds to half a month earlier, at the very moment when Luya was slain by Yu Chaosher. In the endless firmament amidst the boundless void, the sound of heavenly thunder resounded. Luya, the 10th prince of the demon clan, was an extremely important figure in the battle between the witch and demon clans. The second great calamity of the witch and demon clans was when 10 sons emerged together, and the 1st to the 9th were shot down by Ho-Eu. Luya escaped and informed Dijun and Tai, igniting the long-restrained conflict between the 2 clans. The vengeance for the loss of their sons thus sparked a full-scale war of life and death between the 2 clans. After all, the strengths of the 2 clans were not vastly different, and Dijun and Tai were not fools. At that time, with the 6 saints emerging together, the strengths of both clans were similarly matched. Without this event, perhaps the situation in the Honghuang would have taken a different turn. Lu Ya's death naturally triggered the heavenly thunder. On the demon court, the position of the most esteemed demon emperor in the entire Honghuang world, a figure clad in a golden imperial robe, suddenly felt a wave of heart palpitation and slowly opened his eyes. He, the most powerful figure in the current Honghuang world, the supreme, divine, demon birth from the solar star, the 3-legged golden crow Dijun. At this moment, the supreme ruler of the demon clan, capable of deciding the lives and deaths of countless beings with a mere wave of his hand, felt a wave of intense heart pain. It was as if his heart were grasped by a great hand. What has happened? Dijun's voice was deep, imbued with a frightening sense of authority. In the stillness of the Ling Shao Palace, the sound echoed repeatedly. Having reached his level of cultivation where the divine and the Tao harmonize and consciousness is penetrating, he was not far from achieving enlightenment. It was impossible for him to feel an unprovoked surge of emotion. In the Honghuang world, there were very few matters that could stir such emotions within him. Dijun furrowed his brows and pondered for a long while, but could not discern any signs of significant events occurring recently in the Honghuang world. Although there were numerous frictions between the witch and demon clans, they were all at the grassroots level and did not disturb. After pondering for a long time, Dijun realized that the issue might lie within the demon clan itself, perhaps even within the demon court, and immediately proclaimed in a grand and imposing tone, "Come here." As soon as Dijun's voice fell, a powerful aura surged within the previously silent Ling Shao Palace, all emanating from the imposing presence of great Luo golden immortal level experts. The space distorted, and 9 robust demon figures knelt on the ground, listening to the imperial intent. "We pay our respects to the demon emperor." The Golden Crow Guards. The Golden Crow Guards, assembled from the demon clan, were specially formed for the Golden Crow clan, akin to the Imperial Forest Army in later imperial cities. Although few in number, each was a battle-hardened warrior, at least a Tai golden immortal level expert. The Golden Crow Guards were also a powerful asset that allowed him to control the vast and diverse demon clan. Immediately investigate the demon court for any recent anomalies. After issuing the indifferent command, Dijun slowly closed his eyes. He had absolute confidence in the capabilities of the Golden Crow Guards he had personally established. Any slightest trace within the demon clan could not escape the grasp of the Golden Crow guards. Investigating their own stronghold, the demon court, was as easy as pie. Understood. After the 9 Golden Crow guards responded, their figures instantly vanished from the Ling Xiao Palace. In the primal world, the gears of fate roared and operated incessantly, and at this moment a tremendous shift occurred. Meanwhile, deep within the boundless chaos, Hong Jun awoke in astonishment from his meditation. Perhaps in the seemingly calm facade of the entire primal world, only he, the Tao ancestor, knew of the earth-shattering event that had just transpired. How could this happen? Hong Jun exclaimed, his expression one of utter shock, as even his formidable mind struggled to digest the information he had just received from the heavenly Tao. Since Nuwa became a saint by creating humanity, he had entered a phase of merging with the Tao through the use of the Panga Jade plate, merging part of his primordial spirit with the elusive heavenly Tao. Thus he had grasped a portion of the immense changes brought forth by the heavenly Tao. Had the Chao clan of the human race slain Luya, in just 30,000 years a Tai golden immortal had emerged from the human race. Moreover, this being possessed such strength that it could slay the divine beast Jinwu. Would Luya's death shift the conflict between the witch and demon clans? Hong Jun felt somewhat disoriented. Indeed, this monumental leap had shattered his expectations of the human race. Furthermore, as far as he knew, the first generation of human ancestors had nearly all perished. What remained were the second generation of humans whose bloodlines had slightly weakened. How could the second generation achieve what the first generation could not? What caught Hong Jun off guard even more was that just recently, after the emergence of a leader among the human race, he had broken free from his state of merging with the Tao to alert his eldest disciple Laozi that his opportunity to attain the Tao lay in the primal world, urging him to seek it on foot. Though it was not explicitly stated that it was the human race, it was close enough. Given Laozi's talents and Tao attainment, he was likely not far from the human race now. Yet this was the gravest matter. According to the guidance he had left in the primordial purple energy and his interference with the trajectory of the heavenly Tao, Laozi was supposed to establish a teaching, educate the human race, divide the human race's fortunes, and gain endless merits, thus extracting a portion of the merit of creation from his primordial spirit to attain the Tao and become a saint. However, this plan had a prerequisite: the human race needed to be educated and still be in a barbaric and uncivilized era. But at this moment, the human race not only had its own leader, but also a Tai golden immortal. Was education still necessary? Or rather, how could Laozi teach in a way that would gain the recognition of the human race? This posed a monumental issue. What changes have occurred in the primal world? Hong Jun looked grimly toward the direction of Nuwa Palace. Yes, that was correct. Hong Jun deeply suspected that Nuwa was involved. Otherwise, how could the mere human race dare to slay the son of Emperor Jun? Without the intervention of a saint, how could the human race possibly produce a Tai golden immortal in just 30,000 years, especially while remaining hidden from his sight for so long? All signs pointed to Nuwa. In the current primal world, only she possessed this capability. If it truly is Nuwa intervening. Hong Jun's expression darkened to the utmost. This meant a truly shocking matter, that Nuwa had been secretly nurturing the human race for 30,000 years without his knowledge. Otherwise, it would be impossible to conjure a Tai golden immortal out of thin air. This further implied that Nuwa had turned against him the moment she attained sainthood. But now Hong Jun, being in the process of merging with the Tao, could do nothing but warn Nuwa. He could not reveal the changes in the trajectory of the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, the countless years of effort would immediately go to waste. Nuwa, if I fail to attain the Tao, I will make you pay an unbearable price. Hong Jun's voice became somewhat hoarse, his expression darkened to the extreme. The elaborate plans laid out over countless years were on the verge of success. At such a moment, this unexpected change occurred. Yet now he could only take one step at a time, placing his hope. After all, Laozi was a transformation of Pangus, primordial spirit, possessing a portion of the merit of creation and had boundless blessings. As a peak Kwasa saint, dealing with a mere human race should pose no significant challenge. However, this time Hong Jun remained vigilant, openly radiating his divine sense, thoroughly monitoring Nuwa without holding back. Hong Jun aimed to convey to Nuwa this time, do not even think about any small maneuvers under my watch. As long as he could merge with the Tao, no matter how dissatisfied Nuwa was with him, what could she do? As for Nuwa's feelings while being brazenly monitored and confined in Nuwa Palace at this moment, we will omit 100,000 words. In a small valley not far from Buzhou Mountain, the Zi clan, carrying 5/10 of bird meat, strode toward the ancestral valley. With his current mid-stage golden immortal strength, it was not difficult for him to come to the ancestral valley alone. Perhaps due to his enlightenment from the heavenly emperor's statue, sensing the arrival of the Zi clan, a passageway automatically appeared within the valley's formation. Outside the valley, the wind was calm. However, upon entering the valley, the Zi clan was greeted with tumultuous waves and overwhelming demonic intent. The demon lord known for his overbearing and unruly nature was present. The process of perfecting the demon lord statue was certainly earth-shattering. As soon as the Z clan stepped into the ancestral valley, he was so stunned by the scene before him that he couldn't even approach the heavenly statue to comprehend. A colossal shadow of a demon stood in the center of the valley, its form towering into the endless void, with an ocean of demonic intent swirling around it, rolling and surging endlessly. The Z clan, gazing up at the endless surging demon clouds surrounding the demon lord's phantom, felt as insignificant as a floating weed at risk of being swept away by the enormous waves at any moment. Nevertheless, all paths lead to the same goal. Although the Z clan did not cultivate the heavenly demon scripture, he could still gain insights beneficial to himself from such a vast spectacle. Having just reached the mid-stage golden immortal realm, he quickly stabilized his cultivation. Time passed minute by minute. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had gone by. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly the heavens began to tremble violently. The already grand demonic intent surged even more. The aura of destruction rampaged endlessly, with countless images of demonic gods emerging, roaring and glaring as if to destroy this world. Suddenly a blood-red light emerged from the demon clouds, rapidly expanding. When it reached its limit, it resembled 2 blood-colored suns hanging in the endless void. Upon closer inspection, these were unmistakably the demon lord's eyes, filled with an essence of destruction. Suddenly, a mighty demonic voice resonated in all directions, reverberating through the endless void. When the yin and yang are in turmoil, I will dye the sky with my demonic blood. The demon lord's statue was completed. At the same moment, Su Ming opened his eyes, a frenzied and destructive aura flickering in his gaze. Having perfected the demon lord's statue, his realm stood at the pinnacle of the 3rd level of quasi-sainthood, which could also be described as the peak of the early quasi-saint stage, significantly enhancing his strength once more. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as the demonic voice of the demon lord erupted, the peace of the Shinnon clan, who had reached the limit of the golden immortal realm, was shattered. The Tai golden immortal was born. The second Tai golden immortal of the human race had emerged. However, this did not stop there. The Shinnon clan, having accumulated the foundation from observing the entire process of the demon lord statue being perfected, experienced a frenzied eruption at this moment. Is it difficult for a golden immortal to break through to a grand golden immortal? For the vast majority of beings in the Hongwang world, it is indeed as hard as ascending to the heavens. Considering the number of beings in Hongwang, only a few can achieve the grand golden immortal status. It takes millions of years to calculate. However, if you were to ask the current Z clan, they would tell you it is not difficult at all, not in the slightest. After all, have you not seen how the Shinnon clan member broke through to become a grand golden immortal in less than 10 years since arriving at the Ancestor Valley? Moreover, the process was extremely simple, almost effortless. With a single buzz, the bottleneck was shattered. Following that, torrents of spiritual energy surged in like a flood, pouring into the head of the Shinnon clan member. Having witnessed the Chaoshur clan member break through to become a grand golden immortal, and having experienced a transformative breakthrough himself, Z was not overly shocked by the Shinnon clan member's seemingly effortless ascension. Cultivation should be as simple as eating and drinking. The last was the Chaoshur clan, and now it is this Shinnon fellow. The next should be him. Thus, witnessing the Shinnon clan member's realm surge like a roller coaster, Z, although surprised, could only click his tongue in amazement. The foundation of the human race has been greatly enhanced. The explosive breakthrough of the Shinnon clan member continued. He was at the early stage of the Grand Golden Immortal. At the mid-stage of the Grand Golden Immortal, he then swiftly reached the peak. He only stopped upon reaching the peak of the late stage of the Grand Golden Immortal. This small leap of 3 realms would take ordinary beings in Hongwang millions, even billions of years. But for the Shinnon clan member, adding the previous 6 years, it took merely 11 years in total. Watching the Shinnon clan member's frenzied breakthrough, Su Ming had already become accustomed to it. If the Shinnon clan member practicing the celestial demon scripture only reached the early stage of the Grand Golden Immortal and then stopped, even the Chaoshur clan would be more impressive. That would indeed perplex him. This was a peculiar sword technique. The terrifying and grand phenomena gradually faded into calmness as the Shinnon clan member's breakthrough ceased. At this moment, the system's notification echoed in Su Ming's ears. Congratulations to the host, you have carved the perfect statue of the Demon Lord, rewarding you with the advanced version of the Chaos Demon Scripture. Congratulations to the host, you have carved the perfect statue of the myth, rewarding you with the innate treasure, the Demon God Map. The Shinnon clan member has comprehended the perfect myth statue of the Demon Lord, and the host has received a 100-fold power boost. A smile crept onto Su Ming's lips as the moment of joy approached. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Instantly the sky trembled and endless demonic mist once again obscured the heavens. A torrent of spiritual energy surged forth, forming the shape of a large funnel as the energy poured into Su Ming's body like a tide. Having spent years perfecting the Demon Lord statue, and with numerous human tribe leaders and prodigies comprehending the myth statue during this process, he had already reached the peak of the third heaven of the Quasi-Saint realm. In comparison to realms below the Quasi-Saint's 12 heavens indicated that every 3 heavens corresponded to a previous small realm. The peak of the third heaven of the Quasi-Saint realm equated to the peak of the early stage of the Quasi-Saint realm. However, due to the immense power gained with each small breakthrough within the Quasi-Saint realms, the enhancements were unimaginable, akin to breakthroughs in greater realms. Thus, the Quasi-Saint realm was divided into 12 heavens. Breaking through from the third heaven to the fourth heaven of the Quasi-Saint realm equated to breakthroughs in the small realms of each previous level with an unimaginable disparity. The commotion of this breakthrough and its phenomena were overwhelmingly grand. The surging spiritual energy flowed like an ocean, seemingly ready to overturn the very sky. The colossal demonic phenomena were nothing short of earth-shattering, with demons dancing in chaos. Moreover, Su Ming was not just an ordinary Quasi-Saint. He was one of the last remaining first-generation humans, the Emperor of Humanity. At this moment, he was endowed with boundless human fortune, sheltered by the heavens and immense blessings. Furthermore, with countless prodigies and human leaders comprehending the myth statue, the powerful techniques they mastered surpassed enumeration. Among them, the 2 most powerful were the advanced versions of the Chaos Primordial Scripture and the Chaos Celestial Demon Scripture. With a combination of various factors, the phenomenon of Su Ming breaking through the mid-stage fourth heaven of the Quasi-Saint realm was infinitely grander than that of an ordinary Quasi-Saint, even comparable to a breakthrough at the late stage of the Quasi-Saint realm. Its impact shook the universe, disrupted the laws, and reverberated through endless voids. Boom, boom, boom. In that moment, terrifying divine thunder exploded in the depths of the void. Suddenly, a vast and boundless demon god map swirling with black and white energies descended at Su Ming's feet, accentuating his towering figure as if he stood above all gods. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, a terrifying phenomenon pierced the heavenly emperor, and at the moment the demon god map descended, it directly shattered the protective array from within the valley. The grand phenomena, the terrifying demonic might, and the vast imperial aura instantly spread from the valley, shaking the entire Honghuang world. This was the breakthrough phenomenon of a Quasi-Saint at the late stage. What is the concept of a Quasi-Saint at the late stage? It is known that Quasi-Saints are the pinnacle of power in Honghuang, standing above all others. The strong at the late stage of the Quasi-Saint realm could be counted on one's fingers. Each one is an ancient relic who has survived for countless eons. At this moment, countless formidable beings were awakened by this overwhelming aura, wanting to see which familiar Quasi-Saint had broken through this bottleneck, eager to offer their congratulations. At this time, Su Ming immediately opened his eyes, waved his hand, and reinforced the isolation array he had set up during his grand golden immortal stage with the power of a Quasi-Saint. He had no desire to expose himself, nor did he wish to reveal the many myth statues within this valley. He had realized that these myth statues were the key support for the rise of humanity. However, at this moment, humanity did not possess sufficient power to protect this foundation. Therefore, this valley must not be exposed. The array he set up during his grand golden immortal stage could isolate the prying eyes of Quasi-Saints, let alone now. Ultimately, the divine senses of countless formidable beings traced the phenomena to the foot of Buzhou Mountain, glancing around before retracting. Perhaps this newly risen formidable being did not want to be exposed, and they would refrain from probing too deeply. No one wishes to offend a top-tier formidable being, at least a Quasi-Saint at the late stage. Witnessing this scene, the shock experienced by the awakened Shinnong clan member and Z was unimaginable. The shock among the human leaders and prodigies in the valley after the array was breached was even more tremendous. The power of the human emperor ancestor had transcended their capacity for imagination. At this moment, before the vast and overwhelming disparity like an ocean, the Shinnong clan members' sense of accomplishment from just reaching the late stage of the grand golden immortal vanished in an instant. The Shinnong clan members stood rigidly gazing at this scene, including Z, who stood beside him. They were now the most powerful combatants of the human race. Yet they realized that before the ancestor they were less than ants. Not to mention those terrifying divine senses that had just arrived outside the valley. Each one could easily obliterate them, even erase the entire human race. After the breakthrough, Su Ming slowly opened his eyes as the grand phenomena faded away. Feeling the vast energy within him, a grin appeared on Su Ming's face. He was now at the mid-stage of the Quasi-Saint. He was now not far from the pinnacle of the Honghuang world. Not to mention, anything else possessing 2 innate treasures was more than enough for him to protect himself. At this moment, Su Ming's gaze suddenly sharpened as he noticed the half-roasted chicken slung over Zi's shoulder. No, it was a giant bird. Most importantly, how did this giant bird have 3 golden bird feet? In an instant, Su Ming felt a jolt in his heart, an ominous feeling rising within him. These 3-legged golden monstrosities could not possibly be Jinwu. Or could they? Given the current status and strength of the human race, how could they possibly come into contact with the Jinwu, let alone hunt one down and offer it to him roasted? It should be a common, ancient giant bird whose bloodline has mutated to develop a 3rd leg. See, what do you have on your shoulder? Su Ming still felt uneasy and asked another question. Seeing that Si did not respond, Shinnong, clearly impatient, kicked Si on the backside. Si, the ancestor, is asking you a question. With his current latest stage Tai golden immortal strength, bullying Si was as easy as child's play. Whether this kick was a form of revenge for the previous one from Yichao is unknown. Si snapped back to reality, shot an angry glance at Shinnong before immediately reporting to the ancestor. This was brought by Yichao. It is the 10th prince of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan, who mutated with a 3rd leg and invaded the human race alongside another golden immortal Fire Cloud Sparrow, but was slain by me and Yichao. Yichao and I both believe that the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan is ultimately a major clan of the demon race, protected by a great Luo golden immortal. Slaying the 10th prince of the Fire Cloud Sparrow is no small matter. Thus I came to report to the ancestor. Si then revealed a somewhat ingratiating smile, saying, Ancestor, this 3-legged Fire Cloud Sparrow tastes delightful, rich in energy, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. When roasted, I specially brought it for you to try. In fact, he had discussed with Yichao and concluded that slaying the 10th prince of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan was not a big deal at all. Even if the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan discovered it, as long as they didn't mobilize their entire force to fight the human race, it wouldn't pose a significant threat. Moreover, they cleaned the battlefield thoroughly. The quick battle minimized the risk of exposure. However, upon hearing this, Su Ming couldn't help but gasp, a crucial word resonating in his mind. 10th prince. This is outrageous. How many 10th princes are there in the world of the ancients? How many of them are avian and have 3 legs? My heavens. Su Ming heavily slapped his forehead, still clinging to a sliver of hope, as he looked at Si and asked, This mutated 3-legged Fire Cloud Sparrow, its feathers aren't golden and its beak isn't long, right? His tone was uncertain. At this moment, Si gave the ancestor a confirmed answer that chilled Su Ming's heart. Yes, ancestor. This mutated Fire Cloud Sparrow was extremely arrogant, directly referring to our human race as the Monkey Clan, and commanded me and Yichao to commit suicide as an apology to avoid the extermination of the human race, as if it was the prince of the entire demon clan. Si's eyes flashed with disdain as he raised his head and proudly said, What 10th prince? With a mutated bloodline under the scriptures bestowed by the ancestor, it is nothing but an insect easily slain by Yichao, and the entire human race feasted upon it. Su Ming felt a chill run down his spine. What do you mean, as if it was the prince of the entire demon clan? This is the 10th prince of the demon clan. Moreover, if his assumptions are correct, this fellow is indeed the last 10th prince of the Jinwu clan, in later times Luya, the Buddha's Dainichi Nyurai. However, this Dainichi Nyurai hadn't even had the chance to grow up before being roasted and eaten by Si. Su Ming looked up at the 3-legged Jinwu roast meat that Si was carrying, feeling utterly devastated. He wasn't afraid or terrified. With his current strength, he could easily escape Di Jun and Tai. He wouldn't be able to do anything to him. But fate had truly played a cruel joke on him. Su Ming was considering the future of the human race. He had just thought that the human race should take advantage of the clash between the witch and demon races during the interval of the First Witch-Demon War to develop cautiously. Now, with the human race slaying Luya, it would likely lead to unpredictable developments. The Jinwu clan is scarce, with only Dijun, Tai, and Shihi remaining. Thus they dote on these 10 Jinwu to an extreme degree. The recklessness of the 10 great Jinwu scorching the witch clan under the sun demonstrates just how spoiled they are. It was precisely due to the death of the 9 major Jinwu that the Second Witch-Demon War erupted. One can only imagine the massive upheaval that Lu Ya's death would cause in the world of the ancients. The power gap between the human race and the demon race is far too great. At this moment, Si noticed the ancestor's gaze fixated on the roast meat on his shoulder, and his eyes brightened as he quickly said, Ancestor, this is only 5 parts cooked. I will roast it thoroughly for you now, so you can taste it. Go ahead. At this point, it was already irrevocable. They could only take it one step at a time. Su Ming sighed inwardly and waved his hand. The meat of the Jinwu is indeed worth trying. This is a delicacy that even saints have never tasted. Just then a scorching aura erupted from the endless firmament, making Su Ming's heart stir as he looked up. Suddenly he was shocked. Above the 33 heavens, rolling golden flames surged and boiled the fiery red light, covering billions of miles of the sky. A deafening shriek exploded from the demon court, shaking the entire world of the ancients. Who killed my son Luya? Two massive, boundless golden wings burning with raging flames spread from the supreme demon court, seemingly capable of covering the entire world of the ancients. The vast and terrifying imperial might along with its immense power shook the entire world of the ancients. In the next moment, a golden bird's head emerged from the demon court, as massive as a fiery red star. The bird's eyes, like golden fiery stars, gazed down upon the entire world of the ancients, filled with overwhelming rage. Its golden gaze, like a pillar of flame, swept indiscriminately across the land of the ancients, obliterating countless mountains and rivers in a torrent of fire. This scene was apocalyptic, shocking the entire world of the ancients. For a human race that had only existed for 30,000 years, the impact was beyond words. In the world of the ancients there exists such a terrifying demon beast. At this moment, for C, who was about to roast meat, he was completely stunned, his whole body stiff. His gaze was fixed on the feet of this world-destroying giant bird. This giant bird had 3 golden legs. Wasn't this just an enlarged version of the mutated fire cloud sparrow? Ce dazedly turned to look at the ancestor, seeking a reassuring answer from him. After pondering for a moment, Su Ming descended and patted Ce's shoulder, saying, "Congratulations, you have become the first being in the world of the ancients to taste Jinwu meat. Di Jun is the most powerful person in the current Hongwang world. Hong Jun possesses the greatest strength and influence. However, Di Jun is the most formidable figure among the current powerful clans, the demon emperor of the demon race, the supreme authority commanding countless powerful subordinates, blessed with endless fortune. His son has been killed, causing an endless shock in the Hongwang world. Who could be so audacious as to dare slay even the 10th prince of the demon race? This act is akin to defecating on the face of the demon race, a provocation against them." In his rage, Di Jun issued a death command, ordering the entire demon race to track down and eliminate the murderer of Luya. Regardless of who it is, regardless of their background or strength, they shall be killed without mercy, and their clan. With Di Jun's decree, the vast machinery of the demon race began to rumble into action. Countless powerful demons surged forth, searching for any possible clues. Under the overwhelming and frenzied movements of the demon race, the myriad clans of Hongwang trembled in fear, retracting their forces lest they clash with the demon race and be annihilated. Even the ongoing open and covert conflicts with the witch race seemed to be temporarily set aside, with some forces retracting slightly. Due to Lu Ya's death, the tumultuous and endlessly conflicted Hongwang world unexpectedly fell into a brief and strange period of calm. Night. In the valley, a bonfire is lit and a giant bird is roasted to a golden hue, sizzling with oil and exuding an enticing aroma. In front of the bonfire, Su Ming is feasting heartily, his mouth dripping with oil. In this vast world, satisfying one's hunger is of utmost importance. In his many years in the Hongwang world, focused solely on cultivation and striving to save humanity from peril, he has never indulged in the pleasures of life. Delicious, so tender, truly worthy of the mutated bloodline of the fire cloud sparrow, Su Ming prayed. Before Su Ming, the slightly pale-faced Zi clan and Yu Chao clan stood awkwardly, unsure whether to sit or stand upon hearing Su Ming's teasing words. Indeed, realizing the magnitude of their blunder, the Yu Chao clan hastily rushed over to confess to their ancestor. At this moment, the gluttonous Shennong clan beside them nodded repeatedly. Indeed, not bad, consuming this warms the body and strengthens the physique. The Yu Chao clan and Zi clan glared angrily, wanting nothing more than to team up and give this guy a beating. How can they still think about eating the meat of the golden crow at such a time? Now that we are full, it's time to get to work. At this moment, having satisfied his hunger, Su Ming slowly stood up, drawing the attention of the three as he said in unison, "Whatever the human emperor commands, I shall dive into fire and water without hesitation." Since Di Jun issued the order, the human emperor has not made any comments or given any commands regarding this matter. They all know in their hearts. Even if they cover up the fact that Luya was killed by the human race, perfectly afterward there will definitely be traces left. With the strength of the demon race, if they are determined to investigate, they will eventually trace it back to the human race. At this moment, the gap between the strength of the human race and the demon race is significant. Comparing them can be quite disheartening. There's simply no comparison. What does the demon race represent? They are the collective name for the myriad beings of Honghuang, consolidating most of the powerful clans since the dawn of creation under the leadership of Di Jun and Tai Yi. Among them, the demon gods even include powerful beings from the era of gods and demons that survived since the dawn of creation. In contrast, the human race has only existed for 30,000 years. Excluding Su Ming, there are only 2 Tai Yi golden immortals. If discovered, it would surely lead to devastating consequences. The Yu Chao clan, Zi clan, and even the Shun Nong clan, who comprehend the heavenly demon scriptures, cannot help but feel a sense of trepidation. Their own deaths are inconsequential, but if they bring ruin to the entire human race, they would be beyond redemption. Don't be too nervous, eat and drink as you please. Su Ming smiled, casually waving his hand. Your task is to manage the human race, maintain the status quo as it is. I will return shortly. With that, Su Ming's figure instantly vanished before the three of them, disappearing into the valley. The Hongwang world is vast and boundless, with no one knowing where its boundaries lie. As the Dragon Han catastrophe approached, the witch and demon races rose, engaging in warfare and If we divide based on the center of Mount Buzhou, and excluding some powerful, yet neutral ancient clans, the demon race basically occupies the eastern part of Hongwang, while the witch race occupies the northern part. At this moment, Su Ming's figure appeared above the sky in the northern part of Hongwang, deep within the territory of the witch race. Just to the north lies the North Sea, known as the Forbidden Land of Hongwang, home to the ancient behemoth race controlled by Kunping. Su Ming appeared to be standing firm in the sky, but in reality his form was within the endless void, casting a projection over the territory of the witch race, his icy gaze surveying below. Below, towering giants resembling humans and standing hundreds of thousands of feet tall walked upon the ground, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. Su Ming naturally could not stand idly by while the human race was discovered by the demon race. The human race is far from being able to confront the demon race heathen. After much contemplation, Su Ming realized that the only solution to this matter was to divert the disaster eastward. In the Hongwang world, the only race that could confront the demon race without fear and engage them directly is the witch race. Of course, this is an extremely risky choice. Yet Su Ming had no other options. To be honest, he held no fondness for the witch race. The only one he felt any goodwill towards was Ho Tu, who had transformed into reincarnation and possessed great compassion. Thus, Su Ming conceived a grand scheme to divert the disaster toward the witch race. In the past, the witch race and the human race had opened intermarriage, creating the witch-human clan, fostering a close relationship between them. Moreover, the witch race also shared a part of their fortune with the human race. However, the 12 ancestral witches, the rulers of the witch race, grew fearful of the human race's rapid growth, and during the demon race's massacre of the humans, they sat idly by, witnessing the deaths of countless humans, leading to their complete decline. Naturally, the demon race took advantage of this to forge the slaughter, which soared, laying the groundwork for the destruction of the witch race. Therefore, as the current human emperor, Su Ming felt no burden in taking action against the witch race. Su Ming's gaze swept across the vast core region of the witch race, finally landing on the tribe of Zhu Rong, the ancestral witch of fire. The Fire Ancestral Witch Tribe is known for its fiery temperament, notorious for its violence, making it the best choice for diverting disaster. The witch race is divided into 12 major tribes, each created by the 12 ancestral witches using their blood. Beneath them are the great witches who have created their own tribes using their blood, forming the entire vast witch race through their lineage. These 12 major ancestral witch tribes represent the pinnacle of the witch race's combat power. Su Ming certainly would not be so reckless as to directly invade an ancestral witch tribe. An ancestral witch tribe can withstand the combined might of nearly 10 demon god clans with an unknown number of great witches among them, some even possessing strength rivaling that of Quasi-Saints. Moreover, the center of the 12 ancestral witch tribes is the Panga Hall, the highest authority center of the vast witch race. These are 12 beings at the pinnacle of Quasi-Saint strength, who can overpower Di Jun and Tai Yi, who controls several supreme treasures. Su Ming has no intention of clashing with such reckless madmen. His goal is merely to kill a few great witches and obtain their blood. Therefore, he must strike swiftly, and time passed second by second. 1 day, 2 days, 10 days. Su Ming, like a hunting tiger, remained poised high in the sky above the witch clan's territory, silently waiting for the perfect moment to strike. In the blink of an eye, another half-month had passed, and night fell. At this moment, Su Ming, who had been calm and focused, felt a shift in his gaze. Below, in the ancestral witch tribe, 3 towering figures over 10,000 zhang tall emerged, their skin a pale red, hair flowing wildly, with distinct skin patterns resembling mountain ranges. Their eyes were as large as stars, and as they walked, their heavy fiery red hair whipped through the air with a continuous rumble. The direction in which these 3 great witches walked was not toward the wilderness, but toward the northern sea. The opportunity has come. A glint of cold light flashed in Su Ming's eyes as he quietly trailed behind these 3 great witches of fire. From the conversation of the 3 great witches, he learned that they were heading to the northern sea to hunt ancient beasts for a feast, and were in no hurry to return, so he too was not in a rush to act. These 3 great witches were not very strong. The strongest among them was only comparable to the pinnacle of the great Luo, golden, immortal, barely touching the threshold of Quasi-Saint. Su Ming analyzed calmly. With his current strength, killing these mere 3 great witches would be as effortless as raising a hand. However, what he desired was a swift resolution. He could not afford any delays. A slight hesitation might alert Quasi-Saint-level Great Witches, or even the 12 ancestors. Such an occurrence could very well expose his identity, which was something he could not allow. Soon the 3 Great Witches submerged into the sea. This place was already about 1 billion li away from the core of the Witch clan. 1 billion li with the strength of the 12 ancestors, they could arrive in no more than a minute. If it were the space ancestor Di Jiang and the earth ancestor Zhu Jiuyin, they would likely be even faster. Just a little longer. Su Ming muttered to himself, his gaze fixed on the 3 Great Witches without a moment's distraction. His killing intent had reached its peak. As for striking against these unknown Great Witches, was it too cruel? At this moment in Su Ming's heart, only the interests of the human race remained. He must lead the human race to stand tall among the myriad tribes of the wilderness. As the human emperor, for the benefit of the human race, he could not afford even a hint of mercy. This was his conviction. The interests of the clan outweighed everything. The moment he became the human emperor, Su Ming had already prepared for everything. For the human race, even if it meant creating a sea of corpses and a mountain of bones. In a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, there was no room for mercy. But at this moment, Su Ming realized his plan to wait a bit longer had fallen through. The 3 Great Witches had only just submerged less than 100,000 li into the sea, with the water barely reaching their thighs, when a colossal ancient ocean beast appeared within a mere 100,000 li. This was an ancient beast resembling an octopus from later generations, with an incredibly massive body and countless tentacles clinging to a large island. Its eyes were pitch black like a dark abyss. Its strength was at least at the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Such an ancient beast had likely survived since before the great calamity of the Dragon Han era. Yet the moment this octopus saw the 3 Great Witches from afar, it instinctively filled with endless fear. Countless tentacles stood up like human legs, frantically fleeing toward the depths of the sea, trying to escape. However, upon seeing the octopus, the 3 Great Witches laughed heartily, quickly surrounding it. 6 powerful hands gripped its tentacles tightly, tearing it apart, and the black blood of the octopus stained the azure sea. In just a moment, this octopus, comparable to the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal, was slain and dismembered, carried on their shoulders. The surrounding sea surface was calm and undisturbed. The fierce aftermath of the battle did not attract any ancient beasts to its aid. This demonstrated just how terrifying the Witch clan's deterrent power was, able to indiscriminately hunt ancient beasts, even in the northern sea said to be a forbidden zone of the wilderness. At this moment, seeing the 3 Great Witches return, a cold, killing intent flashed in Su Ming's eyes like a bolt of lightning cutting through endless void. No more delays. The killing move he had been brewing for a long time was unleashed in an instant. The chaotic Heaven Emperor Fist, an upgraded version of the Heaven Emperor Fist from the Heaven Emperor scripture. In an instant, a vast expanse of chaotic mist obscured the sea surface, and the mighty aura of the Heaven Emperor spread through the skies. A golden fist that spanned millions of li shot through like a lightning bolt. In a flash, blood mist enveloped the area. The strongest of the 3 Great Witches, whose upper body was mostly turned to blood mist, stood with only 2 legs like mountains beneath the sea. Blood instantly dyed the sea red, and the fiery blood of the Great Witches directly evaporated the seawater within 1 million li, creating a cloud of steam. The other 2 massive forms of the Great Witches were also blasted away, blocking out the sun, with visible jagged cracks appearing on their formidable bodies, blood pouring down. The 3 Great Witches at the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal were nearly all killed in this strike. This scene was utterly shocking. Everything happened in an instant. In the blink of an eye, powerful beings from the northern sea were stirred. Su Ming had long anticipated that he would not be able to kill them instantly, and without a hint of hesitation, he stepped down, transforming into a giant foot spanning billions of li, crushing the 2 Great Witches who had yet to react into pulp. Immediately afterward, with a wave of his hand, the essence blood of the 3 Great Witches was extracted, forming a blood ball the size of a soccer ball. Without hesitation, Su Ming stepped into the endless void and fled. The entire process had already been rehearsed countless times in his mind. Thus, everything flowed seamlessly, executed in one go. However, this was ultimately Su Ming's first strike since arriving in the wilderness world, and he had underestimated the strength of the top witches. The time of his 2 strikes had already been enough to alarm the Ancestor Hall. Suddenly, a deep, thunderous voice erupted from the Pango Hall at the core of the Witch clan. Who dares to kill our clan's Great Witches? Death. A towering figure billions of zhang tall, with gray-blue skin and wings sprouting from its back, emerged from the Pango Hall and quickly fled into the void. It was none other than the leader of the 12 ancestors, the space ancestor Di Jiang. Time is revered and space is king. This phrase has been passed down from the chaos era to the wilderness. One can only imagine how terrifying the laws of space are. Su Ming, who had already fled billions of li into the void, felt a jolt of alarm, a strong sense of crisis washing over him. Almost instinctively, he cloaked himself in chaotic mist and suddenly turned around to unleash a punch. The chaotic Heaven Emperor Fist. The chaotic giant fist collapsed the void, casting everything into chaos, rendering all spatial rules non-existent. This can still catch up. The 12 ancestors are too abnormal. Su Ming roared internally. Once entangled by Di Jiang, what would follow would likely be an assault from the 12 ancestors. Such a scene would likely force even the already ascended Nu Hua to retreat. The void was in a state of chaotic turmoil, with turbulent currents rolling like an angry ocean. This terrifying sight would engulf even a powerful being at the great Luo Golden Immortal level who dared to enter. Even a typical Quasi-Saint would lose their way within, unable to find the coordinates of the primordial world. However, before Di Jiang, a peak Quasi-Emperor, and the most powerful ancestral, who commanded the supreme laws of space, such obstacles evidently could not halt his advance. Indeed, the chaotic void was still a void, and it could be wielded by Di Jiang. Brat die. Di Jiang's voice resonated, echoing through the endless space, infused with a breath of annihilation. Buzz. A vast, boundless ancestral witch's hand, seemingly filling the entire chaotic spacetime, descended upon Su Ming, with precision grasping at his shifting form. Su Ming did not wish to engage Di Jiang. He continuously shifted his position among the endless void, yet the ancestral witch's hand seemed to have marked him with some sort of coordinate, following him relentlessly. With the enhancement of spatial laws, the chaotic spacetime appeared as nothingness before the ancestral witch's hand. A distance of billions of miles felt as close as a hair's breadth. Freak. Su Ming cursed, inwardly thoroughly annoyed by the entanglement. Was it really necessary to pursue him so relentlessly just for having killed 3 great witches? The witch clan was indeed large and prosperous. How could they not let go of just 3 great witches? However, at this moment, Su Ming began to understand why the witch clan as a single group could grow step by step into a dominant force in the world and contend with the demon clan, which housed countless ancient tribes. Even Hong Jun and the 6 saints dared not provoke them. It was due to their unity, unwilling to abandon any of their kin. For the 3 great witches who had already been slain, even the Pango Hall was shaken, and the supreme authority of Di Jiang pursued them relentlessly. If it had been 3 great Luo Golden Immortals of the Demon Clan, would the Demon Emperor Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai have acted similarly? Clearly not. However, every group that has managed to thrive must possess its own merits and shining attributes. The strength of the Demon Clan lies in its remarkable compatibility, as nearly any group can be accommodated within it, even the once dominant primordial clans of Dragon Phoenix and Shilin. Although these 3 great clans have never acknowledged that they belong to the Demon Clan. While Su Ming felt a sense of admiration for the unity of the Witch Clan for the sake of the human race's interests, if he had to strike against the Witch Clan next time, he would not hesitate for a moment. Buzz. A cold light flashed in Su Ming's eyes as he suddenly waved his hand, causing the world to tremble. From the treasured diagram of gods and demons, torrents of divine, demonic energy surged forth, cleaving through the void. Buzz. A cold light flashed in Su Ming's eyes as he suddenly waved his hand, causing the world to tremble. From the treasured diagram of gods and demons, torrents of divine, demonic energy. This was a true transformation into nothingness, with billions of laws being utterly destroyed. Even the ancestral witch's hand, no matter how formidable its form, suffered from grotesque wounds under the power of the void's obliteration. Blood from the ancestral witch spilled across the void, with the danger of being entirely severed. This time Di Jiang dared not act recklessly and struck from a distance of billions of miles. It was proven that this killer of the great witches had the ability to harm him. Though the ancestral witch's body was incredibly powerful, its recovery was also lengthy and arduous. Brat, do not let me discover who you are. Di Jiang roared, his voice booming with terrifying, murderous intent as his hands slowly withdrew from the space-time. Knowing that it was impossible to catch up again, there was no need to engage in futile struggles. Finally retreated, what a troublesome fellow! Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Di Jiang retreat. He had to admit that the strength of the ancestral witch far exceeded his expectations. This time, slaying the great witch in the depths of the witch clan could be likened to pulling teeth from a tiger. A slight misstep could plunge the human race into eternal damnation. The ancestral witch truly deserved its reputation as a mythical figure that left an indelible legacy in the history of the primordial world. Throughout, he dared not reveal the slightest trace of his presence. Even when taking out the diagram of gods and demons, it merely trembled the spacetime, indirectly severing Di Jiang's hand with the force of spacetime's obliteration, fearing to leave even a trace. However, a careful sailor avoids shipwreck. Unless absolutely necessary, I must never use the diagram of gods and demons again, Su Ming muttered to himself. Although the ancestral which lacked a primordial spirit, its means were extraordinary, and one could discern a hint of this from the recent confrontation. Though he believed he had accounted for every possibility, who knew if Di Jiang had a way to sense the aura of the diagram of gods and demons. This time he had nearly capsized. Su Ming reflected on the lessons from this encounter as he flew the direction not leading to the valley but towards the eastern side of Buzhou Mountain, the core territory of the demon clan. At this moment the primordial world fell into a state of uproar once more. A wave had not settled, and another arose. Following the actions of the demon emperor Di Jun, the turmoil over the murder of the demon clan's 10th prince had yet to end when the witch clan stirred up another massive wave. There was even a powerful being who dared to personally infiltrate the depths of the witch clan, killing 3 great witches right under the nose of the Pangahal. It was impossible to describe how insane and unbelievable this was. It was akin to defecating on the face of the witch clan. To all the strong and clans in the entire primordial world, the one who accomplished this act of madness was simply a reckless lunatic. After all, this was the witch clan. The witch clan, known for its brutality and dominance, had always been the one to oppress others. Never had a strong being dared to provoke them in such a manner. Why has the demon clan expanded so rapidly? Many of the ancient clans of the primordial world, led by innate divine demons, joined the demon clan. Wasn't it because of the witch clan's rampant oppression, which they could no longer endure, that they flocked to the banner of the demon clan? After all, it's easier to find shade under a big tree. Yet even so, the demon clan would not dare to slap the witch clan's face so openly. This was the depths of the witch clan, with 12 ancestral witches stationed in the Pango Hall, countless great witches rampant, and strong beings everywhere. Even the 3 pure ones of the Dao sect would have to act cautiously there. Most crucially, the actual controller of the witch clan, the spatial ancestral, which Di Jiang personally acted, and still couldn't capture this lunatic. According to rumors, it seemed that this lunatic had even injured Di Jiang. How shocking this was. In reality, it had already divided the primordial world, establishing itself as a hegemonic force among the 2 major clans. They were being continuously provoked, even without knowing who the perpetrator was. The Pango Hall issued a declaration to the entire primordial world. The face of the witch clan would not be trampled upon. The witch clan would not allow any powerful being who harmed their kin to roam freely. They would strike without mercy. The witch clan mobilized the entire clan to conduct a sweeping search. Countless great witches emerged from the witch clan. At this moment, not only the eastern part of the primordial world was in chaos, the northern part was in turmoil as well. The entire primordial world was thrown into disarray. Both clans were too preoccupied with searching for those who dared to provoke the dignity of the great clans to bother contending over territory. At this moment, Su Ming had arrived at a place close to the heart of the demon race. He had gained a glimpse of the madness engulfing the entire primordial world. Su Ming rubbed his nose and sighed to himself. To offend 2 primordial overlords at once, I must be one of a kind among countless primordial traversers. The great shaman was killed by him. The flesh of the golden crow was delicious, but this was not his intention. He was forced into it out of necessity. Shaking his head, Su Ming decided not to dwell on it further. Focusing on the present was the right thing to do. He looked up at a great primordial clan occupying an area of over 10 million miles, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. This clan was called the Fire Cloud Sparrow. Su Ming had learned the developments of the situation from the mouths of the Chao clan members from beginning to end. From start to finish, the human race had not provoked any beings. It was the Fire Cloud Sparrow that had come to attack, devouring a large number of humans. The Chao clan and the Zi clan were furious, disregarding the consequences, to slay the young master of the Fire Cloud Sparrow, as they had accumulated too much anger and could no longer endure. Thus Su Ming did not blame the 2 for being oblivious to the bigger picture. He had been traversing the demon territory for half a month and had finally located the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan amidst the vast demon regions. In the demon race, the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan was indeed a large clan, but it was by no means a top-tier one. There were many other large clans comparable to it, not as easily found as the ancestor shaman tribe. Is it the strong who are revered and the weak who are devoured? A cold glimmer flashed in Su Ming's eyes, the 8 words that left the deepest impression on him from the Chao clan's narrative. These 8 words represented the actions of the Fire Cloud Sparrow towards the human race. Heavenly Demon Devour. Su Ming's eyes were enveloped in demonic energy, turning pitch black and eerie. He then raised his hand, and a ball of essence blood condensed from the great shaman's blood appeared in his palm, which he swallowed directly. In the Heavenly Demon scripture, there was a highly demonic divine ability, Heavenly Demon Devour. This ability could devour the essence blood of enemies, turning their divine abilities into his own for a short time. This was the reason Su Ming had risked entering the depths of the shaman clan to slay the great shaman. He aimed to divert the attention of the demon race. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant, Su Ming's aura, filled with demonic intent, transformed rapidly, flames igniting around him, his hair turning fiery red, resembling a dancing inferno, with his skin fading to a light crimson. His aura, after consuming 3 balls of essence blood, rivaled that of a peak early-stage great shaman from the fire tribe. Of course, this was only a superficial aura. Su Ming's eyes still brimmed with demonic intent, burning with intense flames as he stepped into the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. Within the vast territory, millions upon millions of Fire Cloud Sparrows resided, with not a few even at the Tai Golden Immortal level, soaring across the sky. Deep within the mountains, a terrifying aura occasionally flickered, accompanied by a heat wave. The weak are devoured by the strong. Su Ming muttered to himself, his body suddenly growing to a height of 1,000,000 feet, flames roaring around him as he waved his hand, countless flames of the law following him. Darkness shrouded the land of the Fire Cloud Sparrow. Raging flames surged like torrents within the territory of the Fire Cloud Sparrow. The true fire of Zhu Rong, unmatched by the divine fire of the Golden Crow, could burn anything. At this moment, the surging flames spread throughout the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan, burning the land into a vacuum, devouring tens of thousands of Fire Cloud Sparrows. The Fire Attribute tribe wailed in agony amidst the flames, and in an instant the sound of sorrow echoed all around, filled with fear. The true fire of Zhu Rong continued to spread through the territory of the Fire Cloud Sparrow at a terrifying speed. Countless startled Fire Cloud Sparrow warriors attempted to take flight, only to be swatted dead by Su Ming with a single strike. This was a massacre, a calamity. Buzz. Su Ming lifted his huge foot, covering thousands of miles, and stomped down hard, crushing tens of thousands of Fire Cloud Sparrows into mush. In the primordial world, the law of the weak being devoured by the strong, and the strong being revered, was vividly displayed at this moment. At this time, a thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. Zhu Rong, the great shaman, how dare you invade the territory of my Fire Cloud Sparrow? Buzz, buzz, buzz. The terrifying might within revived. The ancestor of the Fire Cloud Sparrow had 5 great golden immortal level Fire Cloud Sparrows erupted from the mountains, their bodies immensely large, with wings spread wide, blocking the sun, and their eyes like stars. Among them 3 were early-stage golden immortals, 1 was mid-stage, and 1 was latest-stage. Moreover, an extremely terrifying aura was reviving within the mountains, that of a peak golden immortal, a powerful being on the verge of becoming a quasi saint. They did not retreat. Instead, they charged towards Su Ming, flames roaring, killing, intense surging. At that moment, within the territory of the Fire Cloud Sparrow that spanned millions of miles, a protective formation was also reviving. According to reason, 6 golden immortals, along with 1 peak golden immortal on the verge of becoming a quasi-saint, combined with the protective formation that had been passed down for countless years, could contend with a quasi-saint for a period of time. This period was sufficient to alarm the demon court, and surrounding demon gods would also dispatch quasi-saint experts for support. Thus, facing Zhu Rong, the great shaman, whose strength was vastly superior, they did not retreat. At this time, a cold glint flashed in Su Ming's eyes as he struck down with his palm, flames rolling. But this time, mixed within the flames was a trace of intense demonic energy. This trace of demonic energy belonged to the mid-stage 4th heaven realm, comprehending the supreme perfection level of the heavenly demon scripture. This strike's power was worlds apart from that of an ordinary early-stage quasi-saint great shaman. The 5 golden immortals, bolstered by the protective formation, were instantly turned to ashes. Even the protective formation trembled and began to collapse under the terrifying power that resonated. This scene was shocking. 5 golden immortals were directly obliterated. At this moment, the countless Fire Cloud Sparrows that had risen with hope fell into despair, as if they had plummeted from heaven to the depths of the valley. Even the ancestor of the golden immortal was slain. Suddenly, a rainbow shot out from the mountains, its aura immense, but it was not directed at Su Ming, rather it was towards another side. This Fire Cloud Sparrow ancestor attempted to flee without a fight. This scene was also desperate for him. Trying to escape, Su Ming extended his great hand, filling the sky, as if he could encompass the vast universe within his palm, allowing the Fire Cloud Sparrow ancestor to leap countless miles, yet unable to escape his grasp, transforming Mount Sumeru into a mustard seed. Divine law ability. You are certainly not Zhu Rong, the great shaman. Who exactly are you, and why do you seek to kill my Fire Cloud Sparrow? The Fire Cloud Sparrow ancestor let out a desperate roar, seeking an answer. But the weak are unworthy of knowing the answer. Su Ming's eyes were cold, filled with surging demonic intent, as he slowly tightened his grip. Sizzle. The peak golden immortal Fire Cloud Sparrow ancestor was crushed into pulp by him, its primordial spirit directly turned to ashes in the blazing true fire of Zhu Rong. At this moment, the entire Fire Cloud Sparrow clan was utterly despaired. The rolling true fire of Zhu Rong rampaged across thousands of miles, burning everything in its path. The remaining fire cloud sparrows at most high golden immortal level were as powerless as ordinary people in the face of such surging flames. The fire cloud sparrow clan was annihilated, with millions of fire cloud sparrows failing to escape, while the protective formation remained steadfast. Meanwhile, Su Ming's figure vanished within the territory of the fire cloud sparrow clan. Under such a grand commotion, the demon court above the 33 heavens trembled. Upon perceiving the significant upheaval within the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan, the demon court dispatched a Quasissaint great demon, only to witness the aftermath of the clan's annihilation with shattered walls and lingering smoke. The once thriving territory of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan has turned into a scorched wasteland. Scouring the vast expanse of the clan's domain, not even a single surviving Fire Cloud Sparrow could be found. For the demon race, this was catastrophic news. The entire demon race was left in a state of shock. Since the great calamity of Longhan, Emperor Jun and Tai emerged to establish the demon clan. Wielding the precious summoning banner, they gathered the great clans of the wilderness, sweeping through, conquering countless tribes and plundering immense resources until the establishment of the demon court commanding the vast wilderness. The demon race had enjoyed a smooth journey, never experiencing such a profound humiliation. Not far from the core of the demon race, a great clan, merely a step away from the demon god clan, was brazenly annihilated beneath the watchful eyes of the demon court and numerous great clans. In the past, if any powerful being proposed such an event, it would have been regarded as a colossal joke. This was nothing short of an absurdity. To eliminate a great clan right under the nose of the demon court. Who would dare? Who possessed such strength? Yet it had indeed occurred. Moreover, it happened shortly after the assassination of the 10th prince of the demon race. Many powerful beings in the wilderness couldn't help but speculate endlessly. Could this be a deliberate, orchestrated plot against the demon race? This shocking news swiftly spread throughout the wilderness. The already tense atmosphere of the wilderness became even more fraught with anxiety, as if every blade of grass and tree was on high alert. No one knew what kind of frenzied actions the vast demon race would take after enduring two monumental humiliations. On the second day after the annihilation of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan, while the entire wilderness was in a state of suffocating vigilance, a powerful figure within the core circle of the demon race leaked a piece of news. Within the territory of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan, the blood of a great shaman from the Witch clan was found. Furthermore, the remnants of a faint aura from a battle between the great shaman and the ancestor of the Fire Cloud Sparrow lingered at the scene. In the demon court, only snippets and fragments of the news circulated. Yet at that moment, this information left the entire wilderness in bewilderment. A great shaman from the Witch clan infiltrated the demon race, slaughtering a great clan. How could this be possible? Had they gone mad? Otherwise, the motives of the Witch clan could not be explained. It was utterly unbelievable. At that moment, the powerful figures of the great clans within the demon race seemed to receive some kind of directive from the demon court, suddenly taking flight and gathering towards it. The clouds of war gathered and a storm appeared imminent. Countless speculations surged within the wilderness. All powerful beings of the great wilderness focused their attention on the vast demon court, shrouded in dark clouds and rumbling thunder. Such a tremendous commotion was evident to all. The demon race must have received some significant news, or else they would never have made such grand moves. This was unprecedented, even amidst various frictions with the Witch clan. Who at this moment could warrant such a massive response from the demon race? Without exception, all powerful beings couldn't help but think of the Witch clan. Only the Witch clan was worthy of such a substantial response from the demon race. In light of the demon race's grand maneuvers and the various fragmented messages circulating, the Witch clan, a behemoth not to be outdone by the demon race, dared not show even the slightest hint of complacency. They immediately set aside the matter of hunting down the three great shamans and summoned numerous ancestral shaman tribes and Quasissaint great shamans to gather at the Panga Hall, adopting a confrontational stance. Moreover, without showing any signs of weakness, they summoned millions of great shamans to the borderlands of the Witch and Demon clans, grandly commencing drills. Countless great shamans stood tall and mighty, their voices booming like thunder, their breaths like the wind, shaking the entire wilderness. How could the powerful beings of the great wilderness fail to see that this was a warning from the Witch clan to the demon race, which was currently in a meeting? Do not make any impulsive decisions. The Witch clan would not show fear and would not retreat an inch. If they dared to act rashly, the demon race would bear the consequences. In the wilderness, numerous great clans and powerful beings were filled with trepidation. Many among them had survived the great calamity of the Longhan Three Clans War, and the memories of that world-ending battle were still vivid after countless years, leaving them haunted. Countless tribes and powerful beings perished and fell into the annals of history during that battle. At this moment, the witch and demon clans were even more powerful than the Longhan 3 clans of the past. If a great war were to erupt, it would undoubtedly be even more terrifying than the Longhan calamity, with far-reaching repercussions across the wilderness. However, in their fear, they found themselves powerless. Before the 2 great clans they were, but ants their opinions and thoughts would not be considered by the 2 great clans. Just as the millions of great shamans of the witch clan were drilling. Under the scrutiny of countless solemn gazes, the demon court made its move. 108 demon gods stepped out of the demon court, standing tall beneath the sun and moon, their eyes shining like stars as dark clouds loomed overhead. Countless elite demons and powerful beings were summoned to the border of the witch and demon clans, confronting the witch army and beginning their drills. Such a scale of confrontation, even if merely a standoff, was immensely terrifying, with various grand and shocking phenomena manifesting throughout the wilderness. Dark clouds rolled ominously, and the malevolent aura coalesced into a blood-red gale howling between the 2 armies. The heavens above shattered inch by inch under the immense pressure. Mountains and rivers spanning billions of miles were ground to dust, and the earth cracked. Each scene felt like an omen heralding the arrival of an apocalyptic battle, plunging the wilderness into panic. Countless powerful beings cast under the shadow of the Longhan calamity chose to retreat into their caves or flee to the edges of the wilderness, attempting to evade the onslaught of this great calamity. Meanwhile, beneath it all, countless ordinary beings in the depths of the wilderness trembled in fear. At this moment, Su Ming, the mastermind behind this unprecedented calamity, leisurely returned to. Upon seeing the Chao clan's trio still anxiously waiting in place, he noticed the golden and crispy meat of the golden crow on the wooden rack not far away, still emanating a fragrant aroma after half a month. He casually grabbed a piece of it and began to devour it. Golden crow meat is indeed delicious. Such exquisite food should not go to waste. Oh, wasting food is shameful. Su Ming felt quite pleased. However, the anxious Chao clan, Z clan, and Shinnong clan, upon seeing the ancestor return, hurried over to inquire. Seeing the ancestor enjoying his meal with grease all over his mouth, they dared not interrupt, but their faces were flushed with urgency. They knew that the battlefield where the witch and demon clans were at odds was not very far from the Unzao mountain. Given the proximity, even if their strength was not particularly formidable in the current chaotic era, they could still gather much news. What should they do about the slaying of the demon clan's 10th prince? If the news reached the ears of the demon emperor, with millions of demon troops at their side, the human race would have no chance to escape and would be completely annihilated with no opportunity for resistance. Even if they were not discovered, the aftermath of the battle between the 2 clans would be an unbearable burden for the human race. It was overwhelming, completely overwhelming. The human race had just begun to rise, and these 3 human rulers were filled with fighting spirit, yet reality doused them with a bucket of cold water, leaving them feeling chilled to the bone. At this moment, they were at a loss and could only place all their attention and hopes on the ancestor, their eyes filled with anticipation. After a long while, Su Ming, having eaten and drunk his fill, casually tossed aside the golden crow skeleton in his hand, wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth, and with a faint smile, said lightly to the 3 human ancestors, "Why are you all surrounding me? You should cultivate, eat, drink, and just enjoy the show." Su Ming's calm words, though not revealing any important information, served as a strong tonic for the anxious hearts of the 3 who regarded him as a deity. With the ancestor's unfathomable strength, it was impossible for him to be unaware of everything happening in the outside world. Coupled with the fact that such a major event occurred shortly after the ancestor had gone out, the 3 not foolish began to have some inkling of the situation. The current movements of the witch clan were likely related to the ancestor. The ancestor would never harm the human race. Everything was likely under the ancestor's control. Z clan, come with me. After saying this, Su Ming turned and flew towards the statue of the heavenly emperor, his gaze calm, unperturbed by honor or disgrace, as if everything in the outside world had nothing to do with him. As he departed, he left behind a few golden crow feathers stained with the blood of the great witch Zhu Rong. What thoughts would Emperor Jun have upon seeing these feathers? What actions would he take? What would happen next? It was none of his concern. He could not intervene. His purpose was merely to divert trouble, ensuring the human race could continue to develop and mature. Su Ming was certain that even if the battle between the witch and demon clans occurred, it would not severely impact the human race. The human race, blessed with great fortune, was destined to be the protagonist of the future chaotic era. If the battle between the witches and demons were to affect the Unzao mountain, given the previously weak state of the human race, they would have been exterminated long ago. Yet with this thought, Su Ming suddenly sighed internally. Beneath his calm exterior, his heart was increasingly anxious. The premature arrival of the first witch-demon war was not something he wished to see. According to the original trajectory of the chaotic era's development, the First Witch Demon War had been significantly advanced due to his interference as a transmigrator. After the First Witch Demon War, both clans would realize that they were irreconcilable, vying for supremacy, with only a minimal difference in strength leading them to frantically enhance their power and employ every method to bolster their capabilities against each other. The Joseon Star Do Formation and the 12 Capital Heavenly Gods Formation were created under the pressure of sensing each other's might. After the great battle, both sides would simultaneously pay attention to the human race and employ different strategies to deal with them. The upper echelons of the demon race would inevitably discover that weapons forged from human blood could inflict severe damage on the Witch Clan. Although the human race's strength had significantly increased at this time, from the grand perspective of the entire chaotic era, their current power was still insufficient to alter the situation. This time he managed to divert trouble only by exploiting his status as a transmigrator, taking advantage of the information asymmetry between the witch and demon clans. However, the gap in strength remained enormous. Next time, when the demon race fully took notice of the human race, it would be for the sake of profit. In the face of such a tide of interest, all petty schemes would be futile. Ultimately, it all comes down to insufficient power. If the human race had 1,000 Deluo Golden Immortals and 100 Quasi-Saints at this time. With this thought, Su Ming looked towards the area where millions of demon troops were confronting each other, feeling an immense pressure as he sighed, "Let's work hard." Upon arriving in front of the Heavenly Emperor statue, gazing at its majestic form, Su Ming took out a carving knife, casting aside the thoughts in his heart, his gaze taking on a serene demeanor. Without the strength to engage in equal dialogue, no matter how exquisite the schemes, they are meaningless. This Heavenly Emperor, who once suppressed the world before attaining the status of a great emperor faced with the dark turmoil, could only march towards death in a fearless posture, like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Only strength is fundamental. Under the same state of mind, Su Ming operated the Heavenly Emperor Sutra, quickly immersing himself in the divine resonance of the Heavenly Emperor. In an instant, a powerful aura that suppressed the world and swept across the 8 directions emanated from Su Ming's body, resonating with the statue of the Heavenly Emperor. At this moment, Z Clan, who had arrived beneath the Heavenly Emperor statue, trembled as he felt the aura of the ancestor, experiencing the same shock that Shinnong Clan and Chao Clan once felt. Simultaneously, boundless insights surged into Z Clan's heart. His understanding of the Heavenly Emperor Sutra skyrocketed, and his realm began to rise dramatically. Having just broken through to the mid-stage of the Golden Immortal Realm, and with his realm not yet stabilized under the overwhelming insights, in an instant his realm solidified and began a frenzied breakthrough. In a flash, his mid-stage Golden Immortal Realm reached its peak and began progressing towards the latest stage Golden Immortal Realm, with a terrifying aura surrounding him, the majestic might of the Heavenly Emperor overwhelming and surging, wanting to merge with Su Ming and the power of the Heavenly Emperor statue. With Z Clan's current realm, there was a vast difference between him and Su Ming and the Heavenly Emperor statue. Even if he could only merge a trace and sense a hint of that realm's might, it would be immensely beneficial to him. Buzz. In an instant, Z Clan's realm exploded, and he rapidly broke through from the mid-stage to the latest stage of the Golden Immortal Realm. The vast spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged towards him, forming a massive funnel that poured in through his brow. Latest stage Golden Immortal achieved. Yet at the same time as the breakthrough, Z Clan's understanding of the latest stage Golden Immortal Realm stabilized and began to continually ascend. Having just broken through to the latest stage Golden Immortal Realm, his comprehension had already surpassed that level. Under the tremendous opportunity provided by Su Ming's improvement of the Heavenly Emperor statue, the speed of his realm's breakthrough could not keep up with the speed of his comprehension. Z Clan completely forgot everything in the outside world, completely immersed in this earth-shattering opportunity. At this moment, Su Ming's aura reached its peak as he slowly raised his hand and moved. Stone chips flew everywhere. The Heavenly Emperor statue seemed to be infused with a soul by this blade, becoming more complete. At a glance, it was as if a Heavenly Emperor was about to be birthed from the statue, suppressing this chaotic world and restoring peace to the realm. One cannot envy such a state. From a distance, Shinnong sighed deeply. He personally experienced the intense thrill of a sudden elevation in this realm. The side of Yu Chao was disinterested in him, flying straight to the statue of the Primordial Emperor, contemplating the mythical statue, while reflecting on the process of the ancestor perfecting the Heavenly Emperor's statue. All paths lead to the same destination. Although the heavenly statue was not his way, having a reference point was far quicker than his solitary efforts in cultivation. From this crisis, Yu Chao felt a terrifying pressure. The horrifying shock of realizing that the golden-haired bird was the 10th prince of the demon race brought a sense of despair and confusion. The human race could possibly be exterminated due to his momentary negligence. The root cause of it all was his own weakness. The human race lacked strength. Without strength there was no voice, and their fate was uncertain. Chaos' desire for power grew even more urgent. Shinong also entered into cultivation. Strengthening their power was the common aspiration of the entire human race at this moment. The entire human population in the valley entered a frenzied state of comprehension and cultivation, with numerous mythical statues being understood by the human elites, leading to great breakthroughs. Time passed. Only when the 10-year period ended would Yu Chao and Shinong awaken, returning to the human valley to select the talented again and lead them here. Meanwhile, as many mythical statues were comprehended by the humans, countless scriptures and techniques were acquired. The human race was no longer the group lacking in methods. Countless scriptures were compiled into jade slips. Yu Chao specifically established a grand hall of scriptures to serve talented individuals of the human race. Even those unable to come to the Ancestors' Valley to comprehend the mythical statues could select the most suitable techniques from the scripture hall. Even individuals who initially showed little talent advanced rapidly in strength and realm, thanks to the suitable scriptures from the scripture hall, catching the attention of the powerful within the human race and obtaining a spot to comprehend the mythical statues in the Ancestors' Valley. Countless talented individuals began to change their destinies in this grand opportunity for the human race, becoming the backbone and elite of their people. As the human race developed rapidly, external chaos in the wilderness intensified. After a century of confrontation between the witch and demon clans, the numerous demon clan leaders gathered in the Supreme Demon Court finally reached a consensus. The command issued by Emperor Jun spread from the demon court throughout the wilderness. The great witch of the Zhurong tribe within the witch clan killed the demon prince Luya, which was discovered by the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan. In fear, they exterminated the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan instead with irrefutable evidence. The demon court demanded an apology from the witch clan and required the great witch Zhurong to kneel in the demon court and compensate the demon clan for their losses. Once this command was transmitted, the wilderness world was thrown into an uproar. Many powerful beings were shocked. Was the demon clan not forcing the witch clan to confront them? The witch clan always considered themselves the true lineage of Pangu, the orthodox of the wilderness. How could they possibly agree? Unsurprisingly, as soon as this command was issued, the witch clan immediately rejected it without hesitation. Moreover, the temperamental great witches of the witch clan were furious, believing that the demon clan's command was an insult to the witch clan, a humiliation to their dignity. They believed this was not merely an insult to the witch clan, but a disrespect to the face of the true lineage of Pangu. Fanatics do not engage in reason. The great deity Pangu is the only true god of the witch clan. The witch clan considers itself the only true orthodox of Pangu in the wilderness. To insult them is to insult the great deity Pangu. Regardless of whether they were in the right or if the demon clan's evidence was sufficient, to insult the witch clan was an act of great rebellion, a trampling of the great deity Pangu. The witch clan was enraged and quickly reached a consensus. 100 great witches immediately went to the Pangu hall, demanding the ancestor to issue a command to declare war on the demon clan and annihilate them. No matter what the 12 ancestors thought, whether they wanted to go to war with the demon clan or not, they had to agree in the face of this wave. Instantly, orders were issued in the Pangu hall. The millions of witches at the border of the demon clan received the command, and their long-suppressed rage erupted into a terrifying assault. Millions of great witches roared, filled with fighting spirit, violently charging towards the demon clan's camp. Their massive bodies could flatten mountains with each step. Great witches at the Deluo level reached colossal heights, towering over everything, with the sun and moon above their heads, mountains beneath their feet, and holding witch artifacts. A single strike could obliterate vast lands. The scene of millions of great witches charging was utterly devastating. In that moment, the entire wilderness world was stunned, and many powerful beings were left speechless, shocked by the terrifying power unleashed by the witch clan. In the eyes of Quasi-Saints, those below Quasi-Saint level were no different from ants. Yet when ants reached a certain number, they could kill an elephant. Not to mention, the witch clan was not merely ants. Among the millions of witch troops, there were over 100 Quasi-Saint great witches. The number of Deluo golden immortals surpassed thousands, with countless other forces beneath them. Such power would make even saints feel a sense of pressure, let alone the many powerful beings of the wilderness yet to achieve enlightenment. They were directly stunned and even felt fear in the face of such a witch clan who could rival them. No wonder the witch clan looks down on the Tao ancestors and claims to be the orthodox of the wilderness. However, the demon clan had long prepared for the sudden large-scale attack from the witch clan. After all, the witch clan's fiery temper and reckless arrogance were well known throughout the wilderness. After Emperor Jun issued the command for the witch clan to apologize, he did not expect them to comply and had already quietly made all necessary preparations. His order for the Witch Clan to apologize was merely to prepare the Demon Clan psychologically for the upcoming battle with the Witch Clan. The Demon Clan's internal dynamics were complex. They were far from as united as the Witch Clan, sharing honor and disgrace. The murder of the Demon Prince and the extermination of the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan were not enough to compel all demon clans to empathize and fight bloodily against the Witch Clan. In fact, there were speculations among some powerful beings in the wilderness that although the Demon Clan claimed to have 365 demon god tribes, they had countless subordinate clans. However, many clans merely shared a mutual benefit mentality, gathering under the banners of Emperor Jun and Tai due to the pressure of Witch Clan expansion. Many powerful beings in the wilderness believed that fundamentally the Demon Clan could not unite as one against external threats nor share honor and disgrace. They were merely a collection of tribes banded together to seize interests. Their sense of identity with the Demon Clan was not very strong. Once the Demon Clan faced a powerful enemy, prolonged battles could lead to internal fragmentation under immense pressure. However, now that the Witch Clan refused and actively launched an attack, the Demon Clan's millions of troops had sufficient psychological justification to engage in battle. In an instant, 365 demon gods stepped out of the demon court, entering the sky and transforming into towering forms, engaging in a violent battle with the Great Witches. The clash between hundreds of Quasi-Saint demon lords and Great Witches led to a bloody battle of millions of troops. The sky shattered, the earth shook, the sun and moon lost their light, and the vast wilderness was turned to ruins. At that moment, it seemed the entire wilderness world was in turmoil. Countless isolated small tribes in the wilderness, even those hidden in the corners, were swept into this grand war, instantly shattered with the number of exterminated clans beyond count. For the wilderness world, this catastrophe rivaled the Great War of the Three Races during the era of Long Han, with countless souls perishing. But for the Witch and Demon clans, this was just the beginning, as countless large-scale Witch and Demon battalions were being dispatched to join the fight. In the primordial world, the mountains and rivers shattered, the sun and moon lost their light, and the entire sky spread a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. The scale of this battle was so vast and widespread that many towering beings in the primordial realm were left dumbfounded, their scalps tingling. Even those great beings who had experienced the calamity of the three clans recalled that battle, trembling uncontrollably. The three pure ones, the Western figures of Jin and Junti, as well as Nuwa, who attained enlightenment in the chaos, all felt a chill in their hearts and began to reassess and take the Witch and Demon clans seriously. With such two colossal and terrifying clans, could they truly be restrained even if they attained sainthood? Would the Witch and Demon clans submit beneath the saints? Can the saints really retain their supreme status in the face of such enormous clans? This was a soul-searching question for the strong ones like the three pure ones who had the chance to attain sainthood. The strength of the Witch and Demon clans caused collective apprehension among many great beings. At that moment, Su Ming, who was immersed in his carving practice, was awakened by the vast aura of destruction. Casting his gaze towards it, the magnitude of this spectacle left him speechless. The billions upon billions engaged in slaughter spanned countless miles of space and time, a brutal conflict on the ground. All words describing vastness seemed utterly pale and powerless in the face of such a scene. Fortunately, at this time, the power of Buzhou Mountain still remained, supporting the primordial heavens. The human race not far from Buzhou Mountain was under its protection, and along with their own great fortune, did not suffer much impact. Otherwise, even if the human race had significantly increased in strength, they would still face heavy casualties from such a war. The three great leaders of the human race cultivating in the valley were also awakened by the turbulent aftermath, left gaping in shock. They began to calculate in their hearts how the rapidly advancing human race would fare against the Witch and Demon clans in battle. Then in an instant they froze. This is merely the first great calamity of the Witch and Demon clans, Su Ming muttered to himself, showing no awareness of being the instigator of this battle, but rather contemplating the future of the human race. He clearly remembered that this was far from the peak combat power of the Witch and Demon clans. At their pinnacle, they were said to be able to slay saints. The second Witch and Demon War would mark the true peak of the Witch and Demon clans, although after reaching their zenith, they would continuously decline. Yet his goal was to change the trajectory of the human race and lead them to rise. However, this would inevitably alter the development trajectory of the primordial realm and collide with the Witch and Demon clans. The road ahead was long and arduous. The development of the human race still lay on a lengthy path. At this moment, Su Ming furrowed his brow, directing his gaze into the depths of endless time and space. Many great beings also cast their gazes there simultaneously. At this moment, deep within the primordial time and space, the towering silhouettes of 12 great beings flickered into existence. Their terrifying aura of destruction surged and collided with each other. Opposite them stood two majestic sovereigns engulfed in golden flames. One bore a chaotic-colored giant bell atop, its head intricately carved with the sun, moon, and all living beings resonating with a clang sound. It was none other than the eastern sovereign of the demon race Tai. The other was the highest sovereign of the demon race, the demon emperor Dijun. Dijun's eyes were cold and imposing, exuding royal majesty and tremendous momentum. One hand held the turtle shell and river map, while the other grasped the summoning banner, standing atop the universe with the sun and moon overhead. The might of the hegemon of the primordial era was fully displayed. Behind the two sovereigns stood nearly 10 formidable beings. Among them were the demon master Kuanping, the Shi emperor Fushi, the great emperor of the Gochun, and the great emperor of the Ziwei, all of whom were peak-level powers of the demon court. Without exception, they existed above the pinnacle of quasi-saints, able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the 12 ancestral witches. Even separated by endless time and space, the collision of the aura from these terrifying beings at the pinnacle of the primordial realm distorted the very fabric of space-time, directly flattening the mountains and rivers of the primordial world. There were no unnecessary words or communication, for what needed to be discussed had already been settled. Battle. The 12 ancestral witches directly clashed with Tai, Jun, Kuanping, and others. In that instant, the entire primordial world seemed to be shrouded in darkness, and all living beings felt a momentary suffocation, as if the apocalypse was imminent. The collision of so many great beings was nearly unprecedented in the primordial world, incomparable even to the great calamity of Longhan. The heavens trembled with a rumble. The universe shattered, and the sun and moon lost their light. Buzhou Mountain trembled, emanating a thick black radiance, barely supporting the heavens of the primordial world. Yet for some unknown reason, the three pure ones and other great beings, including Su Ming, felt a faint, intangible sorrow emanating from Buzhou Mountain at this moment. It seemed that Buzhou Mountain could no longer withstand this series of cataclysmic calamities of the primordial world. Instantly, many great beings felt a chill in their hearts. Could it be that Buzhou Mountain, the backbone left by the Panga great god, was about to collapse? This would be a monumental event that could alter the structure of the primordial realm. Standing at the pinnacle of the primordial realm, they were aware of many things unknown to the lower beings. Buzhou Mountain served as the largest bridge connecting the primordial world with the chaos, endlessly converting chaotic energy into innate spiritual energy, supplying the primordial world and supporting the nurturing and cultivation of its beings. The reason the primordial realm could endure calamity after calamity, while still giving rise to an endless stream of innate deities and powerful beings, was precisely due to the continuous flow of innate spiritual energy. If Buzhou Mountain were to collapse, the repercussions would be far-reaching, potentially fixing the structure of the primordial realm, making it impossible for clans of the same caliber as the witch and demon clans to rise again. Above the heavens, the 12 ancestral witches and Dijun and Tai seemed oblivious to the lament of Buzhou Mountain, still clashing furiously. The two clans had already reached the pinnacle of the primordial realm. The collapse of Buzhou Mountain would not affect their hegemonic status, and could even solidify it, ensuring no later clans could challenge them. The war between the witch and demon clans, with Gongong's furious collision with Buzhou Mountain, seems to imply other considerations. It is not as simple as the myths suggest. Su Ming's gaze sharpened. Indeed, being outside the fray meant one could not fully comprehend the situation. It now appeared that Gongong's furious collision with Buzhou Mountain held many considerations. It was very likely that he did not wish for any later clans to challenge the status of the witch clan. The act of exhausting the resources was insufficient to describe it. It was essentially severing the path of cultivation. Without innate spiritual energy, no matter how extraordinary one's talents, in a situation where there is no way forward, they could not perform. It was like a skilled chef without fire pots or even ingredients. No matter how superb the culinary skills, exquisite dishes could not be made. At this moment, Su Ming suddenly realized something. None of these mythical figures in the primordial realm were easy to deal with. But then again, it was only natural, for the primordial realm was a jungle society where the law of the jungle prevails. Survival of the fittest, the strong survive, while the weak are eliminated. With a huge population base, those who could reach the pinnacle of the primordial realm had to possess talents, origins, wisdom, perseverance, and ruthlessness. None of these qualities could be lacking. Flawed beings had long been eliminated by the world. However, there are still those who do not wish to see Buzhou Mountain collapse at this moment. Su Ming suddenly smiled coldly. The grand war of the Lich and the sorcerers swept through the primordial world with countless casualties on both sides, and the fall of quasi-saint-level great witches and great demons reaching double digits. Endless tribes were affected, leading to direct annihilation. Mountains and rivers were shattered, and the sky lost its light. The blood-red hue stained the entire world, and smoke filled the air. At this moment, a magnificent purple aura suddenly spread from the void, obscuring the heavens, and the earth extending 30 million miles radiating with supreme nobility. The flames of war seemed to show signs of being suppressed. Many mighty beings felt a shiver in their hearts and turned to follow the source. They saw an old man in a purple robe appearing in the depths of endless time and space right in the middle of the battle between the 12 ancestor witches and Dijun Tai. Buzz! In an instant as the old man appeared, time and space were frozen, nullifying the attacks from both sides. This scene was shocking, bringing an indescribable impact. In the unseen, he managed to dissolve the attacks of the 12 ancestor witches Dijun Tai and dozens of top powerhouses from the primordial world. The Tao ancestor has arrived. Many mighty beings trembled in their hearts, instantly realizing something, and immediately broke through to the depths of endless time and space, collectively bowing to the Tao ancestor. This was not out of deep respect for Hongjun. At this moment, they did not wish to see the collapse of Buzhou Mountain primarily for their own interests. If Buzhou Mountain collapsed, the innate spiritual energy would dissipate, and no one knew what kind of chain reaction it would trigger. It was quite possible that achieving sainthood would become a legend. At this time, Hongjun and Yuhua had just shown them the dawn of sainthood, and they did not want that hope to be shattered. As for after becoming saints, they could enter the chaos to establish their own sanctuaries, drawing from the endless innate spiritual energy. It mattered little to them if the primordial world shattered. Seeing this scene, Su Ming smiled coldly. Having reached the quasi-saint level, deeply embedded in the situation, he understood what it meant to be driven by naked interests. Interests were the motive force behind all actions. Greetings, Tao ancestor. The gods collectively paid their respects to Hongjun. Upon seeing numerous beings bowing to Hongjun, even the proud 12 ancestor witches and Dijun had to temporarily set aside their battle and pay their respects. After all, since the preaching in the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun was nominally the leader, enlightening the beings of the primordial world, revered by all tribes, not merely the Tao ancestor of the Tao sect. In the war of lich and sorcerers, the primordial world is withering, and all beings suffer unbearably as heaven and earth collapse. Hongjun's expression was cold and indifferent, as if he had become the spokesperson of the heavenly Tao, embodying the Tao itself, and spoke coldly. From this day forth the demon clan shall govern the heavens, and the witch clan shall govern the earth. For billions of years no battles shall occur. At this moment, Hongjun, in the name of the Tao ancestor, wielded the might of the gods to pressure the two clans of lich and sorcerers. In truth, Hongjun was the one who most wanted to see Buzhou Mountain collapse. He did not want Pangu to leave any traces in the primordial world, as it would facilitate his control over it. However, Buzhou Mountain could not collapse at this time, at least not before he embodied the Tao. If Buzhou Mountain collapsed, it would inevitably disrupt the heavenly Tao, hide the laws, and create chaos in the primordial world, affecting his fortunes, and in turn impacting his embodiment of the Tao. Buzhou Mountain should collapse and the lich and sorcerers must perish, but it was certainly not the right time. At this moment, many great powers spoke up to dissuade. Dijun, stand down. For the safety of billions of beings in the primordial world, ceasefire brings immeasurable merit. The primordial world will remember the goodness of your two clans. The three pure ones, Jiayin Ji Ming, Hidong Wang Gong, and other mighty beings spoke up, advising the 12 ancestor witches and Dijun Tai. For some reason, seeing this scene, Su Ming felt goosebumps all over. These guys clearly acting for their own interests, yet they spoke of the greater good of the primordial world and the safety of billions of beings. It was simply hypocritical to the extreme. This is a bunch of scoundrels, Su Ming scoffed. The most troublesome part was that inevitably, once the human race rose, he would have to deal with this bunch. It was maddening. Completely maddening. Yet at this moment, he seemed to forget that this battle which nearly shattered the primordial world was initiated by him behind the scenes. It has nothing to do with me. I am acting for the benefit of the entire human race. If you want revenge, go find the lich and sorcerers, don't come to me, Su Ming mumbled before looking up to continue observing. Faced with immense pressure, the 12 ancestor witches remained indifferent, their towering forms standing between time and space, silent, coldly watching Dijun Tai, seemingly waiting for them to express their stance first. After all, this battle was not initiated by the witch clan. Moreover, the witch clan never retreats. Even if they understood at this moment that the power difference between the lich and sorcerers was minimal and continuing to fight held no benefits, they would never take a step back. Otherwise, with the witch clan's violent temperament, they could not explain to the lower-level witches. However, Dijun Tai's expression darkened, completely turning to look at Fushi, only to see Fushi subtly shaking his head. Indeed, they had been waiting for Nuwa to arrive, but Nuwa had yet to show up, and even Fushi, his closest brother, could not be contacted. At this moment, with a saint like Nuwa present, they would have the confidence to speak, striving for the greatest benefits for the demon clan under the pressure of Hongjun and many mighty beings. Only they knew that the demon clan was truly not united internally. Otherwise, Di Jun and Tai Yi would not have taken 100 years gathering numerous great demons and demon gods to deliberate in the demon court, but would have directly issued orders for revenge. Faced with a single witch clan, the dissenting voices within the demon clan were already loud. Without Nua's platform facing Hong Jun and many great powers, they lacked confidence. A bunch of bastards. Di Jun's face was dark, bearing immense pressure. He looked up and directly cursed Hong Jun and many great powers before turning away, with many great demon emperors returning to the demon court. Everyone stood at the peak, understanding each other's interest demands, and wise individuals need not say too much. However, Di Jun was already quite certain that it was the witch clan that killed his son Luya. It was indeed the witch clan that wiped out the Firelark clan. But now he had no means to retaliate. What Di Jun could do at this moment was only to curse in anger and vent his frustration, nothing more. Opposing at this time could very well lead to being targeted by numerous great powers and Hong Jun together. Coupled with a single witch clan, the already unstable demon clan could not bear it. Dao ancestor, many Dao brothers, we shall take our leave first. Ancestor witch Di Jiang slightly bowed to Hong Jun and then left with the other ancestor witches. He too did not wish to engage in this battle. The demon clan must perish, but not now. The power difference between the lich and sorcerers was too small. The tighter the witch clan pressed, the more unified the demon clan would become under immense pressure. It would be advantageous to the demon clan, but not to the witch clan, merely increasing casualties. After this battle, he also felt the greatest threat the demon clan posed to the witch clan. If the witch clan wished to unify the primordial world, the demon clan was the biggest obstacle that must be exterminated at any cost in the future. Hong Jun nodded indifferently, saying nothing more, and simply vanished into the void. The objective had been achieved, and there was no need to linger. After the great battle, many mighty beings naturally had no reason to remain and began to depart. With discussions among the top tier of the primordial world, orders were issued to the lich and sorcerers, and the fighting quickly ceased. The structure of the primordial world temporarily stabilized with this battle. However, the lich and sorcerers had thoroughly forged a deep enmity, and small-scale tribal battles continued with flames of war spreading endlessly. The demon clan governing the heavens and the witch clan governing the earth was merely nominal. Yet as long as it did not affect the overall situation of the primordial world, no great powers would intervene. The primordial world does not keep years. In the blink of an eye, the war between the lich and sorcerers had already passed 10,000 years. In the valley, Su Ming was still carving new mythological statues. The human race's Chao Shi has broken through to Quasi Saint level threefold, comprehending the supreme divine ability Yuan from the Wuxia Sutra, with the host gaining a 100-fold increase, and the chaos divine ability Yuan. The human race's Li Jian has comprehended the statue of the heavenly sword god emperor, with the host gaining a 100-fold increase. The human race's Xuandu has comprehended the Lu God Sutra from the Lu God statue, breaking through to the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal, with the host gaining a 100-fold increase and obtaining the Chaos Lu God Sutra. The human race's Shinong has comprehended the supreme mystery of the Tianma Sutra, with the host gaining a 100-fold increase, breaking through the Chaos Tianma Sutra and comprehending the Hongmeng Divine Demon Sutra. Over these 10,000 years, Su Ming had nearly become immune to the system notification sound that echoed in his ears. For the primordial world, these 10,000 years were but a fleeting moment, a blink of the eye. However, for the human race, it was a tremendous explosive growth. The elites of the second and third generations of human bloodlines made incredible progress under the enhancement of the mythological statues. Quasi Saint level powerhouses had already reached 3, namely Chao Shi, Shinong, and Zi. The number of great Luo Golden Immortal level powerhouses had even reached at least several hundred. As for those below, they were countless. The population scale of the human race under terrifying reproductive capabilities had reached over 100 billion, with their living range already exceeding the coverage of Buzhou Mountain. Gazing up at the murky primordial sky, feeling the nearly limitless power coursing through his body, Su Ming's eyes flashed with a spark of electricity, causing the heavens to tremble. The peak of Quasi Saint 11th layer. Indeed, in just 10,000 years, amidst the frantic breakthroughs of the human race and the 100-fold enhancement from understanding the mythic statues, he reached the peak of Quasi Saint 11th layer. In merely 10,000 years, Su Ming achieved a realm that countless towering existences of the primordial world would expend countless epochs to reach. The Quasi Saint realm 1 layer is akin to an impassable chasm. However, at this moment, Su Ming was absolutely confident that he could battle any mighty existence of the primordial world, even the pinnacle divine powers of Quasi Saint perfection, and possibly emerge victorious. Every time a genius of the human race comprehended a mythic statue and obtained scriptures, he would receive 100-fold enhancement and attain the utmost perfection in their acquired techniques. Over the millennia, Su Ming had lost count of how many scriptures he had acquired, so numerous that they were beyond measure. In the past, the Heavenly Emperor forged the Heavenly Emperor scriptures with myriad paths as the furnace, achieving sainthood and overpowering all emperors throughout history. Now Su Ming at the Quasi Saint 11th layer possessed scriptures numbering far beyond 10,000. Moreover, these were all created by towering existences at their peak, and after his refining of the mythic statues they reached an extraordinary level of transcendence. At this moment, Su Ming's body was like a colossal furnace forged with countless peerless primordial scriptures. Every moment his body, soul, and will were frantically refining the essence from these scriptures, absorbing their quintessence. Though this process had only just begun, it had already propelled Su Ming's combat strength to an inconceivable level. Am I being too overconfident? Su Ming murmured to himself. At this moment he felt a bizarre illusion that he could battle the human race's Saint Nuwa, who relied merely on virtue to achieve sainthood. Yes, a grand illusion. I must be more low-key. The strength of the human race is still insufficient. Continued development is the true path. My strength has also yet to reach its pinnacle. Su Ming suppressed his restless heart, immediately resolving to remain humble. What he did not know was that at the moment he secluded himself, an unexpected guest whom he was very familiar with and often thought of yet had never met was calmly making his way into the human realm with an air of detachment. After 10,000 years of expansion, the human race, relying on their powerful reproductive capabilities, rapidly expanded their population, bridging the vast distance between Su Ming's valley and human settlements. A vast domain centered around Su Ming's valley took shape. Arriving among the humans was an elder with a wizened face, a serene demeanor, and clad in tattered robes, wandering through the primordial world with a leisurely gait. This was none other than Laozi, the first disciple of Hongjuan, transformed from the primordial spirit of Pangu. Since the first war between the witch and the demon, Laozi's desire to attain sainthood had grown increasingly intense, reaching an almost impatient level. As a being standing at the pinnacle of the primordial world, Laozi realized that there would inevitably be another battle between the witches and demons. The collapse of Mount Buzhou was almost a foregone conclusion. Time was running short for the primordial world to support their path to sainthood. Anxious yet unable to find the opportunity for sainthood during his seclusion, Laozi exited the Kunlun mountain range, bidding farewell to his two brothers, and had been wandering the primordial world for 1,000 years. Upon stepping into the human realm, Laozi suddenly felt a stirring within his body, inexplicably struck by an impulse. A cold glint flashed in his murky eyes, and he was taken aback as he calculated with his fingers. It is known that for one to reach his level, it is impossible to be easily swept by impulses of the heart. So the humans were indeed created by Sister Nuwa. After deducing the origins of this group, Laozi frowned slightly and fell into contemplation. Could it be that this group, which supported Nuwa's ascension to sainthood, was connected to his own opportunity for sainthood? Laozi did not dare to be careless, pretending to be an ordinary human elder, beginning to wander through the human realm and carefully observing the humans. As his appearance was indistinguishable from that of a human elder, and he had not ventured into the core areas of humanity, he remained undiscovered. During his travels through conversations with some humans, Laozi grew increasingly astonished. This group has already taken on the potential of a colossal abyssal dragon. They will surely soar to great heights. He decisively reached this conclusion. The human race is no ordinary group. They are protected by magnificent fortunes. After a period of wandering, although he had not encountered many strong individuals, the scenes he witnessed convinced him that the humans were his opportunity for enlightenment. Laozi continued to roam, his shocks swelling ever more fervently. This race possesses great fortune and immense virtue. Infants can be born with 10,000 jun of strength after just a year in the womb, capable of battling fierce beasts. Those who reach maturity at 30 can attain the realm of immortals. Earthly immortals are frequently seen, and heavenly immortals are not uncommon. These scenes nearly overturned Laozi's expectations. It is known that the gestation period for infants of primordial races is at least 1,000 years, often stretching to 10,000 years, and only after being nurtured by their mothers do they emerge already extraordinarily powerful. Yet for the humans, although they emerge quite weak, their gestation is simple. They can cultivate into immortals in just 30 years. In that moment, Laozi seemed to see a terrifying race rising, capable of rivaling the 3 clans of Longhan and the 2 races of witch and demon. At this moment, Laozi furrowed his brow and murmured softly, "No wonder Sister Nuwa could attain great virtue and sainthood, yet after becoming a saint she mysteriously abandoned this race, allowing them to fend for themselves." At that time he held some doubts in his heart. Now it seemed that all of this might be closely related to his master Hongjuan. My opportunity for enlightenment also lies within the human race. I have achieved the Tao. Laozi stroked his beard and laughed heartily. This newly emerged clan with infinite potential, yet only a few millennia of history and weak strength, was simply the best catalyst for his path to enlightenment. In order to gain, Laozi intended to establish a teaching called humanity. Through this teaching, he aimed to divide the grand fortune of the human race and pave his path to sainthood. However, before establishing the teaching of humanity, Laozi needed to gain the worship of the human race to lay the foundation for his doctrine. Otherwise, if one could easily establish a teaching and divide fortune, he could directly create a witch school or demonic school, splitting the fortunes of those two great clans without the need to painstakingly seek opportunities for enlightenment. Only a clan like the human race, which was still weak and had endured hardships, was the best target. As a perfected quasi-saint at the 12th level, it would be exceedingly simple for him to gain the worship of a clan that had only existed for a few millennia. With Laozi's strength, even if he randomly chose a clan that had existed for billions of years with a Deluo golden immortal presiding over it, he would be warmly welcomed. How much more so for the human race? Time was of the essence. Laozi casually found a nearby mountain peak, and then spoke aloud, his voice echoing across 1,000,000 miles of human territory. I am Laozi, the first of the Pangu Orthodoxy, the foremost disciple of the Taoist school, and the senior sister of Nuwa. Today, seeing the suffering of the human race and the difficulties of cultivation, I shall impart the great Tao to you. Those with fate may come to listen. Immediately, Laozi's primordial spirit connected with heaven and earth, his tongue unrolling like a lotus flower as he expounded the great Tao, causing a grand phenomenon to arise, auspicious signs appearing everywhere, with golden lotuses emerging from the ground and heavenly blessings descending. Seeing that the strongest among the human race was merely a celestial immortal, Laozi chose to teach the Tao of the golden immortal. After all, he needed to ensure that the human leaders could understand and benefit from it, and acknowledge the teaching he established. As a perfected quasi-saint, the profundity of his teachings was undeniable, and the grand phenomenon quickly attracted many from the human race to come and listen. However, at that moment, Laozi suddenly realized that the audience coming to hear him were all rather mediocre members of the human race, with the highest being merely at the human immortal realm. Among them, youths under 18 accounted for a significant portion. There were even a small number of infants who could barely speak, all under 10 years old. Seeing this scene, Laozi was instantly bewildered. What was going on? How could it be that he, the esteemed first of the Pangu Orthodoxy, a perfected quasi-saint, could only attract such individuals to listen? At that moment, Laozi suddenly witnessed a scene that left him utterly defeated. Some of the infants who could barely speak began to cry, causing their mothers who were listening to the Tao to become anxious. Without hesitation, they abandoned the teaching and took their children back to feed them. Instantly Laozi's mindset began to crumble. How could it be that his precious teachings as the first of the three purities were less valuable than a mother's act of feeding her child? What was wrong with this human race? Laozi felt a bit dazed. Ha ha ha. Su Ming, who had been awakened in the valley, peeked out with his divine sense and couldn't help but burst into laughter. The esteemed first of the three purities had actually encountered setbacks at the hands of an ordinary human woman. He naturally understood why Laozi came to the human race to teach. After the first battle between witches and demons, it was precisely the time for Laozi to certify his Tao. It was not surprising that the human race had no interest in Laozi's teachings. The human race had the scripture hall, and the gifted among them could obtain the most suitable scriptures, with the worst being able to cultivate all the way to the Deluo golden immortal realm. Moreover, with Laozi's misjudgment, believing that the strongest among the human race were only celestial immortals, it was no wonder that his teachings on the Tao of the golden immortal failed to pique their interest. Laozi, after laughing, a cold glint flashed in Su Ming's eyes. The current human race was no longer the one that could be easily bullied in the primordial times. Now he had three innate supreme treasures suppressing the fate of the human race. For Laozi to want to establish the teaching of humanity and divide the fortune of the human race without paying any price was a fantasy. Without his permission, even Hong Jun could not accomplish that. However, Su Ming had no intention of revealing himself now to drive Laozi away. However, allowing Laozi to continue causing trouble among the human race is not acceptable. Su Ming muttered to himself, slightly furrowing his brow. If Laozi continued to stir up trouble with his strength, the hidden power of the human race would be discovered sooner or later. Su Ming did not want the strength of the human race to be exposed so early. This would only raise the wariness of the witch and demon races, as well as many mighty beings of the primordial age towards the human race. I must think of a way. Just then Su Ming suddenly frowned and raised his eyes to where Laozi was. He saw a middle-aged man dressed in an ancient Tao robe with a transcendent demeanor appearing at the foot of the mountain where Laozi was lecturing. Xuandu. Su Ming's frown deepened. Indeed, this man was the renowned Xuandu master, the only human who had joined the teaching of humanity after Laozi established it in the trajectory of the Primordial Age. To become the only human disciple of Laozi, it was evident how terrifying Xuandu's talent was. Even if Su Ming's appearance disrupted the trajectory of the human race's development, causing Xuandu not to become the only human, he still stood out among the human race, quickly mastering the mythical statue as one of the second batch of peerless youths who entered the valley. Moreover, what he comprehended was a statue of the willow god slightly inferior to that of the heavenly emperor, which caught Su Ming's attention. Xuandu's sudden appearance raised Su Ming's vigilance. Could it be that the influence of the primordial trajectory on the human race still lingered, and Xuandu might seek to become Laozi's disciple? At this moment, Xuandu was a crucial figure, second only to the three great leaders of the human race, knowing many of its core secrets. If he became Laozi's disciple, it would be troublesome. However, Su Ming did not immediately intervene, but chose to observe the situation and decide how to act based on its developments. At the foot of the mountain, Xuandu stood calmly, gazing up at Laozi, who was lecturing with his legs crossed, slightly furrowing his brow. He had originally been cultivating in the ancestral valley. Yet he had suddenly felt a surge of inspiration, as if a force was urging him to leave the valley and come here. Xuandu looked at Laozi, his brow slightly furrowed. He realized that though the old man was only teaching the Tao of the golden immortal, he at the pinnacle of Deluo could not see through his realm as if it were a mist. Since his emergence, he had been cultivating among the human race and did not understand what it meant to be the first of the three purities. After all, in this era, the two races of witches and demons, along with the two demon emperors and 12 ancestral witches, were the most renowned beings. It was not surprising that he was unaware of the three purities. Could it be that he is using some wicked art to compel me to come, having ulterior motives? Xuandu pondered with suspicion. At that moment, the somewhat unstable Laozi noticed Xuandu standing at the foot of the mountain. A sudden inspiration struck him, and after a calculation, he realized that this person possessed extraordinary talent, was an important figure among the human race, and even had a master-disciple connection with him. Laozi was instantly overjoyed, feeling as if a pillow was being provided just when he needed to rest. However, he soon discovered with shock that this human with whom he had a master-disciple bond possessed the cultivation of a peak de Luo Jin Xian. To think that a human race that had only existed for several tens of thousands of years could produce a peak de Luo Jin Xian left Laozi utterly astonished. But that was not the most shocking part. Next, Laozi was horrified to find that this disciple with whom he had a master-disciple relationship actually harbored hostility towards him and suddenly attacked. Willow God Technique. Xuandu's aura was transcendent as he stepped into the air, a celestial blue light circulating around him, and a towering ethereal willow tree appeared behind him. The willow tree's phantom was immensely grand, its branches as they swayed sliced through the heavens, dividing the space into numerous segments. Boom, boom, boom. It was as if the heavens and earth had been torn apart, and an unparalleled willow deity from another world forcefully entered this realm. Endless azure light converged towards the willow tree, ultimately coalescing into a gigantic hand that surged towards Laozi. Xuandu's thought was simple: to break all methods with sheer force. Regardless of how this elder had sparked his inspiration, the human race was at a critical moment and could not allow any outsiders to infringe upon them. Facing the Willow God Technique, the shock in Laozi's heart was indescribable. He was horrified to discover that this human's strength had far surpassed any peak de Luo Jin Xian he had ever seen, and could even faintly rival the Quasi-Saint realm. It was indescribable how monstrous this was. A de Luo Jin Xian possessing combat power nearly comparable to that of a Quasi-Saint. Such a prodigy, yet born in a race that has existed for only several tens of thousands of years. Laozi was utterly shocked, yet this only strengthened his resolve to take Xuandu as his disciple. Such talent and strength were destined to make him a leader of the human race. As long as he took him as a disciple, how could he worry about establishing the human teachings? With his identity as the foremost of the three pure ones and the first disciple of Hongjuan at the realm of Quasi-Saint perfection, it was more than sufficient to take a de Luo Jin Xian as a student. Laozi shouted, waving a hand of azure light to engulf the willow deity's hand. After all, Laozi was a being of Quasi-Saint perfection. Even if he didn't wish to harm Xuandu, he swiftly obliterated the willow deity's hand. On the other side, Su Ming was momentarily taken aback, then soon smiled lightly, realizing he had overthought it, as Xuandu was not there to seek Laozi as his master. Exposing just a Xuandu was not significant. After all, peak de Luo Jin Xian were not rare in the current world of primordial chaos and wouldn't attract the attention of the Wu and Yao clans. If this could dispel Laozi's intention to take Xuandu as a disciple and establish the human teachings, it would be even better. Thus, Su Ming did not intervene, but chose to observe the situation. This brat has some skill. Xuandu's expression became serious as he immediately realized that the elder before him possessed extraordinary strength and dared not be careless, channeling the Willow God technique with all his might. Rumble. The primordial chaos sky seemed to be completely torn apart at that moment, endless azure light swirling, as if divine light from beyond the domain had descended, illuminating the entire celestial realm. Countless willow branches coalesced in one place, the azure light dazzling and radiating killing intent as they transformed into a colossal willow branch divine sword fiercely slashing towards Laozi. At that moment the heavens and earth collapsed, and it seemed as though only this mighty sword existed in the world. An aura that did not belong to this realm surged forth. In an instant Laozi was dazed, feeling the intense aura from the willow branch divine sword, the shock in his heart reaching its peak. This was an aura that did not belong to the current cultivation methods prevailing in the primordial chaos. Could it be that this human with whom he had a master-disciple connection had communicated with an unknown world and created a cultivation method unique to himself? Upon thinking of this, Laozi was shocked to the core, his body stiffening. He gazed at the towering willow tree phantom that had torn the sky apart, his heart filled with utmost astonishment. What a terrifying existence this was. Laozi realized he could not perceive what realm this willow tree belonged to. It was as if this willow tree had transcended the limits of time and space, rising above the principles of the Tao, utterly extraordinary. Quasi-saint. No quasi-saint was insufficient to describe the shock that the willow tree brought to Laozi. After all, he himself was a being of quasi-saint perfection. This must at least be a saint. Upon thinking of this, the horror Laozi felt was beyond words. Outside of this primordial celestial realm, there existed an unknown world within which were beings he could hardly reach. Did not Master Hanjun once say beneath the heavenly Tao there would be 9 saints? Could it be that the otherworldly realm was not under the management of the heavenly Tao, thus allowing for the emergence of other saintly beings? This meant that aside from the Hongming purple chi, there were other methods to attain sainthood. As this conjecture arose, Laozi's mind fell into chaos, frozen in place as he forgot to move. But it seemed he had forgotten one thing. His shock did not mean that the willow branch divine sword would stop. Buzz! The heavens and earth felt as if they had been cleaved in two, and the willow branch divine sword struck Laozi's body at a speed that transcended time and space. Boom! Laozi's physical body collided solidly with the divine sword. The mountain beneath him instantly reduced to nothingness, and the terrifying sound of collision shattered the heavens, turning the universe upside down. Laozi spat out a mouthful of blood, his body transforming into a streak of lightning swiftly sent flying out of the human race's territory. Yet even after being sent flying in midair, Laozi still widened his eyes, left in shock and unable to recover. Seeing this scene, Su Ming couldn't help but smile wryly. The esteemed leader of the 3 pure ones was actually sent flying by a sword strike from his former disciple. Su Ming naturally did not believe that Xuandu's sword could severely injure Laozi, for even if Xanda's combat strength was outstanding and his talent monstrous, the gap between a Deluo Jin Xian and a quasi-saint perfection was not something that skills and talent could bridge. To be able to strike Laozi and make him spit blood while completely unprepared was already a testament to Xuandu's extraordinary combat prowess. Seeing Laozi leave the human territory, Xuandu's frown relaxed. He did not intend to chase after him vigorously, as he had not forgotten the first ancestor the human sovereigns command the human race must remain low-key. Xuandu was about to return to continue his cultivation when suddenly a streak of azure light shot back to the human race at lightning speed. Xuandu turned to look and was immediately shocked to see that it was Laozi returning. Laozi had endured his full-powered strike, and surprisingly only had a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Moreover, in such a short time his injuries had completely healed, as if he had merely been bitten by an ant. What a monstrous existence this was. Xuandu was slightly stunned, but Laozi's next words made him furious. "Human race, kneel and become my disciple," Laozi said solemnly. Xuandu possessed such talent, and had comprehended an unprecedented Tao which would be of immense benefit to him, allowing for mutual enhancement. Laozi was also confident that his level of taking Xuandu as a disciple was not a slight against him. He had not forgotten his goal for coming to the human race. "I am of the human race, and how can I kneel to an outsider?" Xuandu was enraged and once again unleashed the Willow God technique. The heavens were torn apart as the willow tree reached from the earth to the sky, azure light surging forth as it unleashed over 10,000 divine abilities. Yet Laozi seemed to have no intention of resisting. Instead, he gazed at the willow phantom with a look of fascination, entranced by the unfamiliar Tao. To hear the Tao in the morning is worth dying for in the evening. In a state of forgetfulness and selflessness, facing the overwhelming divine abilities launched by Xuandu, Laozi advanced rather than retreated, even releasing his spiritual sense to touch the willow tree. Rumble. In an instant, countless massive divine abilities engulfed Laozi like a tsunami. Endless void shattered and Laozi was directly swallowed by the chaotic flow of endless space, vanishing into the void. What a one who is obsessed with the Tao, unfeeling and forgetful of self, the supreme Laozi. Su Ming murmured to himself. It was said that among the three pure ones Tang Tian was the most mad. Yet to him Laozi was the most insane one, willing to be treated as a ball by a human with whom he had a master-disciple bond in pursuit of the Tao. However, it seems that Laozi will definitely come back. Always letting Xuandu handle it is not a long-term solution. I need to come up with a plan. Su Ming pondered. Establishing the human teachings concerned Laozi's path to sainthood, and he would never give up unless he was killed. But Laozi possessed the merit of opening the heavens protected by the primordial heavens and earth. Even Hong Jun dared not kill him. Yet over time the strength of the human race could no longer be concealed. After a long while, Su Ming's eyes lit up. He had a plan. In this moment, Su Ming recalled a resounding phrase from the future. Do not ask what the country can do for you, but rather ask what you can do for the country. As for who said it, Su Ming had already forgotten. However, this was of little importance. What mattered was that this phrase perfectly resonated with Laozi at this moment. If you wish to establish a sect within the human race, what gives you that right? What can Laozi do for the human race? You expect to gain the recognition of the human race without doing anything. Establish a sect, divide the fortunes of the human race, and achieve sainthood. Such fortune does not simply fall from the sky. However, for Laozi to reach this understanding, there was a prerequisite. He needed to realize that the human race was not the ants he perceived to be manipulated at will. The fact that Laozi was indifferent even after being struck away by Xuandu multiple times shows that his psychology towards the human race remained one of condescension. Just like an elephant, it does not care if it gets bitten by an ant, nor does it feel ashamed. After all, with a mere turn of its body, an elephant can crush a myriad of ants, leaving them incapable of rising again. The mere golden immortal realm of Xuandu clearly could not bring Laozi to a level of calmness where he could view the human race as equals. I cannot kill him, nor can I drive him away. Truly a troublesome fellow. Su Ming sighed. At this moment, he faintly began to understand why Hong Jun had only accepted the three pure ones as his closed-door disciples. Simply put, there was nothing he could do with these three fated children, so he could only use the title of closed-door disciple and the Hongmeng purple chi to win them over, guiding them onto the predetermined path. Su Ming's thoughts at this moment were quite similar to Hong Jun's. Since he cannot kill or drive them away, he could only guide them. However, the balance of this guidance needed careful consideration. Su Ming fell into deep thought. 3 days later, as expected, the seemingly indestructible Laozi returned. However, even though his body and footsteps had returned to the human race, Laozi's eyes were vacant, as if he were wandering in the heavens, still immersed in the shock of the supreme existence beyond the domain. At the moment his divine sense touched the illusory image of the Lu God, he felt as if he had grasped a path of unimaginable possibilities. This was a path distinctly different from the methods of cultivation in the primordial chaos, one that did not follow the heavenly principles, but instead revered the self. Laozi did not conceal his imposing aura. As soon as he stepped into the territory of the human race, he was detected by Xuandu. Old man, why do you repeatedly enter our human race? What is your purpose? Xuandu chided, his voice filled with impatience. At that moment, he also realized that this Laozi, who claimed to be the true inheritor of Pangu and the first disciple of the Tao sect, was likely an extraordinary and unparalleled existence. Otherwise, even an ordinary Kwasa saint would not be able to bear the brunt of his attack so carelessly. Hearing Xuandu's reprimand, Laozi finally regained his senses, his eyes lighting up as he looked at Xuandu. Human race, I wish to take you as my disciple. Laozi had not forgotten his purpose to establish a sect among the human race, relying on the Hongmeng purple chi to achieve sainthood. Although the Tao of the human race was profound and worth delving into, Laozi was not prepared to abandon his own great path just yet. After achieving sainthood, he could take time to ponder and comprehend. Perhaps you do not understand, I am. In short, if you become my disciple, there will be immense benefits for you. Laozi patiently laid out his identity and elaborated on the various advantages Xuandu would gain by becoming his disciple. In simple terms, by becoming his disciple, no one in the primordial chaos would dare to bully Xuandu, and he would have endless resources. After listening patiently, Xuandu raised an eyebrow slightly and said, "Are you done? If that is all you came to the human race for, you may leave. Your benefits do not attract me." Xuandu's words came from the heart. Although he was indeed shocked by Laozi's identity and power, the so-called benefits offered by Laozi held no allure for him, naturally leading to no intention of becoming Laozi. Within the human race, with the Lu God's divine statue for contemplation, the human race was flourishing, its strength leaping forward and its fortune vast. From the perspective of benefits alone, remaining within the human race was more suitable for him, offering greater advantages. Not to mention, he was currently among the top combat powers within the human race, having consumed vast resources from the human race. By leaving now to take a foreign master would be no different from betraying his own kind. He intended to stay and protect the human race. Laozi was momentarily taken aback. From Xuanda's expression, he could see that Xuandu truly had no inclination to be swayed. Although he did not understand where Xuanda's confidence came from, it undeniably existed. However, Laozi was not willing to give up easily. Taking Xuandu as a disciple would grant him the recognition of the human race, establish a sect, and achieve sainthood. Since Xuanda's attitude was so resolute, Laozi could only lay out his intentions openly. Laozi pondered for a moment before speaking. I am the first disciple of Dao ancestor Hongjuan, granted the Hongming purple qi by my master. I have sought the path to sainthood for countless eons, and now I have found my opportunity for achieving the Dao within the human race. Now I wish to establish a sect among the human race. I shall be the leader of this sect, and if you do not wish to be my disciple, you may serve as the vice leader. Once I achieve sainthood, the human race will have a saint to protect it, and you will receive the protection of the sect's fortune, gaining endless opportunities. Wouldn't that be wonderful? A saint. Xuanda's pupils constricted sharply. How could he not know about saints? After all, the matron Yua, revered by the human race, created humanity and achieved sainthood through boundless merit. Within the human race, no one was unaware of her. But before Xuandu could utter a word, a cold and disdainful voice laced with demonic intent suddenly echoed. To establish a sect and achieve sainthood, the human race can produce a saint. How ridiculous! Utterly laughable. Hearing this voice, both Laozi and Xuandu trembled, turning towards the sound. They saw a tall man striding forward from the heart of the human race, his black hair flowing like a waterfall, his eyes pitch black, radiating a terrifying demonic aura. His stature was remarkably imposing, his gaze filled with an overwhelming pressure, embodying an indomitable spirit, and standing amidst the heavens emanated an intimidating presence. Greetings, Chief Shinong. Xuandu hurriedly bowed. Chief Shinong nodded slightly, and said, I am fully aware of the events that transpired. Xuandu, you did well. Those not of our race surely have different hearts. Their wolfish ambitions must not be underestimated, and they should not be easily trusted. You should return to your cultivation now. Xuandu thanks Chief Shinong for the guidance. After bowing, Xuandu did not ask further, but immediately turned and flew away. The Emperor Ancestor had commanded that the three chief leaders not reveal themselves lightly. Since Chief Shinong had appeared, it was undoubtedly by the command of the Ancestor. In the vast expanse of the heavens and earth, the fierce wind howled, and the surrounding mountains stood tall, with the beasts within the forests ceasing their roars. At this moment, a trace of mockery appeared on Chief Shinong's cold face as he looked at Laozi and said, the thickness of your face is something I have never seen before. I truly admire it. To establish a sect, divide the fortune of the human race, and achieve sainthood, yet in your mouth it has become a great benefit for the human race, capable of producing a saint. Tisk tisk, this is indeed a tremendous opportunity for our human race. May I ask, what connection do you have with the human race? What does your desire for sainthood have to do with us? After reaching the quasi-saint realm, one could already brush the threshold of Qi destiny and acquire a certain insight into it. It was for that reason Shinong sure spoke so boldly. Laozi's earlier words to Xuandu were plainly an exploitation of Xuandu's ignorance of the profundity of Qi destiny, an attempt to mislead and take advantage of the human race without offering the slightest benefit in return. Faced with the taunt, Laozi was inwardly stunned. He could hardly trust his eyes. He looked again and again before finally convincing himself that the human before him truly was of the quasi-saint realm. Laozi felt his composure fray anew. Even though he had already recognized this human as an extraordinary dormant dragon, the existence of a Deluo golden immortal like Xuandu was beyond belief. And now another quasi-saint had suddenly emerged, born only tens of thousands of years ago, and already a quasi-saint. What manner of defiant people did Nuwa create? Laozi muttered this in private, but the thickness of the arrogance he had cultivated over eons could not be pierced by Shinong's sarcasm. He kept his expression composed and said, I did not expect that the race created by junior sister Nuwa would produce a quasi-saint. By seniority, I am the elder brother of Nuwa's junior sister. You should address me as senior uncle. He bypassed Shinong's earlier mockery and the matter of deceiving Xuandu, answering only the final question directly. I am your senior uncle. Such shamelessness. Deceive first, and when deception fails, brazenly force a familial tie. Even with Su Ming's prior warning, Shinong could not help but snort with laughter at Laozi's words. You may go. Our people will never acknowledge any so-called human cult, nor will I allow you to carve away even a sliver of our Qi destiny. Shinong, unwilling to waste words on Laozi, spoke and dismissed him. Laozi was slightly taken aback. He had not expected the human leader Shinong to show him no courtesy. After all, he was a quasi-saint of consummate attainment and the brother of Nuwa. Hearing Shinnongshi's curt dismissal, anger welled within Laozi. A quasi-saint was now his peer, no mere insect, and he could not maintain his previous cool indifference. Yet Laozi still relied on the human race's chi destiny to attain sainthood, so he suppressed his fury. Shinnongsher, when I attain the Tao and become a saint for the human race. Shinnongsher cut him off without giving him the chance to finish, waving his hand and saying coldly, "There is no need for more words. If you speak of saints, our people already have one. Though since my birth I have never seen the Holy Mother having a saint has not spared our people from repeated oppression, exile, and endless suffering. Why should you carve away our chi destiny to attain the Tao? What can you do for our people? On what grounds should the human race recognize you, a leader who has appeared out of..." Shinnongsher's body was colossal, standing perhaps 2 meters tall, black hair like a waterfall, and eyes flickering with demonic light. He loomed against the sky, radiating a terrifying pressure. The human race is not the vermin you see, nor is it a tool in your hands. If you wish our recognition, show some sincerity. Otherwise such recognition is but a vain fantasy. Shinnongsher's tone was relentlessly aggressive, leaving Laozi no room to retreat. In short, why should the human race believe that if you attain the Tao you will benefit them? Those words had of course been taught to him by Su Ming. On what grounds? A single question that shut down all of Laozi's empty rhetoric. How presumptuous a thief! Let me test on what grounds you are so brazen. Laozi's face tightened. He had no reply. Shame turned to anger, and he flared with indignation. On what grounds? On the grounds that he was of Pangu's orthodox lineage, on the grounds that he was Hongjuan's foremost disciple. A mere human race created by Nuwa dared to question him so boldly. But Laozi did not intend to kill Shinnongsher. He still needed to establish the human cult. Slaying the human leader would bind him to terrible karmic consequences with the human race and utterly sabotage his plans. His plan was to suppress Shinnongsher's arrogant temper, to humble him, not to slay him. A lohum sounded. The dim firmament ceased and time itself seemed to freeze. The roaring wind Su Ming's expression grew grave. He watched intently, ready to act at any moment. It had been his instruction for Shinnongsher to appear. He knew Laozi would not dare harm Shinnongsher, but he also could not afford to relax in the slightest. After all, many things in this primordial world had already exceeded his expectations. I shall seal my cultivation, suppress my realm to the first layer of quasi-saint, and fight you on equal footing, so that I might teach this insolent junior of junior sister Nuwa a lesson. Laozi's voice rang like clashing bronze, and iron, heavy and resolute. He struck. The Taiching Dao methods were peerless, purifying qi flooded the sky. His aged figure suddenly appeared above Shinnongsher. Though his form was wizened, his movements were ferocious. A great foot pressed down collapsing space into a void, destruction trailing in its wake as he stamped towards Shinnongsher's face. "Haha, this pleases me." Shinnongsher laughed. Black radiance flowed through his waterfall hair, and instead of retreating it surged. Behind him, a towering demonic shadow rose, billions of zhang high, a fog of demon mist spreading to engulf heaven and earth. With a thunderous blow, Shinnongsher thrust a black fist that bore down upon all directions. Darkness pressed like a wall, the heavens trembling as it met Laozi's descending foot. The clash sounded like a cosmic cataclysm. Heavens crumbled, the clash of the purifying light, and demonic mist raged to extremes, surging like a tsunami across 10,000 directions. The terrifying aura of annihilation surged forth, obliterating everything within sight. Mountains within 10,000 li dissolved into nothingness. The firmament cracked, and the earth was shaved layer by layer. Endless sand and rock flowed upwards, swallowing the sky. Suddenly Laozi retreated step after step, each footfall collapsing the firmament, until after 1,000 meters of withdrawal, he finally halted. Su Ming's heart leapt. He secretly guided the aftershocks into the boundless void to prevent them from harming the human race. Shinnongsher's combat strength exceeded his expectations. Laozi was after all a quasi-saint perfected by endless cultivation. Even with his realm suppressed, his comprehension of the Tao and the resilience of his body still far surpassed Shinnongsher's. Yet despite this, in their first clash at equal footing, Shinnongsher had still forced Laozi into disadvantage. A hum filled the air. Demonic intent coiled in Shinnongsher's eyes. The colossal demonic shadow stood behind him, and he stretched forth a great hand that seemed to rend the division between past and future. Endless demon clouds gathered into a black hole that devoured all within heaven and earth. Blood-red lightning exploded across the firmament, as if an unrivaled demon emperor were stepping forth from the void to lay waste to all existence. The demon lord manifested in the world. Vast demonic power submerged Laozi. He seemed encircled by countless demon gods, roaring waves of assaults engulfing him. At the same moment, Shinnongsher strode forward, his form blending with the shadow behind him. Rolling demon mists roared, and within that space a demonic domain took shape. That realm seemed to transcend this primordial world detached from present and past, and descended from the future, an overwhelming, nightmarish, demonic presence of extremes. Shenong Shi raised his hand and cradled this demonic world, as if it were a massive, weighty meteor. Demonic intent surged, black radiance pierced the eyes like a burning shadow, an infernal blaze that chilled the heart, hinting at an unfathomable colossal strike. Yet another supreme being from another world with unknown cultivation methods. My brow furrowed while my pupils constricted, deeply sensing an indescribable pressure. Not daring to hold back in the slightest, I slapped my forehead, releasing a torrent of pure energy, as two Taoists dressed in gray and green robes jumped out. One old, one middle-aged, and one young. My self-created Tai Ching Tao method transforms the singularity into the three pure ones. Su Ming's expression grew solemn as he immediately sealed the heavens and earth. After all, this was the Tao method that made me famous in later generations, and the two avatars created from it possessed equal combat power and realm as me. The three pure ones joined forces, evolving the void. A vast and majestic aura swirled, and faintly, it seemed one could see a colossal giant roaring in the chaos, delivering a punch that shattered the chaos, evolving the myriad worlds, colliding with the meteorite realm in the hands of Shenong. This was the second collision. At this moment, the world plunged into darkness, as if everything had ceased to exist under this destructive force, reverting everything to an atomic state. Shenong and I clashed like two chaotic deities, annihilating all that could be seen by the naked eye. The startled Yu Chao exclaimed, "This so-called Pango Orthodox is terrifying in its might. Not only is the Tao method astonishing, able to clash with Shenong's celestial demon divine ability, but its physical strength is also extraordinarily unfathomable, repeatedly enduring Shenong's heavy strikes without a scratch." Zi frowned and said. Su Ming was not surprised and explained to them, "It is the transformation of the primordial spirit of the great god Pangu, who opened the heavens and the earth, cultivated under the unique advantages of the primal world, nurturing since the beginning of time." Upon hearing this, Yu Chao and Zi were even more amazed, lamenting the depths of the primal world. However, the fact that Shenong could battle at the same level with the celestial demon scripture only strengthened their confidence in their own Tao. Shenong fought like a madman, his black hair cascading like a waterfall flowing with a rolling demonic mist, and his eyes gradually turned a light. Shenong fought like a madman, his black hair cascading like a waterfall flowing with a rolling demonic mist, and his eyes gradually turned a light red, seemingly showing signs of madness. This is the celestial demon scripture, where the sword takes a crooked path, growing stronger with each battle, with demonic intent intensifying and combat power reaching limitless heights until it bursts its own body. Boom! As Shenong struck, a demonic hand overshadowed the heavens, collapsing the firmament and turning the universe upside down. Growing more valiant in battle, he forced me to retreat continuously, and the two avatars of the three pure ones beside me began to show signs of collapse. I grew increasingly alarmed. Despite having tempered my innate divine body for countless years, I found myself unable to gain the upper hand in close combat against Shenong, who was merely at the early stage of Croissant. Could this be the ancient beast tribe? Such powerful flesh, becoming increasingly frenzied in battle, as if the king of ferocious beasts possessed him. Moreover, his cultivation methods are extraordinarily profound, bizarre to the extreme, taking a crooked path and growing stronger with each fight, completely surpassing the scope of the primal cultivation system. This is yet another supreme divine being's cultivation method from another realm. Such a defiant presence like Xuandu has appeared twice among the human race. Demonic offspring. My heart was filled with shock, yet I continued to be pushed back into battle at the same level. Suddenly, above the firmament, the demonic figure behind Shenong rapidly shrank until it merged into his body. At this moment, Shenong's body turned pitch black, with only a pair of blood-red eyes harboring endless madness visible, and his blood-colored hair danced in the wind. His figure seemed to stand in an unknown world, with rolling demonic intent surging like a tsunami. Shenong manifested countless gods and demons, and then countless gods and demons gathered once more upon his massive fist. His body flashed and directly appeared above me, delivering a heavy punch towards my head. The celestial demon scripture has been brought to perfection by Shenong. Yu Chao and Zi were shocked. The power of this strike was terrifying beyond measure. This punch seemed to condense the power of countless divine beings from other realms, with endless bizarre phenomena emerging. The world seemed to be entering a process of annihilation, the sky collapsing, the void shattering, and the laws reverting to their origin. Buzz. The world seemed to plunge into darkness, and I was completely submerged. Before being drowned, I faintly saw a glimmer of terror flash in my eyes. Rumble. The heavens and earth crumbled, the universe shattered, the stars shifted, and that piece of heaven and earth vanished, leaving only endless destructive power surging and rolling. At this moment, Su Ming's expression slightly changed. This strike had far exceeded the realm of the first layer of Quasi-Saint. I suppressed my own realm, unable to react in time, and was directly erased by Shinong. Buzz. Suddenly the firmament solidified and the endless destructive power dissipated. The sky regained its brightness, and my miserable figure appeared in the world. I had blood at the corner of my mouth, my clothes were tattered, and my body trembled lightly, clearly suffering serious injuries. Shinong's figure appeared not far from me, the demonic intent surging his eyes blood red, yet he chose not to strike, first seemingly waiting for my next move. Seeing this scene, Su Ming let out a breath of relief. At the last moment, I broke my own seal and returned to the state of a perfected Quasi-Saint, which allowed me to withstand Shinong's strike. Suddenly a slightly dazed voice echoed in the heavens. I actually lost. My eyes were filled with. In that last moment to save my life, I opened my own seal. This proved that in a battle at the same level, I was inferior to Shinong. This was a fatal blow to my confidence, enough to destroy my Tao heart. As the head of the three pure ones, I was once proud, so proud that I scorned everything, which is why I had a transcendent mindset. However, this battle with Shinong dragged me back to the mortal realm. I lost, I said hoarsely to Shinong after a long silence. This statement amounted to acknowledging Shinong's arrogance. As the head of the three pure ones, I had looked down upon engaging Shinong with the strength of a perfected Quasi-Saint. Of course, the most important thing was that the human race concerned my opportunity for sanctification. To engage Shinong with the strength of a perfected Quasi-Saint would not help suppress his arrogance, nor would it earn the acknowledgement of the human race to establish a human teaching. He'll say it once more. Shinong's blood-colored hair dissipated, his blood-red eyes returned to pitch black, yet he still looked coldly at me. On what basis do you establish a human teaching? As long as I am alive, if you wish to oppress the human race, you must step over my corpse. You are right. At this moment, I am unworthy of the human race's acknowledgement. I nodded dejectedly and turned to leave the territory of the human race, directly sitting cross-legged on the nearest mountain peak outside the territory of the human race. The opportunity for sanctification was within reach, yet I could not grasp it. With a leader like Shinong in the human race, and an extraordinary figure like Xuandu, why should they recognize a suddenly appeared master to dominate over them and take away their fortune? He's gone. Su Ming relaxed and let out a sigh. At least for now, he had forced Laozi away. If one wishes to establish a human teaching for sanctification, one should first consider what they can do for the human race. Yet when I saw Laozi sitting not far outside the human race, I was momentarily taken aback. This Laozi is truly persistent. But when I saw Laozi's next move, I was utterly stunned. I saw Laozi suddenly raise his right hand, and a deep voice resounded across the firmament. I, Laozi of the Pango Orthodox, three pure ones, am willing to establish a human teaching to protect the human race. Human teaching established. Su Ming was dumbfounded. What is Laozi doing? Su Ming was taken aback. He stated that he couldn't comprehend it, yet he was greatly shocked. This behavior of mine in modern terms could be described as being as stubborn as a piece of chewy candy. You can't chase it away, nor can you shake it off, clinging to everything without a care. Regardless of whether the human race acknowledges me or not, I have already established a teaching of my religion is the human teaching of faith centered around the birth of the human race, and I am the leader of this human teaching. Indeed, while immediate recognition from the human race may not be achieved, establishing a teaching first with his strength, as long as he is earnest and does not act against the interests of the human race, he will eventually. Indeed, while immediate recognition from the human race may not be achieved, establishing a teaching first with his strength, as long as he is earnest and does not act against the interests of the human race, he will eventually gain some acknowledgement over time. Su Ming calmed his mind and began analyzing the pros and cons, murmuring, this way it could be both beneficial and detrimental to the human race. The benefit is that the human race now has an invisible connection to me. In simple terms, I have actively approached them. If I wish to gain their acknowledgement, I must contribute to the human race and proactively link my fortune with theirs. From another perspective, I have become a guardian who has not yet gained the acknowledgement of the human race, though this guardian possesses a strong autonomy, and the human race cannot force me. If I wish to be acknowledged by the human race and attain the path to sanctity, I must contribute to them. However, on the harmful side, Su Ming took a deep breath and gazed up at the heavens. The thing he least wanted to see ultimately occurred. With my identity and strength, even if the human teaching I established does not receive acknowledgement from the human race, it will inevitably shake the heavenly Tao and indirectly cause turmoil in the chaotic world. The attention of various forces in the chaotic world will undoubtedly be drawn towards the human race. Now that it has come to this, we will face whatever comes. Su Ming shook his head helplessly. However, as long as one does not look at it from a long-term perspective, in the short term, the human race indeed stands to gain immensely. A near saint-level Pangu, the authentic three pure ones, has become a guardian, which is something many chaotic races dream of but cannot attain. let alone being a guardian. Even having a slight connection with me would make them ecstatic. Boom. Suddenly, a tremendous thunder of the heavenly Tao erupted in the chaotic sky. Auspicious signs emerged, golden lotuses erupted from the ground, dragons soared, and phoenixes danced, and torrents of purple mist gathered above my head. This was the chaotic world acknowledging my establishment of the human teaching. It must be noted that I am transformed from Pangus, primordial spirit bearing the merit of opening the heavens with sincerity. How everything I say and do is connected to the chaotic world. The fortune of the human race, this great being is determined to attain it. My gaze was resolute as I murmured to myself, having already emerged from the immense blow of being defeated by the Shinnon clan. After countless years of cultivation chasing after that lofty yet elusive path to sanctity, how could I possibly give up? At this moment I was not yet the Ta Ching saint who would later prove the path to sanctity, whose primordial spirit would communicate with the heavenly Tao, capable of using the chaotic world as a chessboard. The potential of the human race was immense, and the impact of my teaching was not within my consideration. After countless years of seeking the Tao, my goal at this moment was merely to prove the path to sanctity, undaunted by the prospect of 100 deaths. I understood the implications of my actions, but at this moment the original and Tong Tian in the Kunlun Mountains were utterly perplexed. The three pure ones had not yet separated, their fortunes intertwined and closely connected. The commotion caused by my establishment of the human teaching reached their ears instantly. Upon learning of all this, the original fell into a deep stupor. All 3,000 worldly guests of the Zhixiao Palace, the top powers of the chaotic world, knew that the original valued the reputation of the authentic Pangu the most among the three pure ones. He believed that the three pure ones were the true orthodoxy of the chaotic world, and that others were mere riffraff, proud to the extreme. Even the disciples he accepted in the Kunlun Mountains were those with deep roots. All others, regardless of their talent, were derogatorily referred to as mongrels born from wet and unworthy origins. Even the many disciples received by Tong Tian often faced his scolding, receiving no pity whatsoever, which frequently led to conflicts between the brothers. It is easy to imagine that the original's obsession with reputation and roots had reached a nearly fanatical level. In modern terms, he is akin to a fanatic, excessively stubborn. Yet the human teaching I established at this moment fails to receive even the slightest acknowledgement from the human race. What kind of behavior is this? A warm face pressed against a cold backside. A shameless wretch. Moreover, it is a faction created and discarded by my junior sister Nuwa. How could the master brother disregard the reputation of the authentic Pangu? The original roared in fury. Madness, madness, my master brother has gone mad. The massive Kunlun Mountains trembled under the roar of the original, with landslides and earthquakes occurring, causing ancient trees to be uprooted and landslides to hang upside down in the sky. It is unimaginable how furious the original was at this moment, and how much he misunderstood his master brother. He abruptly ended his retreat, burst out of his thatched cottage, and quickly flew towards the human race. Brother, wait for me. Tong Tian's brow furrowed slightly as he quickly followed suit. He knew the temperament of the original too well. The honor of the authentic Pangu was his life, his everything. He feared that this would lead to a conflict with his master brother. Meanwhile, many towering existences and great clans in the chaotic world were also drawn to the situation. My establishment of the human teaching stirred the hearts of many formidable beings. It must be known that I am the foremost among the three pure ones, the first disciple of Hongjun, and bear the primordial purple energy. Many powerful beings speculate that I might be the second to attain the path to sanctity after Nuwa. At this moment, I unexpectedly established the human teaching without gaining acknowledgement from the human race, which contained too many mysteries. Many terrifying gazes turned towards me, focusing on the human race. Moreover, almost instantaneously, many great clans developed a curiosity towards the human race, for the first time paying attention to this obscure, nameless little race that had only existed for a few tens of thousands of years. Beyond the chaotic world, within the chaos, Nuwa slowly opened her eyes, a cold smile flashing in her beautiful gaze, immediately directing her gaze towards the direction of the Zhixiao Palace. As a saint with her primordial spirit entrusted to the heavenly Tao, she naturally understood the hidden truths that many others did not. In the current chaotic world, the most furious one was undoubtedly Hongjun. Hongjun, you can force me into the chaos, abandoning the human race. Little did you know that you might force your chief disciple into this as well. Nuwa murmured, her voice laced with cold laughter. After she attained the Tao, Hongjun used the primordial purple energy to condense a part of her fortune, forcefully pressing her to retreat into chaos and abandon the human race. But I, the Zhixiao Palace. Hongjun's eyes widened in anger, filled with disbelief. It was maddening. After 10,000 years, the human race struck him with a powerful blow, targeting his weak point. The last time it was because the human race suddenly gave birth to the human emperor. He feared unexpected events and secretly guided Laozi to the human race ahead of time. However, the human race directly subdued Laozi, and without the acknowledgement of the human race, Laozi established the human teaching. What exactly has changed within the human race? Hongjun's expression was extremely gloomy. He possessed the creation jade butterfly, and his understanding of the wilderness was unmatched. Laozi received the human race's acknowledgement and established the human teaching. The difference between establishing the human teaching and receiving the acknowledgement of the human race is not the same concept at all. The former was Laozi utilizing the human race, while the latter was the human race utilizing Laozi. This is the difference in initiative. The human race has taken the initiative. This means Laozi has become the protector of the human race, and his fate is indirectly linked to theirs. But why does the human race hold the initiative in the game against Laozi? The strengths of both sides are simply not on the same level. Thus Hongjun's mind was in chaos, feeling utterly confused. He intended for Laozi to divide the human race's fate and achieve the Tao, not to give the human race his fate and become their protector. His goal was to have Laozi use the Hongmeng purple qi to attain the Tao, while he leveraged the Hongmeng purple qi to siphon Laozi's fate, building a foundation for himself to merge with the Tao. The three pure ones possess the merit of opening the heavens, which is crucial for his merging with the Tao. How could it be taken away by the human race? How can this be remedied? This thought flashed through Hongjun's mind. Subsequently, he felt a bit overwhelmed. There was no way to remedy it unless Laozi could immediately gain the human race's acknowledgement, divide the fate, and achieve sainthood. Yet Hongjun knew Laozi well. He was undoubtedly the most stable and resolute in seeking the Tao among the three pure ones. If it were possible, he would never have established the human teaching prematurely. Laozi was not Nuwa. Although he had not yet attained the Tao, he possessed the merit of opening the heavens and was protected by the wilderness. Before merging with the Tao, he could not be harmed by the three pure ones. What on earth is going on with the human race? Hongjun's expression was somewhat grim, and he then turned his gaze towards Laozi. The affairs of the human race must be clarified. However, the urgent matter at hand was to find a way to bring Laozi back. Hongjun couldn't care too much and immediately soared towards the wilderness. In the wilderness, Yuan Shi flew to the outskirts of the human race, and upon seeing Laozi, his expression was extremely grim. He immediately spoke in a tone that was almost a command. Elder brother, please disband this so-called human teaching at once. The reputation of the Pango Orthodox cannot be tarnished. His tone suggested he wanted to devour Laozi. Laozi slowly opened his murky eyes, seemingly having anticipated Yuan Shi's arrival. With an expressionless face, he said, "This is my decision. It has nothing to do with you, junior brother. My mind is made up. You may leave." At this time, having established the human teaching, the eyes of the entire human race were upon him. How could he possibly disband the human teaching? Wouldn't that make him look weak in the eyes of the human race? Yuan Shi's arrival was also part of what he had anticipated. Laozi's heart in seeking the Tao was unyielding. He wanted the human race to see his sincerity. Nonsense. Yuan Shi was furious, his face darkening to the extreme. He coldly said, "If that's the case, I will annihilate this race to uphold the reputation of my Pango Orthodox." Before the reputation of the Pango Orthodox, Yuan Shi did not care that the human race was created by Nuwa. His killing intent erupted, stirring the heavens into a pitch-black abyss. Buzz. A primordial treasure, the Panga banner, appeared in his hand. Vast chaotic energy spread, causing the universe to reverse, as if the wilderness and heavens were returning to chaos. Su Ming's gaze sharpened as he slowly stood up. The first side effect of Laozi's establishment of the teaching became apparent. Just then, a Taiji diagram obscured the sky above the human race, with swirling yin and yang energies colliding with the chaotic energy neutralizing it. Swish! Laozi's figure flashed and appeared atop the Taiji diagram, his murky eyes filled with determination. As he spoke, "Yuan Shi, do you wish to fight me?" This statement was very concise, yet it revealed Laozi's resolve. The opportunity to attain the Tao was profound and mysterious, something he couldn't explain. However, if Yuan Shi hindered his path to the Tao, he would be his formidable enemy. Having practiced for millions of years to reach the pinnacle, severing emotions and desires, only the great Tao remained in his heart. After all, it was a matter of differing paths not working together. Elder brother, Yuan Shi was stunned, not expecting Laozi to be willing to fight for such a small race. At this moment, the entire wilderness world was suffocating, with many towering existences in shock. The three pure ones were one sharing honor and disgrace. They never expected to witness a confrontation among the three pure ones. At this moment, they paid even more attention to the small human race. Su Ming, however, could only touch his nose in silence, feeling helpless. The division of the three pure ones was a significant event in the wilderness. Yet how did it turn into Laozi and Yuan Shi splitting first, dragging the human race into the center of the storm? Is this the butterfly effect? Su Ming said with a wry smile. This was not the original intention of his calculations. His intention was merely to guide Laozi onto the correct path, one beneficial for the human race. It was maddening. Buzz. Suddenly a vast sword energy traversed the heavens, as if to sever the past and future, slicing through the collision between the Panga banner and the Taiji diagram, separating Laozi and Yuan Shi. Elder brother, second brother, do not act impulsively. Tong Tian appeared resolutely between the two, separating their collision. We are of one body, how can we fight over this, allowing outsiders to see us as a joke? Seeing this scene, Su Ming was completely stunned. Tong Tian, known for his impulsiveness, had become the mediator among the three pure ones, turning into the most stable one. However, Tongshan's next words left Su Ming dumbfounded. Are you sure you're here to be the middleman? Tong Tian slowly drew out the Qingping sword from his back, the sword energy rampant. If you wish to fight first, ask if my sword agrees. Perhaps this is Tong Tian after all. Su Ming finally reacted after a long time, mumbling to himself. The three pure ones, transformed from Pangus primordial spirit, inherently had distinctly different personalities. Laozi's heart in seeking the Tao was unwavering. Yuan Shi was proud, intent on upholding the reputation of the Panga orthodox. Tongshan's character was impulsive, ready to fight at the slightest disagreement. The division of the three pure ones was the inevitable trend, but because of his appearance, this moment was hastened. Many powerful beings in the wilderness had serious expressions watching this unprecedented scene. The three pure ones fighting was something they sought but couldn't obtain. After all, the unity of the three pure ones made them overwhelmingly powerful. The situation was extremely tense. Buzzing echoed through the air. At that moment, the heavens trembled, purple chi spread over 30,000 miles, and auspicious signs appeared. An elderly figure stepped through the purple mist, appearing in the midst of the Sanqing, directly suppressing them. It was none other than Tao ancestor Hongjun. As soon as Hongjun appeared, without even waiting for the Sanqing to pay their respects, he sternly reprimanded. As disciples of the Tao, how can you be so shameless? Come back with me. After saying this, Hongjun cast a deep gaze at the human race, before immediately striding towards Kunlun Mountain. The Sanqing, as disciples of the Tao, were interconnected through their fortunes, and their division would mean the fracturing of the Tao. Thus they absolutely could not split at this time, otherwise it would deal a heavy blow to his embodiment of the Tao. Hongjun had no choice but to reveal himself to prevent matters from developing in an even more unpredictable direction. Many mighty beings felt regret. With even the Tao ancestor personally intervening, it seemed the Sanqing would not fracture anytime soon. In the eyes of the Sanqing, Hongjun still held great prestige, and they immediately followed him, temporarily alleviating the tense atmosphere. Among the human race, Su Ming furrowed his brow tightly, having naturally noticed Hongjun's last glance. He did not believe that Hongjun had discovered him. The great formation he had laid out was capable of warding off the prying eyes of even the great Luo Golden Immortals, not to mention that the current formation was re-established after he reached the pinnacle of the Quasi-Saint realm. Unless Hongjun had embodied the Tao, there was little chance of discovery. However, Su Ming remained on high alert. The information conveyed by Hongjun's glance was immensely significant. Moreover, the series of events surrounding the splitting of the Sanqing also informed Su Ming that although this Tao ancestor had already become a saint, his control over the primordial world was not as tight as in later generations, and the human race had a tremendous opportunity to alter their fate. That glance indicated that Hongjun had already taken notice of the human race. The human race was crucial to Laozi's attainment of the Tao, and Hongjun would undoubtedly not stand idly by. How will Hongjun intervene? Su Ming rubbed his brow, feeling a bit of a headache. And not only Hongjun, after this incident, the other great clans of the primordial world and mighty beings were secondary. Su Ming felt most troubled by the witch and demon clans, as these two groups would undoubtedly have already noticed the human race, and the human race would inevitably have to start dealing with them. This is such a damn hassle, I can't even hide and develop peacefully. Feeling overwhelmed, Su Ming cursed and immediately entered into his sculpting and cultivation. With unchanging responses to all changes regardless of the wind and rain, I remained resolute. In the witch clan Panga Hall. Panga Hall was vast and boundless, towering tens of millions of zhang, high, covering billions of zhang, larger than most mountains in the primordial world. Within it, the 12 ancestor witches stood, their eyes like chaotic stars, towering millions of zhang tall, standing tall, and imposing with chaotic malevolence flowing around them. Laozi's establishment of the human teaching naturally drew the attention of the witch clan. The human race was created by Nuwa, having attained sainthood through boundless merits. Nuwa was one of the 5 sovereigns of the monster court, a major enemy of the witch clan. Naturally, the human race created by Nuwa caught the witch clan's attention. However, later the human race was abandoned by Nuwa, suffering heavy losses and falling into a slump, which caused the witch clan to shift their gaze. At this moment, the matter of Laozi establishing the human teaching immediately alerted the 12 ancestor witches to the fact that the human race was not as simple as it appeared, prompting discussions on how to deal with them. The human race is but an ant-like group not worthy of our witch clan's attention, the hot-tempered Zhu Rong said, still looking down on the small human race. Ancestor Witch Huda frowned and said, Nuwa and Laozi both possess the primordial purple chi and regard the human race with such importance. Nuwa even became a saint by creating the human race. Oh, one can imagine the significance of the human race. Our witch clan does not cultivate the primordial spirit and should not overlook the workings of the primordial trajectory. The human race is so important to both of Hongjun's disciples that it even drew Hongjun to personally intervene. One can imagine how extraordinary the human race must be. I agree with Sister Hutu, we cannot underestimate the human race. The witch and demon clans were at odds, engaged in fierce battles. Emperor Jun and Tai were busy reorganizing the internal affairs of the demon clan, recently gathering numerous great clans of the primordial world to strengthen their power, and they too were likely aware of the human race. Although the human race was created by Nuwa having been abandoned and suffering heavy casualties, their internal sense of belonging to the demon clan must be limited. By extending an olive branch this time, our witch clan is sure to earn their deep gratitude. Even if we do not know why they are valued by Laozi, and we have no intention of recruiting the human race, we cannot allow them to be taken in by the demon clan. I disagree, Gong Gong rebutted loudly. Our witch clan is the true lineage of Pangus, standing tall and noble. How can we actively extend an olive branch to a small race created by Nuwa? If Laozi mistakenly believes that our witch clan is trying to please him, what face do we have left? I agree. I disagree. The many ancestor witches began to argue fiercely about the human race. At the very top of Pangu Hall, the leader of the witch clan, Di Jiang, gazed deeply, silently observing the debate among the other ancestor witches before finally making a decisive statement. The human race can be sought after, but it is not advisable for any ancestor witch to personally intervene or dispatch a great witch of the quasi-saint level instead. In this way we do not lose face, and it is enough to suppress the human race, preventing them from being absorbed by the demon clan. Di Jiang is the elder among the 12 ancestor witches, and also the leader of the witch clan. After summarizing the opinions of the many ancestor witches, he made a decision that perfectly balanced both sides, ensuring no ancestor witch would oppose. Then let us send Ho-E to go, Hutu said to Di Jiang. Ho-E has a steady character that will do. Di Jiang nodded, then closed his eyes to cultivate, using the endless chaotic malevolence of Pangu Hall to temper his body, while the other ancestor witches also ceased their discussions and entered into cultivation. To them the human race was merely a small episode. The order from Pangu Hall was given, and the great witch Ho-E shouldered the god bow of the sun and set off towards the human race. In the 33 heavens of the primordial world, the monster court. Compared to the witch clan, the discussions within the monster court were much smaller. In the eyes of the monster court, the human race was merely a small group created by Nuwa, one of the many races of the monster clan. However, Laozi's establishment of the human teaching still required giving some attention to the human race. However, Emperor Jun and Tai were busy reorganizing the internal affairs of the monster clan to counter the witch clan, casually delegating this matter to the demon god Ji Ming to handle. Ji Ming was a powerful demon god ranked among the top 10 in the monster clan. He did not particularly care for this small group abandoned by Nuwa, casually sending one of his sons to go. Ji-hun, you go to the human race and proclaim the will of the demon emperor. Let the human race send a leader to the monster court to pay respects to the demon emperor and reward them with the territories currently occupied by the human race. Ji Ming instructed. In his view, having this small group of humanoids recognized with the legitimate status by the monster clan and obtaining the qualification to pay respects to the demon emperor at the monster court was enough to make them deeply grateful. All right, father. Ji-hun nodded indifferently and immediately set off towards the human race. In the valley of the human race, rumbling. Suddenly a tremendous booming sound echoed throughout the valley. The sky seemed to tear open a corner. Endless divine light surged forth, resembling the celestial light from beyond the domain, illuminating the infinite void, and the vast radiance condensed into a shadow of light. Endless white flower lights accompanied falling flowers intertwining around the shadow of light, emanating an air of supreme, noble, and incomprehensible majesty. At that moment, Su Ming, who was in the midst of sculpting, felt a jolt throughout his body, his eyes narrowing slightly, as he immediately directed his gaze towards the center of the light shadow. As expected, a mythical statue wearing a ghost mask and a snow-white gown stood majestically in the mundane world. Su Ming's pupils constricted, slightly astonished that a human could resonate with the statue of the fierce emperor. One must know that the fierce emperor was undoubtedly a top-tier existence comparable to the demon lord, the heavenly emperor, and the Primordial Emperor, standing among the very best of the statues within the valley, even surpassing that of the Goddess of Willow. However, Su Ming had always held little hope that anyone could comprehend the statue of the Fierce Emperor, for the experiences, temperament, and character of the Fierce Emperor were entirely different from those of other great beings. The Fierce Emperor came from humble beginnings with average talent, yet exceptional capability. Moreover, he had no yearning for the highest realm, as saying, "I do not seek immortality, only to await your return in the mundane world," perfectly encapsulated his temperament. In the primordial world, the law of the jungle prevailed, and only the strong survived. To find a human who could resonate with the Fierce Emperor was as difficult as ascending to the heavens, which was why Su Ming was so astonished. This also indicated that a figure with potential comparable to the three leaders of the human race was about to emerge. Su Ming looked down and saw a woman sitting cross-legged with closed eyes surrounded by light rain and petals. Su Ming immediately inquired of Yu Chaoshi, "What is this girl's name?" Seeing the ancestral master inquiring, Yu Chaoshi did not dare to be negligent, and immediately replied, reporting to the ancestral master, "This girl is called Change." The three Pure Ones fighting was something they sought but couldn't obtain. After all, the unity of the three Pure Ones made them overwhelmingly powerful. The situation, Su Ming looked up at the woman sitting cross-legged beneath the mythological statue. Upon closer inspection, his pupils involuntarily contracted. Though she was dressed simply, she could only be described as breathtakingly beautiful, possessing a divine grace. Her long hair flowed like a waterfall, her eyes sparkled like stars, and her skin was as smooth as cream. Even seated in a lotus position, her voluptuous figure could not be concealed. Every curve was perfect to an extraordinary degree. Even though Su Ming had reached the pinnacle of the Quasi-Saint realm, his heart resolute and firm as a rock, and after witnessing many women in the Honghuang world, he could not help but be astonished by her beauty, which delivered a powerful visual impact. This woman seemed to belong to a realm beyond that of mere mortals. As Su Ming regained his composure, he silently thought, "This woman must surely be the Change from the myth." Only such a marvelous beauty could capture the heart of the legendary archer Ho Yi, who even forsook his clan for her, transforming into Wu Gang and spending his life chopping wood on the lunar surface, unwavering in his devotion. The tale of Change flying to the moon was profoundly influential during the conflict between the witches and the demons, leaving a deep impact on the 12 ancestor witches. When Ho Yi shot down the suns, and with the schemes of Shi He leading to Change's ascension to the moon, binding her to the lunar orbit, resulted in the loss of a formidable witch who had the potential to ascend to the status of an ancestor, which laying the groundwork for the great war between witches and demons. At that moment, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth seemed to surge violently, converging towards Change's head. Endless spiritual energy formed a vortex, devouring infinite primal energy, and then directly poured into Change's brow. At the center of the vortex, divine light gathered, and a supreme empress in a long gown wearing a ghostly mask gazed down upon the world, exuding an aura of unmatched supremacy. In the void, endless rays of light rained down, and white petals fluttered through the air, creating a stunning spectacle. Although Change's realm was merely that of a profound immortal, under the infusion of boundless spiritual energy, she began a frenzied breakthrough. Mid-stage profound immortal. Latest stage profound immortal. Perfected profound immortal. Yet the barriers of the profound immortal realm were far from sufficient to halt Change's wild ascent, which was swiftly shattered. Then she reached the early stage of golden immortal, then the mid-stage. The astonishing breakthrough shook the entire valley, drawing countless human powerhouses out of their seclusion to witness. While it was common for those who comprehended mythological statues to experience insights, such a breathtaking spectacle of a frenzied breakthrough was unprecedented, likely only comparable to the experiences of the three leaders during their own comprehensions. Yu Chao was left speechless, unable to articulate his shock. What in the world was happening? He recalled that when he first resonated with the statue of the Primordial Emperor, he had merely broken through to the profound immortal realm, crossing several minor levels. Yet for Change, the ancestral statue of perfection had only allowed them to break through to the Tai golden immortal in one go. Even the reclusive practitioners Zi Yi and Shin Nong were dumbfounded, emerging from their seclusion to marvel at Change's frenzied breakthrough, unable to contain their astonishment. "This little girl is defying the heavens," Yu Chao exclaimed in wonder. "She surpasses even me." Shin Nong felt quite overwhelmed. He practiced the heavenly demon scripture, adopting a unique sword style, and had always relied on the mythological statue for rapid breakthroughs. But now, compared to this little girl, enough said. He was growing old. The new generation would push the old generation down, leaving them behind on the beach. Such a frenzied breakthrough left even Su Ming deeply shaken, yet it sparked other speculations in his mind. It was highly likely that Change's resonance with the statue of the ruthless emperor far exceeded that of Yu Chao and the others, which was why such a remarkable phenomenon occurred. She did not seek immortality, she merely wished to await your return in the mortal realm. Change likely resonated deeply with the mindset of the ruthless emperor, which led to this unparalleled synchronization. Su Ming felt a growing curiosity within. Who was Change waiting for? Did she come here, not primarily to resonate with the mythological statue? Suddenly, an even more shocking scene unfolded, leaving Su Ming speechless, his brow twitching slightly. He saw the shadow of the ruthless emperor seemingly imbued with intelligence, gently touching Change's delicate brow with a slender snow-white finger. Buzz! The pure white divine light surged, enveloping Change's body as snow-white petals danced through the sky, and countless scriptures and secret techniques poured into her mind. Su Ming was astounded, looking up at the statue of the ruthless emperor only to witness an even more astounding sight. He saw the head of the statue of the ruthless emperor with subtle stone fragments cascading down, and the emperor's divine aura visibly became more lifelike. All of this revealed to Su Ming a stark reality. The statue of the ruthless emperor was autonomously perfecting itself. Moreover, all of this was instigated by Change, or rather she was perfecting the statue of the ruthless emperor. This is unbelievable. Su Ming was taken aback. The mythological statue could autonomously improve. However, this also indicated that as long as the aura and momentum of the comprehender aligned perfectly with the statue, it could be perfected without his intervention. After all, before Su Ming could perfect the mythological statue, he had to infuse his own mindset and aura into its divine resonance to achieve perfect harmony. In the valley, there were at least tens of thousands of human prodigies comprehending the mythological statue. Yet none had matched Change's extraordinary presence. "This little girl is going to leave us old demers in the dust," Yu Chao exclaimed repeatedly, utterly shocked. However, they felt only pride in their hearts with no trace of jealousy. Only when the human race produces exceptional talents can it prosper and better protect itself. A clan that relies solely on the older generation without new blood rising has no future. Suddenly, a series of system prompts sounded in Su Ming's ears. The human race's change, having comprehended from the statue of the ruthless emperor, you carved, has obtained the heavenly demon scripture, indestructible, heavenly art, chaos scripture. As the sculptor, the host receives a 100-fold power bestowal reward. Change of the human race perfectly resonates with the ruthless emperor, granting the host a 100-fold power reward and significantly enhancing the heavenly demon art and indestructible heavenly art. Change resonates perfectly with the ruthless emperor's statue, autonomously perfecting the mythological statue, and receives the ruthless emperor's weapon, the innate treasure, the black gold cauldron. Instantly, Su Ming felt numb. Change perfected the statue of the ruthless emperor, so he gained one of the emperor's weapons. However, the ruthless emperor was indeed extraordinarily talented, creating scriptures beyond imagination, such as the heavenly demon art, indestructible heavenly art, and even the chaos scripture for cultivating the chaos body. What an unparalleled genius. Truly a Onsinanian existence, Su Ming murmured in awe. At that very moment, Change's frenzied breakthrough came to an end. She had surged from the profound immortal realm all the way to the early stage of the great Luo, immortal, ascending into an incomparable being who stood beyond the three realms and outside the five elements. Is cultivation simple? Every cultivator in the primordial chaos would answer with a resounding no. It is excruciatingly difficult, so arduous one longs only to lie down and surrender. Yet Su Ming at this very moment would tell you cultivation is astonishingly simple. So simple it defies simplicity itself. To advance from the profound immortal realm to the great Luo immortal realm required nothing more than contemplating a single mythic statue. "I have been deeply shaken," Shen Nong declared in his deep resonant voice. This time Yu Chao Shi and Ziyi Shi, uncharacteristically, offered no rebuttal. Instead, they nodded in quiet agreement, recalling the immense hardship they themselves had endured in attaining the great Luo immortal realm. "Alas, enough said. I return to cultivate." Shen Nong swiftly retreated before the demon sovereign's statue and entered seclusion. At that moment, Yu Chao Shi led Change to stand before Su Ming. Over the millennia, countless prodigies of the human race had contemplated mythic statues, but since Su Ming cherished tranquility, even those who entered the valley rarely received his audience. Only a handful of the most exceptional prodigies were ever granted such an honor. Change pays homage to the human sovereign. Change bowed respectfully before Su Ming. Her voice was gentle and crystalline, like the clear melodious call of a yellow oriole, exquisitely pleasing to the ear, yet faintly trembling, betraying the trepidation stirring within her heart. Su Ming looked down upon Change, and there before his eyes appeared a vision of transcendent beauty. To prepare for this audience, Yu Chao Shi had personally guided her through meticulous grooming. Already ethereal, and otherworldly in appearance, she now radiated an almost unbearable allure. Her raven-black hair cascaded like a waterfall down her back, her eyes shimmered like morning stars, luminous sentient blinking softly, as if whispering secrets of the cosmos. Her skin was snow-white and flawless, smooth as ivory, tender as dew-kissed petals. She wore a flowing gown of pristine white, its silken drape sculpting her perfect form with divine precision. Neither a sliver too full nor a thread too slender could possibly enhance her symmetry. It was as though heaven itself before her birth had poured every ounce of its artistry into crafting this paragon, even though Su Ming had already glimpsed change once before, through his divine sense from afar. The sheer immediacy of standing face-to-face with this legendary goddess struck him with an indescribable force. No need for spacecraft to journey to the moon to behold change. She stood before him now, exquisitely beautiful, so radiant she seemed not of this mortal world. Fortunately, Su Ming was no longer the man he had been in later ages. His will was unshakable. To preserve the solemn dignity befitting the primordial sovereign of humanity, he swiftly composed himself. Change, you are commendable. Continue striving. Su Ming spoke gravely, his tone that of an elder offering earnest encouragement to a junior. And indeed, he was the first generation of humanity, while change belonged to the third generation after him. By later age reckoning, change ought to address him as great-grandfather. What Su Ming did not know was that the spiritual shock she experienced upon seeing him dwarfed his own by an incalculable magnitude. Hearing Su Ming's words of encouragement, Change's body trembled faintly. This newly ascended great Luo immortal stole a quick furtive glance upward at Su Ming. In Change's eyes, Su Ming was enveloped in an aura befitting a celestial deity, his gaze blazing like twin suns, so blinding she could not bear to look, and instantly lowered her head. In her heart, the primordial ancestor was the supreme deity, the ultimate sovereign, who had delivered the human race from dire straits, a being she could revere from afar, yet never hope to approach. From the moment of her birth, she had grown up listening to ancestral tales of the primordial ancestor. From childhood, fiercely ambitious and determined, she had resolved that the human sovereign alone would be the sole man of her life. No matter what, she would relentlessly follow in the primordial ancestor's footsteps. Thus, though born with modest talent, she forged ahead with unwavering resolve, step by step ascending to become a renowned prodigy among the human race, ultimately selected to enter the primordial ancestor's valley, all for the singular purpose of beholding him once, and walking ever closer beside him. Yet upon entering the valley, she learned that even among those human prodigies permitted to contemplate the mythic statues, only the absolute elite, scarcely a handful, were ever granted the rare privilege of an audience with the primordial ancestor. At that moment, despair welled within Change. Already gifted with only ordinary aptitude, she struggled for a long time to resonate with any mythic statue. Watching her peers successively attain enlightenment deepened her confusion and doubt, until she stood before the statue of the ruthless empress, and felt an overwhelming resonance surge between them. Not for immortality, only to await your return amidst the mortal dust. Change's aim had never been cultivation itself, but rather to tread steadfastly in the footsteps of the primordial human sovereign. Through a confluence of fate, this singular intention gave rise to that miraculous, heaven-defying moment of enlightenment. Hearing the primordial ancestor's encouragement, Change's heart swelled with even greater fervor. She replied immediately, "Change shall strive all the harder." Then silently she added a vow within her heart. "Until I may walk beside you, always." "Well done, well done." Su Ming smiled faintly and nodded. In truth, he simply lacked the fluency for formal pleasantries, and with a young woman he had just met, he found himself utterly at a loss for words. A true straightforward man. Yu Chaosher stole a glance at Su Ming and muttered inwardly, "Does the primordial ancestor find her satisfactory?" For years, the primordial ancestor's lifelong union had remained the gravest concern, not only for the three of them, but for chieftains across all tribes. After all, Su Ming was the first generation of humanity, a veritable prodigy-forging engine in human form. Any offspring he sired would unquestionably belong to the second generation, bearing pure bloodline and extraordinary talent destined to give rise to countless prodigies for the human race. Though myriad powerful cultivators had emerged over these 10,000 years, compared to the Wu and Yao clans, the human race still lagged far behind, true prodigies appearing but once in 10,000. Moreover, the human race had now established a complete governance system, with Su Ming as the human sovereign, universally revered by all tribes. Shen Nong and the others were no fools. Though none voiced it outright, they all harbored a quiet dread should Su Ming suffer an untimely demise. Who among the current generation of powerful cultivators could command universal allegiance and succeed him as sovereign? After much deliberation, only Su Ming's own offspring could inherit his authority, commanding reverence across all tribes and preserving the stability of the human race. Of course, this was not a wish for Su Ming's death, but prudent foresight. Across the primordial chaos, countless clans had fractured into civil war following the passing of their founders, each faction refusing to submit to another. How could chieftains like Yu Chaoshu remain untroubled? Thus over the years they had subtly, and repeatedly, guided peerless female prodigies of the human race toward the primordial ancestors' presence. Given Su Ming's towering prestige, a single word from him would inspire legions of such prodigies to willingly bear his heirs. Yet alas, Su Ming appeared wholly absorbed in cultivation, with no apparent interest in such matters whatsoever, leaving Yu Chaoshu and the others utterly distraught. Their hair nearly turned white with worry. The primordial ancestor seems to hold some interest in this young maiden, Yu Chaoshu mused inwardly. It appears I must speak with change privately after we depart. Just then Zishu suddenly soared forward, brows slightly furrowed, and addressed Su Ming. Your Majesty, emissaries from both the Wu clan and the Yao clan have arrived at our borders. Great Wu warriors and mighty Yao sovereigns seeking audience with the human sovereign. How shall we proceed? Su Ming's expression shifted subtly, his brows drawing together. He had long anticipated their arrival, yet had not expected it so soon. Who precisely has come from the Wu and Yao clans? From the Wu clan arrives a quasi-sage great Wu warrior who declares himself Ho-E, the great Wu warrior of the Earth ancestral Wu tribe. Su Ming nodded. Clearly the Wu clan held genuine sincerity toward the human race. Ho-E ranked among the foremost great Wu warriors beneath the ancestral Wu themselves. And the Yao clan. Zishu drew a slow, steadying breath, as if suppressing rising indignation, then replied, a great Luo immortal of the Jimeng clan has arrived from the Yao clan. He forced his way deep into the heartland of the human race, and demanded that the human sovereign kneel to receive the imperial edict of the Yao sovereign. A glint of icy killing intent flashed in Su Ming's eyes. How audacious! Emir de Luo Jinxian of the Jimeng clan dares to swagger into the human race, claiming that the human leader should kneel to receive orders. From this action, he could sense the demon clan's attitude towards the human race. Even with Laozi's establishment of the human teaching, they are willing to go so far as to fall out with the primordial. The demon clan's attitude towards the human race remains one of condescension, looking down upon them. Do those guys in the demon court think that coming to our human race is a great favor, a charity towards us? Outwardly our human race has revealed no power, so the demon court naturally believes that we are a small clan that can be trampled upon. Outwardly our human race has revealed no power, so the demon court naturally believes that we are a small clan that can be trampled upon at will, Su Ming said coldly. At this moment he began to reconsider whether he should continue to endure fully. Should he reveal part of the human race's strength to intimidate the outside, lest they think the human race can be bullied at will? However, Su Ming had not fully made up his mind. After all, at this time the human race, due to Laozi's establishment of the teaching, has already aroused the apprehension of many great beings in the primordial. Even if strength is revealed, how much should be disclosed must be weighed carefully. Let Xuandu deal with the great demon of the Jimeng clan. Su Ming pondered for a moment, and continued, let the Shinnong clan handle the great witch Ho-E, and I will keep a close watch throughout the process. Understood, ancestor. Si received the order, and was about to retreat. Wait a moment. Su Ming suddenly called out to Si, his eyes icy and indifferent. Tell Xuandu to ensure that this beast understands that the human race is not a place he can recklessly rampage into. Understood. Si trembled all over, and then strode away. The demon clan and the witch clan. Su Ming's gaze became profoundly deep. The human race has finally reached the point of directly negotiating with these two dominant primordial clans. Next, it is a critical moment that tests him as the emperor of man. Su Ming looked at the Yu Chao clan and changed, allowing them to leave first, then turned his gaze towards Ho-E and Jimeng outside the valley. Since he intended to meet Ho-E as the great witch of the witch clan, the human race naturally could not leave him outside, as that would be too disrespectful. Instead, he invited him into the heart of the human race. Of course, this is only nominally the core. The true core of the human race at this time is naturally Su Ming's valley. Instead, he invited him into the heart of the human race. Of course, this is only nominally the core. The true core of the human race at this. Ho-E's eyes were bright and piercing, akin to an eagle's gaze, captivating and seemingly able to penetrate everything. His stature was extraordinarily tall. Even without revealing his full witch form, he stood over 2.5 meters tall, like a small mountain with muscles explosively developed, yet orderly distributed across his body. Yet the most eye-catching feature was not his towering height. After all, in a world of giants like the primordial, over 2 meters is not remarkable. What immediately attracted Su Ming's attention was the enormous golden bow slung over his back. The golden bow was incredibly large, nearly 2 meters long, with a body covered in densely packed aerodynamic lines, suggesting that when Ho-E draws the golden bowstring, these lines would gather a vast amount of energy. This golden bow must be the sun-shooting divine bow, the culprit behind inciting the Wiqiao War. Su Ming scrutinized the bow closely, muttering to himself. He hoped that this time the bow could fulfill its previous purpose and would not deviate because of Ho-E's appearance. After all, Ho-E's shooting down of the 9 golden crows with the sun-shooting divine bow was the key trigger for the Wiqiao War. Then a glint of cold light flashed in Su Ming's eyes as he turned to look at the location of the demon clan Ji Ming. There stood a man with green hair exuding explosive power. He hovered in midair, his gaze indifferent, surveying the many humans below from within the heart of the human. Ji Ming did not come alone, but led over 100 members of the Ji Ming clan, each with at least golden immortal cultivation, including 10 Tai golden immortals. These guards were arrayed around him in a tightly coordinated formation, shielding him at the center. The Ji Ming clan, known for their powerful physiques and terrifying strength, had a commanding presence in the Primordial, said to be able to match the Grand Witches of the Ancestor Witch tribe in physical combat. These Ji Ming members were all intimidatingly massive, like small hills floating in the sky. Around them, hundreds of humans ranging from Tian Xian to Jin Xian surrounded them tightly. In the shadows, even more terrifying existences stirred, watching them with cold eyes. Of course, the Ji Ming clan could only perceive the humans surrounding them and would not realize they are currently in the heart of such a powerful clan. The Ji Ming members were extremely arrogant, looking down on the small humans surrounding them, exuding a thick aura of malice and blood. One can imagine that during their brazen intrusion into the human race, their hands have already been stained with the blood of many humans. The small human ape clan is considered a lowly group among the demon clans, and upon seeing the great demon god clan, instead of kneeling, they dared to block their path, insisting on prior notification. The Ji Ming clan holds a very high status among the demon clans. Wherever they go, they are seen as exalted beings by the smaller demon clans. For the diminutive and weak human race to dare to obstruct them is seen as a provocation to the great status of the Ji Ming clan, naturally prompting them to act without hesitation and forcefully intrude into the heart of the human race. A bunch of small human apes, if you don't want to die, hurry up and roll away. Let your ape leader kneel to welcome me, Ji Ming said coldly, not even glancing at the hundreds of surrounding humans filled with extreme arrogance. If it weren't for his father's instructions, the human ape clan wouldn't dare to provoke them. With his former temper, he would have long since annihilated such an ant-like clan. However, at this moment, Su Ming's gaze was completely focused not on Ji Ming, this insignificant Deluo Jin Xian, but on the 2 Tai Jin Xian Ji Ming closest to him, concentrating entirely on the blood at the corners of their mouths. There were traces of human blood at the corners of their mouths. In an instant, Su Ming felt a buzzing in his mind, as if his scalp was about to burst. These 2 Ji Ming members had devoured humans. More importantly, they must have discovered that consuming humans could enhance the purity of their bloodline and strength. This was precisely the reason for the demon clan's massacre against the human race. Suddenly, an extremely furious roar shattered the heavens. Beasts, how dare you be so arrogant? Buzzing. Suddenly, a colossal willow tree appeared in the sky, its billions of branches sharp as the finest swords, tearing apart the heavens and earth as an overwhelming azure glow swept across the many members of the Ji Ming clan. With a swish, the willow branches sliced through space, the faint azure light akin to chopping vegetables instantly reduced over a dozen golden immortal level Ji Ming to mere flesh and blood. Buzz. At once, the proud Ji Ming clan members were dumbfounded, feeling an unfathomable, terrifying force pressing down on them, imbued with an extreme murderous intent that sent chills throughout their bodies. They dared not make a single move, let alone resist. Facing the immense and towering willow tree, they felt as insignificant as ants. What shocked them even more, rendering them unable to accept, was that this tiny tribe of apes dared to act against their magnificent Ji Ming. Moreover, how could such a small tribe of apes possess such a terrifying powerhouse? A Deluo golden immortal. But what of it? How dare they act against our esteemed Ji Ming clan? They are seeking death. The mid-stage Deluo golden immortal Ji Hun narrowed his eyes, dismissing the Deluo golden immortal of the ape tribe entirely. He shouted coldly, his voice carrying terrifying energy, the sound waves rolling outwards, colliding with the might of the willow tree. But he was merely a mid-stage Deluo golden immortal, while Xuandu was at the peak of Deluo golden immortal, having cultivated the willow divine method. His combat power was astounding even to the likes of Laozi. How could he possibly withstand it? Bang bang bang. He was careless. Instantly, Ji Hun's expression changed drastically as he felt a terrifying force directly penetrate through the sound waves and shock into his body. Puff. Ji Hun's face turned red as he felt As if his internal organs were about to shatter, unable to resist, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Human race. Recovering from his shock, Jihan roared in anger, feeling humiliated to have been pushed back by a mere Deluo golden immortal of the tiny ape tribe. He was also shaken inside. He had underestimated this tribe created by the Nuwa. After all, this was a tribe created by the 5 emperors. Even if Nuwa did not care and abandoned them, they were still a tribe of the 5 emperors with exceptional talent, pure bloodlines, and combat power far beyond that of the Deluo golden immortals born from smaller tribes. Moreover, this small tribe had only existed for tens of thousands of years, yet they had produced a Deluo golden immortal. Realizing this, Jihan was greatly shaken and immediately understood that he could not confront them. Hedony, this tribe that attracted the attention of the Sanshin, must be unfathomably deep. Ape tribe, you wait for me. Jihan gritted his teeth and roared inwardly. Once the ape tribe merged into the demon clan, he had 1,000 ways to deal with the human race. Currently, they were in the heartland of the human race. With people under the eaves, he had no choice but to bow his head. Ji Ming decisively decided that temporarily preserving himself was the way to go. At this moment, Xuandu, surrounded by azure light, stepped through the sky, approaching step by step, his eyes filled with a dense azure glow, murderous intent surging as he looked down at Jihan, coldly saying, "Beast, who gave you the courage to roam freely and recklessly among my human race?" Feeling the bloody aura surrounding the many, Ji Ming Xuandu's killing intent surged even more, but he suppressed it fiercely as he had no command from the ancestor. "You are the leader of the ape tribe, right? I am Jihan, son of the demon god of the Ji Ming clan. Ji Ming here to declare the will of the demon god. Kneel and receive the edict quickly." Kneel to receive the edict. Xuandu coldly gazed at Jihan, the killing intent almost overflowing from his eyes and nostrils. Not crushing Jihan on the spot was due to him being exceptionally lucky. How could he kneel? He merely looked down at him indifferently, without any movement. In his life, he would not kneel to heaven or earth, only to the ancestors of the human race. Xuandu was waiting for the next instruction from the ancestor. As for kneeling to receive the edict, to hell with your demon emperor. When the human race was devoured and expelled by the demon race, where was the demon emperor? Bold ape, I am a tribe created by Nuwa, a part of the demon emperor's lineage. Even Nuwa would not dare to show such disrespect to the demon emperor. Jihan shouted angrily, finally seizing the leverage against the ape tribe, naturally wanting to take the opportunity to exert pressure. Kneel and receive the edict quickly, or you will bear the consequences you cannot afford. Bear the consequences? Xuandu sneered, still looking down at Jihan, without the slightest intention of retracting the phenomenon of the willow god, exerting terrifying pressure of life and death upon him. Let me see how you are going to make me bear the consequences. Read. Xuandu shouted coldly, his killing intent surging, his gaze icy, speaking in a commanding tone filled with threats. You? Jihan was furious, feeling deeply humiliated, but facing Xuandu's surging killing intent, he couldn't gauge how deep the human race's waters ran. Grinding his teeth, he said, "Ape, you will pay the price for your contempt towards the demon emperor." The Ji Ming clan had forcefully invaded the ape clan and killed many powerful members of the human race. Naturally, he was in the wrong. Yet in his mind, the ape clan was merely a part of the demon race, as showing disrespect to the demon emperor was a great act of rebellion. When I return, your ape tribe will have a taste of the good fruits of your actions. The human race, a direct lineage of Nuwa, has suffered many hardships in the wilderness for a long time. I am uneasy in my heart, thus I hereby decree bestowing the human race the title of a branch of the demon race, granting the current territory of the human race as fiefdom, and the leader of the human race shall enter the demon court and enjoy the fortune and worship of the demon race from this day forth. Thus decreed. After finishing the declaration, Jihan raised his head and looked at Xuandu, threatening. Why are you not kneeling to thank the emperor's grace and following me to the demon court to meet the demon emperor? He did not believe Xuandu would dare to defy the decree. Once in the demon court, it would be his territory. The human race leader could be struck by a meteor and unexpectedly perish. Jihan instantly concocted various reasons for Xuandu's death. At this moment, however, Xuandu was already filled with rage, his black hair standing on end, his eyes flashing with coldness. To give a branch of the demon race a title in the past, the human race would have gladly accepted. But the current human race was no longer the human race of the past. This was one thing. However, to merge the human race into the demon race, only to grant the territory the human race had independently fought for as a fief, merely giving it a formal title. This was a contemptuous humiliation of the human race. Damn demon race, Xuandu gritted his teeth. Just then a cold and powerful voice exploded directly in Xuandu's mind. Kill, leave none alive. Hang Jihan's head in front of the human race's territory as a warning to the wilderness. Instantly Xuandu, who had long endured to the limit, rejoiced. Xuandu obeys the command. Then with his brows standing upright facing Ji-hun, who was filled with threats in his eyes, he roared, "Kill!" The long-suppressed killing intent exploded forth like a tidal wave. Boom, boom, boom. The Lushun tree erupted with endless azure light, as if tearing a corner of the heavens apart. Millions of willow branches fell like meteorites, slicing through the world and instantly slaying 16 mighty demons from the Ji-Meng clan. At once Ji-hun, who was deep in thought about the various ways Xian-du could meet his demise, was dumbfounded by the sudden attack. Ji-hun's brows twitched as he felt a strong sense of crisis, and he suddenly shouted, "Human Ape Clan, what do you want to do? I warn you, you are committing an act you cannot bear." But before Ji-hun could finish his warning, Xian-du, receiving the order from Su Ming, strode forward, stepping above Ji-hun, his large hand descending with overwhelming killing intent. "I want your life." As Xian-du's icy voice echoed, his hand seemed to fill the firmament, azure light swirling as it descended, mightily shattering the heavens. "You little human ape, you are too arrogant. Do you really think I fear you?" Ji-hun roared angrily, his muscles trembling as he unleashed explosive power and threw a punch toward the heavens. Bang! Ji-hun's strength was utterly useless, directly crushed by the giant hand, spewing blood and staggering backward. Instantly, several tiny golden immortals beside him were killed by the shockwave. Buzz! Xian-du's killing intent was chilling, his expression unchanged as he advanced. The Lucian technique struck the sky, radiating brilliance, breaking through myriad laws with sheer force. Bang, bang, bang. The Ji-Meng clan, known for their overwhelming might, was now being battered by Xian-du alone, their blood spilling as they were relentlessly beaten down. The Ji-Meng clan he brought with him fell one by one at Xian-du's mere gesture, or even a glance, with most not even leaving a complete corpse behind. This was a one-sided massacre, with blood raining down and a strong stench filling the air. It was just like the slaughter they unleashed when they invaded the human race, only now the positions of the two sides had reversed. Ji-hun felt an extreme sense of frustration. He couldn't understand how Xian-du dared to attack him, as he represented the demon emperor backed by the Ji-Meng clan. How could such a small human ape clan dare to provoke the might of the demon emperor? How could they challenge the Ji-Meng clan in such a brutal manner? As the last member of the Ji-Meng clan he brought was crushed into pulp beneath Xian-du's foot, Ji-hun found himself in imminent danger. He could no longer contain himself and shouted frantically, "Human race, I am the son of the Ji-Meng demon god. If you dare to kill me, do you not fear the Ji-Meng army descending upon you, annihilating your entire human ape clan? I cannot protect you." Facing Ji-hun's threat, Xian-du remained expressionless, transforming his palm into a fist, using it as his response. The azure light surged, and the phantom of the Lushun took form as he unleashed 10 consecutive punches. Each punch was as heavy as a towering mountain, suppressing the heavens, making even a powerful being like Ji-hun unable to withstand it. With each strike, the pressure increased, forcing him to reveal his true form from the Ji-Meng clan. He transformed into a colossal being standing 10,000 zhang tall, resembling a demon god. His muscles bulged like mountains, his skin smooth and glistening, filled with explosive power. With a slight movement, the heavens shattered and mountains collapsed. With a roar, the skies broke apart, and with a mighty step, he lunged forward, crashing through the endless void, causing the cosmos to reverse. Each punch was as heavy as a towering mountain, suppressing the heavens, making even a powerful being like Ji-hun unable to withstand it. With each strike, yet Xian-du remained unfazed, unleashing the Lucian technique to solidify time and space, directly imprisoning the colossal Ji-Meng within it. Buzz! Then Xian-du dove into the imprisoned space-time, transforming into a mighty azure light piercing through the fabric of space. The azure glow flickered like a divine fire, directly penetrating the massive heart of the Ji-Meng. "You?" Ji-hun's eyes widened in fury, yet he found himself unable to move the life force in his gaze, gradually fading. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The azure light transformed from Xian-du, frantically darted about, divine light radiating as it split into countless shadows, piercing through Ji-hun's enormous body, turning him into a sieve, leaving only a complete head. "Human ape clan, you will pay the price for this." With that, the flicker of life in Ji-hun's eyes completely vanished, the light of life extinguished, and his massive body collapsed to the ground. Perhaps before coming here, no matter how hard he thought, he would never have believed that the human ape clan would dare to strike against him, nor would he expect to die in this inconspicuous little group. Moreover, he met such a tragic end, akin to being tortured to death. Xian-du paused, his eyes slightly bloodshot, panting heavily as he vented the agitation within. After so many years facing such a powerful existence, the oppression of the human race by the clans, he could finally stand up and protect his kin. "Those who dare to kill the human race shall die." Xian-du take Ji-hun's head and hang it in the heavens after the Wu clan departs. Su Ming, who had been observing the whole time, said indifferently, his eyes also filled with killing intent. "Yes, ancestor. Du joined his fingers. A flash of azure light passed, and he severed Ji Hun's head, holding it in his hand. Then with a wave of his hand he burned the remains of Ji Ming, which had been reduced to pulp. Ji Ming clan. Su Ming withdrew his gaze, muttering to himself, a vast killing intent swirling within his chest. The voice of a great power is always built piece by piece, through one's own efforts, not given by others. At this moment Su Ming's understanding of this phrase deepened. Although I established the human religion raising the awareness of the human race, I cannot grant them power. The various clans still look down upon the human race with extreme contempt. In their eyes, interacting with the human race is merely a favor granted out of respect for my status. As for killing a few humans, given my status, I would never care. After all, the primordial world is essentially a jungle society where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. The demon race looks down too much on the human race to the point of being dismissive. If this situation continues, and we engage in dialogue with the demon court, it could lead to serious repercussions. Most importantly, the fact that devouring the human race can enhance bloodline purity and strength is something Su Ming absolutely cannot allow to be exposed at this stage. Combining both factors, Su Ming decided to eliminate this batch of the Ji Ming clan to establish a reputation for the human race. Demon Court. He gazed up at the heavens, his eyes deep and profound, the grand palace above the 33 heavens flickering in and out of sight before him. Next there would surely be a battle. He had already planned this before ordering the extermination of Ji Ming. This battle will mark the establishment of the human race. Su Ming's voice was distant. The human race had been oppressed for too long, so long that no clan regarded them with any significance. Now it was time for the human race to stand up and declare no to all clans with ill intentions towards them. Immediately Su Ming turned his gaze towards the direction of the great witch Hui. The reason he did not allow Du to hang Ji Hun's head immediately was that he did not want the Wu clan to know that the human race had already developed a rift with the demon race, thereby using the demon race as leverage to gain sufficient benefits from the Wu clan. Suddenly, Su Ming frowned. He saw the towering figure of Hui, whose gaze was as sharp as a knife, standing there now, staring blankly in one direction. Following Hui's gaze, a stunning ethereal figure appeared within Su Ming's line of sight. She was breathtakingly beautiful, captivating beyond compare. It was none other than Change, who had just emerged from the valley after receiving the inheritance of the ruthless emperor, joyfully heading to share the good news with her family. Is this ultimately destined? Su Ming slapped his forehead, feeling both amused and exasperated. Perhaps fate truly exists in the unseen, as Hui, visiting the human race for the first time, fortuitously encountered Change and became infatuated. I never expected that the ancestor so high and divine would be so approachable. As Change walked along, lost in her thoughts, her mind constantly flashing with Su Ming's image, she unexpectedly felt a blush rise to her cheeks. I must train harder so that I can see the ancestor every day and accompany him, sharing his burdens. This, Dao, friend. Suddenly a deep voice with a slight stutter entered Change's ears. Upon hearing the sound, Change immediately pulled herself out of the enchanting world of her imagination, furrowing her beautiful brows and looking up. Before her stood a towering figure, a rugged man with a golden bow slung across his back, blocking out the sunlight with his imposing presence. In stark contrast to his rough demeanor, the man appeared somewhat unnatural, fidgeting slightly as he stood before her, his voice tinged with an unmistakable hint of fear. Who are you? Change's eyes narrowed with suspicion, instantly concluding that this burly man was certainly not of the human race. Change was no longer the person she once was, as she had become a great Luo golden immortal. Yet she sensed a violent aura swirling around this towering figure, one so powerful it left her somewhat breathless. This man was at least a Kwasa saint. I am. Upon being questioned by this stunning woman, the legendary archer, Hui's rugged face flushed slightly, his nervousness resulting in an even greater stutter, unable to complete his self-introduction. The moment he laid eyes on this breathtaking woman, an intense impulse surged within him, compelling him to approach and speak to her, which is exactly what he did. However, he was naturally proud, and as a member of the Witch clan known for their boisterous and rugged nature, not to mention that Hui was renowned for his aloofness among the Witch clan, he was simply not good with words. Faced with this inexplicably intriguing woman, his abrupt approach and her questioning left him at a loss for words. Witnessing this scene, Su Ming couldn't help but chuckle. It turned out that even legendary mythical figures, despite possessing the power to pluck stars from the sky, were just like ordinary people in their everyday lives, nervous and blushing when attempting to strike up a conversation. It was merely because they were exalted that only their magnificent sides were celebrated in myths, while ordinary people had no access to them, thus deifying them. Even the likes of Laozi and the primordial beings had desires and their own convictions, showing they were not so different from ordinary people. The only difference was that they were born into nobility wielding immense power and resources while ordinary people had nothing, perhaps never even achieving a fraction of their strength. "You must be the great witch Ho-E of the witch clan," Change stated with a neutral expression. When the leader of the black-clad figures reported to the ancestors, she was present, and upon recalling this man's physical traits and realizing they closely matched those of the legendary witch clan along with his cultivation level, Change swiftly deduced who he was. The legendary Great Witch of the Witch Clan, known for his unmatched ferocity and imposing presence, turns out to be so awkward, far inferior to the ancestors. Change felt disdain in her heart, recalling the majestic figure of the ancestors, firmly believing that the ancestor was the true paragon of the primordial world, a man worthy of her lifelong pursuit. If Hoey knew that his awkwardness only solidified Change's resolve, he would have likely been infuriated on this. However, Hoey was clearly unaware of this. Upon hearing the woman before him initiate a conversation, his heart raced. The stunning lady knew him, and he could not afford to be negligent. He hurriedly nodded, fervently speaking in a deep, resonant voice. "Yes, I am the Great Witch Ho-E of the Witch Clan. How do you address yourself, friend?" As he spoke, he could not bring himself to meet Change's eyes glancing around anxiously, for it felt too abrupt to ask the name of a stranger. Yet before he could finish his sentence, Change's voice rang out behind him. "I am Change. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." Ho-E was momentarily taken aback, realizing that during his distracted glances, she had already left. He quickly turned around to see a breathtaking silhouette bathed in the dark red sunset, a sight so beautiful it seemed otherworldly. At that moment, Change suddenly thought to herself, wondering if her abrupt departure was impolite, considering that the other party represented the domineering witch clan and had come to visit. She couldn't let her actions ruin the ancestors' plans. She quickly turned back and revealed a smile. "Great Witch Ho-E, the leader of the Shinnon clan, will be here shortly to meet you. Please remain calm and wait here for a moment." Through this ceremonial speech, she expressed respect while preventing any unusual thoughts from arising in the other party's mind. Over the years, Change had dealt with such matters far too often, it was second nature to her. Having said this, Change immediately turned to leave, disappearing beyond the horizon of the dark red sunset in no time. Little did Change know that her momentary display of a ceremonial smile left Ho-E dazed, his body frozen in place as he struggled to regain his senses. Beautiful. So beautiful. That smile was like 100 flowers blooming, and even the daily dark red sunset appeared breathtakingly exquisite in Ho-E's eyes. He imagined a fairy clad in a flowing white dress smiling at him beneath the dark red sunset. Ho-E stood rooted to the spot, gazing at the dark red sunset where Change had long vanished, the ethereal image of her smile swirling in his mind, leaving him lost in thought for an extended period. What an innocent Great Witch, Ho-E, Su Ming sighed. To be so easily captivated by Change, it seems almost too simple. She only uttered 2 sentences and offered a ceremonial smile after all. However, this time pursuing Change would be far from the simplicity of the past. The human race now was not the same as it once was. Su Ming could see that Change was a woman with an extremely resolute heart, even somewhat proud, otherwise she wouldn't resonate so perfectly with the ruthless emperor. He could even recall that past moment. At that time, the human race was incredibly weak, struggling to survive, and suddenly encountered the immensely powerful witch clan, leading to a marriage alliance. That was simply a dimensional strike, a shocking event for the entire human race. It was akin to the sudden arrival of industrial civilization, devastating the agrarian one. In the eyes of those at the bottom, the once lofty figures clad in silken robes of agrarian civilization were no match for an ordinary man in a suit from the industrial civilization in terms of handsomeness. Change represented the lower class of the human race, while Ho-E was the Great Witch of the Witch Clan, an absolute upper echelon, who even sought to pursue her. Faced with such a dimensional blow, Ho-E must have seemed like a celestial warrior to Change, perfect to the extreme. It would not be surprising for her to easily fall for him, even if he was not good with words. But this lifetime, Su Ming chuckled coldly. Under his leadership, the human race was no longer the same as before. Quasi-saints and great Luo golden immortals were visible, and their overall strength was rapidly advancing, closing the gap with the witch and demon clans. The dimensional blow no longer existed. The human race could now stand on equal footing with the witch clan, and what's more, with Change possessing the innate treasure, the black gold dragon cauldron, she had the capital to reject Ho-E. Su Ming naturally would not intervene. He had never harbored the notion of using women to achieve his own calculated gains. A tribe that relies on sacrificing women and intermarrying with foreign races under the guise of protecting their kind has no future. At that moment, a tall and robust man, not much inferior in stature to Ho-E, appeared not far from him. It was Shin-Nong, who had recently emerged from seclusion. Seeing Ho-E gazing blankly in the direction where Change had left, Shin-Nong's expression was rather indifferent. A mere great witch of the witch clan thinks he can pluck the most beautiful flower of the human race. Dream on. Not even the ancestral witches could achieve that. You must be great shaman Ho-E. Shin Nong-Shi's calm voice thundered in Ho-E's ears, making him start and turn to Shin Nong-Shi with razor-sharp vigilance. At the sight of Shin Nong-Shi, Ho-E's gaze instantly hardened. To him, though Shin Nong-Shi stood there with casual composure, the man felt like an unsurpassed demonic sovereign, his presence an unfathomable abyss that seemed to swallow every mode of light in the world. This was a quasi-saint. Ho-E was even more stunned. Before coming, he had never imagined the Rinzhu could possess such an existence. This not only exceeded his own expectations, but also those of the Zuwu lords. In their view, the Rinzhu were an obscure, insignificant clan. The only reason they sent him was out of regard for Pangu and Nuwa, hence dispatching a quasi-saint great shaman. But how could a minor clan possibly harbor a quasi-saint? Even in this prosperous age, a quasi-saint stood unquestioned at the pinnacle of the primordial realm, towering over all beings. Among the Wuzu and Yaozu, quasi-saints formed the unquestioned backbone of strength, leaders of great clans and tribes. Seeing Ho-E's reaction, Su Ming smiled faintly, knowing the effect he desired had been achieved. Relations between the Rinzhu and the Wuzu must be founded on equality. But equality must be grounded in power, which is why he had Shin Nong-Shi step forward. Since Shin Nong-Shi had already been seen by Pangu, word would inevitably spread, so let Shin Nong-Shi temporarily represent him in dealings with the many clans of the primordial wilds. His strength would suffice. Shin Nong continue, Su Ming transmitted by spiritual sense. Shin Nong-Shi was hot-tempered. Su Ming dared not let the two fiery personalities deal with one another alone, for such a meeting would surely breed calamity. I am Shin Nong-Shi, leader of the Rinzhu. May I ask why great shaman Ho-E suddenly visits the Rinzhu? Shin Nong-Shi's eyes were calm, neither servile nor arrogant. There was no trace of the humble look a small clan gives a great one, only a gaze of equals. The Wuzu had always honored strength. Ho-E's expression stiffened at once, his previous casualness gone. He intoned solemnly, Wuzu, Earth Zu Wu tribe, great shaman Ho-E. I did not expect the Rinzhu, born only tens of thousands of years ago, to already have a quasi-saint of such divine prowess standing guard. I have been presumptuous in my apologies. When it came to business, Ho-E adopted a solemn tone and even apologized to Shin Nong-Shi for his earlier casual movements. This was also why Hodo had sent him to represent the Wuzu. Shin Nong-Shi was momentarily surprised that the famed great shaman Ho-E would apologize, but he quickly recovered and replied lightly, no matter, to be unaware is no crime. I was in seclusion and thus remiss in not knowing of the Wuzu's sudden visit. Since Ho-E showed no haughtiness, Shin Nong-Shi abandoned aloofness as well, and the two exchanged a few polite perfunctory remarks. They then turned to the matter at hand. I come at the behest of the Zuwu lords to discuss bringing the Rinzhu into our Wuzu camp. Ho-E spoke in a low, earnest voice. After numerous solemn deliberations, the 12 Zuwu believe the Rinzhu possess immense potential, yet suffer neglect and endless torment at the hands of the Yaozu, which grieves us deeply. If the Rinzhu join the Wuzu camp, they may intermarry with the Wuzu, receive Wuzu protection, and deepen exchanges with Wuzu strong ones. There will be many advantages. Join the Wuzu. At these words, Su Ming's eyes instantly went cold. Join. What did that mean in practice? The Wuzu camp differed from the equal footing among the Yaozu tribes. It was dominated by the Wuzu. Though it had subsumed several peoples, they were few and weakened by lack of power, reduced to vassals scarcely regarded by the Wuzu. Of course, these terms were far better than the exchanges between the Rinzhu and Wuzu from a previous life. In that era, the Wuzu looked down on the Rinzhu as mere ants, otherwise they would not have been so indifferent when the Yaozu slaughtered humans. Yet the Rinzhu of this time were not the same. Though these conditions were improved, even permitting the Rinzhu to study Wuzu cultivation, they were still nowhere near sufficient. What Su Ming demanded was equality and mutual exchange between Wuzu and Rinzhu, not subjugation as vassals. Such presumption, rapacious designs. Su Ming's gaze chilled as he grasped the Zuwu lord's true intent, and immediately communicated with Shin Nong-Shi, by spiritual sense, arrogant. Shin Nong-Shi, who had only just been cordial with Ho-E, saw his expression darken into fury upon receiving Su Ming's spiritual message. He said coldly, join the Wuzu camp. If the Zuwu lords merely intend to use my Rinzhu to place themselves above Pangu, to proclaim the Wuzu the orthodox line of Pangu and overshadow the Sanqing, or to draw closer to Pangu for their own designs, then there is nothing to discuss between our two peoples. The Rinzhu will never become the vassal of any clan. The Rinzhu are not tools, and any interactions with them must be founded upon equality between the two peoples. Forgive me, I have urgent matters, and will not see you off. Indeed, this was Su Ming's position articulated through Shin Nong-Shi's mouth. All the primordial wilds knew that Sanqing and the Wuzu each claimed to be Pangu's orthodox line, their quarrels endless and neither yielding to the other. In truth, the Wuzu still regarded the Rinzhu as ants. The reason they offered these ostensibly generous terms was that Pangu had established his teaching among the Rinzhu, binding fate deeply to them, and the Rinzhu had not acknowledged it. If the Rinzhu were to become vassals of the Wuzu, it would mean Pangu ranked beneath the Wuzu. That above all was the Wuzu's true objective. Hoi's face changed sharply, a flicker of rage in his eyes. The Wuzu were famed for their forthrightness and ferocity. He had not expected the Zhu Wu lords to conceal such calculation. He had never imagined the Rinzhu would reject him with such resolute determination. He reminded himself that the concessions he had offered the Rinzhu were added personally because of change and Shin Nongshi's strength far surpassing what other Wuzu vassals received. Among the terms proposed by the Zhu Wu, there had been no promise of Wuzu protection for the Rinzhu, nor any clause allowing deeper exchanges with Wuzu strong ones. The Wuzu's arrogance was boundless. They deemed the small Rinzhu unworthy to converse with Wuzu elites, let alone learn Wuzu arts. Shin Nongshi, do you realize you are slandering the Zhu Wu of the Wuzu? Hoi's voice brimmed with lethal intent and fury, his gaze cold and cutting. Shin Nong chuckled coldly, and after receiving Su Ming's reply, he immediately said, whether it is slander you may inquire with the 12 ancestor witches. I now propose another form of alliance on behalf of the human race, where humans and witches communicate and engage as equals. When one side encounters difficulties, the other side will provide immediate support and announce it to the wilderness. In an instant, Hoi was filled with fury and shouted, Shin Nong, your conditions are utterly excessive. On what basis can the human race provide equal assistance to my witch clan just because you are a mere Kwasa saint who has cultivated for several millennia? At this moment, the pride of being the overlord of the wilderness was vividly reflected in Hoi. Indeed, it is precisely because I am a Kwasa saint. Think it over slowly as you go back. I won't see you off. Shin Nong chuckled coldly, his attitude extremely firm. Su Ming's gaze was also exceptionally cold, concealing a fire of anger. Shin Nong's stubbornness was undoubtedly due to his agreement. It turned out that the witch clan was not significantly better than the demon clan. The root cause was that the human race had not demonstrated its strength. Once this was discussed, there was nothing more to negotiate. Shin Nong, Hoi shouted angrily, feeling that the honor of the witch clan had been deeply trampled. In the face of the great overlord of the wilderness, a newly risen small clan dared to propose such outrageous conditions. Do you dare to receive my 3 arrows? If you can endure them, I will overlook your reckless words. Otherwise, represent the human race and kneel to apologize for your outrageous remarks. Hoi's eyes were filled with terrifying killing intent. If it were not for the memory that this journey was entrusted by the ancestor witches to befriend the human race, and that the human race had the beautiful and kind-hearted change, he would surely make the human race pay a heavy price to understand why the witch clan could become the overlord of the wilderness. Just 3 arrows. Shin Nong, known for having the most explosive temper among the leaders of the human race, could not hold back and strode towards the distant mountain range, a place rarely trodden by humans. This place does not allow me to unleash my full strength, so I will let you shoot 1,000 arrows first. What an extremely arrogant human, Shin Nong. Hoi shouted loudly, his eyes filled with rolling killing intent. He stomped heavily, causing the ground to tremble, and his body shot out like a sharp arrow, landing on a towering peak tens of thousands of feet high, his gaze like an arrow staring at the opposing Shin Nong. Kneel and apologize now, and the generous conditions I previously offered to the human race will still be valid. Hoi did not believe that the Kwasa Saint Shin Nong, who had cultivated for only several millennia, could withstand his 3 arrows, let alone even 1. He was at the 3rd level of Kwasa Saint, known as Invincible among those below the midterm of Kwasa Saint. However, because of change, he did not wish to harm Shin Nong. Generous conditions, I curse your ancestors. Shin Nong's temper flared even more, and he erupted with vulgar language. Stop with the nonsense, shoot already. This curse was something Shin Nong had inadvertently heard from Su Ming's muttering to the demon clan and had picked it up. This Shin Nong. Su Ming was speechless. When did this guy learn such vulgar language from him? Fortunately, Hoi did not understand, otherwise, given his respect for the ancestor witches, he might immediately clash with Shin Nong. However, when he saw Hoi preparing to make a move, Su Ming's expression became serious. It wasn't that he did not trust Shin Nong, but he had only recently broken through to the 2nd level of Kwasa Saint. Moreover, facing Hoi, who was reputed to be one of the strongest witches, known as the God of Arrows, with the potential to become an ancestor, witch's combat talent was extremely strong, and his realm was a level higher than Shin Nong. The first arrow. Hoi's eyes were filled with killing intent, like the eyes of 2 divine eagles piercing through space, as if 2 bolts of lightning from another realm. His body slightly arched, and his hands formed a bow-like shape, immediately releasing a torrent of blood energy that coalesced into an enormous bow between his hands. The massive bow was blood-red, incredibly large, spanning 10,000 feet, spewing forth terrifying killing intent, causing numerous mountains to collapse and leaves to swirl. On the other side, Shin Nong stood with his hands behind his back. Although he appeared fiery in speech, he remained completely composed within, his eyes shrouded in a layer of magic mist as he calmly watched Hou-Yi. The terrifying killing intent and the clash of momentum caused the mountains within 100,000 miles to tremble. Even before they had truly begun to fight, the fierce aftermath had already sent the ferocious beasts of the mountains fleeing, making one feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave, chills running down their spines. Bang! Suddenly, a mountain range stretching for 1,000,000 miles could not withstand the terrifying killing intent unleashed by both sides, and it directly split in half, creating a massive rift that extended to the distant horizon. Bang, bang, bang. One mountain after another shattered and collapsed, with enormous boulders spraying out like a fountain, dust billowing. Both were extremely powerful quasi-saints possessing pure bloodlines and extraordinary talents. The powerful killing intent condensed into a battleground that directly shattered a ferocious beast of at least the Tai golden immortal level into blood mist. The powerful killing intent of both sides clashed, and even far from the human race, the fierce waves of confrontation awakened many strong individuals within the human race. The Witch Clan does not cultivate the Tao, yet they can dominate with their physical bodies and actually condense such a terrifying giant Bao. A figure emerged from seclusion witnessing this scene, and his body trembled slightly. The Witch Clan does not practice the Tao, yet they are innately close to the laws. Those with extraordinary talents can activate the laws and communicate with the heavens, but even among the vast Witch Clan, only a few can achieve this. Su Ming explained, his gaze serious. "Drink, eat my first arrow." Hou-Yi shouted loudly, his voice shaking the heavens. The rich blood energy coalesced in his hand into a giant arrow of killing intent, suddenly shooting out like a shooting star from the heavens with the speed of light. The sky was filled with killing energy, the mountains trembled, and vitality withered. In addition, I possess the divine ability of blood-killing divine arrow. Kneel down, accept my conditions, and I will spare your life. Hou-Yi's killing intent reached 10,000 feet, causing the heavens to tremble. That blood arrow seemed to become the only one in the world, and the mountains crumbled inch by inch, obliterating everything. Petty tricks, dare you flaunt them so brazenly? Heavenly demon devourance. Shinnong let out a thunderous shout, his hands forming the yin-yang symbol as they swirled rhythmically. Torrents of demonic energy surged forth, coalescing into a vast dark vortex shaped like the Taiji, devouring boundless spiritual energy and light from heaven and earth. The world plunged into absolute darkness, so profound that one could not see even a hand before one's face. Only a streak of crimson divine arrow pierced through the void, cleaving the blackness asunder. It has actually manifested the divine demon charred omen. Su Ming's eyes lit up instantly, and he uttered an admiring exclamation. Shinnong was indeed endowed with extraordinary talent. The divine demon chart was originally a peerless weapon forged by the demon sovereign at the zenith of his power, capable of swallowing sun, moon, and all celestial realms, concealing within it an entire cosmos. That Shinnong could integrate the demon sovereign's divine arts so seamlessly and manifest the omen of the divine demon chart was testament to his unparalleled genius. VVVRR. The dark Taiji vortex devoured everything without restraint, swelling ever larger until it seemed the sole sovereign of heaven and earth. When the crimson divine arrow struck its maw, the vortex convulsed violently, shaking with frenzied cataclysmic tremors. Then it stabilized high above the heavens, utterly still, no ripple remaining. Clearly, Hou-Yi's innate divine art had been wholly consumed and dissolved. Shinnong's grown stronger again. Zhi muttered wryly, compelled to acknowledge Shinnong's brilliance in combat. Su Ming too marveled deeply at Shinnong's evolution of this divine art. Heavenly demon devourance had reached its apex, transforming into the divine demon Taiji, drawing upon fragments of the divine demon chart's celestial trajectory. To devour Hou-Yi's arrow was thus neither miraculous nor unforeseen. Shinnong, I concede, you possess certain divine arts. Hou-Yi's expression remained utterly unchanged, as if Shinnong's parrying of that arrow had been precisely what he anticipated. For my next shot, I shall be serious. No sooner had Hou-Yi spoken than he seized the colossal golden bow slung across his back, bent low, and drew the string in one fluid cloud-like motion. VRR. In an instant, blinding golden radiance erupted. A torrential river of heavenly and earthly chi surged inward, condensing into a single golden arrow. Where Hou-Yi stood, golden light roared like a tide. Dispelling the darkness, golden lightning crackled and detonated across the void. Then, a bolt of golden lightning shot forth, coiling like a celestial golden serpent as it lunged toward Shinnong, rending every shadow asunder with terrifying razor-edged ferocity. This arrow. Yu Chao Shi and Zhi Shi both recoiled in unison, sensing its apocalyptic might, and surged forward instinctively. Do not act rashly. Su Ming furrowed his brow and raised a hand to halt them. Yet even he felt the arrow's overwhelming power, his spirit sharpened to a razor's edge. Should Shinnong falter, he would intervene without hesitation. Su Ming held absolute confidence in his own strength. 3-arrow pact. Nonsense. Shinnong was his foremost general, the very pillar of humanity. He would never permit his life to be forfeit. The golden arrow was peerless in might, condensing infinite primordial chi and quintessential essence into a single strike, Hou Yi's ultimate unrestrained blow. Even its shrieking passage through the void shattered countless mountain ranges, arousing sheer dread. Heavenly demon devourance. Shinnong's eyes vanished beneath swirling demon mist. He did not shift tactics. Instead, he doubled down on heavenly demon devourance, his massive hands carving arcane, ethereal afterimages through the air, pushing the art to its transcendent zenith. VVVRR. The dark Taiji vortex rumbled with seismic force, its resonance shattering the vault of heaven, as though bridging some ancient cosmic treasure hidden deep within the void, now wreathed in an aura of sacred ineffable light. Boom. At the instant the golden arrow pierced the vortex, time itself froze across the entire realm. Stillness. All motion ceased, utterly absolutely. Kerkum. Suddenly, a cataclysmic detonation. Heavenly demon devourance exploded, not with mere force, but with the fury of universal dissolution. Torrents of abyssal darkness and searing gold entwined, threatening to annihilate all existence. Mountains spanning hundreds of thousands of li were obliterated outright, reduced to dust in a single sweep. The wave of destruction surged outward for millions of li, scorching continents and pulverizing landscapes before finally fading into silence. Thus ended the clash, the golden arrow and heavenly demon devourance canceling each other entirely. SSSHH. Shinnong, that man is downright monstrous. Yu Chao Shi and Zi Shi gasped in unison, breath catching in their throats. After all, Shinnong had employed pure defense, by nature the most passive, most vulnerable stance. Yet under such dire odds he had still fully withstood Hou Yi's legendary arrow, fired from a supreme artifact. What else could one call that, if not monstrous? Shinnong's cultivation has leapt forward once more. Truly the heaven-devouring scripture walks the perilous path, and thrives only amid pressure, peril, and the razor's edge of death. Su Ming smiled faintly. He saw clearly in that final decisive moment Shinnong had pushed himself beyond all limits, refusing to yield an inch, unleashing latent potential, attaining sudden enlightenment, and thus achieving transcendence just in time to withstand the arrow. Otherwise, even had he survived, he would have paid a grievous price. There would have been no such ease. Shinnong, I honor you as a true hero. Hou Yi's voice rumbled low and grave. His gaze burned with murderous intent as he stared at Shinnong, perceiving that final breakthrough all too well. Coldly he declared, the third arrow once loosed escapes even my control. Apologize now, and accept my prior terms, while you still may. Enough talk, come. Shinnong's reply was terse, commanding. Around him demonic mist churned violently, engulfing him entirely in a shroud of primordial darkness. He would make the Wu clan understand humanity was no tool, no stepping stone for them to ascend toward Laozi. Humanity possessed strength and possessed masters. You bring this upon yourself. Hou Yi's voice turned glacial thick with killing intent. His form erupted upward, swelling into a colossus nearly 10 million zhang tall. His solar-annihilating divine bow expanded in kind, becoming a bow of staggering scale, several million zhang in length. Its golden strings stretched taut between heaven and earth as Hou Yi pulled with titanic force. Blood-slaughter divine sword. Hou Yi roared, and mountains crumbled, the heavens quaked. An ocean of crimson vitality flooded into the bow, while vast currents of heavenly and earthly chi converged upon it. His visage twisted in savage fury, veins bulging like serpents, black hair whipping like meteoric torrents, each lash cracking the sky asunder. This 3-arrow pact embodied the Wu clan's sovereignty. He would not suffer defeat at the hands of a mere mortal race. This arrow represented Hou Yi's absolute peak, a strike that once slew a Kwasa saint of the 3rd celestial rank from the Yao court in a single flash, shaking the Honghuang realm to its core. It was in that battle he earned his legendary renown as one of the Wu clan's greatest Grand Wu. I shall show you the meaning of a Grand Wu. Golden radiance billowed across heaven and earth. Even before release, the arrow summoned cataclysmic omens, the sky itself rent by countless golden arrow phantoms, obliterating all in their wake. Its power was incomprehensible. Before even flight, its murderous intent alone could shatter the soul of a great Luo golden immortal, inspiring primal terror. Kill. Hou Yi bellowed, and released the string. Reality fractured. Space-time convulsed. Heaven and earth inverted, like the apocalypse of creation itself. One arrow loosed, and the world fell silent. Golden light pulsed. each splintered shard piercing heaven and earth like a celestial sword. Every human master watching stood frozen, stunned, speechless, beholding a spectacle akin to the end of days. What divine art was this, so sharp, so annihilating? Golden light saturated the entire realm, omnipresent, all-consuming, erasing all vision. What of the Wu clan's grand will? We, humanity, are supreme. Shinnong thundered, and the demonic mist around him detonated outward. His hair blazed crimson, his eyes turned utterly black, depthless, fathomless like twin abysses. He stood rooted, neither flinching nor retreating, and unleashed a fist that made heaven and earth tremble. VVVRR. His demonic aura ignited, burning like infernal flame, evolving into the ultimate martial art of annihilation. The entire cosmos seemed to sway in rhythm with his movement, reality itself twisting and reversing. Then, endless darkness coalesced upon his fist. With a single universe-shattering punch, he met the golden arrow Hedon. Booming. A scene resembling a great cataclysm unfolded with energy scattering far and wide, devastating the heavens and the earth. Everyone displayed expressions of shock. A chaotic vortex of energy obscured everyone's vision. Suddenly, the Shinnong clan, having pushed the heavenly demon scripture's combat technique to its limits, shattered the golden arrow, his face turning pale as he retreated several steps. Cough, cough. Then Hui suddenly coughed out blood, stumbling backward as his massive body crashed into several towering mountains. The divine bow of the sun combined with his innate divine abilities represented Hui's ultimate technique, which once instantaneously killed a Kwasa saint at the third heaven. Even the ancestral witches marveled at its fame resonating throughout the Honghuang world, known and feared by all. Even the strong at the fourth heaven of Kwasa saint dared not clash Hedon, avoiding its edge. Hui gritted his teeth, suppressing the blood in his mouth. The murderous intent in his eyes surged violently as he fixed his gaze on the Shinnong clan, whose face was only slightly pale. It was evident that he lost the bet of merely 3 arrows. He never anticipated that the Shinnong clan, a mere Kwasa saint, who had cultivated for tens of thousands of years, would possess such formidable combat strength. Hui, I will take your 3 arrows, and you will take my punch. Suddenly the Shinnong clan shouted wildly, his eyes filled with savage aggression, crimson hair dancing violently. He had never been one to passively endure. At that moment the Shinnong clan seemed to be possessed, his dark eyes shrouded in demonic mist, revealing a frightening vision of blood flames igniting. His aura surged violently, ultimately reaching a peak as he stepped forward, throwing a powerful punch. Buzz! A dark fist shadow obscured the sky, flashing past, as the world fell into momentary darkness. The heavenly demon burned, employing the most extreme divine ability from the heavenly demon scripture, sacrificing his own blood to frantically boost his power. Without madness one cannot survive. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Hui dared not be careless, his gaze heavy as he grasped the divine bow of the sun, unleashing 9 arrows in rapid succession. From their brief encounter, he had already acknowledged the Shinnong clan's combat prowess. But even with this seriousness, he still underestimated the combat strength of the Shinnong clan in the state of heavenly demon burning. The 9 arrows were swept away, mercilessly crashing heavily into Hui's chest. Puff! The towering figure of Hui was sent flying over 1,000,000 meters, the sound of his bones shattering echoing through the heavens, and earth blood spraying as he crushed several massive mountain ranges. Suddenly a sound of air splitting rang out as the Shinnong clan's towering figure appeared above Hui, looking down at him with wild darkness in his eyes, hoarsely, saying, Hui, that punch just now was to show you what the human race is. This sentence was a response to Hui's statement when he shot the 3rd arrow. If you want to show me what a great witch is, the witch clan is high and mighty, inviolable. Then I will tell you the human race is even more inviolable. Shinnong clan human race. Hui returned to his original size, staring at the Shinnong clan, and after a long while he slowly said, you are strong, worthy of being my opponent. The witch clan has always respected the strong. As the strongest witch of the witch clan, Hui was no exception. This statement was tantamount to acknowledging the Shinnong clan. It must be noted that throughout the entire Honghuang world there are not few Kwasa saints, but very few can earn a glance of respect from Hui. Goodbye, no need to see you off. The Shinnong clan's demonic mist dissipated from his eyes, his hair returning to black as he indifferently said, preparing to turn away. Shinnong clan, wait. Hui called out to the Shinnong clan, his eyes inadvertently catching sight of a stunning figure in a white dress in the human territory. I promise to deepen communication between our 2 clans, even intermarriage, but the conditions for mutual assistance must be approved by the ancestral witch. This statement indicated that Hui had made a concession. The Shinnong clan successfully represented the human race, fighting for respect and rights for them with strength. Possible. Su Ming's voice echoed in the Shinnong clan's mind. Undeniably, the witch clan is currently stronger than the human race. Agreed, I consent. The Shinnong clan nodded and then left. Ho-E glanced at the human race, and after another look at the figure that dazzled him, he strode away. The strength of the human race exceeded his and the ancestral witch's expectations. The speed of the human race's rise was too rapid. This matter must be reported to the ancestral witch. With the Shinnong clan and the Old One behind the human race, along with an ambiguous attitude from Yuhua, they already possessed the ability to influence the dynamics between the witch and demon clans to a certain extent, and could not be underestimated. After returning to the valley, the Shinnong clan spat out a mouthful of blood, no longer the proud and imposing figure he was before Ho-E. However, the Zi clan and Shinnong clan did not ridicule him for being vain. If it were them, they would do the same. Shinnong, well done. Su Ming appeared beside the Shinnong clan, placing a large hand on his back to heal his wounds. He too would undergo heavenly demon burning, knowing that this brief usage could harm his body. If not treated in time, it could even affect his foundation. Shinnong clan, from today on, if you have any questions regarding the heavenly demon scripture, you may come to ask me. Su Ming smiled and said, furthermore, you may go to the depths of the valley's small world at any time to comprehend the divine demon map. Clear rewards and punishments are the way of the superior. Even if the Shinnong clan is wholly devoted to the human race, contributions must be met with appropriate rewards. Merely relying on spiritual motivation cannot last long. Shinnong, thank you for the ancestral reward. The Shinnong clan was overjoyed, immediately kneeling on one knee, his expression filled with excitement. The small world deep in the valley is a forbidden zone created by Su Ming, hiding numerous accumulations of the human race under Su Ming's control. Not even their 3 leaders are permitted to enter today. The divine demon map is one of those accumulations which the Shinnong clan had long coveted and wished to. You have made great contributions to the human race on 2 occasions. This is what you deserve. Su Ming, the first time he forced the Old One to establish the human teaching, and Su Ming could clearly feel that the human race's fortune was growing stronger. This time he completely subdued Ho-E. It can be predicted that for a long time to come the human race will not need to face the witch clan, but only focus on dealing with the demon clan. The damage from heavenly demon burning to the body is too great. Su Ming said lightly, casually pointing to the Shinnong clan's brow, a black light flashing past. This is my perfected version of heavenly demon burning, which causes less harm to the body while having greater power. In fact, it is the upgraded version of the heavenly demon scripture. Thank you, ancestral master. After receiving the divine ability, the Shinnong clan's excited pale face turned red. He deeply understood how immense this divine ability's enhancement to his combat strength would be. One must know that heavenly demon burning is a core divine ability within the heavenly demon scripture. Given the human race's situation, he would inevitably use it in the future, and this advanced version of heavenly demon burning is perfectly suited for him. Su Ming nodded with a smile. In truth, he wasn't reluctant to teach the advanced scriptures to the Shinnong clan and others, but mainly because he believed that one could not chew too much. Even he himself had only advanced after comprehending the scriptures to great perfection. If it weren't for the Shinnong clan's extreme sublimation reaching the pinnacle of understanding the heavenly demon scriptures, he would never have transmitted it to them at this stage, and at least they must reach the threshold of the latest Saint. Before long, a massive green-head skull hung above the highest peak of the human race, the strong scent of blood wafting through the wind. Ji-Hun's eyes were wide open, his face smeared with blood, having died in a particularly gruesome manner. It was as if he could not comprehend how the human race dared to strike at him until the moment of his death. This enormous skull quickly attracted the attention of the powerful beings from the nearby tribes of Buzhou Mountain. The area around Buzhou Mountain was abundant in spiritual energy, home to many large tribes, and Taiji golden immortals were not uncommon, with even Deluo golden immortals present. In an instant they were shocked. Even in death I can sense an overwhelming power emanating from the skull that leaves me breathless. Look at its bones, the green light has yet to dissipate, and the bones are as solid as green iron. The green hair, immense strength, why does it evoke a sense of familiarity? The powerful beings from various tribes murmured among themselves, feeling an ominous premonition that something significant was about to happen, which would endanger their tribes. At that moment, a vast scroll slowly unfurled in the sky, depicting a series of scenes. A Deluo golden immortal with green hair led 100 guards forcefully invading the human race, leaving a trail of slaughter. Even scenes of devouring the human race were visible. In the visuals, even the sinister killing intent in his eyes during his conversation with Xuandu was vividly observable, lifelike, yet silent. He threatened Xuandu, continuously provoking the human race. In the end, he was brutally killed by a human powerhouse, with the guards being exploded, blood raining down. Witnessing these scenes, many powerful beings gasped in shock. I recall the identity of this green skull. He is from the Jimeng clan, known as the strongest demon god clan of the demon race. I once had the fortune of seeing the leading Deluo golden immortal Ji Ming when he led the Ji Ming clan to annihilate a small tribe, as he is the son of the Ji Ming demon god. As soon as these words were spoken, the powerful beings from the surrounding tribes of Buzhou Mountain trembled, their pupils contracting sharply. This human race actually killed the son of the Ji Ming demon god, and even boldly hung his head as a public display in the wilderness world. This was an act of desecration. Not only was it a beating of Ji Hun's remains, but it was also a humiliation to the Ji Ming clan. It was a provocation against the strongest demon god clan. Numbness, shock, horror, and other emotions continuously surfaced and swirled in the hearts of many powerful beings, and soon they broke out in a cold sweat. They could hardly imagine the reaction of the Ji Ming clan upon hearing the news. This human race, which had just recently risen, had gone mad, completely insane, disregarding their lives. If you want to die, then go die on your own. Oh, don't drag us down with you, they cursed in their hearts. It was foreseeable that when the Ji Ming clan learned of this, they would be filled with rage and insanity, and next would surely be a massive army invading to exterminate the human race. Given the strength of the Ji Ming clan, these small tribes would inevitably be affected, and they might even be treated as witnesses or objects of their fury. They felt numb. After contemplating the various potential consequences and recalling the terrifying power of the Ji Ming clan, these small tribes were filled with dread and hastily issued orders for a mass migration. In less than a month, the human race repeatedly played the scroll. In the surrounding areas centered around the human race, a magnificent sight appeared, with tribes migrating, leaving behind a vast area rich in spiritual energy and abundant resources. Is this an unexpected gain? Upon receiving this news, Su Ming rubbed his nose, exchanged glances with the three leaders of the Shinnong clan, and burst into hearty laughter. Prior to this, they had considered various possible scenarios, but they had never anticipated the reaction of the surrounding tribes. At this point, the human race had developed to such a scale that they were already facing the issue of insufficient resources. They were all pondering how to expand and conquer with minimal cost. They never expected that the Ji Ming clan's reputation would be so advantageous, allowing them to acquire such vast territories and endless resources without lifting a finger. Ji Hun is dead, but he has rendered a great service to the human race and deserves reward, said the Chao clan with a smile. The Shinnong clan waved his hand casually, saying, as a reward, let him continue to hang on the human race's peak. Since they voluntarily gave way, we the human race shall not be polite, and will take all of it, but once they leave they need not return, said the Z clan with great bravado. After some thought, Su Ming nodded. Let Xuandu lead the team to take all the remaining territories. A glint of joy flashed in Su Ming's eyes. This way the human race would not have to worry about resource shortages for at least 100,000 years, and he could focus on dealing with external challenges. These territories were voluntarily given up by these tribes, not seized through large-scale expansion by the human race. They couldn't say that the human race harbored ambitions of expansion, could they? In the demon court, a roar erupted. Upon learning this news, the Ji Ming demon god was momentarily stunned, followed by a fury like thunder. Human race, I will annihilate your entire clan. The terrifying roar echoed throughout the demon court, shaking the heavens, and even countless tribes in the wilderness world heard it. At this time, the news of the human race killing the son of the Ji Ming demon god and hanging his head, with the visuals playing back and forth, spread throughout the wilderness world. Countless tribes were shocked. In this period of the demon race's ascendancy, the human race, a recently risen small tribe, dared to kill the son of the Ji Ming demon god. Many powerful beings could foresee the demise of the human race. I will go meet the demon emperor for instructions. You all prepare with full force to annihilate the human race with thunderous might. After issuing his furious orders, the Ji Ming demon god immediately flew to the Lingxiao palace. Although the human race was weak and vulnerable, they were indeed created by the goddess Nuwa, and stood behind them was a figure as formidable as the three pure ones. He could not afford to be careless, and this matter needed the demon emperor's support. In the Lingxiao hall, Di Jun sat on the throne of the demon emperor, his gaze indifferent as he watched the demon god Ji Ming kneeling on one knee below, requesting to battle. Your Majesty, the ape clan has acted against the natural order, slandering the demon emperor, and even slaughtering my son, committing a heinous crime against our clan. Ji Ming kneels, raising his head with cold eyes and wild azure hair, declaring, I, Ji Ming, have come to seek battle, to annihilate the ape clan, to raise our demon clan's prestige, and intimidate the trifles of the wilderness. Ji Ming, I am aware of the death of Ji Hun, and I deeply mourn the loss of such a talented demon from our clan. Di Jun's gaze remained unchanged, his thoughts deep and inscrutable, as he continued, by Zhang Zhao and Gui Che, among other demon gods, have also expressed their support for the extermination of the ape clan. Exterminating the human race is not difficult. Hua Huang has also conveyed through Fushi that the human race has committed great sins, desecrating the heavenly authority and will not intervene. Even Laozi I could mobilize to block you, for they alone cannot shake my vast demon court. Ji Ming's face immediately brightened with joy. The support from Ming Zhao and the other demon gods was of course his persuasion. However, he never expected it to be this easy, with the demon emperor also willing to act against Laozi. But at that moment a glimmer of coldness flashed in Di Jun's eyes as he coldly said, "But Ji Ming, there is something you do not know." "What is it?" Ji Ming instinctively replied. "I have received news from within the Witch clan that the Ape clan has reached a deep cooperation agreement with them." Di Jun's eyes became incredibly profound, flashing with golden light, seemingly filled with rage. Ji Ming was momentarily taken aback. What does the Demon Emperor mean by this? Taking action against the Ape clan may very likely provoke the Witch clan to intervene. Di Jun chuckled lightly, saying, "Your Ji Ming clan is naturally the backbone of the demon race, and the demon court will not stand idly by, but within the demon race." At this point Di Jun sighed helplessly, indicating his own predicament. This time Ji Ming unusually chose not to respond further to Di Jun. He understood the implication of Di Jun's words, that the reason for bringing up the Witch clan was to suggest that he support internal reform within the demon race and consolidate power. The internal strife among the demon race was immense. The hearts of the demons divided, known throughout the wilderness, especially during the war between the witches and the demons, which had been vividly displayed. Even Di Jun could not command them, forced to use strategy to compel the Witch clan to act first. Thus Di Jun had been working to rectify the internal issues of the demon race, but the resistance he faced was also tremendously large. These clans had grown accustomed to wielding power. Why would they relinquish command to Di Jun? Ji Ming was one of the primary forces of opposition among them. After a long while a scene of the Ape clan flashed through Ji Ming's mind, the head of his son, still hanging on the peak of the human race's mountain, the image of his slaying replaying in his mind. Such a great humiliation. If it cannot be avenged, how can the Ji Ming clan show their face in the wilderness? If I must submit, then I will submit. I still remain a demon god. Ji Ming gritted his teeth fiercely and immediately said, "Demon Emperor, after this battle the Ji Ming clan will serve only the Demon Emperor." This was a declaration of allegiance. He would stand with Di Jun, supporting him in consolidating the demon court and gathering power. Ha ha ha. Di Jun laughed heartily, immediately stepping down from the throne to help Ji Ming up, his face brimming with a smile, as he said, "The face of the Ji Ming clan is the face of the demon court. And it is my face as well. Go ahead and do it. I will support you with my authority." This time it was concise, without superfluous words. Di Jun did not believe that the Witch clan would wage an all-out war against the demon clan for the sake of the human race. Even if there was, it would only be a localized conflict. The many beings of the wilderness would not allow the Witch clan to engage in a full-scale war against the demon clan. As for Nua's expression of support, he had merely asked Fushi to inquire, and had yet to receive a reply. However, this was of little consequence, as long as the internal unification of the demon race could be achieved, paying a small price would be worth it. The Ape clan was that small price. After Ji Ming departed, Di Jun was about to visit the harem to see Shi when suddenly an unexpected guest arrived. Feeling a familiar aura, Di Jun furrowed his brows slightly and turned to look. A figure clad in a gray Taoist robe with his hair tied up, cold and stern in expression, had appeared in the Lingxiao hall without him realizing it. This person was none other than Yuan Shi among the three pure ones. "Ha ha, Yuan Shi, my friend, what brings you to my Lingxiao hall so suddenly?" Di Jun, as the Demon Emperor, laughed heartily, approaching Yuan Shi. Yuan Shi spoke without expression. "Di Jun, I have come to inform you that I support the Ji Ming clan in exterminating the human race." "Oh." Di Jun's eyes flashed with surprise. Laozi had established the human teaching connecting his fortunes with the human race. Exterminating the human race would not come without significant repercussions for him. That Yuan Shi ranked second among the three pure ones would actually provide support was surprising. From this statement, Di Jun realized many crucial pieces of information. The contradictions among the three pure ones were deepening, and a split was imminent. This was indeed a good thing. The three pure ones, unified, each wielding a strand of the primordial purple energy, posed a significant threat to the demon race. Their division was a great opportunity. At that moment, Yuan Shi abruptly shifted his tone, coldly saying, "However, do not rejoice too soon. My support comes with conditions." "What conditions?" Di Jun frowned slightly, finding Yuan Shi's haughty tone quite distasteful. "The human race cannot be completely exterminated. You leave some old, weak, sick, and disabled behind." Yuan Shi's tone was indifferent, showing no concern for Di Jun's changing expression, stating coldly, "Otherwise the three pure ones will not stand idly by during this battle." After finishing, Yuan Shi's figure vanished from the spot, slipping into the void. This was the result of coordination after Hong Jun's mediation, a compromise among the three pure ones that minimized the harm to Laozi's fortunes while maximizing benefits. Yuan Shi was also able to accept this arrangement. A small human race leaving behind a few old, weak, sick, and disabled individuals would naturally welcome the teachings of Laozi after enduring suffering in the face of a cruel world. Watching the spot where Yuan Shi had disappeared, Jun's face turned ashen, his teeth clenched. Truth be told, he could accept the conditions laid out by Yuan Shi, as it meant not offending the three pure ones. However, Yuan Shi's manner of speaking and that last blatant threat were simply unacceptable to him, the demon emperor, who was used to being high and mighty. The arrogant three pure ones looked down on him from the bottom of their hearts, even more so on the witch clan, whom they regarded as beasts clad in fur and armor. Yuan Shi, the three pure ones. Jun clenched his fists, veins popping, face pale, with golden flames igniting in his eyes as he growled, "Once I resolve the witch clan, I will make you pay the price for your arrogance." After venting, Jun's expression returned to calm as he walked towards the harem. As an emperor, he could not allow others to discern his thoughts, maintaining an air of mystery and authority. A transparent person has no authority to speak of. The next day, an explosive piece of news spread throughout the Hongwang world. The Jimong clan has made a statement. Within 3 days, the Renyuan clan shall be exterminated. At the same time, the two demon emperors of the Yao court expressed their stance, stating that the Renyuan clan and the Jimong clan are both part of the demon race, and it is an internal matter of the demon race. The Yao court will not intervene. However, if any supreme being or formidable presence dares to interfere, the Yao court will not stand idly by. The Hongwang world was in an uproar. The Yao court has reached an internal consensus. The Renyuan clan is finished. This statement serves as a warning to the Sanqing and Yuhua. Perhaps it is also a warning to the witch clan. I have heard that the most powerful witch Hui personally went to the human clan and likely has some connections with them. Various powerful clans and experts engaged in discussions. In this era dominated by the witches and demons, anyone daring to provoke the ruling clans was swiftly exterminated. In their view, the Renyuan clan was no exception. In their eyes, it did not matter if the scene displayed was of Jihan invading their territory. The Jimong clan is a clan of demon gods holding significant power within the Yao court, while the Renyuan clan is so weak that they should endure silently. Even with me as their backer, I am alone and cannot protect the Renyuan clan. Moreover, you humans are proud enough not to acknowledge my position as the leader of the human teachings. When the Jimong clan strikes, whether I will intervene is still uncertain. Those clans that fled from the region of Buzhou Mountain breathed a sigh of relief. They guessed correctly and felt a sense of luck. Fortunately, they left in advance, otherwise being caught up would mean disaster for their clans. Countless powerful beings directed their gazes at the human clan, but to their astonishment, the human clan remained calm and collected with no sign of panic. In fact, the human clan mobilized a large number of celestials and Xin celestials to lead their expansion, occupying the territories left behind by the fleeing clans and declaring to the surrounding clans that these territories now belong to the human clan. Instantly, many powerful and ancient clans found it laughable. Did this weak Renyuan clan not realize that the Jimong clan and the demon race had made their stance clear? At such a time, they still had the audacity to occupy these territories instead of preparing to defend against the Jimong clan's army, which would have been futile. Could it be that the high-ranking officials of the human clan are so frightened that they are dazed, knowing they will surely die, and wish to enjoy the dreams of the great clans first? A demon god from within the demon race mocked. That seems to be the case. A clan created by the great Yuhua is indeed so incompetent, no wonder she abandoned them, ignoring their fate. Our demon race's face has been utterly tarnished by this small clan. I heard that the fellow from the Jimong clan ordered all its strong to mobilize and must crush the human clan. I believe the Jimong is making a mountain out of a molehill. There is no need for everyone to mobilize. A mere 1/3 of a demon god clan is sufficient to annihilate any Honghuang clan with a Deluo golden immortal. Perhaps the Jimong clan has not fought in a long time and is itching for a battle. The Hongwang world responded to the human clan with a chorus of ridicule. On the second day, the Jimong clan, occupying vast territories in the western Hongwang, moved. Terrifying demon clouds enveloped the sky, filled with countless floating heads with green hair, their eyes cold, and filled with a murderous aura, their imposing presence distorting the heavens, creating a scene both horrific and astonishing. This was the elite of the Jimong clan, seasoned through countless battles and expansions against other demon clans. The weakest among them were at the Xin celestial level. At a glance, there were likely nearly 200,000 of them. 200,000 golden immortals is a number that sends chills down one's spine. But that is not all. Amongst them mixed 30,000 golden immortals, 5,000 Tai golden immortals, and 20 great Luo golden immortals. Such a terrifying force arranged in formations could even sweep through a clan possessing a quasi-saint. And this was merely the surface strength mobilized by the Jimong clan. Hundreds of thousands of elite Jimong troops formed formations, dense demon clouds shrouding the sky, their imposing momentum shaking the heavens as they surged toward the direction of Buzhou Mountain, their murderous intent resonating throughout the skies. Throughout the Honghuang world, countless clans fell silent, afraid to make a sound. Truly a venerable ancient clan born shortly after the creation of heaven and earth, their foundation is astonishing. A Kwasa saint from a great Honghuang clan exclaimed. Although he was a Kwasa saint, his clan was established during the Fierce Beast era and lacked the foundation of the Jimong clan. Let alone he believed that even though he was also in the early Kwasa saint realm, he was merely at the first level, while the Jimong was at the third level of Kwasa saint. Their talent, bloodline, divine powers, and combat strength far exceeded his. Faced with the Jimong, he could be slain within 3 moves. Thus, although they were both Kwasa saints, the Jimong was renowned throughout the Honghuang world, while he and his clan remained unnoticed, enduring humiliation in silence. He couldn't fathom how the human clan dared to offend the Jimong clan and provoke them so audaciously. This was also the view of countless Honghuang clans. They could not understand what the human clan was thinking. As many formidable beings focused their attention on the human clan, they wondered, surely the human clan, no matter how thick-skinned, should have reacted by now. Shouldn't they take down the head, stop showing the scene of Jihan being slain, kneel and beg for mercy, or quickly seek my intervention? The scene defied their expectations. The human clan remained unchanged, continuing their business, as usual, unabatedly occupying territories. Only a clan so thick-skinned could make such a reckless decision at this time. A great Luo golden immortal, having relocated from Buzhou Mountain, mocked as he watched the human clan occupy his clan's territories. Go ahead and occupy. The Jimong clan will soon exterminate the human clan and will not linger. What is meant to be mine will still be mine. Oh, perhaps I can occupy even more by then. Yet many formidable beings were not focused on this, but rather on Kunlun Mountain. I wonder if I will intervene. And what about Nuwa? Will she intervene? This was the matter that these top beings were most concerned about. The human clan could not possibly have the ability to resist unless they were confident that some powerful being would speak on their behalf. However, the Yao court has already declared that no powerful being is allowed to interfere in the internal affairs of the demon race. Would I really risk offending Emperor Jun and Tai to stand up for the human clan? Or perhaps Nuwa? But Nuwa is only one of the 5 emperors. Although she has achieved the Tao, she has not shown herself for a long time, and if she does appear, it would be a monumental event. The Jimong army marched forth grand and imposing their demon clouds, obscuring the sun, capturing the hearts and eyes of countless people. At this moment among the human clan, a woman arrived whom Su Ming could not have anticipated. Nuwa, or rather a fragment of Nuwa's divine sense. However, even though Su Ming was shaken, he did not personally meet her, instead sending Shenong to see her while he kept a close watch. Are you the current leader of the human clan? The image of Nuwa emanated a noble aura, her face shrouded in clouds, impervious to even ordinary Kwasa saints' divine senses, as she spoke in an indifferent tone. I am the leader of the human clan, Shenong, here to pay my respects to the Holy Mother. Shenong was visibly excited, kneeling on both knees. Nuwa, still the revered Holy Mother of the human clan, the deity who created the human race, whose grace they never dared to forget even after being abandoned by her. Although Shenong was not afraid of the approaching Jimong army, Nuwa's personal arrival at such a time still exceeded his expectations. I can speak on behalf of the human clan and request the demon emperor to spare them. Nuwa's words carried no emotion, making it difficult to discern her true thoughts. A flicker of surprise passed through Su Ming's eyes. Is this truly the Nuwa I know? Yet the next words from Nuwa ignited a spark of anger within him. Nuwa indeed remains the same Nuwa. Nuwa suddenly pointed at the celestial scroll that continued to play above. At this moment, the scroll displayed the scene of Xuandu beheading Jihan. Hand this ape over to the Jaimin clan, put away the scroll, and build a grand tomb for Jihan. The human race should collectively kneel to send him off, severing ties with the witch clan, and under my name become one of the demon clans. The rest shall be handled by me in conversation with the Jiming demon god to ensure the safety of the human race. Nuwa spoke at length, yet her gaze revealed no emotion, as if discussing a matter unrelated to her. In her heart, she truly believed this matter had nothing to do with her. However, Hongjun had gone too far, and this time she wanted to discuss him. Hongjun wished to annihilate the human race, forcing the demon clan to bear the backlash of the human race's great fortune, leaving the remaining weak and sickly to Laozi to take over and become a saint. Nuwa was determined not to let them have their way. This was her true purpose. Saving the human race was merely a side benefit, thus, she quietly descended a trace of divine sense. This? Shenong was stunned, facing the words of the Holy Mother, or rather her commanding tone, completely unsure of how to respond. Nuwa could be considered the mother of the entire human race. Even if she abandoned them, her status in their hearts remained extremely high, and Shenong was no exception. However, the Holy Mother's command stirred a profound sense of resistance within him, even disgust. Was it appropriate for the Holy Mother of the human race to suggest surrendering and building a tomb for Ji-hun, the one who slaughtered their people? With Shenong's fiery temperament, had it been another great being who spoke such words, he wouldn't have hesitated to surrender the Xuandu, kneel in apology, build a mausoleum, join the demon clan. What kind of joke is this? Not a single one of these conditions is acceptable. Yet the one saying this was the Holy Mother of the human race. Nuwak. Su Ming's gaze turned icy as he took a deep breath, striving to calm himself and think. He was very clear about Nuwak's temperament. Yet precisely because he was aware, he was unwilling to think too much. After arriving in the primordial world, he had contemplated every great being within it, yet he never considered Nuwa, for her very existence was utterly revolting. After achieving enlightenment, she had unhesitatingly abandoned the human race and compromised with Hong. Then she allowed the demon clan to slaughter the human race. A series of events sufficient to reveal Nuwa's lofty nature and her inner weakness, having completely disregarded the human race, easily bowing to compromise even after becoming a supreme saint. But precisely. Su Ming rubbed his temples. This woman is still the Holy Mother of the human race. She cannot be scolded or struck. Where does a child strike or scold their mother, no matter how wrong she may be? Damn you. He initially thought his arrival would alter the trajectory of the primordial world, especially with Nuwa's presence this time. At first, Su Ming truly believed Nuwa would say something sensible. To his utmost surprise, it was all nonsense. Moreover, she referred to the human race disdainfully as the ape clan. This is maddening. Agreeing to Nuwa's conditions would mean the rising human race had its spine broken, suffering a severe blow to their spirit. The human race should not even mention their rise. Whether they can maintain their current cohesion is questionable. The spirit of the human race at this moment was forged through the blood and lives of countless individuals, and Su Ming could never agree. Naturally, Su Ming could never agree. He immediately transmitted to the deeply conflicted Shenong. Shenong, if you respond to Nuwa like this. Upon hearing the ancestor's transmission, Shenong's spirit jolted, a smile gradually forming on his lips. The ancestor's words resonated with his thoughts. It was impossible to agree. You to hell with it. He did not think deeply about the fact that the ancestor did not address her as the Holy Mother, but simply called her Nuwa. Shenong slowly stood up, looking at Nuwa, his gaze gradually concentrating as he solemnly spoke. Holy Mother, the Jaimin clan's army is approaching. I am busy mobilizing troops to resist them and am quite occupied with affairs. Your suggestion is excellent. After I teach the Jaimin clan a lesson, I will discuss it with you in detail. The battlefield is dangerous and a mere trace of your divine sense may be difficult to protect. Perhaps you could come back another day. Nuwa, as a saint, her wisdom was profound. How could she not understand Shenong's polite dismissal? The implication was clear. I am very busy right now and cannot entertain you. The battlefield is perilous. Please step aside. Nuwa felt a bit dazed. The ape, who had been trembling before her, suddenly seemed like a different person, as if someone had backed him up to the point where he dared to ask her to step aside. Nuwa believed that although she was not acting for the good of the human race, but rather for herself, the outcome was still perfect for the human race. She saved the entire human race, fulfilling her responsibilities as the Holy Mother of the human race, and did not fail to claim her share of the vast fortune. The human race should have been overjoyed by her arrival. Ape. However, Shenong had no mood to continue listening to Nuwa's nonsense. Instead, he respectfully bowed to Nuwa, politely expressed his departure, and turned to leave. After all, she was the Holy Mother of the human race, and certain courtesies had to be observed. The human race can roam freely, but please do not bother me again. Watching the ape leader turn and leave, Nuwa, who had fantasized about how she would outsmart Hongjuan, became somewhat flustered, her gaze no longer able to maintain its pride and calm. Hongjuan's disdain for me is one thing. But you, a tiny ape created by me, dare to treat me this way. However, she truly could not do anything to Shenong. The human race was her share of fortune, the foundation of her saintly position, and this time, she had secretly descended a trace of divine sense, not daring to openly confront Hongjuan. Unappreciative. Nuwa scolded her divine sense, swiftly vanishing from among the human race. What good is a tiny ape clan that does not heed her words? They would soon be annihilated by Ji Ming. Watching the direction in which Nuwa disappeared, Su Ming's gaze was incredibly deep, yet upon closer inspection, there seemed to be a hint of coldness hidden within. Nuwa, you do not dare to confront Hongjuan. I do not mind. It would be best for you to honestly serve as the auspicious symbol of the human race, Su Ming murmured softly to himself. However, Su Ming did not finish his sentence. Deep down, he did not wish to see how far the situation would develop. He knew Nuwa occupied a portion of the human race's fortune. But do not forget, Su Ming possessed a congenital supreme treasure that suppressed the fortune of the human race, and as the emperor of humanity, he held the fate of the human race in his hands. let alone that Laozi's establishment of a sect did not gain the recognition of the human race. Even if he did, without his consent Laozi could not take even a trace of fortune unless he replaced the current human emperor with one who represented their interests. With this in mind, Su Ming could not help but recall the trajectory of the primordial world where the three emperors of the human race, the heaven, earth, and human emperors, included two who were reincarnations of innate divine demons, one of whom was Nuwa's brother. This brother was also one of the 5 emperors of the demon clan who had slaughtered the human race. The waters of the primordial world run deep. Every action of these top beings is laden with profound significance and immense interests. As long as I am here, no one shall take even a trace of fortune from the human race. Su Ming's gaze was indifferent as he looked at the Jaimin clan's army, his killing intent flashing the sky, turning dark, and the winds raging, shaking the mountains. He was waiting. He wanted to see how that so-called leader of the human sect would react. After the last incident, does he truly act for the good of the human race, even if it is for profit? If he indeed contributes to the human race, Su Ming would not really mind the establishment of a sect sharing a portion of fortune to achieve sainthood. Of course, the premise is that he puts the interests of the human race first. A saint who prioritizes the interests of the human race brings endless benefits to them. Of course, Su Ming considers issues from the standpoint of the human race's interests. He must take concrete action. The world of the primordial era suddenly fell into a brief silence. Many towering beings also gazed at Kunlun Mountain, waiting for the reaction of the old master. The human race continued as usual, lying flat while awaiting the slaughter by the Jimeng army. If not for the intervention of the mighty beings, the outcome was predictable. However, they were actually looking forward to the old master appearing to confront the demon court heathen. Yet as time passed, Kunlun Mountain remained tranquil, unchanged from its usual state. Clouds of mist rose, spirit cranes danced, monkeys cried out, and the spiritual energy was so dense it formed liquid streams flowing like a serene paradise. Kunlun Mountain seemed isolated from the world, unable to perceive the chaos outside, where demon clouds rolled and an overwhelming army surged. The Jimeng army was filled with powerhouses forming great formations and soaring through the clouds. Even as the army moved, it was orderly and swift, soon arriving at the region of Buzhou Mountain. At this moment, Kunlun Mountain remained utterly silent. The old master's attitude was clear. He chose to disregard the situation. Many mighty beings felt a sense of disappointment that the old master did not take action. Once the old master acted, the conflict among the 3 pure ones would escalate, likely accelerating their division. Fighting with the demon race would not only restrain them, but also entangle the old master in karmic retribution, delaying his path to sainthood. What is this old master thinking? The fortune has already connected with the human race, or does he not fear their annihilation, which would harm his luck? Many powerful beings muttered in their hearts. Yet upon introspection they realized that if they were in his position, they too would not oppose the formidable demon court for the sake of an insignificant human. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The demon clouds engulfed the sky, stretching for hundreds of thousands of miles, dark and filled with murderous intent, surging towards Buzhou Mountain and soon approaching the areas centered around the human race. At this time, this vast area was nominally under the initial occupation of the human race. Shadows of people were sparse in the boundless region, but they were still visible everywhere. However, the Jimeng army advanced without hesitation, with demonic winds howling and murderous intent overwhelming, ready to engulf the area. However, the Jimeng army advanced without hesitation, with demonic winds howling and murderous intent overwhelming, ready to engulf the area. They came to eliminate the human ape clan, and there was no need for further discussion. Suddenly, a vast aura erupted from the human race, surrounded by blue light. A massive willow tree filled the sky, seemingly tearing a hole in the firmament, dominating all under heaven with its grandeur. This scene resembled a moment from a rolling scroll perpetually displayed above the human race, where the grand willow deity tree obscured the sky. Then a middle-aged man stepped out from the human territory, his gaze indifferent, his expression expressionless, as he calmly spoke. Halt. This is the territory of my human race. If you step 1 foot in without permission, you shall be executed without mercy. This person was none other than Shindu. This human race has some substance. Many towering beings couldn't help but chuckle, a smile appearing in their eyes. Halt. How bold is this human race to speak such words in the face of such a grand army? The Jimeng clan has come to annihilate your entire tribe. Is this human ape clan perhaps missing a few screws, seeing such an immense territory suddenly appear and becoming overly excited? The powerful beings from various great clans of the primordial era laughed heartily. After all, such a scene was rarely witnessed. A tribe so foolish was a rarity in 100,000 years. Human ape, you killed the young master of the Jimeng clan and still dare to appear before me. A brutal voice echoed across the sky. Soon a towering middle-aged figure with green hair emerged from the demon clouds, rugged in appearance, and muscular, exuding an explosive power. Especially in his eyes a faint crimson hue swirled, as if countless vengeful souls were howling, instilling a sense of dread. Boom! With a single step he shattered the space beneath his foot, creating a large hole as chaotic spatial currents surged. His physical strength was astonishing. Ji Bao, a powerful being from a large clan, gasped in surprise, calling out the name of this Ji Meng clan member. Who is Ji Bao? A leader of a smaller clan born only a few million years ago asked in confusion. Nearby a Kwasa saint explained, Ji Bao is one of the earliest war generals following the Ji Meng demon god. 100 billion years ago he was already at the peak of the great Luo golden immortal with terrifying combat power. His personality is brutal. He annihilates entire clans over minor grievances. Countless small clans have perished at his hands, with over 10,000 great Luo golden immortals, among them many at their peak. He looked at Ji Bao, and even though he had become a Kwasa saint, there was still a hint of fear in his eyes. He had lived in the same era as Ji Bao, and was still haunted by his brutality. This guy, I heard he touched the threshold of Kwasa sainthood, and secluded himself to comprehend the way of the Kwasa saint. It has been decades since I heard any news of him. Why has he suddenly emerged? With his talent and combat power, he should have broken through to Kwasa sainthood before us. Why does his aura seem to be between Great Luo and Kwasa saint? At this time an extremely ancient being frowned slightly, and observed Ji Bao for a while before shaking his head. His excessive killings have entangled him in karmic retribution. Breaking through to Kwasa sainthood is 100-fold more difficult than an ordinary Great Luo. However, soon a hint of wariness appeared in his eyes as he said, despite this difficulty, he still possesses the talent to have half a foot in the Kwasa saint realm. Coupled with his accumulation over countless years, his combat power is not inferior to an ordinary Kwasa saint, and may even slightly exceed it. If he steps into Kwasa sainthood, his future is limitless. With his brutal temperament, the primordial world is likely to suffer again. The other mighty beings of the primordial era wore expressions of reluctance and muttered, "How unfair is the way of heaven. Such a madman possesses such talent and power." I heard he is very fond of Jihan. He must have been enraged upon hearing that Jihan was killed, which drove him to emerge from seclusion. All the murderous energy he accumulated over endless years will likely be poured onto this human ape clan. Seeing Xian Du's indifferent expression and silence, Ji Bao grinned, his eyes faintly tinged with crimson. I heard the human race has only been around for a few tens of thousands of years. You, this human infant, should not have heard my name before. Let me introduce myself. I am a brother of the demon god Ji Bao, and Jihan is my most beloved nephew. He pointed to the tragic, enormous head atop the central peak of the human territory. That would be him. Xian Du's expression remained indifferent as he glanced at Ji Bao, his voice flat. I know nothing of this Bao. Jihan forcibly invaded the human territory, and thus he deserves death. If you do not wish to die, take your shrimp soldiers and crab generals, and leave immediately. Hearing Xian Du's words, Ji Bao laughed instead of becoming angry, exclaiming, Good, very good. You remind me of my former arrogance. I like you. When Ji Bao laughed heartily, it was the moment his fury reached its peak. The many powerful beings inhaled sharply, their hairs standing on end. The human from the Xian Du was likely to be brutally slaughtered, meeting a tragic end. Over countless eons, who knows how many Luo golden immortals have been ruthlessly killed by Ji Bao, their screams echoing through the primordial chaos for tens of thousands of years before finally subsiding. Ji Bao's laughter abruptly ceased as he glanced at Xian Du, waving his hand backward. This human will be dealt with personally by me. The rest should be left to you. Not a single one should be spared. Understood. The army of Ji Meng received the order and disregarded Xian Du as demonic clouds engulfed the sky, rampaging toward the human territory with murderous intent. At that moment, Xian Du, who had remained expressionless, finally moved. A glint of green, killing intent flashed in his eyes like a bolt of lightning crossing the heavens and the earth. Puff, puff, puff. A gaze like a flash of lightning severed the lives of over 1,000 Ji Meng Xian immortals, their bodies parting ways, blood staining the sky. The combat prowess displayed by Xian Du in that instant shocked countless powerful beings, leaving them dumbfounded. Observing from afar was nowhere near as immediate as witnessing it firsthand. A single gaze killed over 1,000 Xian immortals, among which were quite a number of golden immortals. Did this even belong to the realm of the Luo golden immortals? Arrogant. Ji Bao was furious. Right before him, someone dared to make a move, and he found himself unable to intervene in time. Continue advancing. Buzz. As he spoke, Ji Bao's green hair danced wildly as he violently charged forward, transforming into a shadow of light, bursting forth with immense power, his massive green fist striking the heavens, causing the very fabric of the world to tremble and shatter with a series of crackling sounds. Buzz. Xian Du lightly dispatched a palm, employing the Willow Divine method to contend against Ji Bao in a clash of might. Bang! The heavens shattered, and the chaotic void enveloped them. Ji Bao's combat strength was astonishing, with a physical form so powerful that even the chaotic void could not harm him in the slightest. His violence surged forth, rampaging through the turbulent void, making it hard to imagine just how heavy the force behind his punch truly was. Yet Xian Du showed no fear, standing firm in the void and using the Willow Divine method to counterattack. Every move he made shattered the void as if he intended to create heaven and earth, manifesting the elements of earth, wind, water, and fire. For a moment the two were evenly matched, exchanging blows in fierce combat. Hiss! Witnessing this scene, many powerful beings in the primordial chaos gasped in astonishment. The fact that this ape-like race could hold its own against Ji Bao was truly beyond everyone's imagination. No wonder he dares to slay Ji Hun. Such combat strength is truly defiant, not inferior to that of an ordinary Quasi-Saint. A Quasi-Saint sighed softly, a talent so extraordinary, yet unfortunately too ostentatious, lacking restraint. Not only does it endanger himself, but it also jeopardizes the entire clan. Many powerful beings nodded in agreement. They could withstand Ji Bao, but at this moment he was not the only one present. There were also 19 Deluo golden immortals and hundreds of thousands of troops. Moreover, the most terrifying presence, the Ji Ming demon god, had yet to reveal himself, likely watching from the demon court, deeming it beneath him to take action personally. How would the humans resist? As Ji Bao battled Xian Du, causing the heavens to collapse, the Ji Ming army surged past them, heading straight for the humans, a murderous aura overwhelming the sky, drowning the entire realm of humanity in darkness. Among the humans, Su Ming's furrowed brow gradually relaxed as he shook his head and commanded, "Let's take action." At this point the Old One had still not appeared, yet he had communicated everything to him. Even the Old One, with a heart of Tao as strong as cast iron, ultimately could not withstand the pressure from Hong Jun and Yuan Shitong Tian, yielding and changing his mind. As Su Ming's voice fell, the dark sky above the humans seemed to grow even darker, pitch black, as if one could not see a hand in front of them, resembling an abyss. Suddenly, many powerful beings observing from a distance felt a sense of foreboding, as if some terrifying presence was breaking free from its confinement, about to emerge. What's happening? Why does my chest feel tight all of a sudden? In the next moment, a sudden cry of alarm rang out, trembling with fear. Look at the sky above the humans. Suddenly, a massive rift slowly split open, moving at an incredible speed, spreading across tens of thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. Within it, demonic mist roiled, a pitch-black void, inducing horror. Even more chilling was that amidst the black rift there were densely packed red dots, each one harboring a terrifying demonic intent. These seemed to be the eyes of the ape-like beings. A Deluo golden immortal trembled as he spoke, feeling unprecedented goosebumps all over his body. The scene before them was simply too eerie and terrifying, inducing sheer horror. At a glance, the red eyes within the rift stretched across tens of thousands of miles, densely packed, each red dot containing a terrifying demonic intent, their power unfathomable, all obscured by the demonic mist. If these are all the ape-like beings, there could be hundreds of thousands. And furthermore, a Quasi-Saint said in shock, failing to continue. If all of these were from the ape-like race, each of these red dots likely represented at least the cultivation level of Xian Immortal. Hundreds of thousands of Xian Immortals. Many powerful beings were left in disbelief. Suddenly, a detached voice from Shun Nong resonated from unknown origins, echoing through the heavens. Order: the Ji Ming clan is to invade the human race. Leave not a single one. All must be killed. As the voice fell from within the rift, echoed the chilling kill commands infused with demonic intent. Kill. 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 Leave not a single one. Finally, the hundreds of thousands of blood-red eyes erupted with murderous intent. Simultaneously, the demonic mist surged violently, overwhelming the sky, as figures of humans stepped out of their small world, appearing outside the rift. 200,000 humans at the Xian Immortal level, led by 10,000 golden immortals, appeared amidst the heavens, their formations clear and orderly, advancing in a peculiar arrangement, without the slightest chaos. Moreover, within their eyes glowed a blood-red hue, resembling a host of demonic gods, utterly shocked. As they stepped forward, a terrifying demonic power swept through the heavens. The demonic energy surged like a tsunami, rushing forth to meet the army of the Ji Ming clan. This. What the hell? Many powerful beings were instantly shocked to the core, unable to utter a complete sentence. 200,000 Xian Immortals, 10,000 golden immortals. Were they dreaming? A clan with hundreds of billions had an extraordinarily gifted genius who, through countless fortunate encounters, broke through to the great Luo golden immortal realm after several tens of thousands of years, which could be understood. However, for a clan to accumulate such terrifying strength in merely several tens of thousands of years is simply unimaginable. Most importantly, that inexplicable rift seemed to connect to an unknown world with rolling demonic fog that even Quasi-Saints could not penetrate. Yet there were still an unending stream of powerful beings emerging. Tai Golden Immortals and Great Luo Golden Immortals appeared one after another. Although the aura they exuded did not carry demonic intent, but rather came from practicing other techniques, each one resembled a prodigy of the heavens radiating divine light, with hair blazing like divine fire, or sword energy slicing through the sky. There were all sorts of phenomena. Each one was a rare gem among billions, an extraordinary genius of heaven. This time not only were numerous powerful beings stunned. Many towering existences were also slightly shaken, left speechless in shock. With their discerning eyes, they could naturally see how terrifying the potential of these prodigies from the human-like clan was, all at least possessing the demeanor of Quasi-Saints with combat prowess unparalleled. They could easily see through their roots, knowing that each of them had cultivated for no more than 30,000 years at most. Such monstrous talents were exceedingly rare in the long epochs of the primordial chaos. A clan with so many prodigies. Shock and disbelief coursed through them, leaving them completely unable to comprehend. The appearance of a 200,000 Xian immortal army from the human race along with these prodigies exceeded the imagination of all powerful beings and towering existences. Ultimately, 15 great Luo Golden Immortals and 500 Tai Golden Immortals stood tall in the sky, the rift behind them slowly contracting and closing until it vanished, leaving only these extraordinary prodigies standing against the heavens, competing with the sun and moon, dimming the brilliance of countless other clan prodigies. How is this possible? In the Lingxiao Palace of the Demon Court, the demon god Jimeng was so shocked he lost his voice and suddenly stood up. Not only him, but many demon gods watching alongside him were also left speechless, and even the Emperor Jun at the top had his eyes widen with increasing brilliance. In just several tens of thousands of years, so many prodigies and powerful beings have appeared a sight unseen since ancient times, truly unique. This human-like clan has hidden too deeply and has been too patient. He had underestimated this clan created by the Nuwa Empress. At this moment, the entire primordial world was shaken by the power unleashed by the human race. Su Ming stood atop a peak, followed by Yuchao clan and Zi clan, his gaze distant as he looked at the dazzling human prodigies shining like stars in the sky, feeling proud for them. This is a part of the human race's foundation, the War Department. 10,000 years ago, Su Ming felt that there were too many tribes within the human race, their power scattered, so he gathered the prodigies of the human race to form this War Department, which he led with the Shinnon clan responsible for command. The armies of Xian Immortals and Golden Immortals practiced the Shinnon clan's heavenly demon scripture, condensing endless demonic energy through the divine demon diagram, and those who performed exceptionally were permitted to enter the valley to comprehend the statue of the demon lord, making rapid progress. As for the Tai Golden Immortals and Great Luo Golden Immortals above, they were the exceptionally gifted selected to enter the valley, able to independently comprehend the statue of the mythic figure. It must be noted that every mythic statue carved by Su Ming, despite differences in rank, represented peak existences. Those able to comprehend the statues were all prodigies of the human race, with immense potential, infinite talent, and special skills. This is just the beginning, Su Ming murmured softly. His lofty goal is to forge 100,000 emperors for the human race, sweeping through the primordial world. Yuchao clan exclaimed proudly, "Let us battle through the primordial world, showcasing the prowess of our human race's powerful beings. This battle is our first foray into combat," Zi clan said casually. At that moment, the armies of the War Department and the Jimeng clan clashed, with demonic fog colliding with demon clouds, creating a thunderous roar. Suddenly, 200,000 soldiers of the War Department shouted in unison, forming a formation that gathered terrifying magical power, creating a massive demonic microcosm in the sky as terrifying power surged into the bodies of the 200,000 warriors from above. At this moment, every member of the War Department showcased strength far beyond their own. Kill! The cry was filled with murderous intent and demonic aura. The human race clashed with the Jimeng clan, starting a brutal battle where blood rained down and severed limbs flew through the sky. At this moment, many powerful beings were shocked to discover that the vast majority of those who fell were from the Jimeng clan. Not long after the engagement, over 10,000 Jimeng Xian Immortals were slain, ripped apart by the human race, with blood raining down and staining the sky, revealing extreme brutality and overwhelming demonic intent. This human race is even more brutal than the Jimeng clan. A great Luo Golden Immortal trembled. Just as the battle began, there were already too many unexpected occurrences. The power of the human race was enough to crush most clans in the primordial world, not much inferior to the Jimeng clan. The Jimeng clan was too careless. A Quasi-Saint spoke gravely. At this moment, anyone could see that the Jimin clan was overly arrogant, believing they could crush the human race, thus failing to form a great formation. Moreover, having intruded into the human race's territory, they faced the well-prepared human army and suffered great losses. One step back, and they retreated further. Furthermore, the power of the human army was not inferior to that of the Jimin clan, and the formation they formed was even more incomprehensible, obscured to even a Kwasa saint like him. The battle grew increasingly fierce, and blood rained down. At this time, many human prodigies of Tai and Great Luo faced off against the powerful beings of the Jimin clan. 500 Tai Golden Immortals against 1,000. 15 Great Luo Golden Immortals against 20. Furthermore, the powerful beings of the Jimin clan held an advantage in realm, most being in the mid to late stages. Notably, among the human Great Luo Golden Immortals, only 2 were in the late stage, 3 in the mid stage, while the remaining masters were all in the early stage. It must be known that the higher the realm, the gap between small realms within the same tier is enormously significant. The army is at a disadvantage, but the top-tier powerful beings possess the ability to turn the tide. Many powerful beings focused intently, their expressions grave, their eyes not daring to blink even once. This human-like clan has created too many miracles. At this moment, they finally understood that the human race was not merely careless, but possessed extremely powerful strength, even not much inferior to the demon god clans. Yet just as they reached this conclusion, reality slapped them hard in the face once again. The sky above Mount Buzhou was shrouded in darkness, suffused with a crimson hue, the stench of blood overwhelming. Severed limbs and dismembered bodies flew through the air, and blood rained down like a torrential downpour, crashing to the earth like a multitude of streams. The Tai Golden Immortals and the Luo Golden Immortals from both clans clashed fiercely, with a numerical disparity approaching 2 to 1. One side consisted of seasoned veterans, while the other was made up of newly risen talents from the human race. Logically, given the vast difference in foundation and realms, the outcome should have been overwhelmingly one-sided. However, the conclusion left the entire primordial world in shock. Is this clan of the Ape-Men truly a prodigy? This question emerged in the minds of the powerful across the primordial world. It was entirely one-sided. In their eyes, a horrifying scene unfolded perfectly. As the battle commenced, a peerless sword immortal of the Ape-Men, a latest stage de Luo Golden Immortal with an aura like that of a deity, struck with his sword, splitting the sky in two as if tearing open a heavenly gate. A latest stage de Luo Golden Immortal of the Ji-Meng clan, despite retaliating with all his might, was instantly cleaved in half beneath the razor-sharp sword light. The formidable physique of the Ji-Meng clan seemed as fragile as paper before him, easily shattered. In a battle of equal rank, this latest stage de Luo Golden Immortal of the Ji-Meng clan, who had survived countless years, was slain in an instant, his primordial spirit completely obliterated. Overwhelming. What foundation, what longevity, what higher realm? At this moment, all those notions were utterly overturned in the face of this reality. A prodigy does not concern themselves with the length of cultivation time when battles of the same realm a single. Meanwhile, a mid-stage de Luo Golden Immortal, engulfed in blazing holy light, descended like a true deity, as the holy light burned across millions of miles of sky, engaging a mid-stage de Luo Golden Immortal. 1 strike, 2 strikes. By the 9th strike, this Ji-Meng was brutally blasted apart, blood staining the entire sky. The world seemed to mourn, as if it marveled at the might of this human prodigy rejoicing. These two scenes were merely snapshots of the vast battlefield. The human race's Tai Golden Immortals and the Luo Golden Immortals fought beyond their ranks, as effortlessly as eating or drinking. Killing enemies beyond their rank was a constant occurrence. A Tai Golden Immortal could contend against at least 5 of the same rank, or even those of a higher tier from the Ji-Meng clan. Even a large number of peak Tai Golden Immortals could match the early stage de Luo Golden Immortals without defeat, even gaining the upper hand. This. Incredible. How could this happen? Is a super powerhouse of the cultivation dream magic putting us under a spell? The development of the battle far exceeded everyone's expectations, completely reversing the images in their minds. All the powerful beings observing this confrontation were left dumbfounded, their bodies stiff. The Ji-Meng clan had numerical superiority. Impossible. The peak Tai Golden Immortals could already function like the Luo Golden Immortals. If considering the number of powerful beings with the Luo Golden Immortal combat strength rather than merely their realm, the human race's numbers overwhelmingly surpassed those of the Ji-Meng clan. Not long after the Tai Golden Immortals and the Luo Golden Immortals began their battle, the situation had already turned overwhelmingly one-sided, more apparent than the advantage of 200,000 troops, with a collapse and one-sided slaughter occurring. The high-level suppression was even more evident. Puff, puff, puff. Countless Tai Golden Immortals and the Luo Golden Immortals of the Ji-Meng clan spilled blood in the sky. On the demon court, Emperor Jun was immensely shocked, his eyes flashing with golden light, and he abruptly stood up, his aura uncontrollably exploding. What lay before him had already surpassed all reason. It was understandable for the human race to have 1, 2, or 3 prodigies beyond reason, as they were the descendants of Nuwa, who had attained sainthood, and their foundation was there, making it plausible for them to have some extraordinary talents. But for so many defying the heavens, it was too fantastical, even giving a sense of being trapped in a dream. Could this clan of ape men produce prodigies in bulk? At this moment, not only Emperor Jun, but many other towering existences fell into silence, unable to comprehend this shocking scene, even with their realms. When could prodigious prodigies also be produced in bulk? Kill. Suddenly a roar echoed, shaking the sky, reverberating across the vast primordial world, snapping all powerful beings back to reality. Upon realizing that the furious roar came from the battlefield of Ji Bao and Xian Du, many powerful beings hurriedly turned their gazes there, only to be stunned. Did they lose so quickly? Ji Bao's eyes were fierce, veins bulging at his neck, his entire body ablaze with a green light pulsating like divine flames, his battle prowess far exceeding that of a Deluo, even making Quasi-Saints feel uneasy. Yet despite this, he was still being forced back by Xian Du, spitting blood continuously, his body covered in terrifying wounds inflicted by willow branches deep enough to see bone. There was even a wound that seemed to have penetrated his neck, with the carotid artery, severed blood spraying forth like a fountain, clearly a horrifying injury left by the willow god tree's branches. This blow nearly severed Ji Bao's head from his body. However, even in such a severe state, Ji Bao had no time to heal, unable to momentarily withdraw from the battlefield. Xian Du stood like a celestial deity amidst the firmament, his gaze indifferent, devoid of any emotion. With a wave of his hand, countless willow branches sliced through the sky, dividing the world into innumerable fragments. Each of Xian Du's strikes was sharp, filled with murderous intent, obliterating everything, causing the space to collapse, a power so overwhelming it was suffocating. Allah! Kill, kill, kill! Ji Bao roared incessantly, his physical prowess terrifying enough to shake the universe, yet everything was in vain, as the willow branches continuously cut into him, leaving horrific injuries, blood flowing freely, staining the void. It was clear that half-step Quasi-Saint Ji Bao was no match for Xian Du. Completely crushed, his defeat was merely a matter of time. This scene was reminiscent of how Ji Bao treated his enemies. Each willow branch sliced through, taking away large chunks of flesh, as if intending to cruelly torture Ji Bao to death. Everything had turned around. Ji Bao's own words were reflected back at him. The change in circumstances occurred too swiftly, too quickly, so much so that even the Deluo golden immortals, Quasi-Saints, and towering existences could not react in time. From any perspective, the Jimeng clan seemed destined to lose. Without reinforcements or stronger powers to support them, defeat was inevitable. I refused to believe it. Suddenly a roar erupted from Lingxiao Palace, shaking the demon court and resounding throughout the primordial world. An incredibly terrifying and brutal aura emanated from the demon court, solidifying space and rampaging through the entire primordial world at a frenzied speed, instilling fear. Suddenly an immense figure appeared from the demon court, is standing tall and casting a shadow over millions of miles. The Jimeng demon god is about to strike. Many powerful beings trembled at the sight of the towering, oppressive figure, filled with dread. The Jimeng demon god, one of the top 10 most powerful demons, a pinnacle of Quasi-Saint level, had attained Quasi-Saint status during the distant era of fierce beasts. Having led the Jimeng clan to this day through the Dao magic conflict, he was an incredibly ancient, innate divine demon, a super powerhouse, second only to the peak existences in the primordial world. Moreover, he had previously slain mid-stage Quasi-Saints, instilling terror across the primordial world, known for his extreme brutality, having annihilated countless clans, his ferocity infamous throughout the land. Apeman, I shall kill you all. Jimeng's eyes were filled with a crimson hue, his enormous eyes brimming with veins as massive as mountains. Boom. Jimeng took a step forward, his colossal form exploding through the sky, crossing millions of miles to arrive at Mount Buzhou, crushing vast mountains and causing the earth to tremble. Roar. Jimeng's furious roar echoed, causing stars to fall and mountains to collapse, a scene akin to the destruction of heaven and earth. To force Jimeng to act, this ape-man clan should not be underestimated. The many demon gods in the demon court finally took a serious look at this ape-man clan. However, the intervention of one demon god was sufficient to alter the balance of the entire battle. This was overwhelming power. This is the primordial world where the strong are revered. A top-tier powerhouse can match the strength of an entire large clan, tipping the scales of victory. A Quasi-Saint powerhouse represents the strongest foundation of a large clan. A clan without Quasi-Saints, no matter how many powerful beings they have, cannot be considered a large clan. Ultimately, the human race was born too recently, sighed a Quasi-Saint of a large clan, shaking his head and many surrounding powerful beings nodded in agreement. Now no one would deny the strength and potential of the human race, especially their potential, which could be deemed limitless. With so many prodigious talents, their potential was hard to imagine. Given time, their growth limits could be unfathomable, even rivaling the Wu and Lich clans. But, human race, I will devour you all. Ji Ming's voice was brutal as he lifted his massive foot, casting a shadow over the human race, and stomped down hard, causing the space to collapse under the surge of destructive power. In a short time, the Ji Ming clan suffered tremendous losses, and he could no longer restrain himself. At the same time, he reached out toward Xian Du, who stood tall in the sky, his large hand filling the firmament with murderous intent, as if he intended to crush Xian Du to death. Xian Du's gaze was indifferent, showing no concern for Ji Ming's gigantic hand, and the divine abilities aimed at Ji Bao were even more magnificent, surging forth, forcing him to roar continuously. You ignorant fool! Ji Ming's voice was icy. Who is the one being ignorant? Suddenly a cold voice shattered the sky. Those who step into the human realm shall die. Buzz. A black light streaked across the sky, a destructive aura sweeping through in an instant. Puff. Blood sprayed, filling the sky. Oh. Ji Ming let out a wretched roar, abruptly retracting his hand, but at that moment the 5 fingers of his hand were shattered, crashing down upon the sky and collapsing the earth. What is this? Countless powerful beings were shocked. Suddenly a figure enveloped in demonic light stepped out from the core region of the human race, blood hair, dancing, a destructive aura raging, obliterating heaven and earth, plunging the realm into darkness where one could not see their own hand. Countless powerful beings trembled. Even from a great distance they could still feel the terrifying nature of this aura, instilling dread. Is this a powerhouse of the human race? Shinon walked step by step into the sky, shrinking the distance like an inch, moving at the speed of light, leaving countless phantoms in the sky, blocking Ji Ming miles away from the human territory. The legendary Ji Ming demon god is weaker than I expected. Besides being a bit larger, he is nothing more than that, utterly vulnerable. The Shinon appeared indifferent, his hoarse demonic voice reverberating, shaking countless strong warriors, leaving them paralyzed with fear as they gazed at the figure shrouded in demonic mist. Arrogant and presumptuous, yet it gave an undeniable sense of inevitability. His words were wild, filled with a powerful dominance capable of sweeping away all, exuding a confidence that compelled one to believe in him. Human, you are too arrogant. No one has ever dared to speak such words to me. Ji Ming roared, his formidable body having already mended the broken fingers in mere moments, like an immortal flesh body. Buzz! Ji Ming's demonic eyes gleamed fiercely, his towering frame slightly crouching, as his azure fist gathered terrifying energy, swirling like the eye of a hurricane, radiating destructive power that dazzled and horrified, so bright it was blinding. With a single punch, the heavens and earth shattered like paper, the firmament reversing as the sun, moon, and stars seemed to spiral around this punch. It was unimaginable just how immense the power of this punch was, causing countless strong warriors to gasp in cold air, including some Quasi-Saint level beings. As expected of Ji Ming, this punch could likely kill an ordinary Quasi-Saint in an instant. Hee, are you swatting a mosquito? At this moment, Shinon slowly raised his lowered head, revealing his visage, causing numerous strong warriors to gasp in horror. His pair of blood-red eyes seemed to harbor an endless sea of blood, an abyss where countless demonic beings roared with terrifying visions of world annihilation and fallen stars manifesting. Is this a human or a demon? Countless strong warriors were left in shock. This human was bizarre and powerful, instilling deep fear. I have yet to taste Ji Ming's flesh. Such a massive body would be enough for a great feast for the entire human race. Shinong's eyes roiled with a sea of blood, his blood-red hair dancing wildly, his figure suddenly flashing, transforming into a grand beam of demonic light, seemingly connecting heaven and earth, slicing forward. Boom! At the first collision, chaos erupted in the heavens and earth as azure and black energies clashed violently, resembling the cataclysm of the universe, astonishing beyond measure. But what was even more suffocating was that Ji Ming's immensely powerful body appeared weaker than paper before the demonic light being sliced through, swiftly revealing azure bones. Hiss! Bang! A sound that sent chills down one's spine rang out as Ji Ming's prideful, indestructible body was directly shattered, the massive fist slicing through like a mountain, cleaved into the cross-section, remarkably smooth, with azure light still flowing over the immense bones. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The vast blood of Ji Ming flooded the earth like an ocean, instantly spreading 100 miles away, resembling a gigantic lake of blood shimmering with azure brilliance. The stench of blood wafted through the violent winds, spreading far into the distance. This human is terrifyingly powerful, unfathomable. Numerous strong warriors felt their bodies stiffen. At this moment their emotions were beyond description. What kind of monstrous race was this? 100,000 Shinxian army was already enough to shock the world. Yet these prodigies kept emerging, being produced in batches. Even a Quasi-Saint had appeared and was currently suppressing Ji-Ming. Incredible. Truly incredible. Di-Jun muttered to himself, his eyes filled with shock, never having expected that this race he had always looked down upon possessed such formidable power. Di-Jun vowed that if given another chance he would never underestimate the human race, allowing Ji-Ming to recruit them so casually. What a missed opportunity. Di-Jun sighed. If given another opportunity, he would not hesitate to lower his status and personally recruit the human race, even if it meant bestowing them the title of demon god. At this moment, those seated in the Lingxiao Palace were already stiff with shock, their eyes wide with rage. This scene had proven just how powerful and bizarre the battle prowess of this human race was. Regardless of whether they could defeat Ji-Ming, there was no doubt that they could crush the majority of demon gods. The human race could also triumph over most demon clans. Is this the legendary Ji-Ming weak enough to be suffocating? Shennong did not pursue the victory, but paused, granting Ji-Ming the opportunity to catch his breath, his gaze enigmatic, looking down upon Ji-Ming. Ji-Ming, do you dare to threaten the extinction of my human race? I grant you the chance to leave a final word. Ji-Ming was stunned, retracting his hand, hastily healing while contemplating his next move. The unfathomable depth of the human race and the emergence of countless strong prodigies filled him with fear, even as he faced them directly. Hiss! So arrogant. This human race is indeed a model for our kind. When will we achieve such grace? Many strong warriors gasped in astonishment. Shennong has such audacious confidence. At this moment, in the core area of the Witch Clan in the eastern part of the primordial world, such a remark was made, filled with admiration for a peer-level strong warrior. In front of the Pangu Palace, Ho-E knelt down, raising his head to gaze in the direction of the human race, his eyes radiant. He had been punished to kneel at the Pangu Palace for 1,000 years as a warning for agreeing to conditions of communication with the human race without permission. In front of the Pangu Palace, Ho-E knelt down, raising his head to gaze in the direction of the human race, his eyes radiant. He had been punished to kneel at the Pangu Palace for 1,000 years as a warning for agreeing to conditions of Ho-E, you did well this time, this human ape. Di-Jiang pondered for a moment and revised. The potential and strength of this human race deserve an alliance with my Witch Clan. You have secured an opportunity a step ahead of Di-Jun for us. Thank you, Ancestor Di-Jiang. I merely stumbled upon this. My contributions are insignificant. Ho-E stood up respectfully to the side, looking up at the prideful Shennong, memories of the Three-Arrow Pact and Shennong's last punch flashing in his mind. In such a short time, he has become even stronger. Shock was evident in Ho-E's eyes. He had battled Shennong and had a deep understanding of his strength. Sister Ho-Tu, after this battle, you must personally visit the human race. Di-Jiang's gaze was profound, lost in thought. All right, elder brother, I think the same. I want to see the internal workings of this human race with my own eyes. Ho-Tu's voice also carried awe. The strength and potential exhibited by the human race exceeded the imagination of the entire primordial world, including the Witch Clan. To have a race born in just a few thousand years reach such a level of strength is unprecedented, never before seen in the long history of the primordial world. Though the battle between the human race and Ji-Ming had not yet concluded, it had already earned the recognition of the Witch Clan and the entire primordial world. Ancestor Witch, I will accompany you. At this moment, Ho-E suddenly spoke, a hint of nostalgia hidden in his deep gaze. My. Ho-Tu's eyes were filled with confusion. She could see that Ho-E still bore injuries. Shouldn't he continue healing? In the Three-Arrow Pact, I lost, diminishing the prestige of our Witch Clan. This time, I must face Shennong in a full frontal battle to restore our clan's name. Ho-E hurriedly explained. All right. Ho-Tu nodded, not minding, as the Witch Clan was inherently competitive, especially Ho-E looking up towards the human race. In the primordial world, there was widespread astonishment. In the endless chaos in the small world created by Nuwa, she had fallen into a daze. Watching this scene, remembering the human race she once conversed with, recalling her words to him, she felt her sacred face burning. To create this race only to abandon its suffering heavy losses, and yet it had developed to this extent, while she, the virgin of the human race, remained blissfully unaware. As the highest saint, she surprisingly failed to see through Shennong's realm uttering such words. How embarrassing. No wonder he wanted me, the virgin, to step aside. Nuwa muttered, her voice filled with shock, though her gaze involuntarily turned towards the direction of the Zixiao Palace. The potential of the race she created was so immense, it was no wonder that Hongjun wanted her to abandon it. Nuwa placed much of the resentment onto Hongjun. Hongjun, you are plotting against me. Her voice brimmed with bitterness. The human race's potential was so vast that if she had not abandoned them, this powerful race would now be under. As for the human race's attitude towards her, they still regarded her as the virgin, but from Shennong's attitude towards her one could see a glimpse. They could respect you as the virgin, but you must not interfere with the human race. What Nuwa did not know was that at this moment Hanjun was even more bewildered and shocked. Human race, how did you achieve this? This shouldn't be possible. The prediction of the Chaos Jade Plate indicated that the human race would flourish only after the decline of the witch and demon races. Hanjun shook his head repeatedly, unable to believe he had miscalculated. He knew that the human race had birthed an emperor. However, he never expected that this emperor had already reached the Quasi-Saint realm, and the strength of the human race had completely surpassed his control. At this moment, he finally understood why Laozi had failed to establish a religion and had no choice but to shamelessly do so in advance. Laozi, why didn't you tell me that the human race was so powerful? The potential of the human race had already gained the ability to disrupt the current balance of the primordial world. He had to face this and personally deal with this race. He could not allow the primordial world to develop naturally, or it might ruin his grand plan. He knew how terrifying the fate of the human race was, and absolutely would not allow another powerful dominant race to emerge in the primordial world after the decline of the witch and demon races. In the primordial world, beneath the watchful gaze of all Ji Ming, having momentarily healed in silence, seemed not to have heard the arrogant, disdainful words of the human race, speaking in a low voice. Human race. How about we end our battle here, clearing previous grievances, and I shall not hold past matters against you. His address had quietly shifted from the human ape clan to the human race. Upon hearing Ji Ming's words, Su Ming felt a sense of joy. From Ji Ming's speech, he understood that he had achieved his goal. This battle had vindicated the human race. The subtle change in how Ji Ming referred to the human race was proof of this. Respect from others is built upon the foundation of strength. Without strength, everything is mere talk. Beside him, Yu Chaoshi chuckled, saying, "This Ji Ming is clearly already filled with fear, unwilling to continue battling our human race, yet still putting on a brave front. Isn't this courting death?" "Huh. Indeed." Zi Yisher laughed heartily. "This beast probably doesn't even know who he is up against. That is Shun Nongshi. How dare he act tough when he is seeking to preserve his life? If he were facing others with the strength and status of the Ji Ming tribe, a proactive plea for peace, even with some bravado, might not warrant much reproach, perhaps allowing him to retreat safely. But facing Shun Nongshi..." Su Ming glanced at Zi Yisher, and Yu Chaoshi sharing a faint smile. This battle was Shun Nongshi's domain. Let him unleash his full potential. The human race would bear any cost. "What did you just say?" Shun Nongshi looked down at Ji Ming, his gaze filled with a sea of blood seeming to erupt with magma, extremely volatile. "You speak of letting the past be the past for my human race. Do you think you are worthy of such a thing? Is it based on your strength, or that so-called Ji Bao, or these Ji Ming, who were crushed by my human race?" As his words fell, the wilderness fell into a stunned silence. This was too overbearing, too forceful. It left no face for the Ji Ming tribe. "Human race, you." Ji Ming was taken aback, quickly followed by a fit of rage, but his words had yet to escape. Suddenly, a mournful wail pierced the air, capturing everyone's attention. The killing light flashed. Xian Dust's gaze was indifferent as countless willow branches coalesced into a sword, severing Ji Bao's head. As for the corpse, it lay in tatters, blood flowing, profusely mangled flesh writhing. It was unimaginable what kind of brutal torture Ji Ming had endured before death. "Show mercy," Ji Ming shouted urgently. Reaching their level of cultivation, decapitating does not necessarily mean death. Xian Du paid no heed to Ji Ming's roar. A flash of azure light appeared in his hand, and in an instant Ji Bao's head was obliterated, leaving no chance for the soul to escape. "Ji Bao?" Ji Ming's eyes widened in fury, a tempest of killing intent swirling within. "Human race, I will tear you to shreds." Ji Bao was his brother who had accompanied him through endless years, their bond deeper than that of a biological son. A biological son could always be replaced, but a brother like him was unique. At this moment, Shun Nongshi's voice, filled with demonic intent, echoed, "Ji Ming, remember, the one who killed you is the human race's Shun Nongshi." In an instant, a colossal wave of demonic energy surged forth, causing countless strong individuals to change countenance. The aura was too terrifying. Some weaker Deluo Jinxian felt that if they stood at the core, they would instantly bleed from their 7 orifices and fall into madness, dying on the spot. Buzz. Shun Nongshi's demonic intent blazed like demonic flames dancing. His blood-red hair fluttered wildly as he cast a demonic palm that spanned millions of miles, the demonic energy rolling forth, capable of plucking stars from the heavens. The sky reversed, resembling a demonic abyss. The intent to kill surged. The demonic energy boiled, freezing vast expanses of land. This battle marked the first battle for the human race, and the first time Shun Nongshi had unleashed his full strength, without reservations, standing on the stage of the entire wilderness world. In the distance, many Deluo Jinxian even covered their ears, feeling the demonic sound overwhelming them, as if they were about to fall into madness. They frantically fled thousands of miles away, only then turning back in terror. The sky shattered, Shun Nongshi's demonic palm tore through the heavens, spanning millions of miles, swinging down towards Ji Ming's head, aiming to bury him in a single strike. This strike was truly terrifying. Ji Ming's complexion drastically changed. He never expected Shun Nongshi to act without reservations and directly launch an attack. He hastily defended himself, violently coughing blood, as he was forced back thousands of miles. Human race, Shun Nongshi. Ji Ming roared, appearing nearly mad. Do you really not care about the future of the human race? Invaders die. The demonic sound resonated. Shun Nongshi's eyes turned blood-red, falling into a state of madness as Su Ming's heavenly demonic burning divine ability operated wildly. He aimed to slay Ji Ming in the shortest time possible. Boom. The rolling sea of demons surged. Shun Nongshi's palms traced circles, condensing the demonic Taiji diagram, transforming it into swords. Millions of demonic swords crossed the sky like an ocean of demonic blades, endlessly submerging Ji Ming within. Ji Ming roared desperately, unleashing his divine abilities to resist his indestructible body, wreaking havoc, a testament to the prowess of the demon gods as his body was wildly destroyed and then restored. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The demonic swords tore through the sky, collapsing mountains and seas. Countless demonic swords continuously coalesced, causing Ji Ming to cough blood repeatedly, with terrifying wounds carved into his body. This scene was strikingly similar to when Xian Du had executed Ji Bao, reenacting the same on Ji Ming. Countless strong individuals in the wilderness world were left dumbfounded. In the Wu tribe Ho, he was also left speechless, feeling parched. This Shun Nongshi is simply monstrous. He felt as if he were in it. His fate would not be much better than Ji Ming's. Hoi was known as the strongest shaman of the Wu tribe, and Ji Ming was also one of the top 10 demon gods of the demon race, their strengths not far apart. Hoi even felt a sense of luck. Fortunately, due to various concerns, he had not fallen out with Shun Nongshi. Boom, boom, boom. Ji Ming's indestructible body was incredibly formidable, deserving of the demon god race renowned for their physical prowess. His body was wildly destroyed, yet restored. Yet even a body as powerful as Ji Ming's felt immense pressure, unable to endure as millions of demonic swords pierced through him in endless pain, pushing him to the brink of madness. Below, the Ji Ming tribe's army had already fallen into a state of collapse, being relentlessly pursued by the human race. The Tai Yi Jin Xian and De Luo Jin Xian of the Ji Ming tribe fell one after another, blood staining the sky. Ji Ming's heart felt like it was being sliced, his eyes nearly bursting. These were all the accumulated roots of the Ji Ming tribe over countless ages. If these powerful individuals perished, even if he survived, he would be unable to maintain the position of the demon god race, and the fate of the tribe would inevitably suffer a great loss. Demon Emperor, please uphold justice for my Ji Ming tribe. The human race has gone too far. Ji Ming howled to the heavens, his voice shaking the endless sky, penetrating into the 33 heavens. After howling, Ji Ming looked at Shun Nongshi, speaking sharply, human race, I am a demon god, enjoying endless luck from the demon race. No matter how powerful your tribe is, you still hold a lowly position among demon kind. This is a transgression against hierarchy. You still have time to withdraw now. Once the demon gods descend, the human race will not be able to bear it. The Taiching heavenly sovereign will not offend my demon court for a mere small human race. Upon hearing Jima's plea for help, Emperor Jun of the Lingxiao Palace rose calmly. Yet the moment he heard Jima's next words, his expression twisted violently, and he roared, "What a fool!" His voice still hung in the air as Emperor Jun shot forth from the Yao court in a blur. But deep within the maelstrom of endless demonic swords, Jima, engulfed and embattled, could not hear his sovereign's furious cry. At that moment, his sole intent was to preserve the elite of Jima's clan, and thus he had no qualms about ruthlessly threatening Shinnong, striking at the very core of his Dao heart. A cold, mocking light gleamed in Jima's eyes as he sneered, "Shinnong, do you still cling to the delusion that Taiching Zuanxing, the supreme elder of the three pure ones, will intervene on behalf of humanity? Let me speak plainly, abandon such fantasies. To those peerless, transcendent beings, humanity is but a tool, a mere pawn upon the celestial board. Taiching Zuanxing has already struck a pact with the Yao Emperor. In this battle, our Jima clan shall not exterminate your entire race, but we shall leave behind only the elderly, the infirm, and women and children." Despicable. At these words, Shinnong erupted in fury, his eyes blood-red, veins pulsing as if ready to burst. With one thunderous fist, he shattered Jima's chest, crimson torrents gushing forth. Though grievously wounded, Jima's smile grew ever more cruel. "I am a quasi-sage. My body is indestructible. To slay me swiftly. A dream. It is not too late to withdraw." Lousy. Jima's utterance plunged the entire Hongwang world into suffocating silence. Countless cultivators felt their scalps prickle with dread. The machinations of these supreme cultivators were chillingly ruthless. Lousy, Su Ming whispered, his smile vanishing entirely, replaced by an icy glacial coldness, his gaze flashing with razor-edged frost. He had known it all along. Lousy's celestial fortune was bound to humanity. With such unwavering devotion to his Tao, how could he possibly stand idly by while the Jima clan moved against humankind? All was now clear. Lousy was using the Jima clan as his instrument, sacrificing part of his own fortune to seize absolute dominion over humanity. If only the elderly, the infirm, and women and children remain of our race. Yu Chaosher murmured, his voice trailing off, his fists clenching slowly, tendons bulging like coiled serpents. Zisher bellowed fiercely, these traitors never cease plotting our annihilation. We must never lower our guard. And it is not merely annihilation they seek. Su Ming muttered softly, his voice thick with killing intent. They wish to force humanity to its knees, to dictate our fate, to command us like puppets. A humanity standing upright is precisely what they do not desire. Lousy, I vastly overestimated you. Su Ming cast aside every last illusion in his mind. No foreign god or demon from the Honghuang world merits even a sliver of trust. Cast away illusion. Prepare for war. Kunlun Mountains. Despicable. Lousy's low roar shook mountains and rivers. The entire Kunlun range trembled beneath its weight. Elder brother, do not act rashly. Leave this matter to me. Yuanshi strode forward, attempting to restrain the enraged Lousy, but the thatched hut where Lousy stood exploded outward, and a streak of pure azure light pierced the heavens, rending space itself. Lousy's wrathful bellow cracked the sky. Yuanshi, I will not forgive you. And with those words his form vanished into the boundless firmament. Elder brother. Yuanshi's brow furrowed, he took a step forward, only to be halted by a massive hand. Tong Tian appeared before him, blocking his path. Brother, Yuanshi said coldly, his gaze sharpening like drawn steel, do you intend to bar my way as well? Tong Tian's eyes blazed like twin swords, piercing, unblinking. As he spoke softly, elder brother, if you wish to prevent the three pure ones from fracturing irrevocably, if you wish to avoid shattering your bond with elder brother forever, do not follow. Elder brother. Tong Tian lifted his gaze toward humanity's direction, voice dropping to a whisper, he will kill you. Yuanshi bristled with fury, but his foot already raised lowered of its own accord. To obstruct one's cultivation is akin to murdering one's parents. The reason Lousy founded his sect was already known to both Yuanshi and Tong Tian from their prior conversation with Hongjun. Yet under Hongjun's coercion, Lousy had reluctantly yielded. That this crisis had escalated so far revealed the depth of Lousy's fury. Should Yuanshi dare interfere again, Lousy would truly end him. Lousy's resolve to attain the Tao was unbreakable. Suddenly, an overwhelming imperial aura flooded the heavens, sending shockwaves through countless cultivators' bodies. The Yao Emperor had arrived. Emperor Jun towered above the heavens, his colossal frame wreathed in surging golden divine flames, like a blazing solar monarch pulsing with terrifying cosmic authority. Jima, you wretched fool. What nonsense are you spouting? Emperor Jun's voice was frigid, devoid of mercy as he rebuked Jima outright, his inner contempt searing. Were it not for Jima's critical role in his upcoming reorganization of the Yao clan, he would have discarded this imbecile without hesitation. The clandestine dealings among supreme cultivators were never meant for public ears. Your Majesty, I did not. Jima blinked, stunned, never expecting the Yao Emperor upon arrival to chastise him first. Silence. A flicker of anger flared in Emperor Jun's eyes, golden flames dancing wildly. This conflict began with Jima clan's invasion, an act born of misreading my imperial will. This entire calamity stems from that error. Now apologize to humanity immediately. With that, Emperor Jun turned toward Shinnong and spoke gently. Shinnong, I am Emperor Jun of the Yao clan, and close confidant of Nuwa Huang, Holy Mother of Humanity. In truth, the fault lies with me. I have long neglected humanity. Yet both the Jima clan and humanity are vital pillars of the Yao clan. Such open warfare invites ridicule across the entire Honghuang world. Emperor Jun then laughed aloud and declared, might I ask for your favor? Let this battle end here. Any grievances may be resolved peacefully within the Yao court. I shall serve as mediator and arbiter. At that moment, countless cultivators across the Honghuang world stared in stunned disbelief. The peerless Yao Emperor, sovereign who once commanded the heavens, whose name alone quelled chaos across an entire epoch, had become so unexpectedly conciliatory. Should he not have simply issued an imperial decree commanding humanity to cease hostilities by sheer authority? And yet, humanity too stood awestruck. This battle had irrevocably cemented their status among the great races. Once integrated into the Yao clan, humanity, by virtue of strength and ties to Nuwa Huang and Lousy, shall rank among the divine Yao clans. A single leap past the Dragon Gate, transcending mortal dust forever. How enviable! Clan chieftains across the Honghuang world sighed in admiration, voices thick with longing. Yet humanity's path was not theirs to replicate. They had ascended upon the fallen heads of the Jima clan, a mighty divine Yao lineage. Humanity, however, reacted quite differently. You shameless Emperor Jun. Yu Chaoshu spat in fury. Ziyishu scoffed bitterly, a sovereign of his stature, twisting truth, obliterating right and wrong. It was the Jima clan who invaded us first. This was declared openly by the Yao court, unknown to all Hongwang. We resisted only after being attacked. Yet now he calls this an internal Yao dispute, claiming it brings shame upon Hongwang. Since when did humanity become part of the Yao clan? Even I, the leader of humanity, was never. Yu Chaoshu's voice turned glacial. He seeks to co-opt us, yet dares not abandon the Jima clan. He demands we swallow our pride to preserve his imperial dignity. Su Ming murmured quietly, imperial dignity. What kind of emperor sacrifices humanity to appease the Jima clan? When the Jima clan faced annihilation at humanity's hands, he intervened, not to uphold justice, but to save face. What then is humanity to him? A puppet to be manipulated at will. A puppet to be manipulated at will. In the primordial world, there was a profound silence. Many powerful beings held their breath and focused their intense gazes upon the figure of the Shinnong. It was apparent to everyone that Emperor Jun was forcing the human race to concede, and this was based on the active oppression of the human race by the Jiming clan, making his actions utterly shameless. But does the human race dare to resist? The one opposite them is none other than the Demon Emperor, a supreme being of the demon race whose status surpasses even that of the human race's mother Nuwa. Emperor Jun. The Shinnong's eyes burned with fiery rage, murderous intent surging as he shouted his name, expressing his inner fury. Yet there was little more that the Shinnong could do. Such a significant matter must be decided by Su Ming. At that moment within the human race, a piercing glint of killing intent flashed in Su Ming's eyes. This could not be tolerated. This was the first battle for the human race, a battle for their very existence, and they must stand firm and advance relentlessly. Just then a voice as cold as ice echoed through the heavens. You vile creature, how dare you slander me? Buzz. The swirling forces of yin and yang filled the heavens and earth as the Taiji diagram manifested beneath the endless void, suppressing time and space. The terrifying power of suppression rendered Jiming, who was retreating before the Shinnong, completely immobile. Puff, puff, puff. Immediately Jiming, already on the brink of collapse, lost all capability to resist and was pierced through by an endless barrage of divine swords, turning him into a sieve. On the colossal body reaching thousands of zhang high, numerous dense holes appeared with torrents of blood gushing forth, creating a vivid crimson spectacle that made onlookers' scalps tingle with horror. Pain and terror filled Jiming's eyes, his pupils constricting, but being trapped he could not utter a sound, only expressing his plea. In the next moment, Laozi, clad in an ancient Taoist robe, appeared in the skies, his eyes filled with indifference and killing intent. This seeker of the Tao was thoroughly enraged this time. Emperor Jun, this vile creature has slandered me and sowed discord between me and the human race. This is the first crime. Laozi's eyes flickered with murderous intent as he stared at Emperor Jun. I entered seclusion, and this vile creature took advantage of my absence to invade the human race, committing an act that would bring eternal regret. This is the second crime. Each and every crime deserves death. Laozi's eyes were suffused with the forces of yin and yang, seemingly ready for an all-out battle as he coldly declared, I will kill this vile creature. The Jiming clan should be exterminated. You have no objections, do you? This is a threat. This is Laozi's compensation to the human race. Is it really too late to mend the fold after the sheep are gone? The primordial world was filled with a suffocating tension. At that moment, anyone with a brain could see that Laozi intended to make amends for the human race, thus coming to lend a helping hand. After all, even if the human race bowed to Emperor Jun now, they would incur no loss apart from a bit of face, gaining everything they desired in return along with endless benefits. In the face of profit, what is face? A timely help during hardship. Su Ming muttered to himself, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He harbored no goodwill towards Laozi anymore. However, since Laozi had come forward, it was a perfect opportunity to utilize him to confront Emperor Jun. When the clam and the bird fight, the fisherman benefits. Is it not beautiful? The nesting clan and the Zi clan exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Two shameless creatures, dogs biting dogs. What a mouthful. Ha ha ha. This time, even Su Ming couldn't help but laugh heartily. How refreshing. Laozi, you've gone too far. Emperor Jun's expression turned extremely grim as he glanced at the cornered Jiming, feeling overwhelmed. As a monarch, I do not yield to threats. Emperor Jun spoke coldly, his tone firm, yet internally, he was weighing the pros and cons. Let Tai join the fray. Oh, I want to see whether the power of the Taiji diagram is unrivaled, or if the defensive and offensive capabilities of the Dongwang bell surpasses it. Laozi's eyes flickered with chilling intent, his words direct. Hiss. Many powerful beings gasped, immediately discerning the hidden meaning behind the words of the Taiji, celestial, venerable Laozi. You Emperor Jun are no match for me, let Tai join you in battle. Faced with Emperor Jun's defiance, Laozi spared no unnecessary words. This low-profile figure of the Sanqing had suddenly become so proud. Laozi is confident, his strength cannot be underestimated. Su Ming did not look back as he spoke to the astounded Nesting clan and Zi clan behind him, his gaze solemnly fixed on Laozi. In later lore, Laozi was regarded as the most powerful among the 6 saints, his strength closest to Hongjun's in the Tao integration realm, cold and unyielding, embodying the supreme truth. In their last battle with the Shinnong, he had not even unleashed a fraction of his true strength. Taiji. Emperor Jun bellowed in fury, his thoughts thrown into disarray. You are too arrogant. At this moment they were in the primordial realm, not in the endless void, and certainly not in the outer heavens under the watchful eyes of the entire primordial world. Laozi relentlessly pressed forward, speaking arrogantly. If he backed down, his position as the demon emperor would be unstable. I can defeat you. This will be a battle beyond the heavens. Emperor Jun shouted in anger, directly traversing to the ancient starry sky. As a monarch you are hypocrite. Laozi chuckled coldly, turning to the Shinnong, with great difficulty forcing a smile, as he said, I am the leader of the human teaching. The human race's decision, this time, will have my full support no matter what it is. With that, Laozi soared into the ancient starry sky. Soon the vast imperial might surged, the golden crow divine fire sweeping through the endless void, clashing with the forces of yin and yang. Yet everyone could see that the confrontation between Emperor Jun and Laozi would yield no real results. It was merely a battle for face. What comes next? Many powerful beings of the primordial realm were puzzled. Did Emperor Jun leave just like that? Why didn't he leave a word behind? What would happen to the Jimin clan? However, they did not realize that Emperor Jun's silence was already a form of acknowledgement. Ultimately, Emperor Jun was in the wrong, and he was opposed to the Witch clan, not wanting to sever ties with the Sanqing. Thus, the Jimin clan was naturally abandoned by him. However, as a demon god, he could not directly say he abandoned his subordinates, so he opted for a battle beyond the heavens instead. Utterly shameless and short-sighted. Su Ming scoffed. For profit, he could easily abandon an entire clan of subordinates. If such a monarch could unify the myriad races of the demon clan, filled with mixed breeds, that would indeed be a sight to behold. Compared to the human race, since Jiming had invaded the human race and committed a massacre, what of being the son of a demon god? What of being a representative of the demon emperor? Kill. He was even willing to expose part of his strength, bearing immense pressure to wage war against the Jimin clan. Kill. Su Ming ordered coldly. Then he uttered for even more brutal words, root out the weeds. As ordered, Na murderous light long suppressed blazed forth from Shinnong's eyes as he extended his demonic hand and crushed Jimo's skull, already lifeless and utterly defenseless, into dust. Yet Jimo's immortal body, forged at the quasi-sage realm, was astonishingly formidable. And even with his skull shattered and his body riddled like a sieve, an eerie vitality persisted, his flesh and blood reknitting themselves ceaselessly. The sight sent chills down spines. In Jima, the demon sovereign stands only at the early stage of the quasi-sage realm. If he were to reach its pinnacle, perhaps even heaven would fail to slay him and earth would refuse to bury him. The myriad quasi-sages of the Hongwang world stood in profound shock. Such corporeal resilience was terrifying. Yet even this peerless physique could not withstand the onslaught of this newly risen human prodigy, who had not only dominated Jima, but slain him outright. VVVRRR. And blood flame roared within Shinnong's gaze, so intense it spilled beyond his eyelids. Its crimson radiance ran deep and fathomless, as though woven from legions of tormented souls into a single blazing inferno, uncanny, haunting, and soul-piercing. Enveloped by that flame, Jima's body, harder than divine iron, melted away as if vaporized into nothingness. The blood flame burned all the more fiercely, vivid and sentient, pulsing like a living thing. And countless cultivators watched, their spines freezing, hairs rising on end. Nit felt as though the flame was absorbing the essence of Jima's body, refining it, consuming the demon sovereign himself. This was the art of the demonic Tao. Yet the demonic Tao had been eradicated during the Tao Demon War by Lord Hongjun. The demon sect's sacred lands now occupied by Jin and Puti bathed daily in Buddhist light to purify all vestiges of demonic intent. Such overwhelming power of the demonic Tao. The demonic Tao has returned to the Hongwang world. Could it be that Lord Luoho, the primordial demon sovereign, never perished? Has Shinnong inherited his legacy? Highly plausible. Only such an origin could explain how Shinnong attained this apocalyptic might in mere tens of thousands of years. Cultivators whispered fervently across the realm. Within the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun murmured to himself, Luoho, the demonic Tao, Not a flicker of doubt stirred within him. Had Luoho truly survived and intervened among the human race? Luoho was his greatest adversary, his strength rivaling that of a sage. If Luoho lived, then the human race's repeated defiance of his calculations became entirely comprehensible. Luoho, if you truly live and dare interfere with my grand design this time, I shall grind your bones to dust and scatter your ashes across the void. Ni's voice carried such lethal intent that chaos trembled and infinite voids thundered. This time his losses had been catastrophic. And the human race had slipped beyond his control. Laozi, pressured by him, might already be despised by humanity, and his own path to enlightenment receded ever further into obscurity. The rift among the three pure ones widened alarmingly, on the verge of shattering. In Hongjuan's gaze drifted coldly toward Nua's palace. Nua too was stirring unrest. In her secret descent of a sliver of divine consciousness into the human race could never have escaped his perception. What devilry is this? Ever since the human sovereign Shinnong emerged, misfortune has followed without pause. At this rate, when will I finally merge my being with the Daowei? Hongjun seethed. With each surge of frustration, his murderous intent toward the human race intensified. And it was this very race that perpetually birthed events beyond his grasp. Luoho, I shall see for myself whether you still draw breath. And with a low snarl, Hongjun drew forth the creation jade disc and plunged into frenzied divination, seeking Luoho's trace. Across the Hongwang world, a resonant hum echoed, a wave of crimson flame surging radiant and fierce like a dark crimson rose ablaze. Within it, Jima's entire form was refined and consumed, an act of eerie, unfathomable profundity. In command. Having slain the demon sovereign, Jima Shinnong's eyes remained steeped in blood, his hair whipping wildly, demonic aura raging, as he intoned voice glacial, eradicate the Jima clan, root and branch. Not one shall survive. HSSSH, and what does the human race intend, and could it be? And dare they truly do? Infinite cultivators drew sharp breaths, hearts seized by a thought too staggering to believe. Would the human race truly dare? Reality soon answered. In murderous light flashed in Shinnong's gaze as he issued his decree, unfeeling Xuandu. You shall lead half the war host to hunt down the remnants of Jima's army. Not a single Jima shall escape. Xuandu obeys. And instantly Xuandu departed with an army of 100,000 Xian immortals, launching a sweeping, merciless pursuit against the fleeing Jima survivors, slaughterous Qi billowing skyward. The rest, follow me to the Jima clan's ancestral lands. Eradicate them utterly. Annihilate the clan. In Shinnong's voice was ice-cold, commanding. With legions of mighty cultivators and 10,000 elite warriors, he formed battle arrays and marched toward the Jima clan's heartland, hundreds of millions of li deep within the demon race's core territory. So audacious, in invading the demon race's inner sanctum, to exterminate a demon sovereign clan, in gazing upon the vast, unstoppable human host, countless Hongwang cultivators stood dumbfounded, speechless. In so short a time, they had lost count of how many times their awe had been shattered. In this human race never ceased delivering the unimaginable. The Jima clan remains a demon sovereign clan, legitimately enshrined among the ranks of the demon race. And though they initiated aggression against humanity to invade the demon race's heartland and annihilate an entire demon sovereign clan, is recklessness beyond measure. If my memory serves, 3 other formidable demon sovereign clans flank the Jima, the Gish, the Jiuying, and the Yingzhao, each a paragon of demonic might. To destroy the Jima clan, the human race must fly over the territory of at least one of these clans. Will they stand idly by? And cultivators held their breath. The tension thickened to breaking point. The Jima clan dwelled deep within the demon race's core, where countless mighty demon clans thrived. Should any intervene, even the Wu clan could not eradicate Jima, let alone the human race. The demon race. NSU Ming stood with hands clasped behind his back, gaze indifferent, lips curling in cold disdain. In truth, he held the demon race in utter contempt. The demon race claimed to embrace all beings born of the Honghuang world. If so, then the Sanqing, the Dragon, Phoenix, Jilin Tri clans, even august sages like Xinyuanzi, would all fall under its banner. Yet due to the Wu clan's belligerence and dominance, the demon race did indeed rally countless powerful clans beneath its banner. A coalition encompassing so many peerless clans wielded power unprecedented in ancient annals. Were they united in purpose, even the Wu clan alone would stand no chance against them. Beyond the primordial starfields, the clash between Laozi and Emperor Jun grew ever fiercer, cosmic tremors rolling outward. Golden Crow divine fires surged violently, as though Emperor Jun sensed the upheaval in the Hongwang world and sought to break free and return, only to be relentlessly pinned down by Laozi. Boom, boom, boom. and the human race's 100,000-strong host surged forward beneath roiling demonic clouds, forming the grand heavenly demon formation, its malevolent aura toppling heaven and earth, as it smashed through one elite demon clan's domain after another, racing toward the Jima clan's heartland. This, and across the Hongwang world, cultivators stared slack-jawed. In so many clans, surely if even a handful chose to intervene, the human race would falter. The demon race's internal disunity and fragmentation surpassed imagination. With Emperor Jun and Tai absent, these clans operated as sovereign entities, utterly independent. At this moment, the human race tore open the demon race's deepest wound, revealing beneath its veneer of might and glory raw, gushing wounds. Then a low, commanding voice resonated. "Human sovereign Shinnong, might you grant Bai Zhe this favor? Spare the Jima clan. Consider it a debt owed by Bai Zhe to the human race." Bai Zhe, at the name, countless cultivators trembled, and even Su Ming's gaze sharpened instantly. Bai's the deity who comprehends all things and discerns matters of ghosts and gods. Su Ming murmured to himself, staring at the venerable elder of the Yao domain, who had slowly manifested, his eyes taking on a fathomless depth. In later eras, the name Bai's was known to all. In the myths of the primordial ages, Bai's stood among the 365 Yao gods, as the most exalted and singularly peculiar of them. There is only one Bai's in heaven and earth, a being who among the Yao gods attained his station by his own might, without a clan behind him, yet sat unmoved upon the throne of Yao godhood. "I wonder, ancient one who knows all, can you perceive my existence? Can you glimpse the future of the Ren?" Su Ming whispered within his heart. In truth, Su Ming's knowledge of Bai's was not profound. From the rise to the fall of the Yao, Bai's had appeared only rarely, almost never. As if he had foreseen the Yao's decline, and knowing his fate, prudently kept his distance. Comprehender of all things is surely an exaggeration. At most he can sense mandate and avert death. Su Ming frowned, puzzled that Bai's would suddenly appear to block Shinnong Shi. Within the Yao domain, Shinnong Shi stiffened. Blood-red pupils narrowing, he fixed his gaze on the unassuming elder who had manifested not far before him. Then the corner of his mouth lifted into a smile as he said, "Shall I grant you face?" "On what grounds?" "Because you are the head of the Yao gods. Is your favor so valuable?" A hush fell across the primordial world as many marveled at Shinnong Shi's audacity and lawlessness. Bai's the Yao god is the one who secured his primacy by his lone strength. Even the Yao Huang and the 5 emperors, the Kunping Yao god, hold him in deep respect. Legend has it that although Bai's power is not absolute, his innate sorceries are uncanny. He can sense rises and falls, avoid death. Many late-stage quasi-saints have sought his counsel for decisive divine arts. A single favor from Bai's is a treasure beyond measure. Countless mighty beings watched Shinnong Shi refuse him, without hesitation, their eyes reddening with envy. "Take it from him, let me be the one to accept it instead." Though the quasi-saint realm is already formidable and can faintly calculate the trajectory of the primordial world, it still falls far short of truly discerning mandate. Bai's ability to perceive fate and skirt death makes any favor of his unimaginably precious. Perceive fate. Is there any being in the primordial world more attuned to fate than I? Su Ming murmured and answered himself, "What fate? Power is fate." Naturally, Shinnong Shi's entreaty had been made with Su Ming's counsel. This battle was fought for the Ren's interests. The assault on the Jimin clan was meant to teach the entire primordial world that the Ren are not to be trifled with. Provoke them, and the cost will be grievous. The Ren possess the strength to defend their dignity. Before the grand strategy of Ren interests, what is Bai's? Should he dare to interfere, he shall die. When Shinnong Shi finished speaking, Bai's visibly hesitated. Clearly, even he had not expected such a reply from Shinnong Shi. Indeed, an anomaly, a deviation. Bai's muttered so faintly that no one could hear. He perceived fate and avoided death, so he could sense that this conflict would profoundly affect the Yao clan's destiny. Even though he detected the Ren's rise as an anomaly, his own gift could not fully account for whether his intervention would bring them blessing or ruin. Bai's nonetheless stepped forward to broker peace. After all, he was the head of the Yao gods and felt genuine affection for the Yao clan. Leader Shinnong, the Jiming's elite, have been decimated and no longer threaten the rapidly rising Ren. Although the Jiming initiated the offense, we are all Yao at heart. There is no need to slay them utterly and destabilize the Yao's internal balance. Bai sighed before continuing. The Wu present a grave menace. You and I, indeed all the myriad clans of the primordial world, require the banner of the Yao clan to shelter us. Grant an old one some leeway, spare the Jiming clan. I will vouch with the reputation of the Yao god that the Jimong will never retaliate against the Ren. Afterwards, I shall recommend to the Yao Huang that the Ren assume the Jiming's place among the 10 great Yao god clans. At these words, every clan trembled. Bai's long-sighted vision left them shaken. A balance between the Wu and the Yao offers a blessing to the myriad clans. Once that balance shatters, the primordial world will face cataclysm. To annihilate the Jimring would indeed be a grievous wound to the Yao. Many great houses nodded in agreement with Bays, though few were willing to confront the rapidly ascending Ren for the sake of a dwindling Jimring. Their gazes then turned to Shinong. As a clan leader, he should be able to weigh advantage and harm should he. Stability within the Yao clan also serves the Ren's interests, for the Ren are by origin part of the Yao. Yet in the next breath, Shinong frowned, and with evident displeasure uttered a sentence that stunned the entire primordial world. Who told you the Ren are part of the Yao? The primordial world stood baffled. Countless mighty ones gaped. The leader of the Ren openly declared that the Ren were not part of the Yao. But the Ren were said to have been created by Nuwa, who was counted among the 5 emperors. By convention, the Ren were regarded as part of the Yao, a truth universally accepted, Wu included. It was for this reason the Wu had attempted to recruit the Ren, while Emperor Dijuan had directly conferred ranks and summoned Ren leaders to the Yao court. Has Shinong lost his mind? At this stage, joining the Yao would grant the Ren untold benefits. Such words will only breed the Yao Huang's displeasure toward the Ren, nothing but harm. The myriad powerful beings were at a loss for words. They concluded the newly rising Ren simply did not understand priorities. A group led by a reckless youth. A people with such potential led by a fool is more cursed than blessing, sighed a mid-quasi-saint with regret. What a pity. If the Ren could restrain themselves given their matronly Nuwa status, their future, standing among the Yao, might even rival the Jinwu clan. Within the Ren, Su Ming's gaze hardened. He turned to Yu Chao Shi and Zi Shi and said with chilling calm, remember this, the Ren will never be part of the Yao. Not before, not now, and never in the future. Yu Chao Shi and Zi Shi were taken aback and puzzled, yet they had never seen Su Ming so solemn. They bowed respectfully and answered as you command. In truth, deep down they had once accepted that they were part of the Yao, but the Yao had long ignored the Ren, even slaughtering and devouring them. Now within the Ren, Su Ming's status was near divine. His words were decree and none would disobey. The grand scheme of the primordial world has nothing to do with me. A chill flashed across Su Ming's eyes. Shinong's remark had been made at his prompting. His aim was to seize the greatest advantage and room for growth amid the contest between the Wu and the Yao. How could he allow Bays to mark the Ren as a branch of the Yao at this pivotal moment? That sentence was aimed at the Wu and at Dijuan and Dongwang Tai as well. Su Ming had weighed his words carefully. The Yao deriving great benefit from devouring the Ren. Their blood and resentment could be refined into the witch-slaying blade capable of breaching ancestral Wu bodies. Su Ming knew he could only conceal this for so long. They would hide it as long as possible, but as the Ren's expansion accelerated, exposure was inevitable. Before such immense gains, the Yao would sooner or later raise the knife against the Ren. A minor grievance would suffice. Su Ming let out a short, mirthless laugh. A forever fractured Yao is the Ren's greatest safeguard. Bays was stunned, utterly stunned. He had not expected his single remark to be rebuffed so fiercely. Bays found himself unable to reply. He perceived fate. He knew the Ren were an anomaly, and that they bred resentment among the Yao. He had intended before the primordial world to brand the Ren as Yao to end the Wu's hopes of wooing them. No one had foreseen that the Ren would flatly refuse. After a long silence, Bays spoke in a low voice. Leader Shinong, such words are rather, but he never finished. Shinong waved him off and snapped, impatient and cold, begone, or you make yourself my enemy and die. At that moment, for reasons he could not explain, Bays felt a tide of terrible peril surge up. The one who comprehended fate suddenly grew fearful. Bays surveyed the vast Yao realm. Numerous powerful clans remained utterly motionless. A great Yao domain, and not a single man among you, he muttered bitterly. A trace of anguish appeared in Bays' eyes as he stepped back to allow the Ren host to pass. Perhaps everything had been sealed the moment the Yao Huang chose to battle the Laozi beyond the heavens and abandoned the Jimring. Dijuan had chosen not to protect his subordinates. How then could they unify to defend the Yao with their lives? The Ren are an anomaly. With those words, Bays' voice faded into the canopy of sky. Shinong led the Ren crashing through the territories of various great clans until they finally reached before the Jimring clan. It was an expanse without horizon, vast for millions upon millions of li, overflowing with resources and dense natural spiritual energy that pooled and flowed through the mountains like rivulets. Such a weak people occupying so vast a region. What waste, Shinong said, envy tinging his voice. Like many great races, the Jimring suffered a common affliction. The stronger their innate gifts, the harder their reproduction. Though the Jimring had existed since the feral beast eras, their numbers were scant. Across that immense territory, the Jimong were scattered, dwelling among mountain ranges. Only the extremely powerful or notably gifted attracted notice. Scanning with his Yuan Shun over those countless li, Shinong found that the Jimring numbered scarcely a mere few hundreds of millions. What a waste! He lamented sharply. Though he had risen to the quasi-saint realm, fear of poverty had lodged itself in his marrow long ago. He thought of the Ren already numbering in the hundreds of billions, yet cramped into mountain ranges of a mere few million li. Their leaders fretted ceaselessly over the shortage of resources. Kill them all. Leave not a single Jimung, strip their resources bare. Take whatever can be carried. Shin Nongshi issued the order with a vicious edge. He had no intention of occupying their lands. As you command. 10,000 battle divisions, and the Deluo Golden Immortals obeyed. They dispersed and slaughtered within the Jiming territories, uprooting any spiritual roots and strange treasures they found. A Deluo heavenly prodigy manifested a heaven and earth divine form and tore out an entire mountain range, its abundance of spiritual energy ripped from the ground. That spectacle stunned untold powers that defied comprehension. Alongside the wonder came a tidal wave of bloodletting sweeping across the Jiming lands. A stench of gore rolled for millions of li. Around the many clans made no move. None wished to clash with the Run at that hour. The Jimung are wiped out. Silence settled over the great powers. None had expected such an ending. The Ren, they murmured as they vanished into the firmament. In that instant the Ren's renown would echo throughout the primordial world. This is the cruel primordial world, Su Ming muttered. This was the first clan he had personally annihilated since the Hyunk, and it was clear that more clans would perish along the Ren's path to ascendancy. In this world, either we kill others or others come to kill us. Yu Chaoshi's eyes went cold, filled with a resolute firmness he had not possessed before. Ziyisher clenched his fist and hissed, no progress, no survival. This battle was but the Ren's opening strike. From now on the Run could only rise by blood and conquest. Fail to progress, and the Jimung would become the Ren's future fate. The Jiming, a Yao God clan, could never have imagined this day would come. The slaughter of the Jimung continued as the epic duel between Dijuan and Laozi grew ever more titanic across the ancient starry void. No one could perceive its details. Until a terrifying bell toll resounded through the primordial world, shaking the ancient heavens. In that instant, many faintly perceived an ancient bell spanning heaven and earth flash from the Yao court and escape the boundless void into the distant starry heavens. The battle grew fiercer still. The oppressive aftershocks nearly choked countless beings. Before long, with the Ren's one-sided slaughter of the Jimung drawing to a close, the clash in the ancient starry heavens also eased into silence. The next day, a decree issued from the Yao court bestow upon the Ren the rank of Yao God clan, grant them the Yao core domain spanning millions of li. The Ren leader may enter the Yao to receive Yao God elevation. Across the primordial world, there was stunned quiet. The many powers remembered Baize's earlier lament, that not one among the Yao was a man. Under countless gazes, the Ren fell silent and offered no response for a long time. At that moment, an elder bearing a hint of melancholy stepped into the Ren and approached Shin Nongshi. It was none other than Taiching Tianzuan the Laozi, whose clash with Dijuan and Tai had shaken the entire primordial world. Shin Nongshi, I demand to see the Ren sovereign. The old master appeared extremely weary, yet his words resonated with authority, his gaze profoundly deep. He wished to meet the true decision-maker of the human race. Through observing and interacting with the Shinnong clan, as well as carefully contemplating various events that transpired among the human race, the old master was 80% certain that the hot-tempered Shinnong was definitely not the leader responsible for this series of major incidents. After the battle with Emperor Jun and Tai, Hongjun met with him again. From Hongjun, he learned that the series of events concerning the human race, including the birth of the human emperor, even surpassed Master Hongjun's calculations and predictions. Although this was Hongjun explaining to the old master, these events were also not something he wished to see. However, relying on his wisdom and the information obtained from Hongjun along with his own knowledge, the old master deduced that Shinnong was definitely not the master of the human race. Of course, the old master did not disclose these matters to Hongjun. After this battle, the old master understood one thing more clearly: to obtain a portion of the human race's fortune for the Tao, he must rely on himself and the human race, and he could not engage in actions that would harm the interests of the human race. As for Master Hongjun, he harbored ill intentions towards the human race. The old master took a deep breath and slowly said, Shinnong, you are merely the leader of the human race, pushed to the forefront by the true human emperor. The real human emperor is someone else. I do not understand, nor do I comprehend what you mean, Shinnong replied coldly, his eyes indifferent. I am the leader of the human race, I am the human emperor, but I do not wish to converse with you. Please leave. At this moment, the old master, wise beyond measure, sharply caught a glimpse of shock in Shinnong's eyes, and coldly stated, I wish to see the human emperor. Please notify him. Boring. How shameless can the esteemed Taiching Jinren be? Shinnong scoffed disdainfully and turned to leave, quickly disappearing from the old master's sight. I will not leave without seeing the human emperor, the old master declared firmly as he sat cross-legged on the ground. Through Shenong's reaction, he became even more certain of his conjecture. The true human emperor is someone else. To attain the Tao, he must gain the human emperor's recognition. Speaking with the hot-tempered Shenong was utterly meaningless. This battle had already offended the demon race. On the highest peak of a valley, ancestor Shenong has committed a grave error. I request punishment. Shenong knelt before Su Ming, his eyes filled with deep remorse. He could not fathom where he had gone wrong to expose the existence of the human emperor. But a mistake is a mistake, one must acknowledge it. Su Ming stood atop the mountain, his gaze heavy as he looked down at the old master sitting cross-legged in the core region of the human race. His eyes were cold and profound as he remained silent. After a long while he slowly spoke, "Rise, Shenong. This matter is not your fault, it is my underestimation of Hongjun and the old master." "Human emperor, how should this person be dealt with?" asked Yu Chao with a frown. Ziyi's eyes were cold and golden light flickered as he suggested, why not set up a grand formation to deceive the heavens, isolating external scrutiny. The three of us will move out, set up the formation, and eliminate him to silence him. "I will go prepare it now, damn it, let's kill him," Shenong said, impatiently ready to take action. The existence of the ancestor must not be exposed, otherwise all prior efforts would be in vain. That Su Ming shook his head, rubbing his forehead in frustration, and continued, "The three pure ones are transformed from Panga's primordial spirit, and have received the world's favor, possessing great merit. Unless they become entangled in great karma, and cause even Hongjun would not dare make a move in the Hongwang world. What should we do? This fellow is like an unyielding toffee, impossible to drive away or scold into submission," Shenong exclaimed, nearly jumping in frustration. "Why don't I gather a group of human women to curse him for 10 days and nights? I refuse to believe that won't work. Even if it doesn't work, it should at least disturb his Tao heart." Shenong thought hard, quickly deciding to head down and prepare. Su Ming was left speechless. However, he did not stop him, as it might actually prove useful. After all, who would not fear the fierce women of Hedong? A group of Hedong lions could very well drown the esteemed Taiqing Jinren right on the spot. This Shenong, he can come up with such a method. Yu Chao and Ziyi couldn't help but chuckle. But this was Shenong's nature, so it was best to let him be. Human Emperor, the Taiqing Jinren remaining in our human race's core, is ultimately a quasi-saint of great perfection. Over time, many secrets of the human race may be discovered by him. Just monitor him closely. Su Ming shook his head and said, "Send the order down. Apart from the War Department, no one is allowed to step out of the valley. Select talented individuals from the human race to enter the valley and comprehend the mythological statues discreetly. It is best to set up a grand formation to minimize the chances of being discovered." "Understood." Yu Chao and Ziyi replied in unison, then turned to carry out the orders. As expected of the Taiqing Jinren, the old master, the three pure ones, are the most meticulous and unfathomable existence. Su Ming muttered to himself, his gaze deep. He knew that Shenong's involvement in the front lines would inevitably leave traces, attracting the attention of many great beings. After all, even a portion of exposed power would be enough to shock the Hongwang world. Even Hongjuan, the mastermind behind the scenes, would start to take the human race seriously. Under so many watchful eyes, exposure was unavoidable. It was only a matter of time. However, Su Ming did not expect the exposure to come so swiftly, catching him completely off guard. There is likely a trace of Hongjun here, otherwise the old master would not have discovered it so quickly. Su Ming continued to speak softly. "Hongjun, how will you deal with the human race next?" Hongjun should not dare to act personally. Su Ming's mind was racing with calculations, his gaze turning icy. Soon two words surfaced in his mind: demon race. The portion of power exhibited by the human race was already sufficient to deal with the majority of threats from the Hongwang races, and they were rising rapidly enough to deter any rash actions. Now the only ones with absolute power to confront the human race were the Wu and the Yao. The Wu clan, proud and self-proclaimed as Panga's true lineage, were not on good terms with Hongjun and could not be influenced by him. Only the demon race. "We must be fully prepared." Su Ming's gaze was distant as he stared at the old master sitting cross-legged. Suddenly a sharp cry shattered the tranquility. "Old master, you shameless old bastard, betraying our human race, and still shamelessly trying to take advantage of..." A woman appearing to be in her 40s and not yet reaching the celestial level strode forward, cradling an infant in her arms as she approached the old master. Behind her, several other women of similar age followed. All the women coming forward shared a common trait. They were fierce and imposing, exuding a commanding presence. "You claim to establish a human sect and aspire to be the leader of the human race. If you want to be the sect leader, I will be the first to oppose it. Oh, what have you contributed to our human race? You claim to establish a human sect and aspire to be the leader of the human race. If you want to be the sect, an old fool with no sense of shame." Nearly 20 women surrounded Laozi, hurling insults at him with sharp voices, even pushing him as he sat cross-legged, though they could not move him an inch. The commotion seemed too great, causing several infants who had been brought over to wail loudly, their cries soaring to the heavens. The scene was incredibly shocking and lively. Watching this spectacle, Su Ming was somewhat astonished. It was incredible. A group of mere River East lions, not even at the celestial level, surrounded the perfected Taiching Tianzuan, cursing and clamoring for him to strike them. Has there ever been a more shocking scene in history? It seemed unlikely. In any case, Su Ming could not. Seemingly annoyed beyond measure by the noise, Laozi slightly opened his eyes, a flicker of anger flashing through his gaze, hinting at a possible eruption. In countless epochs, he had never been so insulted. This scene was keenly noticed by several women, who instantly became furious and rushed forward to Laozi, exclaiming, "Everyone come and see. The one who is supposed to teach humanity is about to strike a woman. You strike me. Go ahead. Come on, if you have the ability, strike me on the head." Su Ming was dumbfounded. Laozi was bewildered, utterly perplexed. Had he done something wrong? Could reason not be applied? He truly dared not strike, nor could he act. Following his previous battle, the words of Ji Ming had already sullied his reputation among humanity. To strike again, particularly against defenseless women, would utterly obliterate any hope of recognition from the human race. This is the Emperor of humanity, testing me. Laozi continuously murmured to himself, brainwashing himself, and simply closed off his five senses, cutting off the external cacophony. Who says there are no strong beings among humanity? A rare smile appeared at the corner of Su Ming's mouth. This was a sign of humanity's strength and prosperity. If humanity lacked strength, how could such a scene arise? This was a manifestation of the deep-seated confidence within humanity. Suddenly, a thunderous roar shook the entire primordial world. Endless principles of the Tao crystallized in the heavens, indescribably marvelous. The roar of the Tao reverberated throughout the primordial world. In that moment, many majestic beings, endless principles of the Tao crystallized in the heavens, indescribably marvelous. The roar of the Tao reverberated throughout the primordial world. In that moment, many majestic beings opened their eyes simultaneously. Even amidst the endless chaos, this phenomenon shook the very foundations. In the Hongjun Palace, Hongjun opened his eyes, a glimmer of joy flashing within. My Tao has taken another step forward. Who is it? Su Ming frowned slightly, revealing his inner turmoil. This was an omen of enlightenment. Only by achieving the Tao could one provoke the roar of the primordial heavens. At that moment, a figure slowly emerged from the Kunlun Mountains, strolling leisurely, seemingly transcending the heavenly emperor. His expression was indifferent, appearing middle-aged, every inch exuding an extraordinarily noble aura. Primordial. At this moment, Su Ming was shaken. Many majestic beings stood upright, exclaiming in astonishment. The primordial was about to enlighten the Tao, achieving enlightenment before Laozi. With cold eyes, the primordial scanned the myriad beings of the primordial world, regarding all life as mere grass and dogs. He raised one hand and spoke indifferently in the primordial heavens. I, Sanqing Primordial, have been favored by the heavens and cherished by the Tao. Today, as my Tao flourishes, I feel the absence of order in the primordial realm and wish to establish a teaching. It shall be named Chan. The Chan teaching shall delineate order in the primordial world, classify all living beings, select disciples, and strive for stability in the primordial realm for a lifetime. Chan established. The primordial's expression was indifferent as a massive chaotic banner appeared in his hand, the Panga banner, one of the three innate supreme treasures, with a terrifying aura that resonated throughout the primordial world. The Chan teaching will suppress the fortune with the Panga banner. Those with profound roots may enter my Chan teaching and cultivate my supreme purity, primordial Tao. As the primordial's voice fell, a terrifyingly supreme aura spread out, subduing the entire primordial world. Countless beings bowed in submission, welcoming the arrival of the saint. Above the firmament, the Tao roared, showering endless, profound, and yellow merits, rewarding the establishment of the Chan teaching and completing the order of the primordial world. The primordial's body resonated, and an even more immense and boundless yellow merit chi floated out from his head, an aura of utmost supremacy. This was the profound yellow merit chi rewarded for the opening of heaven by Panga, drawn out by the merits of establishing the teaching. Two vast streams of profound yellow merit merged continuously, infusing into the primordial's body, causing his aura to rise to a terrifying level. In the primordial world, phenomena erupted. Golden lotuses surged from the earth, celestial flowers descended from the sky, and dragons soared while phoenixes danced. In the ancient starry sky, endless spiritual rain fell, a return from the saint to the primordial heavens. Above the firmament, the rules of the Tao coalesced into runes, providing insights for all beings in the primordial world, yielding endless benefits. I shall become the supreme purity saint. The primordial's aura was exceedingly terrifying, supreme, and unmatched, with the pressure of the Tao bearing down upon him, overwhelming the entire primordial world. Terrifying, supreme, unparalleled, beyond reach. Congratulations to the Supreme Purity Saint for achieving the Tao. Under the weight of such immense power, countless beings of the primordial world knelt, even the ferocious beasts lacking intelligence were no exception. At this moment, many majestic beings were deeply shaken. The Primordial's establishment of the teaching and his grand aspirations reverberated through all beings above the quasi-saint level. What does this guy want to do dividing the primordial world into ranks? Is it because he is the embodiment of Pangus' primordial spirit that he can transcend all beings in the primordial world? However, the Primordial, having achieved enlightenment, indeed has this confidence. With the merits of opening the heavens backing him and the Panga banner in hand, his strength is probably even greater than Yuwa. Many majestic beings fell into silence. With the Primordial's enlightenment, the primordial landscape was set to change drastically. Chan teaching. To elucidate the Tao and classify all things into ranks based on roots and talents for teaching. Su Ming chuckled coldly. In the Primordial's doctrine, humanity was placed at the lowest tier. What does achieving the Tao matter? With the support of the primordial purple chi, would Hongjun allow you to act recklessly? Do you really think that achieving the Tao means you can act without restraint? Su Ming's gaze was icy with a hint of apprehension deep within. Feeling the aura of the primordial, he had to admit that saints were indeed tremendously powerful. Beneath them all were but ants. As for enlightenment, I should be about ready too. However, relying on the primordial purple chi to achieve the Tao is certainly not my pursuit. There must be other paths to take, Su Ming murmured. Among humanity under this grand phenomenon, Laozi could no longer remain silent, slowly opening his eyes filled with complexity. Primordial. Above the demon court. Lingxiao Palace. Di Jun and Tai Yi sat side by side on the throne, gazing at the exalted and supreme Shang, Qing Tianzun Yuanshi with extremely gloomy expressions. Their large hands tightly gripped the throne's armrests, veins bulging, seemingly filled with the impulse to charge forward and suppress the imposing presence of Yuanshi. Yuanshi is insulting my demon clan in front of the entire Honghuang world. Tai Yi's eyes blazed with fury, his voice laced with intense rage. How could one as proud as he endure this? Dividing the beings of Honghuang into ranks encompassing countless demon clans, what rank should they be considered? Yuanshi was cutting off the foundation of the demon clan, digging up their ancestral tombs. Big brother, let me take 100 demon gods to confront this so-called sage. Tai Yi could no longer bear it, his voice filled with fury. If it weren't for my intervention, fearing the Sanqing, how could the Jimeng clan be so easily destroyed? Now the demon clan is even more divided, and our brother's efforts over the millennia have been in vain. Gui Che Jioing. In his wrath, Tai Yi began naming many demon gods directly. What of the sage? The demon clan is the true overlord of Honghuang, the son of destiny, with boundless fortune. Tai Yi, do not be impulsive. Di Jun admonished, extending his hand to stop Tai Yi. On Di Jun's dignified face, veins bulged, his eyes bloodshot, hinting at the rage within that he was desperately suppressing. Big brother. Tai Yi could no longer contain his fury. Di Jun warned, second brother, our demon clan cannot establish a great enemy now. The witch clan is eyeing us covetously. The ones who wish to see us tear apart our relationship with the Sanqing the most are them. We absolutely cannot fulfill the wishes of the witch clan. As long as we eliminate the witch clan and unify Honghuang, gathering boundless fortune, what are the Sanqing but mere pawns for us to manipulate? Di Jun's gaze was far-reaching, filled with great ambition. Rationality told him that he could not fight for a moment's bravado. Thus this supreme demon emperor suppressed his turbulent heart. What is Yuanshi? Just a mere preaching sect with only a handful of disciples. How can they contend with my demon clan? Di Jun suppressed his emotions and said coldly, with just a Yuanshi he cannot overturn the foundation of my demon clan. Let him spew some empty words, of what harm can it do? Does he dare to attack the demon court and force us to disband the demon clan? Under Di Jun's persuasion, Tai Yi reluctantly suppressed his emotions, coldly declaring, if he dares to come to the demon court, I will let him know that sages are not invincible, nor are they indestructible. Although Yuanshi has provoked us, even if we do not confront him face to face, we must express our stance. Di Jun's gaze was indifferent. He coldly shouted, and with a wave of his hand the vast demon court trembled mightily, its immense fortune shaking the myriad realms, dark clouds swirling to obscure the sky, shining in contrast with the sage's miraculous phenomena. Watching this scene, many towering existences felt an immense shock. Di Jun and Tai Yi were declaring the stance of the demon clan. The demon clan absolutely does not recognize the doctrines of Yuanshi's preaching sect, dividing the myriad beings of Honghuang into ranks. Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying roar erupted from the eastern part of Honghuang, the core region of the witch clan. The supreme shrine, the Pangu Hall, trembled violently. Chaotic and sinister energy surged forth, exuding boundless pressure, with a phantom crossing endless time, and space appearing faintly, its aura exceedingly terrifying. The Witch clan is declaring that they are the true inheritors of Pangu. Even if Yuanshur achieves enlightenment, they will not yield an inch. Truly the powerful and domineering Witch clan. Many towering existences felt an unsettling dread. Just after Yuanshur achieved enlightenment, it provoked discontent from the two dominant clans of Honghuang, leading to mutual opposition. Sages and the two dominant clans seem to be inherently at odds. At the Wuzhuang Temple of Honghuang, beneath the primordial spiritual root, the ginseng fruit tree, amidst the misty spiritual fog, a Taoist sighed softly. The Honghuang world is about to become turbulent again. All living beings are about to suffer. Jin Yuanzi sighed. The sage is supreme, but the doctrines established after achieving enlightenment clash with the current state of Honghuang. With Yuanxi's temperament, he would surely not tolerate this. One cannot predict what schemes he might concoct behind the scenes. In the northern part of the Honghuang world, there lies a sea of blood filled with endless wailing souls continuously howling, the waters of the blood sea surging violently. Deep within the blood sea, a mist of snow swirled. A man extremely ugly and bearing two swords sat cross-legged atop a black lotus, his voice imbued with a chilling aura. I wonder if the sage can threaten me while I am in the blood sea. Unfortunately, creating the Shura clan only allowed me to barely sever my second corpse. My slaughtering aura is too heavy. Cultivating the blood sea sword path, my primordial spirit is connected to the blood sea, making it exceedingly difficult to sever my third corpse. Only the path of virtue remains to be walked. Ming, he was deeply troubled. Among the many towering existences remaining in Honghuang, he was one of the earliest born, even preceding the Sanqing. He relied on his connection with the blood sea. As long as the blood sea remained Ming, he would not perish. He had survived through many calamities to reach the present. Success and failure both stem from the blood sea. Ming, he incessantly sighed. To sever oneself is akin to severing the blood sea. But the power of the blood sea is immense. It is formed from Pangus, umbilical blood, far beyond what a perfected quasi-saint could merely sever the two corpses of good and evil. The road to enlightenment stretches far and wide, and I do not know where the Hongming purple energy carried by the red cloud has drifted off to. As Yuanshur achieves enlightenment, the hidden towering existences across Honghuang have varying thoughts, all lamenting the difficulty of the path to enlightenment, as the upheaval in Honghuang's structure is too drastic to allow them any time. In the skies of Honghuang, strange phenomena unfolded. Heavenly sounds echoed, the witch and demon anomalies clashed with the sage's aura, lingering and shaking the entire Honghuang world. This scene mirrored the turmoil within Laozi's heart, tumultuous and earth-shattering. No matter how resolute and steady Laozi's heart was facing his junior brother achieving enlightenment before him, he could not remain calm. If I had intervened right from the start in the conflict between the human race and Ji Ming. Laozi lowered his head, his gaze complex, constantly murmuring to himself. He is the foremost among the Sanqing, the master brother of the Taoist sect, and the strongest among the Sanqing with the most steadfast Tao heart. The entire Honghuang acknowledges that if it weren't for Nuwa creating humanity and taking a shortcut to achieve enlightenment, the first to achieve enlightenment in the Honghuang world would undoubtedly be Laozi. Yet now it is his junior brother Yuanshur who has achieved enlightenment before him. Clearly I was the first to perceive the opportunity for enlightenment. Oh, why? Why is it that you all wish to stop me obstructing my path to the Tao way? Laozi continuously murmured, his mindset undergoing a tremendous impact, his gaze growing colder and more complicated. Especially since Yuanshur was the one most adamantly opposing him. At this moment, the Chao clan and the Zi clan ascended the peak, reporting to Su Ming. Reporting to the ancestor, everything has been arranged. The path for the human race's talents to enter the valley has been completely set, with a deception array laid down by the Daluo golden immortals blocking all sensing. Su Ming's gaze was profound, fixed upon Laozi without a flicker. Suddenly he said, "Let our women depart," and slightly loosened the arrangement of the deception array, allowing me to sense a trace. Did you intentionally let me discover it? Yu Chao and Zi Yi were taken aback, not understanding what Su Ming meant. They had just gone to great lengths to handle it, and asked in confusion, "Ancestor, this?" Su Ming shook his head, not intending to explain further, and chuckled, "Just go ahead, you will soon know the reason." Understood. Yu Chao and Zi Yi replied respectfully, and then turned to leave, slightly opening a crack, allowing me to perceive the strength of the human race, yet remaining shrouded in mystery, making it far more challenging than a complete isolation. They must take action themselves. Old man, you took the lead in achieving enlightenment before me, which must be quite a blow to you. Su Ming murmured to himself, a smile in his voice, his gaze incredibly profound. However, this is just the beginning. Primordial. The old man's voice was hoarse, hinting at his tumultuous inner thoughts, as he was oblivious to the departure of many women. He tilted his head back, seemingly only the primordial being remained in his eyes, surrounded by endless auspicious signs. Suddenly the heavens erupted with a roar shaking the celestial dome. Endless purple energy enveloped the sky, auspicious signs floated, heavenly sounds boomed, and countless rules of the Tao coalesced into runes. This scene caused the old man's pupils to constrict deeply, his body shaking violently as he stood up, casting his gaze towards the Kunlun mountain range. Instantly atop the main peak of Kunlun mountain, a figure stood tall, like a heavenly sword with sharp eyes like an eagle. Tontian. The old man's heart was once again struck hard, his mind in disarray. He exclaimed in Tontian stood atop the immense mountain, a terrifying sword aura enveloping him. Thick clouds obscured the summit, leaving only his unwavering eyes visible. A terrifying aura coalesced around him. The thunder of the heavenly Tao roared, seemingly comprehending the supreme Tao, undergoing a final refinement, poised to undergo an ultimate transformation, about to erupt. Tongtian Jiejiao. Su Ming murmured. This time Tongshan's enlightenment was within his expectations, unlike the shock brought by the Primordial's enlightenment. In the original trajectory of the primordial chaos, the three pure ones were united, their destinies intertwined. After the old man achieved enlightenment, Primordial and Tongtian followed suit, establishing teachings and attaining sagehood. In this life, due to his influence, the old man was stuck at the gate of enlightenment, while Primordial achieved it. Yet the core within would not change. The Primordial's enlightenment would inevitably influence Tongshan's fate, allowing him to grasp the opportunity for enlightenment. Old man. Su Ming smiled broadly. At this moment, the old man's heart should have felt like 1,000 grass-mud horses were galloping through, trampling back and forth. Suddenly the old man's face flushed as if blood were flowing backwards, surging to his head, and he staggered back several steps. Yet he held back, not spitting out a drop of blood. Even Tongtian has grasped the opportunity for enlightenment. The old man's voice was hoarse to the extreme, his chest heaving continuously. Among the three pure ones, Tongtian was the most arrogant, flamboyant, and hot-tempered, with the least stability in his Tao heart. If the Primordial's enlightenment was something the old man could barely accept, then Tongtian, soon following suit, would be an unimaginable blow. Tongtian is also about to achieve enlightenment. Many towering figures trembled. Is enlightenment now being handed out like wholesale? Just one Primordial's enlightenment has already stirred storms in the chaotic world, and now a hot-tempered, arrogant sage like Tongtian is about to emerge. Buzz! Suddenly a flash of lightning flickered in Tongshan's eyes like a giant sword, cleaving the sky, splitting it in two. His aura was overwhelming, his robe billowing, his voice clear, yet filled with an unwavering intent. In the primordial world, I, Tongtian of the three pure ones, have received the favor of heaven and the love of the Tao. Today, as the great way of Tongtian reaches fruition, feeling the chaos in the world and the suffering of all beings, I wish to establish a teaching. Named Jia. Jia Jiao aims to seize a thread of life for all living beings with no distinctions in teaching, allowing all beings to enter my teaching and cease practicing Jia Jiao's divine abilities. Jia Jiao uses the four swords to suppress immortals. As its treasure, Jia Jiao is established. As Tongshan's words fell, the heavenly Tao roared, acknowledging the doctrines of Tongshan's Jia Jiao, descending boundless heavenly merit and virtue, combining with the merit of creation on Tongtian. Tongtian was enveloped in a massive sword aura, his momentum surging, the four swords to suppress immortals, standing firm against the heavens, suppressing the universe in all directions. We pay our respects to Saint Tongtian. Under this grand, saintly pressure, the beings of the primordial world bowed. The doctrine of Jia Jiao is open to all, seizing a thread of life for the myriad beings of the primordial world. Many towering figures had complex expressions, but sighed in relief with hints of schadenfreude in their eyes. Tongtian is openly opposing the primordial. The old man's enlightenment seems a long way off, while primordial and Tongtian are at odds. The three pure ones are not far from breaking apart. Above the demon court, Emperor Jun and Tai Yi exchanged glances and couldn't help but burst into laughter, shaking the demon court. Primordial is arrogant as you can't even suppress your own brother. What right do you have to claim to differentiate the myriad beings of the primordial world into ranks? Arrogant and ignorant. In the Wu clan within the Pangu Hall, the 12 ancestral witches laughed like thunder, mocking the primordial and Tongtian as they stood against each other. As the very essence of the Father God, why engage in such internal conflict? What right do you have to call yourselves the true lineage of Pangu? The true lineage of Pangu should belong to my Wu clan. In the valley of the human race. Su Ming couldn't help but burst into laughter. This scene was too humorous. Only by truly understanding the underlying logic of the chaotic world could one grasp how ridiculous this moment was. Those standing at the peak have their own pursuits, seeking endless fortune with grand aspirations. Yet the primordial had just established his teaching, boasting for no more than 3 seconds, when his own junior brother Tongtian emerged to strike him hard in the face, showing no mercy. Tong Tian's character has led him to be targeted by the saints during the investiture of the gods, and it's not without reason. Su Ming remarked with a smile, then turned to the stunned old man whose face was flushed and inquired, "Are we ready?" Reporting to the ancestor, "We are all set." Yu Chao and Zi Yi also had smiles on their faces. At their current level, they could barely see through the conflict between Primordial and Tong Tian. Tongshan's actions were indeed a public embarrassment for Primordial, serving as a strong vindication for the human race. "Old man, the surprises I have for you are still to come," Su Ming said softly, looking at the old man who remained dazed, his face flushed. He aimed to leverage the prevailing trends from the trajectory of the primordial chaos to push the old man to his limits. Hong Jun could use the creation jade disc to deduce the trajectory of the primordial chaos as a game. He knew much more, so why not? Tong Tian Jiejiao. Tong Tian has also achieved enlightenment. The old man let out a bitter laugh, a sudden trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. "Where does my path lie? My path has been interrupted by all of you." As the foremost of the three, Clear-Eye Laozi, although low-key and steady, harbor an innate pride of being the true orthodoxy of Pangu. Yet at this moment the human race harbors an immense aversion towards me, with their rulers unwilling to meet me. The road to proving the Tao is distant and unattainable. All of this is a reward bestowed upon me by the Primordial and Hong Jun. Suddenly a sound of Buddhist chanting reverberated throughout the vast wilderness. On the western Shumi mountain, two bald figures stood at the summit, their eyes solemn, their voices penetrating the stars. "We, the Taoist of guidance and the Taoist of provisional, wish to create a pure land of ultimate bliss for the beings of the vast wilderness, accommodating their suffering. In our Buddhism, if there is no other path in the nation, let me attain Buddhahood. If there are hells and evil spirits in the nation, I shall not attain enlightenment. Our Buddhism does not further evil paths, let me attain Buddhahood. If in the nation after the heavenly beings have passed away they revert to the three evil paths, I shall not attain enlightenment." Our Buddhism. The Taoist of provisional continuously made great vows to the heavenly Tao, and with each vow made the heavenly Tao resonated, bestowing upon them the mysterious and virtuous energy. They continuously established 48 great vows, shaking the vast wilderness, as endless, mysterious, and virtuous energies enveloped them, transforming them into two colossal golden Buddhas, their radiance illuminating the vast wilderness. The 48 great vows aim to create a pure land of ultimate bliss for the vast wilderness, blessed by the heavenly Tao, allowing the two possessing the primordial purple energy to attain enlightenment and become saints, as every being of the vast wilderness thrived under the pressure of the saints. Heavenly auspices descended, golden lotuses erupted from the earth, and all beings knelt in worship, recognizing the supreme saints. For saints, three great teachings, two dominant races, the pattern of the vast wilderness was significantly altered. The western wilderness is desolate, and beings struggle to survive in this barren land. Emperor Jun murmured, his gaze profound, cold light flickering continuously. Tai Yi scoffed, "What of the two saints? Let these bald heads try to enter the eastern wilderness to preach. The east is not a place where they can act recklessly as they do in the west." At this moment, not only the demon court, but also the 12 ancestors of the Pango Hall looked on with disdain, completely dismissing the west. Each of these 48 great vows could not simply be fulfilled by the west. But what if Buddhism wants to preach in the east? The eastern world is not a place the west can provoke. Buddhism has also emerged, Su Ming said indifferently. Upon reaching the peak of the Quasi-Saint realm, he could already grasp the heavenly Taoist influence on the vast wilderness, and he felt a tinge of sympathy for the Taoists of guidance and provisional. Each of these 48 great vows, to accomplish them is a distant dream. Even with the power of two saints, it is an impossible task. It is no wonder that the two saints act shamelessly without any bottom line. Su Ming shook his head, recognizing that these 48 great vows combined with the primordial purple energy allowed the Taoists of guidance and provisional to attain enlightenment. These great vows are also shackles binding them. Without completing these great vows, the Taoists of guidance and provisional would never be able to continue climbing to the pinnacle of the Tao. Hong Jun's scheming subtle as the rain, the two reincarnated chaos demons, gifted with boundless potential, are actually being toyed with in his hands. How tragic and lamentable. Su Ming's expression grew serious as he advised the three human leaders, if bald heads come to the human race in the future, be on high alert and report immediately. Seeing the three human leaders nodding, yet still not taking it seriously, Su Ming said heavily, "These two, among the myriad spirits of the vast wilderness, countless prodigies, even the treasures of the human race, might have ties with them, even if it's just in name." This. The three from the Shinnong clan were momentarily dumbfounded. "These are two saints, can they be so shameless?" asked the Chao clan in confusion. Su Ming pondered, recalling the events after the Fengshen calamity, particularly the matter of the Taoists of Provisional forcibly intercepting many talented disciples, nodding gravely yes. Currently, the human race's prodigies are not fewer than those of the intercepted teachings. In fact, they could be more. Su Ming did not doubt that these two saints who made great vows yet lacked disciples to revitalize Buddhism had already set their sights on the human race. This is troublesome. This one is known as the Taoist of Provisional, who is said to be 3 feet tall in the heavens and 10 feet deep in the ground, leaving no blade of grass in his wake. Su Ming rubbed his forehead in exasperation. The 4 saints divine might radiated, gradually returning to calm as numerous towering existences withdrew their divine senses, each contemplating the sacred path. But at this moment among the human race, Laozi's complexion darkened, disheveled, and with a vacant gaze suddenly stepping back, repeatedly spitting out a mouthful of blood. Even the Taoists of guidance and provisional have attained enlightenment. Laozi smiled bitterly. These two are indeed registered disciples of Hongjun with their roots in the desolate West, not receiving much attention from Hongjun. As for him, as the foremost disciple of Hongjun, the path to enlightenment remains a distant dream. Laozi could imagine that those familiar top-tier existences now surely look down on him greatly. After the primordial purple energy was acquired apart from the fall of Hongyun, he alone remained without attaining enlightenment. Human race, what should I do? Laozi's voice was hoarse, his gaze sweeping across the various regions of the human race with an extremely bitter smile. I have become so humble. Respecting me as the teacher of the human race will only benefit both parties. His voice echoed as if speaking to someone, yet receiving no response. At this moment, nearing dusk, his figure appeared increasingly desolate, contrasting sharply with the joyful laughter emanating from various tribes of the human race, making it all the more ironic. Both parties have interests. Su Ming sneered, showing no interest in Laozi. What the human race desired was far more than this. The Chao clan coldly remarked, the human race does not lack his lofty Tao. This Taiching Tianzuan has muddled the present and still fails to recognize who is seeking whom. The Zi clan sneered. In my opinion, we should directly expel him from the human race and let him reflect on himself. The Shinnong clan waved his hand, boldly full of combat spirit. With the 3 leaders of the War Department setting up a great formation to expel him from the human race, it should not be a problem. Shut up. The Zi clan glared at the Shinnong clan. The ancestor certainly has his plans. Oh, what do you understand? If you have the ability, go find Laozi and challenge him alone. Don't drag me into this. You. The Shinnong clan, angered, gritted his teeth, inhaling repeatedly, yet he did not know how to retaliate. It was not appropriate to act out in front of the ancestor. Enough. Su Ming waved his hand, interrupting their debate, saying lightly, the latest batch of human prodigies should be entering the valley soon. Reporting to the ancestor, everything is ready. The Chao clan said respectfully, this batch of prodigies includes a human leader who has traveled through the vast wilderness for many years and has just returned. Human leader who? Su Ming paused for a moment. The Zi clan reported, reporting to the ancestor, his name is Suerin and his talent is not inferior to the 3 of us. After reaching the celestial realm in his early years, he traveled alone throughout the vast wilderness, seeking a way out for the human race, and has just returned. So many scriptures from beyond the realms. Laozi had blood at the corners of his mouth, his eyes wide with anger, appearing extremely wretched, as if he were an abandoned and abused old man standing dazed in place. At this moment, under his divine sense, he saw one leg of a great formation and vaguely discerned a group of at least 10 powerful human cultivators at the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal who had not revealed themselves in the previous battle. However, the mere 10 great Luo Golden Immortals were not enough to shock Laozi. It was normal for the human race to have hidden strengths. What truly astounded Laozi was that this great formation set up by just a group of great Luo Golden Immortals could even block his divine sense from probing. He could only glimpse a corner of the world isolated by the formation before it was quickly obscured. What shocked him most was that in this corner of the formation stood a group of exceptionally powerful and spirited young talents. These young talents practiced scriptures with vastly different auras, their blood energy, surging, all of them possessing extraordinary gifts. Human race. Laozi stood there in a daze, his body remaining motionless for a long time. He deeply understood that this was merely the leg of the great formation he could see, and no matter how he swept his divine sense afterward, he could not find even a trace in the territory of the human race. What does this mean? How powerful are the hidden foundations and strengths of the human race? This thought suddenly emerged in Laozi's mind. At this moment, the esteemed leader of the 3 pure ones finally began to grasp something. Why did the human race refuse to accept his teachings? Why were they unwilling to acknowledge him as the foremost of the 3 pure ones, the true lineage of Pangu? Even if the Shinnong was powerful, he was merely at the early stage of quasi-sainthood. No matter how extraordinary his talent, he was worlds apart from the lofty existence of Laozi, who was at the peak of quasi-sainthood. At this moment, an obvious answer lay before Laozi. With so many emerging young talents and scriptures for a three-pure one like him, it was merely icing on the cake, unable to affect the greater picture of the human race's rise. Human race, what kind of monstrosity are you? A deep bitterness lingered at the corners of Laozi's mouth, realizing that the strength of the human race might far exceed what he had seen, even more than the entirety of the primeval era. If the human race is so powerful, why should they allow an outsider to be their leader, offering them no benefit? At this moment, a terrifying association suddenly arose in Laozi's mind. The human race might have already regarded themselves as comparable to the witch and demon races. Even if they could not yet rival the witch and demon races at this time, it would only be a matter of time. Similarly, would the witch and demon races allow a noble three-pure one to establish a demon or witch sect and become the leader of the two races? The answer was already evident. What can I do for the human race? After the bitterness, Laozi murmured to himself, contemplating this most realistic and cruel question. This was what the Shinnong had once questioned him. Why should he become the leader of the human sect? What could he do for the human race? With so many profound scriptures from beyond the realms and countless young talents, what more could he accomplish? Could it be that my path to enlightenment is a dead end? Laozi's eyes were filled with bitterness. He intended to leave, but suddenly realized he seemed to have nowhere to go, eventually sitting down slowly in place. Both of his junior brothers had attained enlightenment, while he, the eldest brother, remained at the peak of quasi-sainthood. What was the point of going back? To see them flaunting their power and pride. Should he go back and let the Primordial continue to point fingers at him? Or should he go back to receive another lesson from Hongjun? Laozi had no doubt that given the temperament of his two junior brothers, they could certainly do such things. Ancestor, what is wrong with me? Why do I feel so drained? At this moment, the leaders of Shinnong Zi and Wu Zhao suddenly shook their eyes, filled with disbelief. Although Laozi's body still contained immense and terrifying power, even to the naked eye, it was evident that his essence, energy, and spirit were declining at a frightening speed. It was a kind of decay from within, a self-exhaustion, a collapse of spirit, a double blow, a struggle of the self and soul. Su Ming said lightly. Laozi's rationality has already understood what he should do next, but his proud soul deep within rejected his rational thoughts. Su Ming's gaze was profound. He had still underestimated the pride and the solidity of the Tao heart within these mythological figures of the primeval era. After witnessing the successive enlightenments of the saints and realizing that the power of the human race could not be conquered, Laozi, who had been pursuing the peak of the Tao, still had not been crushed mentally and even showed signs of self-destruction. Ultimately, even formidable divine beings, no matter how much they need to deal with their opponents, deserve respect. Su Ming sighed softly and waved his hand. Let him sit cross-legged, undisturbed by any human, and let him resolve this himself next. After all, he was once the leader of the human sect, an object of worship for countless humans. The respect he deserved should still be given, even if he was forced to the brink of exhaustion by his own machinations. Understood. The three leaders said solemnly and respectfully, their hearts filled with admiration for the ancestors' control over psychology and calculations of the human heart was so precise that it made their scalps tingle. The dignified leader of the three pure ones, possessing the merits of opening the heavens, was actually forced to the verge of self-depletion. Upon reflection, it was simply chilling. Su Ming glanced at the three leaders, naturally understanding their thoughts, and said lightly, I am merely going with the flow. The greatest contributor to Laozi's exhaustion is Hongjun, followed by the Primordial. I merely added a little fuel to the fire, and it became the last straw that broke Laozi's back. Just like the first battle between the witch and demon races, it was merely a sharp contradiction between the two. I gave it a little push, and they started fighting over a small fire cloud sparrow clan. What you see is only one result. As leaders of the human race, you need to see the various underlying reasons behind the results. Those who truly stand at the pinnacle of the primeval era, such as Emperor Jun, Emperor Jiang, and Hongjun, are all supreme beings who manipulate this principle. Especially Hongjun, who has used such means to reach this point step by step. The decline of ferocious beasts and the battles between the Dragon Phoenix and Qilan races were all orchestrated by him. Seizing this opportunity, Su Ming educated the three leaders of the human race, then smiled lightly. It's really not that complicated, it's just that the human race has reached the center stage of the primeval era with a complicated web of forces and intertwined interests. As leaders of the human race with great power, every move you make relates to the interests of the human race. You must remember not to act impulsively. I think clearly about the relationships of interest and never become a pawn used by others. Remember the teachings of the ancestor, the three leaders deeply revered. In their ears, Su Ming's words were like the ringing of a great bell, embodying the profoundest truths within the struggles of the primeval era. The world of the primeval era is not one where mere strength guarantees eternal survival. Whether it is an individual divine being or a powerful dominant race, a single mistake can lead to becoming a pawn. Looking back at the history of the primeval era, how many extraordinarily gifted divine beings have fallen, and how many powerful races have vanished like smoke. Countless chaotic demon gods, each one strong beyond compare, could wipe out vast lands with a flick of their hand. The ferocious beast race and the dragon phoenix and Chelan races are not weaker than the current witch and demon races. Yet they still became a chapter in the history of the primeval era, only to be recounted and cherished by present-day humans. The primal sky was overcast and fierce winds howled. Soon heavy rain began to pour, sweeping through the vast wilderness, as if to cleanse the world. Amidst the downpour, Laozi's eyes were tightly closed, his appearance continuously aging. Even with his formidable, nearly indestructible body and primordial spirit, he could barely endure for long. Laozi was completely unaware of the outside world. The rain soaked his ancient, tattered Taoist robe, washing away the blood at the corner of his mouth, and his hairpin fell, causing rainwater to trickle down his pale strands. Looking at him now, who would have thought that this was the leader of the three pure ones? Su Ming shook his head, no longer pondering. At this juncture, Laozi had been forced to a dead end, and with his Tao heart, he could not accept the notion of failing to attain enlightenment. Looking at him now, who would have thought that this was the leader of the three pure ones? Su Ming shook his head, no longer pondering. At this juncture, Laozi had been forced to a dead end, and with his Tao heart, he could not accept the notion of failing. Yu Chao reported, then pointed, saying, "That one is Swearin." Su Ming's expression remained calm, yet anticipation flickered in his eyes as he followed Yukio's gesture. At that moment, a tall, middle-aged man appeared, his hair disheveled like wild grass, a messy beard, and a distinct facial structure, with spirited eyes and bronze skin, wearing only a piece of tiger skin around his waist. His muscles were evenly distributed across his body, exuding an explosive power. But what shocked Su Ming the most was the unmistakable spirit of resilience, defiance, and an unyielding will emanating from Swearin. Truly deserving of being a human ancestor who can lead the human race through hardships in the primal era, Su Ming sighed. Swearin, with merely the realm of a celestial immortal, had roamed the primal world for thousands of years. One can only imagine the dangers encountered and the life-and-death crises faced along the way. His sole purpose was to seek a path for the human race, a way to survive. This required fearless courage, an extremely resolute heart, and the wisdom to survive in the chaotic primal world at the celestial immortal level and return safely. Wisdom and courage are both indispensable. The survival of the human race until now is merely a reflection of the struggles of their ancestors. Their spirit is condensed within the entire human race, instilling an everlasting imprint of relentless struggle, marching forward without retreat. The rapid rise of the human race is definitely not solely my achievement, Su Ming quietly said to himself. This was a sentiment he had echoed countless times within. He could provide the human race with mythological statues for comprehension and martial arts, but solely depending on himself, he could not bestow the human race with this immortal spiritual power. This was the result of generations of struggles and sacrifices by the ancestors of the human race. If the human race were to splinter internally, vying for power and interests, even the most profound scriptures and innate treasures offered to them would be useless. I hope this time I can touch the threshold of enlightenment. Su Ming gazed at Swearin's footsteps, his eyes filled with anticipation. With the saints attaining enlightenment, the situation in the primal world was drastically changing, and he urgently needed to continue advancing. The human race's development time was still too short, lacking the most elite powerhouses. He must rapidly enhance his own strength. This old stubborn can survive with merely the realm of a profound immortal. His luck must not be bad. Shenong said casually, yet his gaze remained fixed on Swearin, contrasting sharply with his carefree work. Yu Chao and Zi shared the same sentiment. Everyone hoped for the emergence of another powerhouse with exceptional potential, and Swearin possessed that talent and will. However, the premise was that he could resonate with a top-tier, powerful mythological statue. Swearin's gaze was focused as he strode through the valley, his eyes scanning the various mythological statues, yet his steps showed no sign of halting. His intuition told him that these mythological statues were not suited for him. Having been away from the human race for too long, he had fallen far behind Yu Chao and the others. He desperately needed powerful strength rather than being sheltered under the wings of the human race as an object of care. Time flowed, and it was unclear how long had passed. Eventually, Swearin finally stopped, standing before a towering statue, holding a broken sword, gazing up with a look of intoxication in his eyes. This was a mythological statue holding a broken sword with disheveled black hair, exuding an unyielding spirit and a domineering aura sweeping across all directions. At first glance, its grandeur and proud aura made one feel insignificantly small, like a speck of "This is." Su Ming's body trembled, his pupils slightly contracted, revealing his inner shock. Yu Chao and the others also felt a slight tremor from the founder's reaction. They could tell that this mythological statue was extraordinary. Before they even had the chance to ask, Swearin resonated with the mythological statue more swiftly than they had imagined. Buzz! Suddenly a tremendous wave shook the sky, and the entire valley seemed to tremble, enveloped by a terrifying pressure. Many Deluo golden immortals who were in closed-door cultivation were awakened, their astonished gazes directed towards the source. This aura was vast, grand, supreme, and unparalleled, refusing to retreat. Faintly a deep and grand voice echoed in their ears. He transforms freely, unilaterally judging eternity. He transforms freely, unilaterally judging eternity. The voice continued to resonate, shaking the hearts of all. The Emperor of the Primal Sky. Su Ming's eyes trembled. He never expected that Swearin could comprehend the mythological statue of the Emperor of the Primal Sky. The Emperor of the Primal Sky, a supremely exalted immortal emperor, a being who unilaterally judged eternity, standing against foreign existences with his own power. Though these mythological statues had never fought against one another. In Su Ming's heart, the Emperor of the Primal Sky was undoubtedly the most supreme being, even surpassing the Heavenly Emperor and the Demon Lord due to personal preference. He transforms freely, unilaterally judging eternity. Yu Chao murmured, his gaze trembling. Just based on presence, he could ascertain that the mythological statue Swearin comprehended was absolutely not inferior to his own statue of the Primordial Emperor. Zi laughed heartily, saying, "Truly worthy of Swearin, a hero among those who have ventured through the primal era for thousands of years without dying. With his own strength, a single sword unilaterally judging eternity, severing the river of time and space." Shenong's eyes turned serious, yearning for such words. What kind of proud and unparalleled existence could possess such extraordinary grace to perform such astonishing feats? Huang Tiandi. Swearin's mind was inundated with scene after scene of Huang Tiandi's life, as if he were a spectator following the emperor from childhood, as he defied fate and climbed to the summit. He was born with the supreme bone. It was excavated at birth and grafted onto his cousin. Not yet a year old, he hovered on the brink of death, barely clinging to life. Yet by astonishing will he survived. Optimistic, unyielding. Regenerating the incomparable supreme bone, rebelling against heaven and reclaiming the glory that belonged to him. He rose to the peak in the lower realm, and with his lone strength fought for the countless beings of the Huang domain, opposing gods, and grievously wounding them, collapsing near death. Great courage, great perseverance, an unbreakable refusal to surrender. In the end, sword in hand, he became Ta Hua Zizai, wielding a broken blade. He ruled the ages alone, severing many supreme presences from other realms, sheltering innumerable lives, and waging war in alien domains. Huang Tiandi, Swearin murmured. The first half of Huang Tiandi's life resonated with him, and at that moment the statue of Huang Tiandi, carved by Su Ming, began to stir from its long silence. A vast aura spread through the valley and rent the firmament. In that instant, Huang Tiandi seemed to awaken, gazing upon this primordial world as an imperial majesty rolled across the ages. Boundless innate spiritual energy condensed and poured into Swearin's body. His cultivation skyrocketed. The bottleneck of early Xianxian was shattered in an instant. Mid-Xuanxian, late Xianxian. With a cascade of frenzied breakthroughs, the barriers of realm after realm under the statue's infusion seemed to dissolve. The barrier to Jingxian was broken in an instant. Early Jinxian, mid-Jingxian. At the same time, a vast golden scroll unfurled in Swearin's mind, upon which 4 golden characters were inscribed. Ta Hua Zizai. Only those enigmatic golden characters, yet within them lay the lifetime of Huang Tiandi's insights, containing unfathomable profundity. "It's here." Su Ming trembled inwardly and slowly closed his eyes, contemplating other Ta Hua Zizai scriptures. His body became a furnace as countless sutras were forged and refined within, taking essence and discarding dross, his physical strength rising ever higher. The Ta Hua Zizai scripture ranks among the supreme secret arts, the very pinnacle. No grand omen manifested, nor was innate spiritual energy gathered from without. At Su Ming's level, advancement of strength depends on comprehension of the Tao, on discerning the laws of heaven and earth, and on excavating the potential of one's own flesh. The Ta Hua Zizai scripture shattered the balance of myriad paths within Su Ming's body. A terrifying aura flashed. In an instant, the mountain beneath his feet was shaken into nothingness. Floating with eyes closed, black hair streaming, Su Ming's form flickered with fearsome flames. Blinding light, as endless runes were forged within. His power climbed at a dreadful velocity. Horror gleamed in the eyes of Yukashi, Ziyishi, and Shinangshi. They felt a force that could erase them in an instant, and staggered back hundreds of li before they could barely endure that intangible majesty. The progenitor is about to break through. Yukashi set his eyes alight with exultation. Double blessing. Shinangshi laughed, uproariously intoxicated with excitement. The progenitor is the greatest foundation of our people. As long as the progenitor stands, our race will flourish without end. She smiled. All three understood deeply Su Ming is the human race's greatest confidence, the calm that allows them to face the Jimin clan without fear. He is the reason humanity can brusquely refuse Laozi's overtures. No one is indispensable to the human race, not even their three leaders. So long as the progenitor lives, boundless hope remains. Suddenly the world quaked, centered on Su Ming's body. Heaven and earth inverted, the sun, moon, and stars spiraling about him. In that moment, he seemed a creator god, treading the heavenly way with the firmament following. Su Ming's cultivation reached quasi-saint, the 12th heaven, at great fruition. Yet the countless sutras in his body were still being feverishly forged by flame. His aura continued to ascend. They gasped. My goodness, what a terrifying aura. Is the progenitor about to directly attain the Tao? The three inhaled sharply. Though quasi-saints themselves, they felt as insignificant as ants before Su Ming, liable to be wiped out with a mere gesture. In their eyes, the progenitor's body contained a destructive force that once unleashed could annihilate heaven and earth and sweep away all before it. Blazing light seared the eyes. Portentous phenomena erupted one after another. The scene was overwhelming. Suddenly the endless runes within Su Ming's body coalesced into a mist. The flames hid within that fog, and an utterly terrifying power lay latent therein, sending cold horror through the three observers. They repeatedly drew breath in shock. Merely watching produced palpitations and mortal dread. They could scarcely imagine the magnitude of the concealed energy. Is the progenitor forging the legendary Hundun Jibao within his body? Shinangshi grimaced, speechless, using the only phrase that could express their astonishment. Innate supreme treasures were insufficient to describe it. Only a Hundun Jibao could hint at even a fraction of what they felt. If the progenitor's bloodline now breeds a clan, how could our people fail to rise? Yukashi said. Indeed, Ziishi nodded repeatedly in agreement. The first generation of the progenitor's bloodline has reached an unprecedented apex. They can begin to propagate a clan. I'll consult change about it later, Shinangshi murmured. We must somehow get him to court the progenitor. Suddenly, there was an explosive crash. Before Shinangshi could finish, a tremendous force descended from the sky and pinned him to the ground. He cried. Shinangshi grimaced, and when he raised his head, he saw Su Ming standing before him, looking on with an indifferent expression. You said you wanted change to court whom? Su Ming asked coolly. Shinangshi stammered and laughed awkwardly, unable to confess his true intentions. Progenitor Swirenshi is about to awaken. I will fetch him to meet you. With those words, Shinangshi vanished from before Su Ming. Su Ming smiled wryly and did not pursue the matter. He understood the trifling thoughts of the three, yet his heart held only the grand cause of the human race. Romantic entanglements could wait. Moreover, to propagate a tribe. Was he expected to be the stud? Thinking this, Su Ming touched his nose and muttered inwardly, from the 3,000 ancestors to today's hundreds of billions, calling me a stud is perhaps not an exaggeration. Had he begun reproducing upon crossing into the primordial wilds, given the human race's prodigious fertility, raising an army of 10 billion descendants would have been effortless. On the Tao above, I Ta Ching Tianzuan of the Pangu Orthodox lineage, Laozi vow to set forth the great Tao oath. A mighty voice suddenly reverberated across the heavens. Su Ming was startled. Looking up, he saw that the wan-faced Laozi had somehow awakened. A vow to the Tao. Could it be that Laozi, even in desperate straits, had found another opportunity to attain the Tao? A resonant hum echoed through the inexplicable void of the primordial world, and without warning, the entire primordial realm seemed to tremble. At this moment, many towering existences felt a stirring in their hearts, awakening from their slumber with slightly furrowed brows. What has happened? They scanned the primordial world with their divine senses, but could find no abnormalities, their brows knitting tighter. That seemed to be a tremor from the heavenly Tao of the primordial world. The heavenly Tao only came into being after Pangu opened the heavens and the earth. It is a unique product of the primordial world, interconnected, yet independent, holding an unparalleled status in the primordial realm. How could it suddenly become so violently agitated? In the boundless chaos at the Purple Cloud Palace, Hongjuan, who was meditating with closed eyes, suddenly opened them, his face flushed, as if he had encountered some form of backlash. What is going on? Hongjuan's gaze trembled. He did not know why, but he suddenly felt a sense of dread, as if something momentous concerning his fate was about to occur. The joy he felt after the saint's attainment of the Tao vanished instantly. Having witnessed the saint's attainment of the Tao, he had absorbed immense fortune through the Hongmeng purple qi, solidifying most of his foundation in merging with the Tao. Yet due to various reasons, Laozi's attainment of the Tao and becoming a sage seemed to be a distant prospect. Thus Hongjun abandoned the thought of intervening in the primordial realm and began attempting to connect with the heavenly Tao through fragments of the creation jade plate directly merging with the Tao, intending to gradually make up for the missing parts later. As long as he merged with the Tao, he would be an omnipotent deity within the primordial world. What on earth happened? Why did the heavenly Tao tremble, even forcing my divine sense out of the Tao? The connection between the Hongming purple qi and the heavenly Tao is actually weakening. Hongjun's gaze darkened. The Hongming purple qi was a unique product he crafted through communication with the heavenly Tao, for which he had paid a tremendous price. This strange change caught him completely off guard. While deducing the situation, he continuously swept his divine sense across the primordial world, even carelessly directing it towards the direction of Nuwa Palace, suspecting that Nuwa might be scheming behind the scenes. Nuwa, having attained the Tao long ago, knew many secrets and had the deepest understanding of the Hongmeng purpose. To his surprise, after his divine sense swept past, Nuwa appeared extremely shocked, unable to regain her composure for a long time, seemingly astonished by the disturbance in her connection with the heavenly Tao. Nuwa, using the merits from the creation of humanity, entrusted her primordial spirit within the heavenly Tao, with the Hongmeng purple qi leveraging the powers of the heavenly Tao. This granted her the strength of a sage. However, because she did not rely on her own power to attain the Tao, she was not a true sage in the fullest sense, making her greatly affected by the turmoil of the heavenly Tao. This is also the origin of the title Heavenly Tao Sage. Achieving sagehood through the heavenly Tao and wielding its powers does not equate to being a true sage, hence the term Heavenly Tao Sage. The weakening of communication with the heavenly Tao results in diminishing powers granted by the Tao. In the Kunlun mountain range, the recently enlightened Primordial and Tongtian were left dumbfounded. At Mount Shumi in the west, what the hell? The two saints of the west, Jane and Juanti, were also left slack-jawed, their bodies stiff with shock. They had paid an enormous price to establish 48 grand vows before attaining sagehood. Damn it! Feeling the weakening powers of the heavenly Tao and the instability of their sagehood, their mental state nearly broke, and they almost cursed out loud. They had established a total of 48 grand vows. They had only just attained sagehood, and now their positions were unstable. Who could endure this? Senior brother, could it be that Hong? The Tao ancestor is setting us up. Juanti murmured, his voice filled with resentment, feeling a wave of anxiety. At this point, Jane could only sigh helplessly, his hands clasped together. Ba, junior brother, stay calm. In the human clan, Su Ming furrowed his brows tightly, quickly sensing something amiss with Lao Zi's vows. Why did I establish a vow of the great Tao? Su Ming muttered to himself. After a long time in the primordial world, he finally learned a hidden truth. The existence of the great Tao is a taboo, something that cannot be casually mentioned in the primordial world. Not only can it not be casually mentioned, but establishing a vow of the great Tao is even more forbidden. Below the quasi-sage level, very few beings know of the existence of the great Tao. The reason for all this is the existence of the heavenly Tao. If everyone could cross the heavenly Tao, comprehend the great Tao, and establish vows of the great Tao, then what meaning would the existence of the heavenly Tao hold? Therefore, generally speaking, even quasi-sages, when needing to establish vows, such as the two saints of the West making grand vows, would directly address the heavenly Tao without daring to invoke the great Tao. To attain sagehood through the heavenly Tao while bypassing it to establish a vow to the great Tao is I am the essence of Pangu, and the primordial heavens and earth were all created by Pangu, deeply connected to the primordial realm along with the Hongmeng purple qi. I should be able to establish a vow to the heavenly Tao. Su Ming felt a bit dazed. Lao Zi's actions made him feel as if he was deliberately setting Hongjun up. Su Ming rubbed his forehead, sensing that something was off, but unable to pinpoint what was wrong. He felt as if there was some oversight in his calculations. It seems there is something unforeseen. Su Ming felt a subtle sadness, sensing that he was missing something critical, as if a significant event was about to unfold. He looked at Lao Zi, who sat in a daze after establishing half of his great Tao vow, his gaze vacant, as if hesitating over something. I can't shake the feeling that this old fellow is trying to pull a fast one on me, Su Ming muttered. Lao Zi's previous actions still lingered in his memory, nearly causing Primordial to clash with the human clan, even drawing out Hongjun. Although the goals were largely achieved, that was not his original intention. He had made too much noise while his true objective was to resolve the issues at hand, while keeping the human clan low-key, striving to avoid conflict with the Saints and Hongjun, and securing time for the rise of the human clan. At that moment, a voice filled with reverence rose from below. Chief of the Swearin tribe, Saren pays respects to the ancestor. Su Ming looked down and saw Shinnong, bringing the awakened Swearin to pay respects. Upon seeing Swearin's realm, he was immediately taken aback. Swearin's realm had astonishingly reached the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal, and he had already taken half a step into the Deluo Golden Immortal. It is important to note that the compatibility of Suiren with the statue of the Emperor of Heaven is not as high as that of Change and the Great Emperor of Ruthlessness, and it had not allowed the statue of the Emperor of Heaven to autonomously improve. Even so, he has still crossed several great realms, only slightly behind Change. Truly, Suiren is remarkable, and the statue of the Emperor of Heaven is exceptional. Su Ming sighed. Of course, this achievement was also related to Suiren's adventures in the Primordial realm, where he experienced life and death, demonstrating unwavering will. After returning to the human clan, he also practiced certain methods from the scriptures, laying a solid foundation. The previous 3 Shinnong and others had no scriptures at all. They had relied entirely on instinctive breathing and talent to find their way to the celestial immortal. This is also the reason why over the years the human prodigies, who comprehended the statue of the myth, even if their statues were not as profound as Shinnong, surpassed them in breakthroughs. Suiren, I have heard much about you from Shinnong over the years, and he seems to harbor great resentment toward you, Su Ming said with a gentle smile. Having sat on the throne of the human emperor for tens of thousands of years and handled various major matters, he inevitably interacted with many human prodigies, significantly improving his communication skills. Hearing the ancestor's calm words and friendly smile, Suiren let out a sigh of relief. He had been worried that his strength was too low for the ancestor to regard him. After all, in today's human clan, a Tai Golden Immortal is no longer considered a strong figure. He had originally planned to break through to the Deluo Golden Immortal, or even Quasi-Sage, before coming to pay respects to the ancestor and continue serving the human clan. Ancestor, this guy has always been disrespectful to me, and I've beaten him black and blue every time, and he has harbored resentment against me since then, Suiren said with a smile, memories of the past for leading the human clan through hardships flashing in his mind. Then you must work hard. He is now at the Quasi-Sage level. Su Ming nodded with a smile. Suiren's expression brightened as he said earnestly, I will definitely work hard to catch up and not hold back the progress of the human clan. This is not your fault. Su Ming shook his head, seemingly understanding Suiren's thoughts. Your purpose is for the human clan, and the entire human clan will always remember your contributions. Thank you, ancestor, for your praise. This is what Suiren should do. You everything is for the survival of the human clan, Suiren replied respectfully. With a smile, Su Ming nodded. Suddenly he felt a jolt throughout his body and quickly turned to look at Laozi, who while talking with Suiren had most of his focus on Laozi. In that brief moment he caught a glimpse of an extremely resolute light in Laozi's eyes. What are you really thinking, Laozi? Su Ming muttered to himself, his eyes heavy with concern. His intuition warned him that something major was about to happen. Seeing the sudden seriousness on the face of the ancestor, Suiren quietly inquired. Wu Chao shook his head, saying nothing further, but gestured for Suiren to look in Laozi's direction. At that moment Laozi suddenly moved, his gaze cold and resolute. He raised his right hand, his voice resonating through the heavens. I, the Supreme Celestial Lord Laozi, established the teachings for humanity with a heart full of sincerity. From today onward, if humanity is in peril, I shall intervene. The affairs of humanity are my affairs, the future of humanity is my future. If I were to do anything contrary to the interests of humanity, may my essence and spirit be obliterated. Laozi's voice was deep and resonated through the firmament. Let the Tao serve as my witness. Upon hearing this, Su Ming was momentarily dumbfounded. This Laozi truly intended to make a significant move. Isn't this inviting the Primordial to come and battle humanity right now? Yet Su Ming failed to realize that the situation was far graver than he imagined. Suddenly from the depths of the infinite void, chaos erupted, and the firmament shook as if an exalted and mysterious existence was resonating. Boom! The ancient starry sky shattered violently, stars fell, and countless beings of the primordial chaos felt a strange and ominous aura enveloping them, trembling and kneeling on the ground. What happened? Many towering figures were dumbfounded, unsure of what to do, staring blankly at the cataclysmic phenomena in the skies above, their minds involuntarily recalling the scene of the battle between the witches and the liches when the primordial was shattered. Only that scene could be compared to the current cataclysmic phenomena. At the demon court, is the primordial realm about to collapse? Di Jun was taken aback, the cataclysmic phenomena coming too suddenly. However, as the emperor of a generation, he quickly commanded, activate the protective formation of the demon court. The demon court rumbled as the formation was activated, demonic clouds shrouding the sky. But compared to the cataclysmic phenomena that could destroy heaven and earth, it was like a drop in the ocean, a small boat swaying in a tsunami ready to collapse at any moment. And this was just the primordial sky. In the witch clan, the Panga Hall erupted with countless chaotic malevolence protecting the entire territory of the witch clan. In the central region of the primordial realm at the Wuzhuang temple, the ginseng fruit tree burst forth with billions of azure rays covering the sky and shielding a corner of the world. In the western primordial realm, the blood sea roared and surged. Even amidst their confusion, the towering beings still employed their abilities to resist the unknown danger. From their reactions, one could imagine how terrifying the cataclysmic phenomena were, causing even them to be extremely wary. The heavens collapsed, endless space shattered in massive chunks, and stars fell like a meteor shower. Countless mountains crumbled, raising terrifying clouds of dust. Cough, cough. At that moment, all the saints turned pale, their pupils constricting, as if experiencing something extraordinarily terrifying, their bodies swaying, suffering heavy blows, blood seeping from the corners of their mouths. What is happening? The Primordial's eyes were vacant, his face pale to the extreme, completely devoid of his former arrogance. The power of the heavenly Tao has vanished. Even the haughty Tongtian was listless at this moment, his body stiff. The duck he had just caught had flown away just like that. In the west, Zhuan Ti and Jieyin were disheartened, unable to maintain their composure. Senior brother, my primordial purple chi has dissipated. Zhuan Ti turned to Jieyin, suffering an exceptionally massive blow. Num. Just now I had set forth 48 grand and arduous vows, relying on endless merits and primordial purple chi. My primordial spirit was entrusted to the heavenly Tao to become a saint. Now the primordial purple chi has directly dissipated. This blow, I don't understand either. Jiayin's eyes were vacant, swaying like a common person at a complete loss, as if he would fall to the ground at any moment. Could it be that Daozu did something within the primordial purple chi? Hongjun. Zhuan Ti gritted his teeth. Senior brother, we have been terribly deceived. We must demand an explanation from Daozu. With the primordial purple chi dissipating, although there was a significant improvement in strength, the enhancement from the heavenly Tao was lost along with the destructive power of the heavenly Tao saints. In the chaos at Nuwa Hall, Nuwa's lips bled, her eyes vacant, having endured a tremendous blow. The saint position is gone. Nuwa murmured vacantly. Hongjun, what happened to the 9 saints of the heavenly Tao? The primordial purple chi is the foundation of proving the Tao. How could it possibly dissipate? She had remained in the saint position the longest, enduring Hongjun's pressure the longest, sacrificing so much. At this moment, losing her saint position and the dissipating primordial purple chi dealt the heaviest blow to Nuwa. The saints were immersed in the tremendous shock of the primordial purple chi's dissipation, unable to regain their senses for a long time. What they did not know was that the one bearing the greatest burden was Hongjun. In the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun raised his head and spurted out a mouthful of blood, the crimson liquid staining his garments. Even every pore in his body was seeping blood. In that instant, Hongjun became a person drenched in blood, as if he had endured an unimaginable blow from within his very being, from the depths of his soul. Suddenly Hongjun seemed to have lost all strength, crumpling to the ground, the continuously flowing blood staining the entire Zixiao Palace. Lousy, lousy, humanity, humanity. Lousy lay on the ground, his eyes hollow, seemingly enduring an unprecedented blow, repeatedly muttering lousy and humanity, his voice hoarse, containing boundless resentment and sorrow. The efforts of countless years have gone to waste in an instant. Lousy, why did you betray me? I taught you the 3 corpses method, and even granted you the innate supreme treasure, the Tai Chi diagram, tolerating you in every way. Hongjun's hoarse voice tore through the chaos, causing turmoil in the chaotic world, and the resentment within him had even rendered him unable to control his own power. In that fleeting moment, he completely understood what had transpired. It was also at that instant that the heavenly Tao severed all ties with the Hongmeng purple chi and with Hongjun. I am the possessor of the Hongmeng purple chi, the future saint of the heavenly Tao, yet I do not respect the heavenly Tao. I revere the great Tao, especially my unique identity, which further influences the connection between the heavenly Tao and the primordial world. The heavenly Tao is heartless, yet it has its flaws. As the heavenly cycles unfold, one aspect is lost, leading to inherent shortcomings within the heavenly Tao which cannot be tolerated. The unconscious rage of the heavenly Tao causes chaos in the primordial world, with stars collapsing and the winds and clouds shifting. Hongjun suddenly roared, the human race have been gravely harmed by you. His connection to the heavenly Tao was nearly severed. Even with the creation jade plate in hand, the link was tenuous at best. The heavenly Tao in its unconsciousness sensed a tremendous threat and severed all external connections, including the ties that Hongjun had painstakingly cultivated over countless years with the heavenly Tao. As for the Hongmeng purple chi, it relied on the heavenly Tao. With the heavenly Tao closed off, the Hongmeng purple chi naturally dissipated. Due to the backlash of power, Hongjun suffered severe injuries, the imprint of the heavenly Tao embedded within his primordial spirit. Though he barely retained his saint position, he had lost the ability to act for a time. Suddenly a streak of purple light gathered before Hongjun, transforming into an avatar of himself, which tore through the chaos and fled toward the primordial world. He had always been the one to scheme against others. Hong Jun had never been so severely harmed before, as if struck by a fatal blow. He needed to ask the master directly why do this. I cared for you deeply, yet you sought to harm me. The cataclysmic phenomena in the primordial sky slowly dissipated, arriving swiftly and leaving just as quickly, leaving many towering beings in bewilderment. What the hell? Did the world just suddenly and only to retract, playing with their emotions? In the valley of the human race, Su Ming stood rigidly in place, gaping at the master. Perhaps in the entire primordial world apart from Hong Jun, only he truly understood the reasons behind all that had happened, yet he could not yet grasp the chain reactions that resulted from these events. Even though he understood the trajectory of the primordial world, he could not see through this unprecedented occurrence for the time being. Could simply making a great oath to the Tao provoke such a massive reaction? Isn't the first thing a transmigrator does to swear an oath to the great Tao, stating that there is no later self, only the present self, and gaining recognition from the Tao? Su Ming silently greeted those authors in his heart, thinking, you have caused me great suffering. Fortunately, he hadn't acted impulsively to swear an oath to the great Tao back, then otherwise he might be asking a big question about whether he could have survived to this day. If you are loyal, why raise such a fuss? Su Ming muttered to himself, seemingly forgetting that it was he who had schemed step by step to force the master to this point. Human Emperor, can I see you now? The master stood tall and straight, his deep hoarse voice echoing throughout the human race's territory. Su Ming remained silent for a long time. To be honest, he was not very eager to reveal himself. However, the calamity caused by the master was too significant, and he needed to understand the consequences that had arisen from it. After considering for a moment, and confirming that there were no loopholes in the master's oath to the great Tao that could expose his existence, Su Ming gently nodded to the Shinnon clan, signaling him to bring the master in. The Shinnon clan obeyed, and quickly departed. Su Ming then turned to the Zi clan and the Yuchao clan, saying, hide all the many foundations of the human race, including the mythological statues. A clever rabbit has 3 burrows, and even if he meets the master, he does not intend to let him understand the many foundations of the human race. What others do not know is the foundation and the trump card. If others know about it, then it is no longer a trump card. Su Ming was very clear about this. Understood. The Yuchao clan and others quickly departed to make arrangements. Su Ming stood still, closing his eyes in anticipation, his long black hair gently swaying in the wind, his demeanor transcendent. Soon the Shinnon clan returned with the master, who respectfully bowed to Su Ming before departing. After the Shinnon clan left, the master's voice suddenly rang out. Human Emperor, you have caused me great suffering. His voice was low and hoarse, his gaze fixed unblinkingly on the young man before him, as if he wanted to see through him completely. The master was deeply shocked. He realized he could not see through the young man's realm, giving him a feeling of an unfathomable abyss. Moreover, there was an ominous aura faintly emanating from his body, causing him to feel a chill down his spine. Of course, these thoughts remained hidden in his heart, and did not reveal the slightest hint. Su Ming slowly opened his eyes, his gaze like a bolt of lightning piercing the heavens, casting a shadow over all creation. At this moment, he seemed to transcend above the world. This was the noble aura of an emperor, compelling all to submit before him. It was his first time personally meeting someone from outside the human race, and as a supreme human emperor, his majestic presence shook the heavens and the earth. I did not force you. Su Ming's gaze was indifferent and emotionless, his lips moving slightly, without revealing any emotion. If you have no desire for my race, how could I scheme against you? Moreover, I merely gave a slight push, though I do not dare claim such great credit. Su Ming did not deny having schemed against the master. Everyone knew these matters, and there was no need to hide them. The master fell into silence. Indeed, the human emperor had only pushed slightly. The true pressure came from Hong Jun, the Primordial, and the various saints. He understood this, which is why he resolutely sank the ship. If I cannot board the ship, then no one shall. After a moment of silence, the master spoke again. Human Emperor, I am extremely curious about one matter, and I wonder if I may receive an answer. Discretion will be used. Su Ming replied coldly, not directly responding. The master stared at Su Ming's indifferent face, seemingly trying to glean something from his expression. After a long time, he coldly asked, who exactly are you? The abrupt and forceful questioning seemed aimed at directly shattering Su Ming's state of mind, forcing him to reveal a flaw. However, the master was disappointed. Su Ming's face showed no ripple of emotion, and he asked blandly, what do you mean by this, Taching Tianzuan? I am the first generation of the human race, created by Nuwa, the first human emperor. As he spoke, Su Ming's lips curled slightly, suddenly fixing his gaze on the master's eyes, his own filled with swirling golden mist. You have always wanted to meet me, yet now you question who I am. Could it be that you doubt me? If that is the case, then our conversation is unnecessary. The master was assertive, while Su Ming was even more domineering. The master wanted to take the initiative, but Su Ming directly told him to leave. Even if he were the leader of the human teachings, he must obey the orders of the human emperor. Regardless of being the true lineage of Pangu or the foremost of the three pure ones in the realm of the human race, the order must be clear. The air ceased to flow and the atmosphere became so still, it was almost suffocating. Su Ming was overwhelmingly powerful. His strength was almost suffocating. The majesty of the emperor enveloped the area, making him seem to transcend the very heavens and earth. Su Ming's gaze was indifferent and ruthless, not allowing the old man to perceive even the slightest change in his emotions. He had to make the old man understand one principle: even if he swore allegiance to the path and completely sided with the human race, the human realm was not a place he could act recklessly, not even if he were from the three purities. Su Ming was the true emperor of the human race, the ruler. Human emperor. The old man's gaze deepened, staring into Su Ming's indifferent eyes, and they held each other's gaze for a long time. He had long harbored doubts about the existence of a human emperor in the human race. He was almost certain that Su Ming was not a native human. He was likely a reincarnation of an ancient divine being from the primordial chaos. Otherwise, how could a human who had been born for only a few tens of thousands of years possess such profound understanding of the primordial waters, comprehend various secrets, and be so aware of the conflicts between tribes, even using the tensions between him and the saints, as well as Hongjuan, to force him into the current situation? This could not simply be explained by the term genius. It seems I have touched upon his sore spot. The old man thought to himself, believing he had discovered a secret of Su Ming, feeling a sense of exhilaration rise within him. He had always been too humble, which gave him a sense of catharsis. Of course, the old man did not think he could do much. He could see that Su Ming's reputation among the human race was astonishingly high. The reverence that the Shinnon clan held for Su Ming was genuine. He even suspected that if this human emperor ordered the Shinnon clan to commit suicide, they would not resist, but would comply immediately. But what does that matter to me? I came to the human race solely to obtain what I desire. The old man smiled brightly at Su Ming, as if having resolved some inner conflict. He directly sidestepped Su Ming's dismissal and chuckled, "Human emperor, I have made tremendous contributions to the human race. How shall you thank me, your majesty?" Su Ming was taken aback. Why did he suddenly laugh? He had thought the old man would have a dark expression or even leave in a huff. This sudden laughter caught him off guard. However, Su Ming soon dismissed the old man's strange reaction, lightly furrowing his brows and saying, "What tremendous contributions! This emperor does not understand what you are saying. Your oath of allegiance merely proves that you will not harm the interests of the human race, thus earning the privilege of an audience with me. Yet even if you are at the pinnacle of quasi-saint within the human race, you have contributed nothing. What tremendous contributions are you speaking of?" Su Ming's expression was indifferent, but inside, he had already sensed something was amiss. The previous signs of destruction must be related to the old man's tremendous contributions. The old man smiled faintly, and a resolute light suddenly flickered in his eyes as he coldly said, "Bringing down the saints, including Nuwa, from their holy positions, does that not count as a tremendous contribution? Inflicting backlash upon Hongjun from the heavenly Tao, at the very least injuring him and possibly causing him to fall from his holy position, does that not count as a tremendous contribution?" This was explosive news, shaking Su Ming's state of mind. Bringing the saints down from their holy positions, causing Hongjun to suffer backlash from the heavenly Tao. If another quasi-saint had said this in front of Su Ming, he would likely have deemed him insane and sent him to a mental institution. What a ridiculous joke. But the person before him was the old man, the leader of the three purities. Su Ming understood this person's character well enough to know he was not one to boast. Such a monumental event could not be concealed, it would soon spread. Su Ming fell into a brief silence, digesting this shocking information. After a moment, he said, "This emperor still does not understand what you are saying." Su Ming did not refute. Instead, he expressed his lack of understanding. "Ha ha ha." The old man suddenly burst into laughter, his white hair dancing wildly, giving off an almost frenzied air. Su Ming looked at the old man, indifferently waiting for his next explanation. It was unclear how long later, but the old man's manic laughter gradually subsided. He panted heavily, and at that moment there were faint traces of blood in his steady gaze, as he hoarsely said, "I am the incarnation of Pangus, primordial spirit, the foremost among the three purities, endowed with the merits of creation, deeply connected with the primordial chaos, and the heavenly Tao cannot do anything to me. Moreover, I am the chief disciple of Hongjuan, mastering the primordial purple energy, destined to become a saint of the heavenly Tao in the future." The primordial purple energy was produced by Hongjun, connecting with the heavenly Tao through the chaos pearl, using his primordial spirit as a guide. This is equivalent to Hongjun using his primordial spirit to assure the heavenly Tao that I would use the primordial purple energy to validate my path, deepening the heavenly Tao's control over the primordial world. Yet now I have bypassed Hongjun and the heavenly Tao, swearing allegiance to the great path. What do you think will be Hongjun's fate? Su Ming's pupils slightly constricted. He finally understood why such a grandiose destruction phenomenon had occurred. It was the wrath of the heavenly Tao believing it had been deceived by Hongjun. Of course, the heavenly Tao had no emotions. It was purely a reaction and resistance based on instinct. With the power of the heavenly Tao, even a slight reaction and repulsion would be an unbearable burden for the saints, and even for Hongjun. This was also the reason why it was said in later generations that the will of the heavenly Tao could not be changed. However, countless people shouted daily about defying the heavens and walking the path of the heavens, yet the heavenly Tao never punished any particular individual. The unchangeable will of the heavenly Tao stemmed entirely from the saints' fear of the heavenly Tao, as their holy positions were granted by it. So this is the connection between the saints and the heavenly Tao. Su Ming was filled with shock looking at the somewhat insane old man, and silently gave him a thumbs up in his heart. This was a madman. Su Ming could hardly imagine what kind of mindset drove the old man to commit such madness. But soon Su Ming snapped back to reality. He finally understood where his previous unease originated. The old man had brought down the saints, disrupting Hongjun's process of merging with the Tao. Wouldn't they hate the old man to death? This damned old man is the plague god of the witch and demon era. Su Ming glared at the old man, his face dark, suddenly filled with an impulse to beat him up. The old man swore allegiance to the human race, or would the saints come to hate the human race? He had plotted against the old man, enhancing the human race's strength, yet had offended the saints and Hongjun. It was a losing trade in every sense. Seeing the human emperor suddenly darken his expression, Laozi burst into laughter, saying, "Ha, human emperor, you may not yet understand how crucial the status of the human race is, as well as Hongjun's schemes against them. Hongjun's merging of paths brings no benefit to the human race. Since I have chosen to establish a great oath and stand firmly by the human race, I naturally cannot allow him to continue his schemes against them." After finishing his laughter, Laozi's expression turned solemn as he said in a deep voice, "Of course, this way. Although Hongjun has lost the opportunity to merge with the Tao, he may very well intervene in the primordial chaos without any reservations, even targeting the human race. Although with the luck of the human race and my existence, Hongjun won't act directly, he will surely plot in the shadows. Human Emperor, you must be extremely cautious." Su Ming's gaze became indifferent, and he would not allow Laozi to take the upper hand in the conversation. He replied coolly, "My understanding of Hongjun far exceeds what you might think. He is a chaos demon god, and he has many restrictions in the primordial chaos, so he cannot intimidate me." Laozi was momentarily stunned, his pupils slightly constricting. He knew these secrets because he was transformed from Panga's primordial spirit and was Hongjun's most distinguished disciple, but how did the human emperor know? The origins of this human emperor might be greater than he had anticipated. Could the human emperor be the reincarnation of some chaos demon god? Laozi mused silently. Only a chaos demon god would know the restrictions the primordial chaos imposes on the chaos demon gods. A series of resounding names flashed through Laozi's mind. The time demon god, the space demon god, the Chinquan demon god. No need to guess, I am not someone you can imagine. With a wave of his hand, Su Ming enveloped himself in a golden mist, exuding an aura of unparalleled nobility that captivated all. However, this time I have indeed made a significant contribution to the human race. Since that is the case, he commanded, bestow Laozi the title of the human race's Taoist master, named Taishang Daozuan, to enjoy 1/10 of the human race's luck. Su Ming's voice was grand and authoritative, and as his words left his mouth, the heavens trembled. In the formless void, a vast amount of luck began to condense and separated, bestowing itself upon Laozi's head. "Thank you." Laozi bowed to Su Ming, then burst into hearty laughter as he stepped out of the valley. His voice echoed from afar, "When the human race is in trouble, I will never stand idly by. The Pangu primordial spirit is not invincible." Watching Laozi's figure, Su Ming silently thought. At that moment, several leaders, including Shinnong, appeared behind him. "Report to the ancestor, the Earth Mother of the Witch Clan Hutu, accompanied by Ho-E, requests to see the leader of the human race," said the respectful Chao clan member. "Let them wait for now." Without turning his head, Su Ming gazed at the heavens, seemingly waiting for something. "Understood." After a long silence, the straightforward Shinnong suddenly spoke. "Ancestor, since Laozi can no longer attain the Tao, why do you still grant him a share of the human race's luck?" Chao clan and Zi clan remained silent. Shinnong voiced their thoughts. A share of the human race's luck is extremely precious. Since Laozi cannot attain the Tao, even if he stands with the human race, they still feel a tremendous loss. "Because if I do not grant it to him..." Su Ming paused, slowly turned around, and said softly, "He will die. He has completely stood on the side of the human race, and he is useful to the human race, able to help resist many plots. For now, I do not wish for him to perish. Laozi is transformed from the Pangu primordial spirit, possessing the merits of opening the heavens. Does Hongjun dare to kill him?" Shenong's pupils constricted, his body trembling in disbelief. Su Ming shook his head and did not elaborate further, but gestured for them to look towards Laozi in the heavens. Even beings like Pangu have perished in this world. There is no true invincibility, only the willingness of others to pay a certain price. Outside the territory of the human race, Laozi stood with his eyes closed, towering above the heavens, seemingly waiting for something. In the void, vast amounts of luck began to condense, detectable only by those stronger than a Kwasa saint. Outside the human race's domain, a man and a woman stood, their gazes fixed on Laozi, flying out from the human race. They were Hutu and Ho-E, who had come to visit the human race. Master ancestor, that one seems to be the Taiji, celestial, venerable Laozi. What is he waiting for? Ho-E asked, puzzled. Such a grand figure usually stays in their respective cave abodes, meditating on the sacred Tao rite. The human race has notified us. Ho-E, you go in first, I will follow shortly. Hutu said, slightly for some reason recalling the previous signs of destruction. An instinctive sixth sense told her that something significant was about to happen, and it was related to the human race, affecting the entire primordial world, including the witch clan. Ho-E had no idea what Hutu was thinking. He at his level could not fathom the thoughts of such grand existences. He excitedly strode into the human race. Change, where are you? As for restoring the dignity of the witch clan and fighting Shenong again, that thought had already been cast aside. Buzz. Suddenly a fierce wind arose, dust swirling, and the world seemed to plunge into dark. Hutu's expression hardened, and she faintly sensed a destructive energy rushing toward them, causing her immense. This power probably exceeds the Kwasa saint level. Could it be that Laozi is waiting for him? Hutu thought. Buzz. Suddenly the heavens collapsed, and a violent chaotic flow annihilated the heavens and shattered the earth. Taiji. A hoarse voice erupted through the skies. An old man in a purple Taoist robe emerged from the chaotic flow, his eyes filled with countless blood vessels, his expression extremely fierce. The pain visible in his eyes was profound, a torment that transcended the physical realm. Tao ancestor. Hutu gasped in shock, her expression one of disbelief, her heart in turmoil. She sensed that something catastrophic was going to happen, and she never expected it to be this monumental. Anything related to Hongjun is a momentous event recognized throughout the primordial chaos. Since the Tao demon great calamity, many chaos demon gods have perished or suffered grievous injuries, and Hongjun is the only supreme existence in the primordial chaos. Indeed, Su Ming whispered as he gazed at Hongjun's appearance, a spark of exhilaration flashing in his eyes, his fists clenched. He explained to the Shinnon clan members behind him, a lingering joy deep in his gaze. Seeing their confused expressions, he continued, this incarnation lacks the power of a saint. The Shinnon clan members still did not understand, turning to look at each other. Despite their confusion, smiles appeared in their eyes. It was unprecedented for their ancestor to be so excited, proving that this was undoubtedly a momentous event, a delightful surprise. Su Ming offered no further explanation, instead clenching his fists, unable to suppress the urge to laugh, joyfully expressing the ecstasy within him. The greatest threat to the human race has vanished. He roared within, as if a colossal stone had been lifted from his heart. Su Ming had to admit that Hongjun had always been the greatest threat to humanity in his mind. When he spoke of it, he still couldn't believe it entirely, hence he remained in place waiting. If it was truly as he said, Hongjun would certainly come. Now that he had witnessed it with his own eyes, he completely believed Laozi. Ha ha ha, what an unexpected joy. Su Ming could no longer contain himself and burst into wild laughter. Hongjun was a being who attained the Tao through the fusion of three bodies, a true Hunyuan Daiyuo Jinshin, possessing the might of a saint, unlike the so-called heavenly saints like Nuwa. Such an existence, even in incarnation, possessed power far exceeding that of peak Kwasa saints, which no saint could contend with. At this moment, although the power and aura displayed by Hongjun still surpassed that of peak Kwasa saints, to Su Ming it was only that he was certainly not unbeatable, and he was confident in his ability to fight. This proved one thing. Even if Hongjun had not fallen from the saint position at this moment, he must have been severely injured, weakened to the extreme, unable to reveal his true form, and could only enter the wilderness as an incarnation. With the greatest threat in his heart suddenly removed, how could Su Ming not be ecstatic? His original intention was merely to scheme against Laozi, with the best outcome being to pull Laozi to the side of humanity, no longer plotting against them daily. But he never expected the chain reaction to be so intense. Laozi, oh Laozi, you have truly given me a tremendous surprise. With a smile at the corner of his mouth, Su Ming looked at Laozi in the sky, realizing that Laozi was right for humanity, or rather for all the races of the wilderness. This was a grand achievement worthy of all beings to erect a monument for Laozi. Hongjun plotted for countless years, endured endless hardships, exterminated ferocious beasts, schemed against the Sanzu clans, and slaughtered Luo, Ho, forcing the chaotic demons to flee. He was on the verge of attaining the Tao and merging with the Tao. Yet with a single slap from Laozi, he was directly brought down. Su Ming could hardly imagine the extent of Hong Jun's despair and madness at this moment. Master, you have come, Laozi softly said, his gaze unwavering as he looked at the fierce Hong Jun. How dare you still call me master? Hong Jun roared, his face twisted with rage, veins bulging. He suddenly struck out with a fierce palm, causing the heavens to collapse, a wave of annihilation rolling forth the purple light, blinding. Puff! Laozi was sent flying, spitting blood, compressing countless mountains into dust, smoke billowing. Even though he was at the peak of quiescence, facing Hong Jun was like being an ant. Even merely as Hong Jun's incarnation, he was not something he could contend with. Tell me, why did you do this? Hong Jun's roaring voice shook the heavens, stars trembling, the terrifying power causing the 33 heavens to sway. What have I done to wrong you, Sanqing? I taught you the path of slaying the 3 corpses, accepted you as my closed-door disciple, the chief of the Tao sect, granted you endless fortune, even bestowed upon you the Taiji diagram and the primordial purple chi. So why do you want to harm me? Hong Jun appeared almost mad, his hair flying wildly, dark clouds obscuring the sun, a tempest sweeping through endless space, shattering. Cough, cough. Laozi stepped out of the smoke, raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression as calm as ever. Master, that strike just now was my repayment of our master-disciple bond. As for why I did this, Laozi paused for a moment before slowly saying, because I wish to attain the Tao, I do not wish to remain beneath others. I am the true orthodoxy of Pangu. Since I cannot attain merit to reach the Tao, the primordial purple chi has become an obstacle to my progress, and it must dissipate. Everything is for the pursuit of the pinnacle of the Tao. Laozi thought deeply. From his continuous interaction with Hong Jun, it was clear that Hong Jun would never let humanity go. Choosing to completely stand on the side of humanity, how could he still leverage the primordial purple chi to attain the Tao? Moreover, he harbored hatred in his heart. If not for the obstruction of the primordial and Hong Jun, he would never have reached this point. As the leader of the Sanqing, why should he bow to the human emperor? Thus he hated Hong Jun deeply. Master, for the pursuit of the pinnacle of the Tao, I can only trouble you a bit, Laozi said calmly. Rebellious disciple. Hong Jun roared, striking out once more with a palm, a torrent of destructive energy, surging forth, murderous intent, overwhelming the purple light, blinding, accompanied by his bone-deep hatred. All my efforts over millions of years have been destroyed by you. Buzz. A massive hand filled the heavens, the earth collapsing, millions of miles of land sinking thousands of meters, an awe-inspiring sight. The primordial purple chi has dissipated. At this moment, many towering beings were in a daze, shocked, unable to react for a long time. The entire wilderness world fell silent. The conversation between Laozi and Hong Jun contained overwhelming information. The surprise came too suddenly, a monumental surprise falling from the sky. The primordial purple chi was a shortcut to attaining the Tao, and since its emergence, it had suffocated many great beings. The primordial purple chi is gone. The Earth Mother stood there, stunned, her mouth agape. Master, you are already severely injured, why not return to heal? Laozi said in a low voice. Boom. Suddenly the heavens shook, the heavenly thunder erupted, and endless mysterious yellow merit tools descended from the sky. The merit from Laozi's body resonated and was drawn out, being crazily absorbed by Laozi. Laozi's aura skyrocketed, becoming increasingly terrifying. Suddenly a 3-body incarnation leaped out from behind him. Laozi, utilizing endless merit, stood out as the last body among the 3 corpses, his own corpse. Laozi's momentum reached an unprecedented peak, the winds and clouds swirling like he was above all realms, looking down upon all beings, his power vast. Huh. Tai Ching thunder. Laozi shouted, unleashing thunderous words, a colossal bolt of lightning darkening the sky, striking down upon Hong Jun's hand. Hong Jun retracted his hand, grunted, and stepped back several paces, his eyes wide with shock as he looked at Laozi. You actually reached this point. Laozi replied lightly, it is due to Master's excellent teachings. Su Ming observed this scene, pondering for a moment before softly saying, this realm should be called the Sub-Saint realm. Su Ming's gaze was profound, not surprised by Laozi's dramatic rise in power, because not long ago he had also reached this realm. After reaching the peak of Saint 12 heavens, he used his body as a furnace to condense his own Tao. However, what puzzled him was that even after taking a significant step forward from the peak of Saint 12 heavens, he still showed no signs of attaining the Tao despite his combat power increasing immensely. At that moment, Su Ming had a vague suspicion. Hong Jun's path of slaying the 3 corpses began post-peak Saint, and with each corpse slain his power greatly increased, placing him between Saint and peak Saint. During the Tao demon era, Luo Ho was said to be able to slay saints, but had not attained the Tao. He was hailed as the first powerhouse beneath the saints, likely existing within this realm, condensing his own Tao. Senior brother. Suddenly a grim voice echoed through the heavens. The primordial stepped out of the void, his expression dark, his eyes filled with fury. Buzz. The sword energy pierced the heavens, ripping apart the world, and an unusually dark expression appeared in the sky. The primordial sky was gloomy, the void trembled, continuously collapsing, presenting a scene akin to the end of the world. The primal and the heavenly. Have they truly fallen from their sacred positions? Even though they had already learned of the situation from the dialogue between Hanjun and Laozi, many towering beings still slightly narrowed their pupils, their expressions filled with shock. Not long ago, they had personally witnessed the breathtaking spectacle of the collective enlightenment of the saints, feeling the supreme power and might of the saints. Yet they never expected. They couldn't even dare to imagine this scene. When they met again, the saints had already fallen from their sacred positions. An endless sea of blood. Laozi has saved us all. The grim face of Mingi unexpectedly broke into a brilliant smile. An unprecedented piece of good news. After the sermon at Zhixiao Palace, the 7 beings who received the Hongmeng purple qi became the heaviest pressure in the hearts of this towering existence, like a sword hanging over their heads ready to strike down at any moment. This is also why after Hongjun's 3 sermons during the battle between the Wu and the Lich, many powerful beings were momentarily silent and extremely low-key. The most high-profile among them was the Kuanping, who joined the demon clan to become a demon master and seized the Hongmeng purple qi from Hongyun, making a single move. Especially after the saints achieved enlightenment, the pressure peaked. But at this moment, as the saints fell from their sacred positions, even though they had comprehended the sacred positions, their strength was still unparalleled, yet they could no longer exert immense pressure upon them. Ha ha ha. Mingi let out a long howl. To the sky, the sea of blood surged, a blood-red tsunami soaring into the heavens. Thus the Azura clan could finally emerge, contending for supremacy in the primordial world and plundering endless fortunes. In the eastern sea of the primordial world, a tall and mighty man and a captivating woman in palace attire stood against the sky, known in later generations as the 2 legendary figures of the primordial era, the foremost male immortal Dong Wangong and the foremost female immortal Zawangmu. Ha ha ha, junior sister, a tremendous piece of good news has arrived. Dong Wangong expressed his inner joy, his grand laughter shaking the eastern sea. Zai Wangmu's gaze was indifferent, her lips curling into a faint smile. The contest for the sacred positions has only just begun. Who will emerge victorious? At this moment, in hidden corners throughout the primordial world, immense laughter could be heard, a terrifying aura lingering in every corner, causing countless beings to tremble. The primordial world actually harbored such astonishing powerful beings. Above the demon court, Dijuan and Tai sat majestically on the throne, exuding royal majesty, their gazes cold. The Hongmeng purple qi has dissipated. Tai laughed maniacally, his eyes wild and arrogant. Elder brother, let us see how the Sanqing dares to be arrogant before us now. Tai still recalled the arrogant attitude of the Sanqing, especially the primal who dared to establish the doctrine, attempting to shake the foundation of the demon clan. Dijuan did not share Tai's excitement. Instead, he surveyed the grand disturbances arising in the forbidden lands of the primordial world, his brow slightly furrowing. It is both a good thing and a bad thing. At the same time, in the Panga Hall of the Wu clan's supreme holy land, the highest authority of the Wu clan, Dijiao, also had a profound gaze, as if he could see through space, observing the excited and ambitious demeanor of the towering beings. From today onward, the Wu and the Lich will remain the overlords, but the primordial world will not be solely theirs, Dijiao said gravely, making the same judgment as Dijuan. Upon hearing this, the other ancestral witches except for Hutu were stunned, somewhat at a loss. Wasn't the fall of the saints a tremendous piece of good news? Why did elder brother appear somewhat worried? In the valley of the human race, Su Ming's gaze was deep as he spoke slowly. With the emergence of the 3,000 worldly immortals from Zhixiao Palace, the primordial world will descend into chaos. It is a good opportunity for the human race to fish in troubled waters. Upon hearing this, Shinong and the others were somewhat confused, their eyes filled with bewilderment. What is this 3,000 worldly immortals? Those who entered Zhixiao Palace to listen to the teachings were not just the Sanqing, but also the Jin and Yuhua. Su Ming said lightly, objectively speaking, Hanjun granting the foundation for enlightenment has prevented a great chaos in the primordial world, a great calamity. The smooth rise of the Wu and the Lich clans to become the overlord groups of the primordial world is closely related to this. Uneven, slightly inferior to the Sanqing, Tai and the others, but among them the top ones can be compared to the ancestral witches, Su Ming. Uneven, slightly inferior to the Sanqing, Tai and the others, but among them the top ones can be compared to the ancestral witches, Su Ming replied with a smile. However, while Su Ming spoke calmly, the human leaders who heard this trembled all over, their pupils contracting violently, as they almost spoke in unison. Isn't this 3,000 Quasi saints? Not only that, among them are not a few latest-stage Quasi saints, and even some at the peak of the Quasi saint realm. Su Ming seemed unaware of their shock, and added a sentence. Several human leaders trembled, all over completely stunned. The joy they once felt for having reached the Quasi-Saint realm had vanished completely. Su Ming smiled faintly, and the reason he told them this was to prevent them from becoming too arrogant and complacent. The depths of the primordial world were unfathomable, with countless strong beings. They were all top innate gods and demons possessing extraordinary talents. The reason they remained low-key and reclusive was merely due to the deterrence of Hongjun and the saints. Now that the saints have fallen from their sacred positions, it appears that Hongjun has suffered very serious injuries, and they who have been enduring for a long time will inevitably be unable to contain themselves. In fact, it is not just the peak Quasi-Saints. Among the 3,000 worldly immortals, at least 10 or more are not inferior to the Sanqing. Mingyi, Xinyuan, Zikuanping, each of them has at least severed one corpse, and some even two reaching the peak of existence. According to the terminology of the primordial world, what I refer to as Quasi-Saint can also be called Hunyuan Golden Immortal, Su Ming thought to himself. And the saints are those who have completely transcended all earthly restraints, imperishable and eternal, the Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortal. Since the birth of the chaos world, only Pangu and Hongjun have attained the Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortal, while Luo Ho can barely be counted as possessing saint-level combat power, but lacks the characteristics of immortality and boundless power. The reason Hongjun crafted the Hongmeng Purple Qi is probably not solely to absorb the fortunes of the six saints, but to use their hands to suppress the innate gods and demons he cultivated through his teachings, preventing the primordial world from giving birth to another Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortal. Su Ming smiled. Hongjun's plan has now completely fallen apart. The emergence of the 3,000 worldly immortals to vie for supremacy and the Wu and the Lich competing for brilliance will likely be akin to raising Gu with mutual slaughter, leading to the birth of Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortals being only a matter of time. Su Ming looked up at Laozi, his eyes bright, a radiant smile on his face. Senior brother, you are the sinner of the primordial world, deserving of death 1,000 times over. You are the shame of Pangus orthodoxy. The primal's voice was hoarse, filled with endless resentment. His eyes were bloodshot, seemingly on the verge of madness. Just after achieving enlightenment, he fell from the sacred position, and the one who caused all this was his own senior brother. Thanks to you, second junior brother. Laozi's voice was calm. At the moment of his near demise, he had already come to terms with everything. Since that moment, his life had been solely about pursuing the Tao, with no personal desires left. The primal was the root cause of his inability to achieve enlightenment. Upon hearing this, the proud primal erupted in anger. Senior brother, even now you still do not repent. You resent me for obstructing your enlightenment, but have you ever thought that by casting me and the third junior brother down from our sacred positions, the noble status we fought for millions of years to invigorate Pangus orthodoxy and govern the primordial world on behalf of our Father God, may very well all come to naught? Saying this, the primal looked down at the human race, his eyes filled with killing intent. For this small human ape clan, you are even willing to forsake the bond of brotherhood built over millions of years. What a detestable act, deserving of death 1,000 times. At that moment, Hongjun's hoarse voice rang out. Primal Tongshan's two disciples are no longer worthy of being the first disciples of the Tao sect. Willing to fall into depravity, self-exile, you and your master will join forces and slay him. He has already severed his third corpse, achieving great success as a Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Even if you once achieved enlightenment and touched the edge of a saint, your combat power still falls short. Hongjun's eyes were filled with bloodshot veins, and the hatred within them could not be washed clean by the 4 seas of the primordial. But at this moment he was merely an incarnation, and as a chaos demon god he was restricted by the heavens and earth of the primordial world. It would be extremely difficult to slay Laozi, who had achieved great success as a Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Even if he succeeded due to Laozi's heavenly merits, he would face a backlash from the primordial world. However, if the primal and Tongtian, who also hold heavenly merits, intervened, everything would be vastly different. One battle then. Laozi's expression remained calm, still appearing indifferent with an air of composure akin to facing death. He had long anticipated this situation and had even prepared for the possibility of dying in battle. And at this moment, even though the primal expressed madness and resentment, his hatred ran deep. Upon hearing Master Hongjun's words, he still trembled all over, lowering his head and falling into silence. The unity of the Sanqing was not just a saying, their bond was extremely deep. The hatred of Laozi for casting him down from the sacred position, the anger towards Laozi for his self-deprecation, and the primal's inner brotherly feelings towards Laozi were in fierce conflict. The primal's body trembled violently, causing the surrounding space to shatter continuously, reaching a tremor of at least 1 billion times per second to create such a scene, indicating the turmoil within. A terrifying aura surged vast and mighty, causing mountains to tremble and the heavens and earth to collapse, instilling dread. The Primal's reaction also indirectly revealed a fact to everyone. The Primal harbors killing intent towards Laozi. From this day forth there shall be no more unity of the Sanqing. The Sanqing has shattered. Many towering beings curled their lips in a faint smile. It was best for the Sanqing to fall together. It cannot be denied that even if they fell from their sacred positions, if the Sanqing remained united, they would still be the most formidable force in the primordial world, the most powerful competitors for the position of Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortal. The Sanqing will inevitably break apart, Su Ming murmured to himself as he watched the scene. The once familiar course of the primordial ages seemed altered, and yet unchanged. The Sanqing were still destined to divide. Their rupture merely unfolded in a different guise, with Yuanshi remaining the principal culprit. As if confirming that fate leads all paths to the same end, hoarse low voices suddenly rose, each saturated with murderous qi, reverberating throughout the primordial world. Kill! 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 Endless murderous intent darkened the firmament, a lightning split the sky, mountains trembled, trees withered, and all living things shuddered in terror. Blood-red lightning detonated across the heavens. Yuanshi abruptly lifted his head, bloodshot veins clouded his eyes as boundless hatred filled him, and he bellowed at Laozi Taiching, I will slay you. The dignity of the Pango lineage shall not be defiled. My countless years of striving and my dream were to uphold the Pango Jingzong. Having attained the Tao, my wish stood within reach, yet you, an aberrant beast, shattered it. I hate you. I will kill you to vindicate the name of the Pango Jingzong. The voice brimming with relentless killing intent rolled through the primordial world. Such boundless malice could not be washed away even by all the waters of the four seas. It has begun. Many towering existences shuddered inwardly, and then their faces lit with rapture. Perfect. After another surprise upon surprise, they were utterly unprepared. This act by the human race was a great thing. They could scarcely imagine how the humans had driven events to this point. The Sanqing divide. Di Jiang sneered coldly. No, they will slaughter one another. You have disgraced the face of the Pango lineage, though all of you deserve to die. Zhu Jiuyin's voice was icy. The Sanqing are unworthy of the Pango legacy. Sooner or later my Wuzu shall purge our Father God's house. The other ancestral witches also flared with anger, yet they did not notice Di Jiang's lips curl into a subtle smile. He whispered almost inaudibly, this human race always gives me an unfathomable impression. This time I seem to owe them a great favor. The mantle of the Pangu Jingzong had long been the source of friction between the Wuzu and the Sanqing. Now united as one, the Wuzu clearly surpassed the Sanqing, and the heavens and earth would favor the Sanqing far less. Conversely, the cohesion and fortune of the Wuzu would inevitably ascend to a higher plane. Interest. Everything hinged on interest. As the one who actually held power among the ancestral witches, Di Jiang was the clearest-eyed. What he saw in the Sanqing's rupture was the vast benefit it would bring to the Wuzu. Excellent. Hong Jun smiled with a feral grimace. With Yuanshi present, and the primordial world's reprisals removed, he would have no scruples about slaying Laozi. At that moment a low voice sounded. Eldest senior brother, this is the last day I call you eldest senior brother. Tong Tian, who had remained sullen and silent, spoke slowly upon his arrival. Third junior brother Laozi moved his lips as if to speak, but seemed unsure of what to say. With the collapse of the Hongmeng purple aura, the one he had wronged most was Tong Tian. Would an apology matter? It seemed meaningless. Tong Tian appeared to have reached some resolution. He smiled with detachment, his flowing black hair slicing the air like arrows, chilling all who saw him. Today Laozi of Taiching remains my eldest senior brother. Whoever wishes to slay my eldest senior brother must first step over my corpse. Tong Tian's arrogant proclamation rang through the heavens and shook the world. With a hum, the Zhuxian four swords flew forth, anchoring the four directions of heaven and earth. Interminable sword qi ravaged sky and land. Tong Tian strode to Laozi's side and gave him a faint smile. Eldest senior brother, when we next meet, we shall be enemies upon the path to Tao. Today you remain my eldest senior brother. As one of the Sanqing, whoever seeks to kill, you must first step over Tong Tian's corpse. This was the pledge once shared among the three. Whether or not Tong Tian secretly resented Laozi's actions, he still honored his promise. Like his sword, he advanced without looking back. Truly worthy of Tong Tian's title to stand against the four sages and not yield to Hongjuan, Su Ming's eyes brightened as he applauded softly. Shinnong laughed heartily. Among the Sanqing, there is still one who earns my respect. You ensure you are base, Zi sneered. Despite the gulf in power, he could not bring himself to esteem Yuanshi. Yu Chao said coldly, the Sanqing are one in essence, yet Yuanshi is narrow-minded, unable to distinguish internal discord from external threat. The root of the Sanqing's split lies with him. If such a mighty being arises among the humans, I will personally slay them. Within the Wuzu, Di Jiang nodded slightly, expressing his admiration for Tong Tian. Among the Sanqing there remains one who bears the stature of the Father God. Though many towering beings did not wish to condone Tongtian's action in their hearts, they nevertheless admired it. Third junior brother, will you stand against me as well? In that instant, Yuan Shi was utterly stunned. His voice trembled with disbelief and a surging hatred. He could not comprehend it. He was plainly a victim, and Tongtian was also a victim. If both were wronged, Yuan Shi thought, why would Tongtian not remain neutral? Why assist Laozi against him and cast him into a reputation of cruelty and injustice? Tongtian's expression was cold as he replied, second senior brother, you have gone too far. Tongtian. Yuan Shi panted. Veins bulged in his neck, bloodshot eyes on the verge of pouring forth blood. You did it on purpose. You resented me, begrudged my intercepting the sect, so you deliberately placed me in a position of cruelty and injustice. You all deserve to die, every last one of you. All must die. All. Yuan Shi showed signs of madness. Suddenly Hongjuan's ferocious roar split the sky. Tongtian, have you forgotten how your master treated you? Even you betray the Tao. You would betray the self. In that moment Hongjuan felt overlooked, and his already frenzied heart burned with greater rage. He was the sole sage of the primordial world. He was the Tao ancestor, the founder of the Tao school. Tongtian's eyes grew icy, and he gave Hongjuan a sardonic smile. Master, it is merely an exchange of interests. Why speak of feelings? Speaking of feelings only wounds them further. Better not to speak at all. At these words Su Ming's eyes lit once more. Tongtian had seen through things so clearly. It seems among the Sanqing Laozi was obsessed with Tao. Yuan Shi was rigid and dogmatic. Tongtian is the most astute, though his temperament is overly proud and resolute. Su Ming shook his head. Each of the Sanqing bore their own flaws. Perhaps the single Pangu primordial spirit had been cleft into three, and with it the faults were likewise divided. Tongtian speaks well. Many towering existences voiced their agreement. Tongtian had spoken the thought they kept within their hearts. It was an exchange of interests. Hongjuan would cultivate the primordial world in Tao, and they would revere him as the supreme Tao ancestor, allowing him to gather boundless fortune and stand exalted. If it is merely an exchange of interests, why speak of sentiment? In the primordial world, naked interest alone ruled. Hongjuan panted like a violent gale, his breath tearing the firmament. One could scarce imagine the ferocity that raged within him. Revolutionary in his outrage, he snarled, do you truly think I cannot deal with you? You have overreached. Traitors, traitors all. They must die. With Hongjuan's roar of kill, rolling purple chi and boundless darkness instantly engulfed the primordial land. Winds of chaos howled without end. Monstrous killing intent surged like tides, and the demonic chi of the primordial devils swept across heaven and earth. Master, I too wish to see construction. Laozi stretched out a massive hand. The Tai Chi diagram blanketed heaven and earth. The yin and yang energies surged, blocking the aftershocks from the human race. He then unleashed the one chi to transform the three purities technique to confront Hongjuan. Ha ha ha, fight. Tongtian's intent was concise and deadly. The Zhuxian four swords sealed heaven and earth. Zhuxian, Xinxian, Juexian, and Shuxian pierced the firmament, spreading inexhaustible sword chi below. Two of the Sanqing waged war against Hongjuan's avatars. Heaven and earth crumbled, the vault of sky shattered, millions of miles of land ruptured in an instant, and the cosmos shifted color. It was a scene none had foreseen. Many towering beings grew solemn. This battle was crucial. It would prove how much of Hongjuan's might remained, and whether he could still threaten them. At that moment Yuan Shi, seemingly falling into madness, moved unexpectedly. To everyone's surprise, he did not join the fray against Laozi. Instead, he stepped steadily toward the human race. An invisible killing intent stirred heaven and earth. With each step Yuan Shi took, the firmament trembled before he struck a blow. The world already chilled, and the dreadful murderous aura only intensified. Yuan Shi will strike at the human race. Many towering existences trembled and held their breath. The humans, this is your doing. Yuan Shi's voice was hoarse, steeped in murderous chi. With a single step the heavens shook. Mountains collapsed and shattered, the vault of sky overturned, and gale winds swept all before them. At his second step, a million li of earth before the humans collapsed and fragmented, forming gaping black chasms. A dust and smoke swallowed the sky. This sight tightened the hearts of countless beings. Great clans watched in frozen silence, gathering their breath and resolve. After all, the human race was the principal cause of this scene. Even now, no one truly knew what Laozi had endured among the humans to ignite such a catastrophe. Laozi's conflict with Hongjuan had erupted because of the humans. The Sanqing split likewise stemmed from them. The human race, an inscrutable people. A towering being sighed as he observed. Yuan Shi Tianzuan of the Pangu Orthodox line and the Tao sect's second disciple had long ago intimidated the primordial world with his pride. He deemed all other beings inferior, convinced that only the Sanqing were supremely lofty. The human race before him was a newly risen people of merely 10,000 years. Unexpected to all, yet terrifying in strength, in a single battle, they had annihilated the Jima clan. The sky turned leaden and dark. Yuanshir's eyes glowed blood-red with murderous intent. His robes billowed as a dreadful aura tore the heavens. The Pengu fan appeared in his hand, the power of chaos, heavy and black, pressing down the sky and chilling the marrow. If not for you, none of this would have occurred. The ape-human clan should not exist in this primordial world. Yuanshir's gaze was grim and filled with killing intent. Chaotic, demonic chi roiled, devouring the mind, as he peered down at the motionless humans who seemed cut off from the world. With a hum, Yuanshir moved. The Pengu fan cleaved forth, the power of chaos formed a colossal sword, its vast might piercing earth and sky. The primordial land ruptured and collapsed beneath its weight. Ancestor, let me lead the battle force to meet Yuanshir, Shinnong declared, brimming with martial fervor. What of Yuanshir? Ancestor need not intervene, we can slay him ourselves. Yu Chao and Zi both volunteered for battle. Su Ming's eyes turned cold, a glint flickering that sent a chill through the onlookers. The heavens and earth were shrouded in gloom. This was an unprecedented battle comparable even to the ancient Daomo War. Today the great beings like the three purities were no less formidable than the chaotic, demonic gods of the past. The world was turned upside down, the sun and moon bereft of light, and a destructive aura permeated the air, sending chills through all beings. Primordial. Su Ming clenched his fists, his gaze cold as ice. Upon reaching the realm of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, he was acutely aware of the vast disparity in strength between the Hunyuan Golden Immortal and the Quasi Saints. Not to mention that figures like the Shinnong clan leaders were merely at the early Quasi-Saint stage. Even with extraordinary talent, they were no match for the Primordial, incapable of battling beyond their ranks. That was a qualitative difference. Ultimately, can I no longer hold back? Su Ming weighed the pros and cons in his heart. Acting now was far from his intention. Once he revealed himself and displayed his combat power, the situation of the human race would undoubtedly shift from its current state, attracting significant attention from all parties. In the ensuing times, muddling through would become mere talk. Primordial, you deranged fanatic, you truly deserve to die. Su Ming uttered a low growl, golden mist swirling in his eyes, preparing to step out for battle against the Primordial. But at that moment, Su Ming suddenly froze, his pupils narrowing as he gazed up at the sky, his steps halting. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, an endless blinding red light illuminated the heavens, fiery brilliance engulfing billions of miles, the radiance reaching its zenith. A massive fired flame appeared in the sky, resembling a fiery red sun, falling star speeding toward the direction of the primordial land with an overwhelming momentum that could crush all before it. And the flame's target was none other than the primordial. What is this? A top-tier innate spiritual treasure, the red embroidery ball. Empress Nuwa has also arrived. The many great beings trembled all over, their pupils contracting, utterly astonished that the reclusive Nuwa would also appear and that her first strike was against the primordial, opposing even Hongjun. Boom. Nuwa's battle power was unparalleled, the flames radiating brilliance that shook the primordial heavens as Mount Buzhou seemed to tremble, annihilating everything. The blazing sun collided with the Panga banner with a light-like speed and overwhelming force. Boom. The heavens and earth seemed to transform into chaos. It appeared that the energy unleashed was beyond what the primordial realm could bear, as chaotic power and red light formed a destructive storm that engulfed everything, obliterating all that was within sight. At that moment, the primordial realm fell silent. The first to attain enlightenment and sit atop the position of the heavenly Tao sage for the longest time, Nuwa displayed shocking battle power at this moment. Nuwa's understanding of the rules is likely the greatest in the history of the primordial world. Zhang Yuanzi sighed. The expressions of the many great beings grew grave. Nuwa had remained in the position of heavenly Tao sage for tens of thousands of years, comprehending the world with a sage's perspective. This was an unprecedented opportunity. Even if she fell from her saintly position, her strength surged tremendously, enabling her to match the primordial wielding the Panga banner in a heating clash without falling behind. In the past, Nuwa was the weakest among the disciples of the Tao ancestor. What a remarkable opportunity this is. Even if she falls from her saintly position, Nuwa is still the most powerful divine ability to attain Hunyuan again. The entire primordial world was shocked by Nuwa's sudden appearance, even more so by the overwhelming battle power she exhibited. Nuwa. Su Ming halted his steps, but his gaze turned increasingly indifferent. Nuwa's arrival seemed unexpected, yet somehow within reason. With the fall of the saints, Nuwa benefited the most from it all. With Hongjun severely injured, even Nuwa dares to show herself, who truly all kinds of demonic beings feel emboldened to emerge. Su Ming scoffed to himself. In the course of the primordial trajectory, Nuwa had never appeared during the slaughter of the human race or the collapse of the demon race. She had only likely repaired the primordial heavens after the collapse of Mount Buzhou under Hongjun's instruction. Does she intend to seize the opportunity presented by the rise of the human race to gain some benefits amidst the chaos? Calculating too cleverly can lead to one's own demise. Su Ming gazed at the heavens, his eyes icy cold. Nuwa. At that moment a crisp and melodious yet authoritative voice resonated through the sky. Second senior brother, you have gone too far. The human race was created by me, to honor me as the holy mother of the human race. How can I allow you to bully them at will? With her powerful declaration, Nuwa stepped out from the heavens, standing tall above the void of the human race. Holy Mother. The Holy Mother has arrived. The Holy Mother Nuwa has come to save the human race. In an instant, amidst the previously calm regions of the human race, cheers and jubilations melded into a chorus, with large numbers of humans worshipping and revering the Holy Mother. Nuwa, after all, was the Holy Mother who birthed the human race. Even though she abandoned them right after their creation, the human race bore her no resentment and still revered her as the Holy Mother. Her prestige among the human race remained unfathomably high. Nuwak. Su Ming's gaze turned cold. This scene had not surprised him. All along he had never considered abolishing Nuwa's position as the Holy Mother. This was a matter of great significance. Regardless, Nuwa was the one who gave birth to the human race. How could a child depose their mother? If she were to be deposed, the impact on the thoughts within the human race would be immeasurable. It was akin to a family spanning 3 generations where a father was unfilial to his grandmother, believing she had treated him poorly in his childhood. Yet he expected his son to honor him in the future. Was that even possible? Thus, after various considerations, Su Ming chose not to abolish the Holy Mother Nuwa's position. This was also the reason why Nuwa's appearance caused such a commotion and cheer among the human race. However, that did not mean Su Ming would allow Nuwa to act without restraint. I do not abolish you, but it's best if you obediently serve as the totem of the human race. Otherwise, Su Ming murmured to himself, his voice icy. This time Su Ming did not conceal his voice, but allowed several human leaders behind him to hear. Hiss! The figures of Shin Nong Wum and Zi instantly contracted their pupils, their bodies trembling slightly, as they quickly lowered their heads, seemingly wishing to indicate that they had not heard Su Ming's words. If this sentence were to spread, the impact would be tremendous. However, at this moment, they were no longer the ignorant beings at the bottom of the primordial world. They also had their own opinions regarding the matter of the Holy Mother Nuwa. The emergence of Nuwa plunged these 3 human leaders into deep contemplation. What position should Nuwa hold among the human race, and how should the humans treat her? From her previous remarks during her last visit to the human race, it was evident that Nuwa's feelings towards humanity were far from the affection and righteousness she displayed in the heavens. It was merely an act. Ultimately, they exchanged glances and nodded gravely, seeing their respective thoughts reflected in each other's eyes. As long as the ancestor made a decision, they would undoubtedly support it unconditionally. The ancestor was the first generation of human progenitors, the first batch of humans crafted by Nuwa, and had the deepest understanding of her. However, what they did not know was that Su Ming's understanding of Nuwa extended beyond just having met her once. Su Ming's gaze became profoundly deep, harboring extreme indifference. He held Nuwa's character in utter contempt. However, from the looks of it, Nuwa's current combat power is still of immense use to the human race. Su Ming gazed at the extraordinarily beautiful Nuwa and coldly smiled. Human race, you will be of great use to me in the future. Nuwa looked down upon the human race, observing the large number of them worshipping her, a trace of cold amusement flashing in her eyes. With Hongjun gravely injured, the ensuing competition among the 3,000 immortals of the mortal realm required her to establish her own power. And no matter how one looked at it, the human race was the most suitable. Having spent tens of thousands of years in the position of a sage of the heavenly Tao, she had come to know countless secrets. The human race possessed immense fortune, destined to be the protagonists of the primordial world with tremendous potential. Now that there were no restrictions from Hongjuan, if she could gain control over this budding human race, the benefits would be boundless. What does achieving the sage of the heavenly Tao even mean? Even reaching the realm of the heavenly Tao's power is possible. In the long run, I have made a great profit this time. Nuwa's eyes brimmed with delight. This was also the reason she quickly emerged from her previous fall from grace and did not hesitate to act against the primordial. This battle was her opportunity to prove her status among the human race. She wanted to rely on this battle to erase the negative impression she had left on the human leaders during her last appearance and to re-establish her authority. Nuwa, even you dare to oppose me? The deep voice of the primordial, laced with suppressed anger, reached Nuwa's ears. The primordial's gaze was wild and fierce, feeling a profound humiliation. This Nuwa, who had always shown him great respect, actually dared to obstruct him. Did she really believe that he was easy to bully, that anyone could step on him? Get lost! The primordial shouted fiercely. Why waste words for a battle? Nuwa's voice was indifferent. She was eager to engage in battle with the Primordial to enhance her prestige among the human race, thus displaying an incredibly domineering demeanor that shook the entire Primordial world. This doesn't seem like Nuwa's character. In the demon court, Emperor June frowned, feeling something was amiss. Could it be that this human race had some other special characteristics? This was also the view of many towering existences at the moment. Nuwa's assertiveness had far exceeded the expectations of all those who understood her character, bringing them great shock. Was it not inconceivable? Was this still the soft-hearted Nuwa? At this moment, a refreshing and bold voice resonated throughout the primordial world. That's right, if you want to annihilate the human race, Hoodoo will be the first to disagree. In the next moment, a towering figure of a primordial which appeared in the world, her eyes harboring a torrent of killing, intent, chaotic energy, cascading from her body like a waterfall resembling a river of malevolent energy. Hoodoo! Emperor June lowly exclaimed, shocked, as he stood up from his throne. How did the witch clan end up entangled with the human race? No wonder he had ordered to reward the human race with the position of a demon god, yet they had not responded for so long. Emperor June had thought it was because the human race was still resentful over his partiality towards Jaimin in the battle. Brother, in my view, this kind of clan that straddles both sides should be eradicated immediately. Taiyi's smile was brutal and cruel. He had always been extremely dissatisfied with Nuwa's indifference to the demon race after her ascension, and now he saw an opportunity for revenge. Nuwa has emerged seeking to win over the human race. We must not let her succeed. Emperor June pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Let's first see how the situation develops. I do not believe the human race would dare to openly betray the demon race. They should leave some leeway. The human race has immense potential, and they are deeply connected to many towering existences. We cannot easily sever ties with them. Taiyi nodded dismissively, still holding some contempt for the human race. After all, even Nuwa was ranked below them, not to mention a small clan created by Nuwa. Even the witch clan has some connection with the human race. Many towering existences trembled regarding the human race with newfound respect. Regardless of the current strength and potential of the human race, the mere fact that so many towering existences were willing to aid them was enough to draw the attention of the entire primordial world. Hoodoo's body towered like a mountain, her head lost among the clouds, revealing only her pair of fierce eyes filled with malevolent energy. Primordial, you are a disgrace to the true Pangu, get lost. Hoodoo's voice was grand, containing a deep-seated fury. Many towering existences had misjudged the connection between the human race and the witch clan. It was not as profound as to warrant the intervention of a primordial. The reason Hoodoo acted was merely because the primordial owed the human race a favor, and coupled with her bold temperament, she simply could not stand the primordial's actions. It was also an opportunity to extend a favor to the human race, facilitating the upcoming negotiations, hence Hoodoo acted. Witch clan Hoodoo, even you all dare to oppose me? The primordial was overwhelmed with frustration, filled with rage, his hair whipping wildly, almost driving him insane. The Pangu banner howled as the chaotic energy crushed the heavens, turning everything into darkness, as if intending to transform the primordial world into chaos. Less nonsense. Hoodoo, with her straightforward personality, showed no signs of hypocrisy. She launched a punch without hesitation, straightforward and decisive. If not for retreat, then there would be battle. Hoodoo, with her towering primordial witch body, moved with a roar, shaking the heavens, causing mountains to collapse. With a single step, the primordial world trembled with an unimaginable force. Hoodoo, adhering to the laws of the earth, every movement was in harmony with the land, drawing upon the laws of earth. Her power was boundless, and her combat prowess was among the top among the primordial witches. With a punch, the heavens and earth collapsed. The yellow light was turbid and heavy, pressing down so hard that the firmament itself seemed to shatter. Let alone targeting just the primordial, the weight of that power was unimaginable, as if the entire primordial land was pressing down upon the primordial. Hoodoo, you shall perish. The primordial went mad, his gaze fierce and wild, his bloodshot eyes seething with the desire to annihilate this world, murderous intent filling the air. The Pangu banner moved against the tide, carrying endless chaotic power, the darkness enveloping everything, collapsing the heavens and crashing heavily against Hoodoo. This was the first direct confrontation between the Pangu's primordial spirit and physical form transformed into the three pure ones, and the witch clan. The heavens and earth split apart. It seemed to implicitly signify a struggle for the true Pangu lineage. The roar shook the heavens. The battle was fierce, with chaotic powers clashing against the laws of earth, tearing the heavens apart. The intensity of the battle was not much different from that between Hanjun and Laozi, also a top-tier conflict. Many towering existences stood in shock. This battle, because of the human race, had drawn too many powerful beings, making the conflict excessively intense. Primordial, do not be arrogant. At this moment, due to being overshadowed by Hutu, Nuwa's expression darkened. She immediately shouted sternly and launched her red embroidered ball, joining the battle. And this was not the end. Nuwa stretched out her hand, the diagram of mountains and rivers enveloping the heavens, evolving the universe, exuding infinite power. Kill, kill, kill. The Primordial was filled with fury like a madman, displaying terrifying combat prowess, shockingly able to fight 2 against 1, even showing signs of gaining the upper hand. The entire Primordial world fell silent. No wonder the Jade Pure One among the 3 Pure Ones was extraordinary in combat, wielding the Panga banner, showing signs of almost tearing the diagram of mountains and rivers apart. It was unimaginable how terrifyingly sharp this supreme divine power was. We the human race will not be slaughtered at will. Su Ming spoke to himself, his gaze as cold as ice, waving his hand, as the innate supreme treasure, the Wuxia bell, appeared. The bell's waves echoed, causing the space to collapse and suppressing the heavens. Shenongzi, you too join the battle. It is time for the entire primordial world to know what the human race is capable of. Our human race stands tall in the primordial world, relying on our own strength and struggles, not on the so-called relationships with these supreme existences. Boom, boom, boom. The earth crumbled and the heavens collapsed, the starry sea trembled and countless stars fell as the universe turned upside down. A destructive aura permeated every corner of the primordial world. Even though the battle took place in the endless high skies, the terrifying aftermath still spread throughout the entire primordial world. Sword energy, the dual forces of yin and yang, purple aura flames, chaotic mist. Countless complex yet destructive powers wreaked havoc. Hundreds of millions of beings perished in the aftermath. Endless mountains collapsed, the rivers of stars reversed, and falling meteors smashed down from the ancient starry sky, annihilating everything. A devastating battle. Since Pangu opened the heavens, such a scale of conflict has never occurred before. Regardless of who wins or loses, the primordial world has entered a brand new stage. Many mighty beings observed the battlefield on both sides, their thoughts shifting tremendously, their hearts filled with complex emotions. As for the countless beings affected and killed, as well as the numerous races that would be completely exterminated afterward, it was beyond their consideration. In the primordial world, the law of the jungle prevails. The strong are revered, and only the strong deserve to survive and possess everything. What concern is it of theirs whether the weak should die? It was simply not within their realm of consideration unless it affected them. Surviving is just good luck. Dying is merely the end of an insignificant ant. The death of one ant is inconsequential compared to the death of a whole swarm. Truly worthy of the Tao ancestor, murmured Jin Yuanzi, watching Hongjun fight against Laozi and Tongtian battling single-handedly, barehanded against the Taiji diagram, and the 4 swords of Zhu, Xian, a sight both terrifying and awe-inspiring. This is merely an avatar that the Tao ancestor temporarily condensed with his divine sense, while gravely injured, yet it possesses such boundless combat power. Every move, every action is the Tao, is divine power, and commands awe. To what realm has the true form of the Tao ancestor reached? Hongjun stood tall in the heavens, the purple aura spreading for millions of miles, as if he and the Tao were one. With every gesture, boundless power was unleashed, causing the heavens to shatter and the universe to turn upside down, captivating hearts. Laozi and Tongtian joined forces, using 2 supreme treasures. The dual forces of yin and yang combined with endless sword energy to evolve the vast sword domain, a myriad of mysteries fighting evenly with Hongjun, creating an intensely stalemated battle. Many mighty beings looked towards the battlefield of Nuwa and Hutu, yet what was presented was an entirely different. The primal battle was furious, wielding the Panga banner, as endless chaos energy exploded across the vast world, like the opening of the heavens, in immense power that continuously forced Nuwa and Hutu to retreat. Hutu stood firmly on the ground, drawing upon the boundless power of the earth, just barely managing to hold her. However, Nuwa's complexion was pale. The river map was being battered by the endless chaotic energy, barely holding up against being overwhelmed with blood already seeping from the corner of her mouth. In such a precarious situation, even though they fought together, the signs of defeat were already evident. Nuwa, after spending tens of thousands of years in the position of a sage, has a high realm, and her Tao attainment surpasses that of the primal, yet she ultimately lacks combat prowess. Ming He smiled coldly, looking down on Nuwa. If he had Nuwa's opportunities and such a high realm, even without Hutu's assistance, he could still suppress the primal. On the throne of the demon court, Emperor Jun frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "It's one thing for Nuwa to be poor in battle, but the most crucial point is that she lacks top-tier treasures, which prevents her from fully exerting her combat power. The river map and the red embroidery ball are not ultimate combat-grade innate spiritual treasures, which limits her combat effectiveness. Brother. Not only that, although she and Hutu are allied in battle, their hearts are not united, and they undermine each other, resulting in a combined force that is far less than 2. Otherwise, at the very least, they could have fought the Primal to a standstill. The embarrassment of being a unique existence in the demon race, having once attained the Tao, yet now having to ally with a primordial witch and being pushed back relentlessly. As he spoke, a cold glint passed through Taiyi's eyes as he turned to Emperor Jun and said sternly, "Brother, I strongly suggest that after this battle Nuwa's position as the Nuwa Empress be stripped away. With her current combat power, she is only worthy of holding a position as a demon deity." Emperor Jun fell into a moment of silence. He understood Taiyi's meaning. It was time to suppress Nuwa's status and power among the demon race now that she had fallen from the position of sage. Taiyi's words were not without reason. During Nuwa's tens of thousands of years of attaining the Tao, her influence among the demon race had been steadily rising, and with her brother being one of the 5 emperors Fushi, her influence even subtly appeared to rival that of the 2 brothers. In the past, they refrained from openly confronting Nuwa due to their fear of her sage status, preventing them from suppressing her. Now that Nuwa has fallen from her sage position, it is an extremely rare opportunity. However, Emperor Jun hesitated, finding it difficult to make a decision as Fushi on Nuwa's side and the power of the human race were not to be underestimated. A careless move could lead to a huge disaster affecting the standoff between the witches and demons. Let's observe the situation for now. Emperor Jun sighed softly, shaking his head. He was too constrained. If he truly held absolute power over the demon race, wielding the authority of life and death, he wouldn't be so hesitant. At that moment, Taiyi suddenly exclaimed, "Brother, quickly look. What is that?" His voice was filled with extreme shock and disbelief. Suddenly, a supreme pressure enveloped the primordial world, a true imperial might, as if an emperor were about to descend upon the primordial realm. Emperor Jun's pupils constricted deeply as he immediately raised his head to look. Boom! He felt a thunderous sound erupting in his head, suddenly standing up with his eyes wide open, growling, "Innate supreme treasure." Ding ding ding. Endless bell waves resonated from the core territory of the human race. As the heavens and earth fell into a state of stillness, the space ceased to flow and all things came to a halt. Looking down from thousands of feet in the air, a small black dot appeared among the human race. As the bell waves echoed, the black dot rapidly expanded and crazily broadened. In the blink of an eye, a chaotic-colored bell spanning endless voids and standing billions of feet tall appeared between heaven and earth. In this moment, the primordial realm fell into absolute silence, with the chaotic bell becoming the sole focus of the universe. The chaotic bell was extremely ancient, devoid of any embellishments or adornments, its entire body a single color, a unity of chaos, yet it contained a supreme pressure, as if it were the origin point of the vast world. With a single toll, the vast world would return to its beginning. The primordial sky was dark and heavy, with endless dark clouds swirling. The aftermath of destruction paused in this moment. Many mighty beings had their pupils constrict to the extreme, their bodies stiffening, unable to believe what their eyes were witnessing. Who could believe that this tiny human race possessed an innate supreme treasure to suppress fortune? It was utterly unimaginable. It was something they wouldn't even dare to think. My heavens! The human race possesses an innate supreme treasure. Is this real? The vast demon race, the overlords of the primordial realm, possess only a single Danwang bell to suppress fortune. Where did this tiny human race get an innate supreme treasure? The entire primordial realm has fewer than 10 innate supreme treasures, both known and hidden. Where could a small race that has only existed for a few tens of thousands of years obtain an innate supreme treasure? Unacceptable. I, a peak Quasi-Saint, have survived countless ages since the fierce beast era, and I possess only a single top-quality, innate spiritual treasure in hand. As a late Quasi-Saint, I don't even have a single innate spiritual treasure. In an instant, the world of the primordial exploded, as both the mighty beings and the renowned great clans could hardly accept the fact that the human race possessed an innate supreme treasure. A mere strongest clan was only at the early stage of Quasi-Saint. Oh, what right did they have to possess an innate supreme treasure? At that moment, the battle between Hongjun and Laozi was momentarily halted by the emergence of this new innate supreme treasure. Even saints could not underestimate the innate supreme treasure. The human race. The human race, Tontian murmured, his eyes filled with shock and even greed. No one could resist the temptation of an innate supreme treasure, especially one held by a clan that only possessed the early stage of Quasi-Saint. What a waste of a heavenly treasure. Even he, one of the 3 pure ones, only possessed the Slaughter Supreme treasure, the 4 swords of killing immortals. What is a Slaughter Supreme treasure? It possesses the might of an innate supreme treasure, yet lacks the myriad uses and divine abilities, and does not have the function to suppress fortune. Thus, while Luo, who could refine the Slaughter Supreme treasure, the 4 swords of killing immortals, he could not refine an innate supreme treasure. The foundation of the human race is far beyond my imagination. Laozi was equally shocked, even having seen the unfathomable strength of the human emperor. The image of the human emperor unconsciously floated in his mind. At that moment, Laozi finally understood where the human emperor's immense confidence stemmed from. It was not only the unfathomable strength of the human emperor, which was not inferior to any supreme existence, but also the fact that the human race possessed an innate supreme treasure capable of completely suppressing their fortune. At this moment, Laozi suddenly realized a significant matter. The human emperor possesses an innate supreme treasure to suppress fortune. He can reclaim the portion of human fortune given to me at any time. This thought emerged in Laozi's heart, a fact that was utterly unacceptable. Not just Laozi. At this moment, the most bewildered was Niwa. If the human race has an innate supreme treasure, then the leader of the human race, the Shinnong clan, could easily dispose of her, the Holy Mother, to reclaim the fortune. On what grounds? On what grounds, even though the human race was created by her as the Holy Mother of the human race, she did not possess an innate supreme treasure, while the human race did, and they had the right to easily dispose of her and reclaim the fortune? Niwa was stunned. She only felt as if another shackled weight had been placed around her neck after Hanjun was severely injured. Only Niwa herself understood how vital the fortune of the human race was to her, even far surpassing the fortune of the 5 emperors in the demon clan. Her former sanctity and current strength could be said to rely entirely on the fortune of the human race. Even the boundless merit she obtained was due to having created the human race. Niwa felt a chill run through her body. What would happen if the human race reclaimed their fortune and abolished her position as the Holy Mother? She did not want to think about it, nor dared to think about it. No wonder Shinnong dared to make me stand aside. No, the human race was created by me, and the innate supreme treasure of the human race must be controlled. Indeed, I am the Holy Mother. My status is supreme. What belongs to the human race is mine. At this moment, Niwa even forgot that she was currently in battle with Pangu. Very well, I just happen to lack a defensive, innate supreme treasure. A bell-type supreme treasure can attack and defend, ha ha ha. Boom. Pangu roared, his hair disheveled, as if the strands of his hair were burning. The chaotic light was deep and heavy as he swung the Panga banner forward, cutting through, accompanied by the chaotic force that destroyed everything. The map of mountains and rivers evolved the universe, wielding boundless might, but without Niwa's control, it was like a tree without roots. Hiss! A piercing, tearing sound echoed through heaven and earth as the top-tier innate spiritual treasure, the map of mountains and rivers, was directly torn in half by the Panga banner. Bitch die! Panga's eyes turned blood red like a madman. His hair danced wildly, bizarre and wild, resembling a chaotic lightning bolt, and he directly slashed at Niwa's head with the Panga banner. The sky collapsed, chaos reigned, and the chaotic force was vast like an ocean. One could imagine that if it struck directly at Niwa's head, even with her realm and strength, she would undoubtedly suffer severe injuries. Niwa, you foolish woman. The furious roar of Hutu resounded through the heavens as her towering figure radiated a rich, earthy yellow light. Her massive hand tore through the chaotic force and rushed towards Pangu. Puff! Niwa spat out blood. The map of mountains and rivers was torn apart, suffering backlash. Turning to face the supreme strike coming from Pangu, she was horrified and frantically unleashed divine abilities to block it, continuously summoning the red stitch ball. But distant water could not quench a nearby thirst. Clang! Suddenly the sound of a bell rang throughout the worlds, and the chaotic sea fell into a standstill. Pangu, if you wish to harm the Holy Mother of the human race, have you consulted with me? Shinnong and Si. 2 proud, defiant roars echoed through heaven and earth. Shinnong and Si appeared atop the primordial bell, their massive hands striking down on the primordial bell, pouring in boundless magical power. Primordial bell, reveal your supreme might. The time to suppress the primordial has come. Si roared, her black hair dancing wildly as the primordial sutra operated madly, resonating with the primordial bell. This battle was his first battle in the primordial. Clang, clang, clang. The primordial bell stirred, the myriad worlds trembled as heaven and earth transitioned from a state of stagnation into endless turmoil. The bell waves surged, colliding fiercely with the chaotic sea, dissipating the boundless chaotic power. In the next moment, Si and Shinnong directly cast the Dharma to embody the heavens and earth, transforming into towering giants, each lifting the primordial bell, swinging it heavily toward the primordial. In the valley, Su Ming's gaze was indifferent as he gently flicked his right finger. Clang! A bell wave resonated, causing heaven and earth to dissolve into a state of endless nothingness as countless worlds continuously evolved, reaching their peak, all leading to destruction. Primordial represents the absence of an endpoint, condensing boundless destructive power. The bell waves echoed and collided with the Panga banner, causing Panga's body to violently shake. He felt an immense force pressing down like a tidal wave, changing his expression drastically. He could not charge toward Niwa, but instead retreated in panic. You shall not escape. Shenong and Si roared angrily, their eyes filled with immense pressure, their hair dancing wildly, as they swung the primordial bell down heavily, causing heaven and earth to shatter. The colossal primordial bell seemed to become the only entity among the celestial emperors, obliterating everything. Apart from Shenong, the human race actually has another quasi-saint powerhouse. How many trump cards does this human race possess? The mighty beings stared dumbfounded. Pengu. Just then Hotu also arrived, drawing upon the boundless power of the earth and concentrating it into her fist, striking out to crush the heavens. Pengu, I will kill you. At that moment Nuwa summoned the red stitch ball, frantically pouring in endless magical power. The flames roared, the blazing sun hung high, its brilliance blinding, striking heavily toward Pengu. Three forces unleashed simultaneously. The terrifying power was unimaginable as heaven and earth fell into darkness. It was as if this strike was meant to obliterate Pengu on the spot. The tide of battle turned. The two quasi-saint powerhouses of the human race, wielding the primordial bell, joined the fray, instantly reversing the situation, leaving Pengu in a state of complete passivity. How could the battle situation turn around in an instant? The power of this innate supreme treasure is unimaginable. The original danger has been activated. Numerous mighty beings exclaimed in awe. They were unaware that a presence equal to their own was secretly activating the primordial bell. No one would think that the human race could possess such a supreme existence. Primordial slash. The primordial roared, appearing mad, unleashing a shocking divine ability, his body enveloped in a turbulent chaos, mist, the overwhelming chaotic force crushing the heavens, as the Pengu banner heavily slashed down, unleashing billions of terrifying sword lights. Killing intent filled the air, the universe collapsing. Billions of chaotic sword lights clashed wildly with the red embroidered ball, the primordial bell, and the Earth Mother, revealing faint signs of reversing the situation. Primordial, remember, I am of the human race, the Z clan. Kill. The Z clan roared angrily, holding the primordial bell with one hand while the other struck heavily upon it. Not bad. Su Ming chuckled lightly, flicking his middle and index fingers thousands of times in an instant, even causing the space to explode, the sound piercing. The primordial bell shone brightly, suppressing the heavens, its ringing dense as a tsunami, the bell waves instantly resonating billions of times, sweeping away the endless sword lights like a flood. It must be noted that the primordial was facing not just the primordial bell, but also had to divert a significant portion of his power to counter the terrifying assaults from Nuwa and the Earth Mother. Primordial danger. Numerous mighty beings trembled all over. Human race. The primordial roared, immediately retracting his power to explode backward, regathering his attacking momentum, but the Earth Mother and Nuwa would not let him retreat, an inch madly unleashing their great killing techniques. Nuwa, Earth Mother, I will not let you go. The primordial roared, his chaotic light piercing the heavens, appearing insane, yet what awaited him was the massive primordial bell swung by the Shinnon clan and the Z clan. Boom. This was a terrifying assault, the colossal primordial bell, nearly 1 billion zhang tall, crashing down heavily upon the primordial, the vast power, like a flood, causing his entire body to tremble violently, instantly erupting into endless blood mist. The primordial, like a madman covered in blood, still refused to take a single step back, even when severely injured. Such might truly shook the entire chaotic world. The hatred in the primordial's heart is endless. With the primordial's pride, the human race will likely become an unshakable inner demon in his heart, an obstacle to his path to enlightenment. The defeat is already certain, irreversible, any further struggles are futile. The sound of the primordial bell shook the earth, and it was swung madly by the Shinnon clan and the Z clan, continuously crashing down upon the primordial's body. The Earth Mother's mighty fist, the power of the earth, suppressed everything, firmly pinning the primordial in place. The red embroidered ball blazed like the scorching sun, its fiery light blinding, scorching everything like a blazing sun. No matter how mad and roaring the primordial was, he was still struck, repeatedly spitting blood. His robe had long been torn to shreds, hair disheveled, and his body was visibly covered in dense cracks, seemingly on the verge of bursting apart into a blood mist. All struggles were in vain. Primordial. Su Ming coldly shouted, extending his large hand to heavily suppress downward. In an instant, the primordial bell surged, the billion zhang bell body trembling with every part. This was an unparalleled assault. The Z clan roared angrily, the imperial might rolling, revealing the position of the emperor, seemingly merging with the primordial bell as the tidal wave of bell sounds submerged the primordial. Heaven-defying supreme treasure. Under the full exertion of two quasi-saints, it can unleash such an assault. Know that newly emerged Z clan's cultivation technique perfectly harmonizes with the bell, producing an unparalleled resonance. This person must be an unparalleled prodigy, and this treasure seems to be its companion supreme treasure, just as Tai was born cradling the Eastern Emperor Bell. This clan is heaven-defying with limitless potential. Numerous mighty beings were incredibly shocked, exclaiming in admiration. Such an assault was no less than that of a peak quasi-saint activating an innate supreme treasure. Endless bell waves submerged, and the Primordial completely broke through defenses, enduring terrifying assaults every moment, his body torn apart constantly, erupting with blood mist. The red embroidered ball thundered down, endless flames illuminating the heavens, instantly evaporating all blood mist, heavily striking the Primordial's body. This was a strike imbued with endless resentment from Nuwa, a furious blow from a pinnacle Hunyuan golden immortal capable of destroying heaven and earth. On the other side was the Earth Mother's full-powered punch, the earthy light enveloping the sky. Boom! The convergence of three powers completely shattered the void, the destructive force submerging the Primordial. Within, even the numerous mighty beings felt a chill, their hair standing on end, unable to imagine what it would feel like to be struck by such a blow while completely unprepared. The destructive force obliterated everything, mountains and rivers collapsing directly, turning into nothingness, the scene frighteningly horrific. Buzzing. The stars trembled, even from countless distances away, were affected, falling madly, as if a meteor shower had begun. Beauty entwined with endless killing intent, the chaotic land smashed into massive, terrifying craters. At this moment, the entire chaotic world trembled. Human race, Nuwa, Earth Mother, I will never let you go. Suddenly the Primordial's roar resounded, yet one could discern a deep sense of weakness within. The Panga banner enveloped him, transforming into escape, light vanishing into the void. To be wrapped in an attacking innate supreme treasure, one can imagine the terrifying attack the Primordial faced at the last moment. Based on his previous mad state, if it weren't for suffering an extremely terrifying injury, he would never have fled. The Primordial is gravely injured, possibly even harming his foundation, requiring an exceedingly long time to recover. At least 100 Yuan Hui will be needed for a complete recovery, let alone achieving the Hunyuan Dao. With one powerful opponent gone, the human race has achieved great merit. Numerous mighty beings laughed heartily. Hongjun. Su Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light, with no intention of holding back, immediately turning to look at the battlefield of Hongjun. Your injuries are not severe enough, let me help you with another strike. Shinongzi, be sure to shake and kill Hongjun's incarnation, sealing the void. The world of primordial chaos was suffocating, enveloped in a deathly silence. The Sanshine was a myth within this realm, a favored child of heaven, admired by countless deities and demons. Since their emergence, they had traversed a path of ease and grace high above all. Who would have thought that one day the most arrogant among the Sanshine, the primordial supreme, would find himself in the demon court? Emperor Jun remained silent for a long time before suddenly turning to Tai Yi and solemnly saying, Tai Yi, we must seize control of the human race. We cannot allow them to gravitate towards Nuwa or the Witch Clan. Emperor Jun recognized the immense potential possessed by the human race. He had previously underestimated them, merely issuing decrees and bestowing titles upon the demon gods, showing far too little regard for the humans. The fact that the ancestor which Di Jiang sent Ho Tu personally to the human race demonstrated just how sharp Di Jiang's vision was. This time he had indeed fallen behind Di Jiang. Primarily, the human race was nominally a part of the demon clan, which led Emperor Jun to develop an illusion that the humans had a sense of belonging to the demons. He believed that as long as he issued commands, the humans would follow him faithfully. He was mistaken, but it was not too late. The human race possessed innate treasures and had the support of Laozi, granting them independent strength and resources outside the demon clan. They were a desirable asset. If the human race was willing, any mighty existence or powerful force would be willing to offer them lofty conditions in exchange for their allegiance. Understood, brother. Tai Yi casually nodded, still not taking the human race seriously. However, he was very interested in that grand clock treasure of the human race, which resembled his own Eastern Emperor's clock. He needed to find an opportunity to play with it. In this battle, we did not lend our aid to the human race, which makes our moral standing rather precarious. Emperor Jun, oblivious to Tai Yi's expression, muttered to himself, in that case we must demonstrate greater sincerity than the Witch Clan. Thus, after this battle, you, my second brother, must personally go to the human race to meet the Shinnon clan and tell them that any conditions are negotiable, even the position of the 5 emperors can be discussed. Hiss! Tai Yi gasped in disbelief, looking at Emperor Jun with wide, angry eyes, imagining the shock in his heart. Brother, the position of the 5 emperors is immensely prestigious. How can it be promised so casually? Moreover, the 5 emperors of the demon court already have their allegiances. Offering one up means relinquishing a position. Tai Yi spoke in a near frantic tone, saying repeatedly, what does it matter if the human race possesses innate treasures? They have no merits or contributions to our demon clan. How can they sit in the position of the 5 emperors? No, absolutely not. This move would have too great an impact on the internal dynamics of the demon clan. Tai Yi shook his head repeatedly, indicating his inability to accept Emperor Jun's proposal. The position of the five emperors is second only to their demon emperor's supreme status, holding boundless fortune. Each of them is a mighty existence, while the human race, even with innate treasures, only has two early-stage quasi-saints. They simply do not qualify for the position of the five emperors. No need to say more, just do as I say. Emperor Jun waved his hand directly, interrupting Tai Yi's objections, and instead gazed deeply towards the direction of the human race, muttering to himself. Even if we cannot offer the position of the five emperors, we must show sincerity at the very least to stabilize the human race. We cannot allow them to become dependent on Yuhua or the Witch Clan. At that moment, numerous mighty presences suddenly had their gazes sharpened. In their eyes, after the Primordial fled, the two quasi-saints of the human race had shown no signs of hesitation, but rather let out a mighty roar, their entire beings radiating overwhelming power, burning bright, and casting brilliant light, pouring boundless energy into the Grand Clock. The Chaos Grand Clock shone with tremendous light rising from the endless sky, sealing all voids, and suppressing the heavens and earth. What does the human race intend to do? Could they possibly wish to slay the Primordial? No way, the human race should not dare. The Primordial possesses the merits of opening the heavens. To slay him would be akin to seeking death. The Primordial is severely injured and will not pose a threat to the human race for a long time. Could it be that they intend to? Hiss, hiss, hiss. Suddenly, an incredible thought emerged in their minds, and countless gazes shifted toward the battlefield of Hongjun and Laozi. Many mighty presences were horrified, unable to believe their own thoughts. It must be said Hongjun was regarded as a supreme being in their hearts, noble and unassailable, which was many mighty presences were horrified, unable to believe their own thoughts. It must be said Hongjun was regarded as a supreme being in their hearts, noble and unassailable, which was why they had only just now arrived at this conclusion. If I remember correctly, the Tao ancestor has yet to actively seek trouble with the human race. How could this insignificant human race dare to take action against the Tao ancestor? In the boundless sea of blood, Ming, he laughed heartily, waves of blood rolling. This human race is quite crazy. I like it. I will eventually go to the human race to discuss the Tao with those who made this decision and become friends. Suddenly, the next move of the Shinnon clan and the Zi clan revealed the answer to them. Ding! The Chaos Grand Clock sealed the heavens, its bell ringing loudly, resonating throughout the realms, the endless sound coalescing into a vast divine spear. The divine spear displayed a chaotic hue spanning the sky, immense and powerful, reaching billions of miles, seemingly connecting the ends of the sky and earth, the boundless killing intent, plunging the primordial world into desolation. Hongjun. Su Ming murmured, his gaze cold and indifferent, his fingers flicking billions of times, even infusing the Yeto-formed Daoic power into the Wuxia clock, causing the Wuxia clock to shine brightly. This was a rare opportunity. How could he let it slip by? Hongjun, suffering from the backlash of the heavenly Tao, was bound to be severely injured. He should have been in seclusion to recuperate, but due to the anger in his heart, he divided his primordial spirit to manifest an avatar in the primordial realm. If this fragment of his primordial spirit were to be obliterated, it could even potentially plunge Hongjun into a long slumber. With Hongjun in slumber, the human race would be rid of a significant threat. Hongjun wielded the creation jade disc and understood the primordial world too well. Su Ming was fully aware of this, which was why he did not hesitate to risk exposing himself in order to slay this avatar of Hongjun. The Chaos Divine Spear traversed the heavens, and before it was even shot forth, it had already instilled fear in countless mighty beings, chilling them to the bone, their hairs standing on end. The terrifying killing intent ravaged between heaven and earth, plunging the sun and moon into darkness and fracturing the cosmos. This human race is dead set on killing this avatar of Hongjun. Many mighty presences were horrified to the point of death. Shennong's head was drenched in blood, exuding a terrifying demonic power as he crazily burned himself, his body seemingly transforming into a raging inferno, using his life to urge the Eastern Emperor Bell. The Zi clan shouted repeatedly, their hair dancing wildly, desperately operating the primordial bell, their hands striking their chests, spraying blood onto the primordial bell. The reason for their desperate actions was that they understood the ancestors' determination to kill Hongjun, and thus they were willing to conceal the ancestors' existence at any cost. Even if a significant portion of the chaotic divine spear's power was urged from afar by the ancestor, presenting a considerable flaw, they still chose to take the risk. The human race's madness is not without reason. From top to bottom, they are all lunatics. Jin Yuanzi gasped in shock, having never witnessed such madness before. It was simply unimaginable how deep the enmity was between this human race and the Tao ancestor, leading to such insanity. The primordial should be grateful. The Eastern King joked somewhat to the Western Queen Mother. The Western Queen Mother's expression was cold like a goddess descending to the world, standing tall in the heavens, her voice indifferent. If the human race had acted so before the Primordial, would have surely perished. The Tao ancestor is in danger. Numerous mighty beings silently thought. The chaotic divine spear hovered in the air, exuding a murderous aura, shattering the heavens, rendering the sun and moon dark. Even a great Luo golden immortal approaching would undoubtedly be crushed into a pulp in an instant, their form and spirit obliterated. In the vast wilderness, untold ferocious beasts were filled with unimaginable terror. Sensing the horrifying crisis, they fled frantically, and countless clans were impacted and annihilated. In the chaotic world of the wilderness human race, Hong Jun's eyes turned blood-red as he bellowed, "You dare to strike at me, I will annihilate your 10 clans, ensuring your race suffers eternal damnation." He was overly confident. He thought that even as an avatar he could rampage through the wilderness, believing that those mighty beings would never have the ability to strike at him. The worst-case scenario he anticipated was merely to vent his anger and then leave. But the madness of this human race and the strength of their trump cards far exceeded his expectations. Hong Jun sensed a terrifying crisis and immediately felt the urge to retreat. He was heavily injured and had already retreated with the Purple Cloud Palace into the boundless depths of chaos, completely lacking the ability to cross through chaos to counterattack. If this avatar is killed, I could fall into a prolonged slumber. Hong Jun's heart trembled. Given the current situation in the wilderness, if he were to sleep for 10 epochs, unpredictable situations would undoubtedly arise, and he was still thinking about how to re-establish the situation. However, slumbering could entail more than just a mere 10 epochs. Hong Jun could not accept the emergence of such a situation. Yet the reality was that after his roar, those two human beings crazily burned everything within themselves. Magical power, primordial spirit, blood energy, and Taoist cultivation. The chaotic divine spear exuded a soul-stirring aura, its murderous intent causing chaos in the cosmos, as if it had been condensed to its utmost, poised to launch. Laozi and Tongshan's expressions were cold, desperately urging the Yin-Yang Taiji diagram, and the 4 swords of extermination, not allowing Hong Jun a moment's respite, let alone the fact that the space had already been suppressed and sealed by the Eastern Emperor Bell, cutting off Hong Jun's chance to escape into the boundless void. The energies of Yin and Yang surged like an ocean, the sword aura reaching into the heavens, turning the myriad realms into a chaotic battleground. Mount Buzhou trembled slightly, as if on the verge of collapse, the rolling Tao essence spreading from Mount Buzhou to restrain the collapsing heavens and earth. The signs of heaven's collapse caused by the battle between the Wu and the Yao seemed to be re-emerging. Laozi Tongtian, you two ungrateful disciples, are you truly going to slaughter your master and betray the sect? Hong Jun roared while resisting, his eyes blood-red, already frenzied. From the perspective of camaraderie, Laozi and Tongshan's actions were utterly unjustifiable. Hong Jun had shown the 3 purities utmost benevolence, teaching them the Tao and accepting them as his direct disciples, bestowing upon them the 3 great treasures. But Laozi and Tongtian remained silent, their actions growing increasingly ruthless, fiercely holding Hong Jun down, suppressing him in place. Everyone had survived for countless eons. Even if there was a bond of friendship, it was all in pursuit of interest, striving for the pinnacle of the Tao. No matter how one looked at it, in this opportunity, erasing Hong Jun's avatar would maximize the benefit for Laozi and Tongtian. Once Hong Jun fell into slumber and awoke, if they were not dead, they would have long attained Tao. In the wilderness world, what fear would they have of Hong Jun? Ungrateful wolf, traitorous disciple, how could I waste my efforts treating you as my own? Hong Jun cursed furiously, trying desperately to escape. Traitor rebel, I will eventually clean up the sect with my own hands. At that moment, a voice filled with indifferent authority resonated through the heavens. Master, what about me? Boom. Suddenly, the shattered map of the nation was reformed, unleashing boundless power that firmly confined the space, further severing Hong Jun's dreams of escape. I have been so loyal to you only to receive your repeated humiliations, suppression, suspicions, and forced orders to conceal myself in chaos, forbidding me from stepping into the wilderness even a single step. Nuwa's eyes were filled with deep resentment, her voice hoarse, making it hard to imagine how deep her hatred for Hong Jun was. The better Hong Jun treated the 3 purities, the deeper Nuwa's resentment became. She had been so loyal to Hong Jun only to be met with repeated oppression. Nuwa, you dare? Hong Jun's tone was severe, his eyes filled with warning. But he seemed to have forgotten one thing. At this moment, with the dissipation of the primordial purple chi, he had lost the capital to threaten Nuwa. Buzz! Nuwa raised her hand, unleashing the red embroidered ball flames, blazing the scorching sun, hanging high, her murderous intent surging like a tide. Nuwa's sudden involvement instantly broke the stalemate of the battle. Buzz, buzz. The heavens collapsed as Hong Jun unleashed boundless divine powers, yet he was still struck until he spat blood repeatedly, his body fracturing, blood splattering across the heavens. Kill. Su Ming's gaze was icy. He shouted sharply, his finger flicking heavily. At the same time, the Shinnong clan and the Zi clan entered a frenzied state, howling to the sky, their hair burning and dancing, waving overwhelming magical power as they forcefully hurled the chaotic divine spear. Clang, clang, clang. The bell of the primordial bell rang out loudly, shaking the myriad realms as if tolling the death knell for Hong Jun. A definitive strike. Numerous mighty beings stood on end witnessing this unforeseen scene. Could the supreme Tao ancestor, even if merely an avatar, truly be slaughtered in reverse by the human race and the three disciples? Deep down, they were anticipating a miracle to occur. Hong Jun was ultimately the myth of their era, a blazing sun standing tall in the heavens. Up! Hong Jun roared, sensing an unprecedented death crisis, his long black hair standing on end like steel needles, purple chi spreading, a vast ocean forming, and thunder crashing. Heavenly Tao divine power. Hong Jun unleashed his ultimate divine power. The heavenly Tao divine thunder erupted, boundless purple chi morphing into deadly rays, tearing apart the heavens and earth, using his own strength to confront Laozi Tongtian Nuwa and the chaotic divine spear. This was an unparalleled offensive. Heavenly Tao divine power, indeed worthy of the Tao ancestor. Numerous mighty beings marveled, unable to fathom the true strength of the Tao ancestor. But what they did not know was that without the creation jade plate in hand, the heavenly Tao divine power was incomplete, unable to exhibit even 1/10 of its strength. Moreover, due to the rejection of the heavenly Tao divine power Hong Jun was currently using could not even draw out a trace of heavenly Tao strength. Thunderous detonations rent the air as the twin essences of yin and yang fused with boundless sword intent, ravenously eroded the heavenly Taoist divine arts. They cried, kill, kill, kill. The long silent Laozi and Tongtian broke their quiet, at last bellowing in unison. Their hair whipped like banners as they unleashed overwhelming power, invoking the Taiji diagram and the four immortal slaying swords to strike at Hong Jun. The communion between the heavenly Tao and its divine arts was abruptly severed. Traitor! Hong Jun rasped, his eyes bleeding red. Then with a thunderous impact, a red embroidered ball struck Hong Jun's chest, and his body erupted into an endless mist of blood. Nuwa, you shall die. Hong Jun howled in hysteria, forsaking any defense against Laozi and Tongshan's onslaughts as he swatted a palm toward Nuwa's skull, murderous intent roaring from him. Hong Jun, you continue to humiliate me. Nuwa felt her chi and blood reverse, a rush of crimson to her head until her eyes glowed red. It was sheer humiliation. Even at that moment, Hong Jun still thought her the easiest to bully. Then the Hundun divine spear cleaved the firmament in a single thrust, and with dreadful force it reduced the unguarded Hong Jun to a fog of blood. All. Shock. The cataclysmic turbulence that had rent heaven and earth slowly subsided with Hong Jun's fall. Yet long afterward, the primordial world lay in a deathlike hush, suffocatingly still. After Laozi and Tongtian sheathed their treasures, they stood in solemn silence, motionless for a long time, not uttering a word. Perhaps since the day they accepted Hong Jun as master, they had never conceived that one day they would be the ones to strike him down. A faint purple primordial spirit slowly coalesced where Hong Jun had fallen, reassembling itself. Its outline was blurred, yet it was unmistakably Hong Jun's essence. A hiss ran through the gathered. A sage does not perish. If a primordial spirit reconstitutes, a strand of it endures, eternal and undying. One day it shall return to life. Many towering beings drew sharp breaths, roused from their stupor. A mere wisp of spirit had withstood such horrific onslaught and remained unextinguished. One could scarcely fathom a sage's power. They asked themselves that had they stood there they would have perished without a trace of hope. Senior brother. Tongtian looked up at Laozi and smiled with easy resignation. From now on, when we meet, we shall be rivals on the path to enlightenment. Then Tongtian strode away, without even glancing at Hong Jun's spirit. His promise had been fulfilled. He had borne responsibility to the end. How to deal with that remnant of Hong Jun was left to Laozi. Third junior brother, I am not as free as you, Laozi murmured inwardly. He watched Hong Jun's coalescing spirit for a long while, then turned to Shinnong to ask his opinion. He knew Shinnong maintained contact with the Ren Huang. Every decision, even Hong Jun's execution, had been decreed by the Ren Huang. This primordial spirit shall be suppressed by our people. Shinnong nodded indifferently, having already received Su Ming's instructions. With a flick of his hand, the Wuxia bell unleashed a tremendous suction, drawing Hong Jun's spirit, seemingly about to slip into chaos, directly into the bell. This Wuxia bell is a hot potato, Xinyuanzi muttered, and any spark of covetousness he had felt toward the bell vanished at once. These gods and demons had all heard Hong Jun expound the Tao, and still trembled at his supreme majesty. Even if one possessed the Wuxia Bell, how could one truly deal with Hongjun's spirit sealed within? Hongjun was not dead, only fallen into deep sleep. Sooner or later he would awaken. How clever the leader of the humans. Dijuan praised, then turned to Tai. Second brother, go to the human realm at once. Do not let Nuwa or Hutu seize the initiative. Tai nodded reluctantly, rose, and flew toward the humans. A cold gleam shone in his eyes. He wished to see whether the human clan dared against heaven itself to accept the mantle of the 5 emperors. The battle had ended and myriad tribes of the primordial world were steeped in shock, long unable to collect themselves. The human race, countless peoples murmured. From this day that clan was formally regarded by countless formidable beings. They were unfathomable, their cards kept hidden in endless succession, and they dared what others would not. If they dared to slay even Hongjuan, what would they not dare? Laozi nodded to Shenong. After he notified the Run Huang, he left without acknowledging Nuwa and flew away at once. He had achieved what he desired. Next would come the revival of the human teachings, the gathering of destiny, and the pursuit of the Tao of primal unity. He believed that after this battle he had gained the human race's preliminary recognition. Taking a number of humans as disciples would pose no problem. The urgent task was to found the human teachings sect. Laozi knew Nuwa well, and could predict what might befall the humans if she overreached. He had come to see that beneath the Run Huang's youthful and inexperienced appearance lurked a ruthless calculating, while weaving one trap after another. Let us go as well, Shenong said, glancing at the parchment pale. Sure. Such frantic stimulation of vital blood. Even a quasi-saint would struggle to endure it. Without timely treatment, the root foundation could be wounded with grave consequences, perhaps forcing a long sleep for self-healing. He'll go ahead first. Ziyisher nodded, fully aware of the consequences, and vanished into the firmament. Shenong was the Run Huang's appointed envoy to external affairs. Shenong. At that moment, Hutu, who had stood to one side during the battle with Hongjuan, approached and offered Shenong a faint smile. Shenong nodded. Ancestor Witch Hutu is an honored guest of our people, of course. We will enter and deliberate at leisure. With those words, he prepared to escort Hutu into the human realm. Throughout it all, Shenong seemed to ignore Nuwa's presence as if she did not exist, leaving her deeply embarrassed. Even when Ziyisher departed, he did not greet her. This was not Su Ming's command, but a tacit, sympathetic show of force from Shenong and Ziyisher, a reminder to Nuwa not to go too far and to restrain herself. It was meant as a kindly admonition. They were well aware that the Run Huang was greatly displeased with the Holy Mother and wished to avoid a clash between Nuwa and him. They did not understand Nuwa. Her gaze was icily cold, her brow twitching instinctively. She took the 2 human leaders' conduct as a deliberate slight. She was the Holy Mother of the humans, her status supreme. With so many mighty beings watching, such behavior by these 2 was an insult to her. With Hongjun grievously wounded and asleep, Nuwa believed she no longer had restraints. She could not tolerate this. Shenong, kneel. Nuwa's voice cut cold. I am the Holy Mother of the humans. The human race was born of my hand. Do you intend rebellion? The battle is over, yet you dare meet me without kneeling. Her sharp rebuke rang across the primordial world, sending tremors through the hearts of countless mighty beings. Hutu slightly frowned. Even she treated Shenong with equality. Nuwa's actions were somewhat excessive. Even if you are the Holy Mother of the human race should still respect you. Yet countless years have passed without any concern for the human race. Through their own struggles and efforts, the human race has risen, featuring 2 quasi-saints and numerous powerful beings, along with the mastery of innate treasures. You, Nuwa, suddenly appearing and demanding that the leaders of the human race openly submit to you is utterly unreasonable. However, this is an internal affair of the human race, and Hutu had no intention of intervening. She was self-aware. The human race is quite proud, and such actions would only provoke their disdain. Hiss. Is this Nuwa still the same Nuwa? Even if you wish to control the human race and seize this victory, you should at least be a bit more low-key. Many imposing figures were left dumbfounded. Shenong and Su Ming sighed with a knowing smile, fully understanding their thoughts. However, they still did not understand Nuwa, unaware of how strong her pride was. This would only serve to provoke her further. Ignore her and come back directly. Oh, I believe she wouldn't dare to take action. Su Ming transmitted to Shenong, his words filled with immense confidence. Understood. Shenong's eyes flickered with a cold glint as he glanced at Nuwa. He could never kneel openly in front of the sky, letting the entire human race witness. It would only bolster Nuwa's prestige. Holy Mother, it is my negligence. If you are willing, please accompany me. With that, Shenong did not look at Nuwa again and flew ahead into the human race. You? Nuwa's eyes brimmed with murderous intent, her heart filled with rage. How dare they disregard her, so openly showing no respect? This was defiance. Nuwa, you had better restrain yourself. The human race is not a weak little group that you can trample upon at will, Hutu said to Nuwa calmly, then proceeded into the human race. Hutu you. Nuwa's heart seethed with anger, but she had to admit that Huta spoke some truth. Gradually she withdrew her killing intent and followed in Huta's footsteps into the human race. Soon Xuandu was ordered to bring Nuwa and Hutu to the core area, where the human race had set up the grand formation to deceive the heavens, providing them with an extremely high reception, presenting various spiritual fruits, like a flowing stream, along with carefully prepared roasted meats. Ultimately a small group, indeed, not even a single innate spiritual fruit to offer. Nuwa looked on with disdain, her gaze high and proud, utterly unimpressed by the spiritual fruits presented by the human race. Crack. Huta, however, was quite generous and did not hold back, tearing off a piece of golden juicy roasted meat with one hand, while holding a spiritual fruit with the other, eating heartily, juice dripping from her mouth, enjoying herself immensely. She had no intention of acknowledging Nuwa. In Huta's eyes, Nuwa seemed foolish to an extreme. If the human race fell into her hands, she would have to reconsider the witch clan's attitude toward the human race. Such a fool, even powerful clans cannot withstand her antics. Nuwa's rise to this point was entirely due to good fortune. Huta said nothing, yet in her heart, she held great disdain for Nuwa. Huta, why have you come to the human race? Nuwa frowned, feeling irritated by Huta's disregard. She was the holy mother of the human race, naturally entering her own domain. If there is something to discuss, you may speak directly to me. Nuwa's tone was lofty, as if the human race were already in her grasp. Huta turned to glance at Nuwa, suddenly bursting into 3 hearty laughs, continuing her feast. She couldn't shake the feeling that Nuwa had lost her mind. What confidence did she have to be so arrogant just because she was the holy mother of the human race? The human race even disregarded the decree of Emperor Jun, who bestowed titles upon the demon gods. What confidence did you, Nuwa, have to preside over the human race? Huta you. Nuwa felt humiliated once more, her beautiful eyes turning fierce, unleashing a powerful authority, as all the food was overturned, spiritual fruits and roasted meats scattered across the ground. Huta, the human race does not welcome you. Please leave. Nuwa's voice was harsh, having reached her limit. Do not forget, I am the empress of the demon court, one of the 5 emperors, and I share a bitter enmity with the witch clan, a hatred that cannot coexist. If you do not leave, do not blame me for my ruthless heart and leaving you in the human race. Even if Hutu has a good temper, she is ultimately a primordial witch, proud to the extreme, with a violent nature ingrained in their genes. A flash of chaotic killing intent crossed her eyes as she suddenly turned to Nuwa. What do you think you are? My witch clan has never feared your demon clan at all. Get lost. This is the human race, though I do not deign to argue with you. I give face to the human race, do not force me to take action. Huta's eyes were filled with killing intent, her beautiful face already brimming with murderous energy. After traversing the wilderness for countless years and leading the witch clan in battles, she had dealt with numerous powerful beings, but had never encountered such a foolish, imposing figure. In the valley, Su Ming frowned. This fool. He had intended to observe how Nuwa and Hutu communicated, probing the purpose of their arrival. But at this rate, Nuwa and Hutu would undoubtedly come to blows. Shenong immediately appeared on the spot, his eyes filled with piercing cold light, as he was the first to look at Nuwa, coldly saying, Holy Mother, please step aside. I have urgent matters to discuss with Hutu, the primordial witch. Shenong. Nuwa shouted sharply, refusing to retreat, coldly saying, I command you in my capacity as the holy mother of the human race, not to have any contact with the witch clan. Do not forget your identity, which was created by me. The human ape tribe is a branch of the demon clan. Nuwa, being one of the 5 emperors and possessing the fortune of the demon clan, sought to control the human race, naturally unwilling to allow any connection between the human race and the witch clan, which would affect her standing in the demon clan. You? Shenong's fists involuntarily clenched, a dark light flashing through his eyes, his hair subtly turning red. Even the ancestors had never spoken to him like this. Even the witch clan and the demon clan referred to the human race, yet as the holy mother of the human race, she referred to them as the human ape tribe. Kneel. Nuwa shouted fiercely, suddenly standing up, her aura exploding forth. Hu. Shenong's breath grew heavy, his eyes gradually covered in demonic fog about to erupt. Yet ultimately the status of the holy mother Nuwa suppressed the demonic intent in his heart, and he would slowly kneel, wishing to satisfy Nuwa, so she could leave. Maintaining Nuwa's position in the human race was the order of the ancestors. As long as it did not affect the entire human race, Shenong was willing to humble himself. Kneeling was of no concern. Having such a holy mother in the human race is truly a tragedy. Such a powerful and potentially limitless race is wasted. Hutu said coldly, watching Shenong slowly bend his knee. The human race will surely be destroyed by your hands sooner or later. A glimmer of satisfaction flashed in Nuwa's eyes, a trace of disdain crossing her lips, showing no desire to refute Hoda's statements. No one understood the endless fortune of the human race better than her in the wilderness world. The human race she must control. Forcing Shinong to kneel was just the first step. Suddenly, a loud rumble exploded in Nuwa's mind. Nuwak. A voice filled with indifference and authority directly echoed in her mind, causing her to shudder. In the valley, Su Ming's gaze was fierce and wild, his imperial might surging as he stepped out of the valley. At that moment, the Shinong who was about to kneel stood up and gestured to Hutu. Hutu the Primordial, which this place is too noisy, let's discuss in another location. P.S. It has been a long time since there were 4 updates. In a few minutes, it will be the Lantern Festival. Please send gifts and urge for more updates. This is my first time asking for gifts, and I don't know if there will be any. I'm so poor. Laughing and crying. Nuwa felt her entire body stiffen, sensing a pair of eyes filled with a terrifying sense of authority, watching her from an unknown place, instilling in her an overwhelming sense of threat. Who is it? What's going on? Nuwa silently fumed, wanting to take a step forward to continue scolding. Yet for some unknown reason a sense of dread washed over her, leaving her icy cold, as if the slightest movement would bring about an unprecedented, devastating blow. This feeling of threat was even greater than what she felt from Hongjun. Could it be that the human race still had a sage? But reason told Nuwa that this was impossible. There could not be a sage in the Honghuang world, as any great existence capable of killing her no longer existed. However, she still dared not move a single step or utter a word, only able to glare in anger as she watched Shinong take Hutu away. What's going on? Hutu glanced at Nuwa, her brows slightly furrowed, feeling a great sense of unease. The once mighty and arrogant Nuwa suddenly became stiff, her eyes narrowing. Even Shinong taking her away without kneeling went unnoticed. This was indeed very odd. Hutu scanned the surroundings, but found nothing amiss, turning to Shinong with a puzzled look. Grand Ancestor Hutu, please come this way. Our human race's holy mother is rather immature with a volatile temperament. I hope you can forgive her. I have already sent other human powerhouses to comfort the holy mother. Shinong smiled, slightly gesturing for Hutu to go elsewhere, as this was a matter of human internal affairs not requiring an explanation to Hutu. The existence of the ancestor is the greatest secret and deepest foundation of the human race and must never be exposed. All right. Hutu shook her head, suppressing her doubts, and followed Shinong away. However, this incident had already raised Hutu's vigilance and piqued her curiosity. The human race must possess foundations unknown to outsiders which had not been revealed. 2 quasi-sages, a large group of exceptionally talented individuals, and even innate treasures had been exposed. What could be worth Shinong's effort to conceal? Could it even be enough to intimidate the once mighty Nuwa? A remarkable race. Hutu mused to herself. After Hutu left within the invisible void of the human race, the Chi-Tian array patterns surged, completely isolating the area where Nuwa was sealing off all external probing. At that moment, Nuwa felt the gaze that had been fixed upon her disappear, and she let out a sigh of relief, the crisis averted. But in an instant a surge of rage welled up within her. She had actually been intimidated by the human race. This was a disgrace. Shinong. Nuwa opened her mouth, about to angrily shout and chase after them, unwilling to allow the human race to deepen their ties with the witch race. Nuwa. Suddenly a calm voice came from behind, causing Nuwa to stiffen entirely, her scalp tingling, hair standing on end, as if she had fallen into an ice cavern, as someone had silently appeared behind her. What kind of existence was this? Had he struck at her just now then? Nuwa dared not imagine the consequences. Nuwa shouted sharply, a map of mountains and rivers appearing above her head, a red embroidered ball appearing in her hand, her aura surging, killing intent palpable as she turned to face the source of the voice. But in an instant she froze. A strong sense of impact surged towards her. Before Nuwa's eyes sat a young man in white robes, leisurely seated on a stone chair, his gaze indifferent, black hair casually cascading down his back. Yet his seemingly ordinary demeanor exuded a formidable sense of authority, as if he could control her fate with a mere gesture. To Nuwa, Su Ming appeared as an unfathomable mist. Though he was right before her, she could not grasp him. Within him there seemed to lurk a sense of destructive energy that sent chills down her spine, capable of obliterating her in an instant if unleashed. If Hongjun gave Nuwa a sense of being untouchable and infinitely noble, then Su Ming radiated an overwhelming authority, possessing boundless power, able to dictate her fate, causing her hair to stand on end as if she had fallen into an ice cavern. This feeling was strikingly similar to that of being watched by those eyes earlier. But that was not the most important part. Su Ming's presence evoked a sense of intense familiarity within her, as if she had known him well in a distant past. Suddenly Nuwa's pupils constricted sharply, nearly jumping up, exclaiming, the first generation of the human race. Indeed, the aura emanating from this man was identical to that of the first batch of 3,000 humans she had created beneath the Buzhou mountain, without a single difference. How is this possible? Nuwa was stunned. This man who radiated immense authority and was seemingly unfathomable in power was one of the very beings she had created. It was unimaginable. The intense sense of impact left Nuwa frozen in place, unable to believe it. Su Ming looked at Nuwa calmly, not in a hurry to speak, allowing her to slowly digest the shock within her. It must be said Nuwa was extremely beautiful, breathtakingly so. Her long hair was tied up, revealing her snow-white swan neck, tender to the touch, whiter than ivory, her eyes like stars containing nobility, her skin like cream, bright eyes and pearly teeth. Wearing a light red palace dress that flowed several meters behind her, it accentuated her already noble aura even further. The slightly tight outfit perfectly showcased her voluptuous figure with curves that were just right. Too much would make her plump, too little would make her thin. Perfect, noble, the Hongwang truly has unparalleled beauties everywhere. The ancients did not deceive me. Su Ming marveled inwardly. Nuwa's appearance was already enough to rival change, of course, if one disregarded Nuwa's temperament and disposition. In terms of temperament, change could easily outshine Nuwa by miles. To change, Su Ming could smile, filled, but faced with Nuwa, even though her beauty was unmatched, Su Ming still felt his veins throb, his hand uncontrollably wanting to strike her down. In his past life, he considered himself well-traveled, yet he had never encountered such a self-righteous woman, or it made him want to gently twist her swan neck and tenderly snap it. What kind of psychology gave you this illusion, making you think you could transcend everything? Lady Nuwa, there's no need to be too anxious. After a moment, Su Ming smiled, gently signaling Nuwa to put away her spiritual treasure in this human realm. If I truly wanted to strike at you, having an innate treasure would be of no use. Su Ming kindly reminded him, speaking from the heart. If it were a great being like Emperor Jun or Tai, he wouldn't dare to speak, but for Nuwa, he truly wanted to take action with complete confidence. For Nuwa, her strength at this moment was built upon the human race, upon her position as the Holy Mother of humanity. Yet this statement was a great humiliation for her. By the way, allow me to introduce myself. Su Ming smiled lightly, yet his gaze radiated immense authority as golden mist enveloped him. I am the true emperor of the human race, and you, Lady Nuwa, are the second being in the outside world to know of my existence. You are not mistaken. I am the first generation of the human race created by you. At that time I stood beneath Mount Buzhou, gazing up at you as you absorbed endless merits of the profound, and the yellow witnessing your supreme grace as you attained sainthood. However, you were so immersed in the ecstasy of attaining the Tao that you likely didn't notice me, this mere ant, as you casually dismissed me. You dare to speak to me, the being you personally created, in such a manner, even threatening me with such audacity. Nuwa gritted her silver teeth, the sound echoing ominously. Her eyes brimmed with murderous intent, deeply displeased with Su Ming's attitude. Yet despite her heavy killing intent, she still lacked the courage to act. The sudden emergence of this emperor instilled an overwhelming sense of threat in her. Speaking to you like this, Su Ming looked indifferent, shifting to the main topic. Nuwa, I have already given you great face. I do not wish to waste too much time on you, nor do I have time to spare. As he spoke, a cold glint flashed in Su Ming's eyes. At this moment you should understand that I am the sovereign of the human race, the emperor revered by all, who controls the innate supreme treasure, suppresses the fate of the human race, and possesses the ability to revoke your position as the Holy Mother and reclaim the fate of humanity at any time. Emperor, you. Nuwa was furious, but her imposing aura immediately diminished. Her breath quickened as she suppressed the anger within and contemplated how to maximize her benefits. The existence of this emperor made it impossible for her to completely control the human race. She understood Su Ming's meaning. Revoking her position as the Holy Mother would cause her endless merits to dissipate, significantly reducing her strength. With the loss of fate, her power would plummet even further. At that point, this emperor could easily kill her with a mere gesture. You are threatening me. Nuwa's face was cold, suppressing her inner turmoil. She said indifferently, I am the Holy Mother of humanity, with great merits for the human race. Are you not afraid of the news of your threats against me circulating, causing chaos within humanity? I will not comment much on your actions towards humanity, you know in your heart. Su Ming chuckled coldly. As for the news spreading, you may try it if you have the courage. You, a mere beast, how dare you? Nuwa was enraged. Her aura erupted as strands of her hair came undone and danced wildly. How could the human race she created speak to her in such a manner, directly threatening her and mocking her lack of courage? Su Ming stood up, his eyes flashing with golden light, brilliant and dazzling, as he stepped forward to Nuwa, towering over her, who only came up to his shoulder. His voice was cold. I will not speak more nonsense. I will give you 3 warnings. First, I will continue to acknowledge you as the Holy Mother of humanity, allowing you to enjoy 1/10 of the fate of the human race. You will obediently serve as the auspicious symbol of humanity. Second, you are forbidden from interfering in the internal affairs of humanity, and you are not allowed to use the banner of humanity to swindle. Third, Su Ming paused for a moment as a blinding golden light suddenly erupted from his eyes. A destructive aura surged, causing Nuwa's expression to change dramatically as she stumbled back 3 steps, looking at Su Ming in horror. Third, I do not wish to hear the words beast from your mouth again. Remember, you are the Holy Mother of humanity, not the Holy Mother of beasts. Su Ming cast a cold glance at the pale-faced Nuwa, then strode away, quickly vanishing from her sight, leaving only his cold and authoritative voice echoing in the void. Nuwa, I will give you one last piece of advice. It is best for you to return to the Wa Emperor Palace and be a good auspicious symbol for humanity, and do not stir up trouble. Take care. Looking at the place where Su Ming had vanished, Nuwa's face turned as pale as death, lost in thought for a long time, filled with shock and dread. The last sentence was a warning to her. If she did not behave, the consequences would be severe. So domineering. Nuwa murmured to herself, her complexion still incredibly pale, having endured immense pressure, a type of pressure that even Hongjun could not exert on her. This emperor truly possessed the ability to decide her life and death. She was completely suppressed. From beginning to end, she had hardly spoken a complete sentence. It was only the emperor warning her. Nuwa's legs trembled uncontrollably. A strong desire to assert the dignity of the Holy Mother of humanity surged within her, even thinking she could confront the emperor. Yet she did not dare. Nuwa truly did not dare. The intimidation this emperor imposed on her was too great, as she did not dare to gamble everything for the chance that he might strip her of her position or even kill her. Am I truly just a decorative vase? Hongjun treated me like this, and so does the emperor. Nuwa suffered a tremendous blow, her face pale, as she aimlessly ascended into the sky, flying towards the vast heavens above. She needed to return to the Wa Emperor Palace to think things over carefully. At that moment, a golden streak of light halted before Nuwa, revealing a tall and imposing figure. It was none other than Dong Huang Tai Yi, who had come to the human race. Hua Huang, wait. I have something to ask. Upon seeing Nuwa's disheveled appearance, Tai Yi frowned slightly and called out, wanting to inquire about the matters concerning humanity, or perhaps suggest that Nuwa accompany him to the human race. Yet Nuwa seemed oblivious to his presence, offering no pause as she directly soared into the endless sky, vanishing in an instant from Tai Yi's sight. What is going on? Tai Yi frowned tightly, sensing that something was amiss. This was not the Nuwa he was familiar with. He had never seen her in such a state. What could have happened? Tai Yi gazed down at the nearby human race, a slight smirk appearing at the corners of his mouth, sensing that this clan had become even more intriguing. Then Tai Yi stepped into the celestial realm of the human race, his gaze sweeping across, instantly unleashing a grand and overwhelming power, the majestic and terrifying might of the emperor sweeping through like a tsunami, causing the heavens to stagnate. Showing respect to the human race. Tai Yi had no such thoughts. Not even Emperor Jun could compel him to feel this way. In his view, as a demon emperor, his personal visit to the human race was already a tremendous honor for them. The leaders of humanity should come out to meet him personally. I am Dong Huang Tai Yi of the Demon Clan, here on the orders of the Demon Emperor to bestow gifts upon the human race. Tai Yi's authoritative voice echoed for miles. As Su Ming just stepped into the valley, he immediately frowned at the sound of this voice, turning to look only to see a tall man clad in a dark dragon robe, exuding an extraordinary demeanor, standing in the celestial realm. Dong Huang Tai Yi, Su Ming murmured, leaving a deep impression of this figure whose reputation was on par with the 6 saints. Unmatched in combat, the strongest beneath the saints, a divine beast birthed from the sun star, cradling the Dong Huang Bell, a child of destiny, a legendary figure. Various terms flashed through Su Ming's mind. The meat of the golden crow is indeed quite delicious. Su Ming licked his lips, reminiscing about such exquisite flavors. Luya was merely Tai Yi's nephew, yet it was so delicious. If Tai Yi's meat were roasted with divine fire, would it not be the only delicacy in heaven and earth? Alright, I thought too much. Even the 6 saints of later generations would not dare claim they could cook Dong Huang Tai Yi into an unparalleled delicacy. The title of the strongest beneath the saints is not just for show. Come bestow upon the human race this Tai Yi. Coming back to his senses, Su Ming could only smile wryly at Tai Yi's lofty demeanor, as if the human race was the same as it once was. Greatly exasperated by these beings standing at the pinnacle of the primeval era, each one more self-righteous than the last. Well, let you amuse yourself for a bit. Su Ming smiled faintly, directly ignoring the imposing Tai Yi, commanding the human powerful ones not to pay him any mind, and then shifted his gaze towards the figures of Shinnong and Hutu. His conversation with Nuwa was not long, merely a one-sided warning, while the dialogue between Hutu and Shinnong had just begun. After carefully observing Hutu, Su Ming couldn't help but marvel. The beauties of the primeval world were truly numerous, with unparalleled grace, walking everywhere, captivating forms fluttering through the skies. Another beauty rivaling change, truly worthy of being the Empress of Heaven and Earth. Su Ming sighed. Her long hair cascaded down with only animal hide wrapped around her chest and hips, exuding a wild and majestic beauty. Yet her skin was fair as snow, delicate to the touch, and her features bore a hint of heroism, instilling a desire to conquer her. What a pity such a beauty destined to undergo the 6 paths of reincarnation, or it seems that time is not far off. Su Ming sighed softly, focusing his mind to transmit a message to Shinnong. Shinnong, let us begin. Shinnong was sitting beside Hutu, feigning an air of profundity. Upon hearing Su Ming's voice, he immediately spoke in a deep tone. Hutu ancestor, which I have matters to attend to, let us speak, less of idle chatter. I know you have come to subdue the human race and bring them under the Wu clan. What I mentioned last time to the great witch Ho-E still stands. The human race will never become the vassals of any clan, but they are willing to intermarry with the Wu clan on equal terms, engage in mutual exchanges, and establish a defensive alliance. These conditions had been set last time, and Shinnong spoke them fluently, as if flowing like water, yet Hutu frowned upon hearing them. Leader Shinnong. When it came to business, Hutu's gaze became deep and wise. I come this time under the personal appointment of the ancestor, which Di Jiang, to show our sincerity from the Wu clan. We of the Wu clan come with utmost sincerity, but your conditions are rather harsh. Hutu's expression turned stern, her eyes filled with chaotic, murderous intent, her aura fierce and heroic. She stood up. The Wu clan can intermarry with the human race, engage in exchanges, and if the human race is in distress, the Wu clan will surely come to their aid. However, for the human race to seek to establish a defensive alliance and stand on equal footing with the Wu clan is rather presumptuous. Hutu unleashed her aura, attempting to give Shinnong a show of strength so he would understand the disparity between the two. Hutu ancestor witch. Shinnong remained unmoved, his gaze icy, waving his hand to reveal the Wuxia bell. Ding ding ding. The sound of the Wuxia bell echoed its might, dispelling Hutu's explosive aura. Shinnong did not speak, but his attitude made everything clear. The human race possessed the innate supreme treasure, the Wuxia bell. Leader Shinnong. Hutu's frown deepened. Do not forget the current plight of the human race. Joining our Wu clan and becoming vassals brings boundless benefits to the human race. Joining the Wu clan is not interested in the innate supreme treasure, but if you join the demon clan. This remark had already turned into a threat towards Shinnong. The human race existed in the cracks between the Wu clan and the demon clan, and due to their identity, they could not remain aloof. If they joined the demon clan, they would not even be able to protect the innate supreme treasure. Hutu ancestor witch. Shinnong slowly stood up, a mist of magic swirling in his eyes, coldly stating, I appreciate the sincerity of the Wu clan, but the human race will absolutely not accept any threats. Interactions with the human race must be based on equality. Let us discuss this for today, though I have matters to attend to. If Hutu ancestor which does not mind, please stay with the human race for a few more days and roam freely. After saying this, Shinnong strode away. At this point there was no need to continue discussing. Such a strong-willed human race, they are simply too arrogant. Hutu murmured to herself. She could see that the human race felt the pressure from the demon clan and wanted to ally with the Wu clan. However, the human race's pride was too strong, even arrogant, unwilling to refer to themselves as vassals of the Wu clan, even if only on the surface. The Wu clan also wanted to ally with the human race, even offering unprecedented treatment. Intermarriage between the two races was already a groundbreaking initiative for the Wu clan, something many great clans of the primeval era did not enjoy. Yet, equal interactions were also unacceptable to the Wu clan. The Wu clan is the rightful lineage of Pangu. How could they engage with the human race on equal terms? However, Hutu did not intend to leave just yet. The treatment she offered was so generous, perhaps in a few days they would come around. It's just right to take the opportunity to understand this mysterious race. Without hesitation, since the human race did not restrict her, Hutu began to wander among them, wanting to see how the human race had risen so rapidly. However, her desire to understand the human race was destined to be in vain. What she could see was merely the surface of the human race. Su Ming allowed her to roam naturally with confidence. Too arrogant. Su Ming watched this scene with a hint of coldness in his gaze, looking up at the stormy expression of Tai-E above the heavens. He actually thought to use the demon clan to coerce the human race. It seems that without applying some pressure to the Wu clan, they will not comply. Su Ming sneered, gazing at the long-awaited darkened expression of Dong Huang Tai-E, as if about to explode. Well, I've left you hanging for so long. Oh, let me pay you a visit and contribute a bit of power for my human race. Shinnong, go meet this legendary Dong Huang. Su Ming transmitted the message to Shinnong. Above the heavens, the voice of Dong Huang Tai-E echoed, the human race is audacious. Dong Huang Tai-E's expression was as dark as it could get, seemingly capable of dripping water. The utterly motionless human race seemed to have slapped him in the face without him realizing it. He did not believe the leader of the human race did not sense his presence. It was clearly a deliberate act of neglect. He had roamed the primeval era for countless years without ever receiving such treatment. This was disdain. Buzz. A terrifying aura emanated from Tai, his eyes gradually filled with murderous intent. Did he truly believe that just because he was an ancestor and had an innate supreme treasure, he could be so arrogant? He felt it was his duty to make the human race understand their place. Just as Tai was on the brink of eruption, a hearty laughter rang out. Ha ha, the Emperor Tai, he has come to the human race, and Shinnong has failed to welcome him properly. My apologies, my apologies. Shinnong wore a beaming smile as he stepped into the sky, repeatedly clasping his fists in apology to Tai. The great battle has ended, and I am currently in seclusion to heal, hence my neglect. Tai, on the brink of explosion, froze, feeling as if he had swallowed a lump of excrement. Even though he knew the human race was being deliberate, facing the smiling Shinnong left him unsure whether to strike. One does not strike at a smiling face, especially since they had already explained their situation of being in seclusion, which is understandable. Moreover, he was not here specifically to fight the human race. Besides, Hotu had entered the human race. Who in the entire Hongwong world was unaware of this? Who were they trying to fool? I come on the command of the Demon Emperor to bestow honors upon the human race. One does not strike at a smiling face, especially since they had already explained their situation of being in seclusion, which is understandable. With a broad smile, Shinnong bowed respectfully to Tai, saying, I am Shinnong, the leader of the human race. Thank you, Demon Emperor. In the valley, Su Ming's face bore a faint smile as he immediately turned his gaze towards Hotu. This action was clearly meant for Hotu to see. As expected, what met his eyes was a bewildered Hotu. Hotu muttered to herself, feeling a bit dazed. The grand commotion created by Tai, followed by the human race's cold shoulder, naturally caught her attention. She had secretly chuckled at this. The once proud and aloof Dongwang Tai actually found himself in such a humiliating situation. Why has his personality changed so suddenly? Hotu scratched her head, unable to reconcile the smiling Shinnong with the domineering figure she had known who had always been so forceful before her. Suddenly, Hotu's body trembled, quickly grasping a possibility. Could it be that between the Witch Clan and the Demon Clan, the human race has always favored the Demon Clan? It's just that the Demon Clan has never taken them seriously, coupled with repeatedly disappointing the human race, that Shinnong chose the Witch Clan first. Hotu was stunned. This was not just a possibility, but a very likely scenario, for the human race was inherently closer to the Demon Clan. After Shinnong had just contacted her, he felt a tremendous disappointment. Furthermore, with Dongwang Tai's personal arrival, Shinnong felt the Demon Clan's regard for the human race. Along with their failure to reach an agreement, his attitude towards Dijuan suddenly took a complete turn. Have I pushed the human race to the side of the Demon Clan? Hotu tensed up, taking a deep breath, murmuring, things shouldn't have reached that point. Given Dijuan and Tai's personalities, the likelihood of them reaching an agreement with the human race is greater. The human race is too proud. It's merely a preliminary contact. Shinnong's domineering nature is evident, and he would never easily bow to the Demon Clan. After all, the impression that the human race and Shinnong had always given the outside world was that they possessed tremendous strength, yet they appeared rather reckless. Seeing this scene, Su Ming's smile grew even broader. Although Hotu had lived for countless eons, she was still too naive in such calculations. The change in Shinnong's attitude was not so simple. However, this could not be blamed on Hotu, as the Hongwong world is a jungle where the strong dominate. Such a period of standoff between two great clans was exceedingly rare. Previously, disagreements often led to bloody battles, leaving her with little experience. In the sky, seeing Shinnong's amiable demeanor, even Tai was taken aback for a moment. The stark contrast in Shinnong's attitude was indeed quite striking. However, Tai quickly regained his composure. His personal descent upon the humble human race was quite normal. The human race would feel honored and greet him with smiles. Given his status, if he descended upon any other clan, it would be enough for them to boast for 10,000 years. With this thought, a smile appeared on Tai's face. The human race was quite perceptive. He stepped forward, patting Shinnong on the shoulder, and said with a mild smile that carried authority, "This emperor and the Demon Emperor have always valued the human race. It's just that we have been too busy to find the time." Shinnong thanks the Eastern Emperor. Shinnong also smiled, then his expression turned serious as he turned to bow again towards the 33 heavens, saying, "Shinnong, thank you for the Demon Emperor's kindness." This. Hotu was even more confused, her growing sense of unease intensifying. The human race was not truly seeking an alliance with the Demon Clan, were they? She was very unwilling to see that scene. The strength of the human race should not be underestimated. With the support of their ancestor, their number and potential were immense. Most importantly, they possessed innate treasures. Ha ha ha. Seeing Shinnong so agreeable, Tai couldn't help but laugh heartily, giving Shinnong a hearty pat on the shoulder. "Get up. There will be plenty of opportunities to thank the Demon Emperor in the future. No need to rush. This time I come bearing the edict of the Demon Emperor. Tai Yi's smile faded, his demeanor turning extremely serious and imposing as he said indifferently, "The leader of the human race, Shinnong, receives the edict of the Demon Emperor." Shinnong listens to the edict. Shinnong bowed, his expression very solemn. Tai Yi spoke with authority. "The human race is the pillar of the demon clan, possessing immense potential, yet has long been overlooked by this emperor, causing deep regret. I wish to confer the status of 5 emperors. The leader of the human race, Shinnong, should choose a day to receive the title at the demon court." After speaking, Tai Yi's gaze turned cold as he stared at the bowing Shinnong. Although Shinnong was quite understanding, he still believed the human race was unworthy of the title of 5 emperors. It would be best if Shinnong could refuse voluntarily. "Shinnong, what do you think?" Tai Yi's tone appeared inquiring, yet it was icy with a heavy murderous intent clearly displayed. Hotu inhaled sharply, her eyes widening in anger. The title of 5 emperors. Dijuan must be. The title of 5 emperors was already comparable to their ancestors, enjoying boundless fortune and power within the demon court, holding a supreme position. Even meeting Dijuan and Tai Yi did not require bowing a peak of glory. One could say that their status was not much different from Dijuan and Tai Yi, and they were subtly on equal footing. Dijuan must have lost his mind. Hotu's expression changed dramatically. She had imagined countless possibilities of what Dijuan and Tai Yi might offer, but never expected they would be willing to offer a title of 5 emperors. Such a condition was far superior to what she had proposed to the human race. At this moment, the posture of Shinnong remained unchanged, seemingly in deep shock, his body even trembling slightly, as if filled with overwhelming emotions, unable to react for a long time. To be honest, Shinnong was indeed moved by the promise made by Tai Yi. The position of the 5 emperors, after all, the highest position in the primordial era, those who could sit upon it were all towering existences. Even Nuwa, the holy mother of the human race, was merely one of the 5 emperors. Ancestor the demon race actually offered the position of the 5 emperors. Should we accept it? Shinnong communicated telepathically with Su Ming. Su Ming's brow furrowed, his gaze cold. To be honest, it was extremely unexpected for him that Dijuan would make such a promise. Since when had Dijuan become so reliable? Even the position of the 5 emperors could be given with just a word. In the past trajectories of the primordial era, even when Kunpeng left the demon race to return to the North Sea, Dijuan did not abolish Kunpeng's position as a demon master, because Kunpeng's influence within the demon race was too great, and abolishing him could cause chaos within the demon race. Something feels off. Su Ming shook his head and immediately concluded that this must be an illusion created by Dijuan to prevent the human race from siding with the witch race. From Tai Yi's expression and attitude, he could tell that Tai Yi had not agreed to grant the human race the position of the 5 emperors. Even he had not reached a consensus with Dijuan. This is Dijuan's illusion. Su Ming's gaze deepened as he communicated with Shinnong. Dijuan's power within the demon race is nowhere near enough to easily abolish the position of the 5 emperors. Then should I refuse him now? Shinnong said without hesitation. Su Ming's words were like a decree in his eyes. Do not rush. Su Ming turned to glance at the dazed Hotu, a smile tugging at his lips. Dijuan wants to stall us, but he has inadvertently done us a great favor. First go along with Tai Yi's intention and send him on his way. As you command. Shinnong took a deep breath, looked up at Tai Yi, his emotions of excitement overflowing, yet he seemed to be in great conflict, performing remarkably well. Having dealt with many towering existences during this time, he had grown immensely, and hiding his thoughts had become exceedingly easy. Dong Huang, this. Shinnong's words stammered, his face slightly flushed, his tongue stumbling. This surprise is too great. I am a bit. The position of the 5 emperors is highly esteemed. Your reaction is quite normal. Tai Yi smiled faintly. Oh, Shinnong's excited demeanor was completely within his expectations, and then spoke with a commanding tone. I and the demon emperor place great importance on the human race, hoping that the human race can make the correct choice. Tai Yi emphasized the word correct heavily. The implication was clear. He and Dijuan had already given the human race enough face. If the human race refused the position of the 5 emperors, they would reap great benefits in the future. Tai Yi's intentions had become evident. Hypocrisy. Shinnong silently sneered, yet his face still showed extreme excitement, as if he had sensed the attention of the 2 demon sovereigns, his face reddening. Shinnong understands the importance that Dong Huang and the demon emperor place on the human race. However, this matter was too significant. Shinnong needed to return and consult with many companions before giving a response to the demon emperor in a few days. Saying this, Shinnong seemed to fear that Tai Yi would be dissatisfied, deeply bowing and seriously saying, Dong Huang, rest assured Shinnong will certainly provide a correct reply. The word correct was emphasized heavily by Shinnong, seemingly responding to Tai Yi's implied meaning, indicating that he had understood Tai Yi's intentions. Ha ha ha. Tai Yi laughed heartily, thoroughly pleased with Shinnong's response, stepping forward to pat Shinnong's shoulder with great force. Not bad, very good. I am very satisfied with you. In the future, when benefits come to your human race, I and the Demon Emperor will be waiting at the Lingxiao Hall for the arrival of the human race. Shenong trembled all over, seemingly overwhelmed by the favor, immediately saying, Shenong respectfully sends off Donghuo. Ha ha ha. Tai laughed heartily and turned to soar away, quickly disappearing into the sky above. The human race had not been as resolute as they had appeared, just a little face-saving gesture, making them feel respected, and they could quickly compromise. After a long while, Shenong slowly raised his head, his expression changing from before, his gaze filled with murderous intent and demonic mist, sneering coldly as he turned to fly towards the human race. At this moment, Hodu, who had been watching this scene, was completely stunned, feeling a growing sense of unease in her heart. She also recognized the implication of Tai. The position of the 5 emperors was merely a gesture for the human race. But Shenong's reaction bewildered her. To be honest, if it were just a position of a demon god instead of the position of the 5 emperors, the conditions offered by the demon race would be quite similar to those of the witch race. Inherently, the human race is ultimately closer to the demon race than to the witch race. Huta murmured to herself, constantly placing herself in Shenong's position and thinking from that perspective. If she were Shenong under the same conditions, she would choose the demon race rather than the witch race. After all, the demon race afforded much more freedom. No way. Huta shook her head heavily, murmuring, the human race must not join the demon race, otherwise it would pose too great a threat to the witch race. Inherently, the innate treasures hold little value for the witch race, as they do not possess a primordial. However, if the demon race were to acquire an additional innate treasure, it would not simply be a matter of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. The addition of the human race could potentially help Dijuan stabilize the internal affairs of the demon race rapidly. Moreover, the human race has Laozi behind them. The human race joining the demon race would be tantamount to Laozi joining the demon race. A Laozi is not just a supreme being capable of severing the 3 corpses, but also possesses the Taiji diagram. If the human race joins the demon race's strength would inevitably soar, putting the witch race in danger. With this line of thought, it seems that agreeing to Shenong's previous conditions is not so hard to accept. Thinking of this, Hutu felt a slight chill all over her body, as she no longer had any interest in exploring the human race, and immediately turned to find Shenong, insisting that he not make a quick decision and return to discuss with the many ancestral witches. However, after searching for a long time, Hutu could not find Shenong, which further aggravated her anxiety. Judging from Shenong's reaction, he must be discussing with another quasi-saint from the human race, and several Deluo Jinxian now. After 2 days of fruitless searching, Huta's anxiety reached its peak, and she took a deep breath. There's no time to find Shenong. I must immediately consult with Brother Dijiao. Hutu transformed into the body of an ancestral witch and rushed towards the core of the witch race, the Panga Hall, at lightning speed, crushing countless mountains, causing them to collapse, no longer caring about creating a commotion. In the valley of the human race, the enormous commotion caused by Hutu naturally caught Su Ming's attention. A smile appeared in Su Ming's eyes as he turned to Shenong and Youqiao, saying, if nothing goes awry, Hutu will bring us good news. Tai and Dijuan must not have anticipated that we never had the slightest intention of joining the human race. Youqiao chuckled. A hint of embarrassment flickered in Shenong's eyes as he scratched his head and said, when Tai mentioned the position of the 5 emperors, I was genuinely tempted for a moment. However, it was our ancestor who saw through the schemes of Dijuan and Tai at a glance. Shenong Youqiao, Su Ming's gaze became exceptionally profound, with a cold glint deep in his eyes as he stared at the 33 heavens above, seemingly able to see the scene within Lingxiao Palace. Remember, the demon race can never be trusted no matter what conditions they offer. Understood. Su Ming's gaze was icy, filled with a murderous intent. The demon race will eventually discover that devouring the human race can greatly enhance their power, and the blood of the human race can inflict massive harm on the bodies of the witch race. This is also the reason Su Ming has always hoped to form an alliance with the witch race. The demon race can never be trusted. Su Ming's voice was indifferent, his tone decisive. Given the opposition between the demon race and the witch race, if Dijuan realizes this with his temperament, he will undoubtedly take action against the human race at all costs, even if the human race serves as the 5 emperors of the demon race. How is Zi's injury? Su Ming gathered his thoughts and inquired of Youqiao. After the battle, events unfolded one after another, leaving him unable to focus. Reporting to the ancestor, Z has been granted the Chaos Wuxia Sutra by the ancestor and has special permission to cultivate beside the Wuxia bell, allowing his injuries to heal rapidly. In fact, he even shows signs of breaking through with the aid of the Chaos Wuxia Sutra. Youqiao said with Shenong and Z have both received the Chaos Tianma Sutra and the Chaos Wuxia Sutra granted by the ancestor, and now he is the only one left. Very good. Su Ming nodded, saying, This time Z sacrificed his essence, blood, and spirit to conceal my existence, severely injuring himself. He deserves this reward. Then Su Ming patted Shenong on the shoulder, seeing through Yu Chaos thoughts, and smiled, saying, "Don't worry, you will soon have the opportunity to fight and achieve merit. Work hard to cultivate and enhance your strength." Yu Chao trembled all over and immediately said, "I understand, Yu Chao." Su Ming nodded, his gaze indifferently looking towards the sky. As time passed, he had increasingly stepped into the position of the human emperor. Soon, in the witch race, the Pangu Palace was shrouded in darkness with chaotic, malevolent energy crashing down like a galaxy from the endless void. After returning to the witch race, Hutu hurriedly arrived at the Pangu Palace, and without any concealment told Dijiang about everything she had witnessed in the human race. "Elder brother, this is how it all began. Shenong might agree to Tai's proposal at any moment. We must make a swift decision, or it will be too late."